In his moment of desperation, Luo Yang unexpectedly acquires the extraordinary ability to foresee the next 24 hours. What should he contemplate? Naturally, he ought to purchase a lottery ticket with a hundredfold payout to deplete the jackpot. Thus, Luo Yang sets a modest goal for himself, to earn 100 million by June. Chapter 1. The Future 24 Hours. It's cold, truly damn cold. Sitting on the rooftop, Luo Yang huddles his shoulders and shivers slightly, murmuring to himself. Gazing at the pitch-black sky, he notices that even the stars are scarcely visible this night. The temperature in the early morning is exceptionally frigid, with dewdrops clinging to his hair and eyebrows, resembling crystallized frost. He has sat there all night, contemplating, and his heart has ached throughout. Indeed, his heart aches. His girlfriend has cast him aside. Over the past 2 years, he has toiled relentlessly to support her, offering her everything he could possibly give. He has taken on odd jobs, set up street stalls, resorted to online loans, borrowed at exorbitant interest rates, exhausting the goodwill of family, relatives, and friends, ultimately offending everyone. In the process, he has transformed into someone whom all fear to encounter. Ironically, he is not an unreliable person, yet he is engaged in reckless actions. Just thinking about it makes his heart bleed. All the money earned and borrowed has been squandered on that woman, as he humbly strives to keep her. However, his earning capacity cannot sustain his girlfriend's expenses. When he finds himself pursued by creditors, hounded by online lenders, and ordered by his landlord to vacate within 3 days, she callously abandons him. Reflecting on the past 24 years of his life, it has truly been a wretched existence. He harbors no grand ambitions. He merely desires to marry a beautiful woman, to have a wallet that is always full, to own a villa, and to possess a luxury car, occasionally indulging in a bit of showiness. Is such a modest aspiration truly misguided? It is not misguided. Failing to earn money is the original sin. In this era, people ridicule the poor while idolizing the wealthy. A rich person may not be omnipotent, but a penniless individual is undoubtedly powerless. It is not wrong for his girlfriend to seek a better material life. It is not wrong for her to abandon him for being poor. The fault lies solely with him. Being without money is an error, and failing to earn it is an even greater mistake. There is no hope left in this life. May he wish for a fortunate rebirth as a rich second-generation heir in the next. Coming to terms with his thoughts, he prepares to leap. Just as he is about to jump, a brilliant meteor streaks across the dark sky, radiant and dazzling. They say that making a wish upon seeing a shooting star is potent. Oh, my heavens! I'm already calling you my lord. Grant me this wish, to be a wealthy person in my next life. That meteor is exceptionally swift and bright. Suddenly, Luo Yang perceives that the luminous meteor is hurtling directly towards him. No way. Damn it. My life has already been miserable enough. The heavens wouldn't subject me to the further indignity of being struck down by an extraterrestrial stone, would they? Damn it. The brilliant light instantly illuminates Luo Yang's darkened eyes, and his thoughts freeze in that very moment. Uncertain of how much time has passed, he feels a sharp pain in his rear as someone kicks him awake. Luo, did you think I wouldn't find you hiding on this rooftop? Damn it. I'm giving you 3 more days. If you don't pay the rent, you're out. As he scrambles to his feet, he realizes it is his landlord's rotund face staring back at him. I find myself momentarily bewildered. After several seconds of mental paralysis, my thoughts finally resurface. Was it not a night spent in mental turmoil and self-criticism, culminating in a leap of faith? How is it that the sun is now shining upon me while I remain slumbering on a rooftop? The portly landlord, with a sullen visage, bellowed for a while before departing. The 3-day ultimatum he granted was not for the collection of rent, but rather to provide him time to vacate the premises. He has become utterly useless, yet he still harbors hopes of receiving rent. Dejected, Luo Yang returned to his room, collapsing onto the bed in a daze. The discarded instant noodle box from yesterday morning emanated a sour odor, while the tattered sofa opposite, riddled with holes, was strewn with several unwashed garments, the stench of sweat overpowering even that of the rancid noodle box. Can life still be endured under such circumstances? This existence has become unbearable. Luo Yang fished out his mobile phone to check the time. 11:42, with 44 missed calls, one number accounting for 17 calls and the remaining from 7 other sources. 4 of these numbers were identifiable, while the other 4 were unfamiliar. It was clear without thought that they were debt collectors. The number with 17 missed calls began with 138, a reminder for something as trivial as a toothbrush. Yet there was no response. My situation has reached an impasse. As Ruo Yang muttered to himself, the sight of that number conjured a vivid image in his mind. A call would come at 11:44, another at 11:45, yet another at 11:47, followed by a text at 11:49, the message stating, "Repay your debts, or I shall inform all your relatives and friends and ruin your reputation." There followed a lengthy sequence of times when this number would call, concluding with a final call at 11:40 the next day. What is the meaning of this? Have I been driven to hallucinate by the pressure of debt? Lost in thought, his phone vibrated, indicating an incoming call. Upon glancing at the number, he was astonished to find it was the very one that had just appeared in his mind. Naturally, he chose not to answer. Let it ring. Once it has ceased, it will remain silent. When the vibration ceased, Ruo Yang stared pensively at his phone, now displaying 11:45. Suddenly, it vibrated once more, still that same number. He refused to answer. After the vibrations ended, a 2-minute silence ensued, only to be interrupted by yet another vibration from the same number. Damn it, how persistent! Ruo Yang cursed, echoing the landlord's habitual exclamations. I'm not a deadbeat, nor do I wish to become one. Life has simply forced my hand. With 3 missed calls, his phone finally fell silent. Ruo Yang sighed, fiddling with his phone for a moment, utterly devoid of motivation. It was either debt collection messages or calls, and it seemed that refraining from jumping off the rooftop last night had been a grave mistake. What a wretched existence. Ding! Another text arrived. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from the very missed call he had just received. Repay your debts, or I shall inform all your relatives and friends and ruin your reputation. Alas! Ruo Yang sighed, too fatigued to express his grievances. While gazing at the message, an epiphany struck him. What does that mental image I just conjured mean? That number, that sequence of messages, a call at 11:44, another at 11:45, yet another at 11:47, followed by a text at 11:49 stating, "Repay your debts, or I shall inform all your relatives and friends and ruin your reputation." What does this signify? Can I truly glimpse into the future? Ruo Yang stood momentarily stunned, recalling the mental projection, which indicated that the number would call again at 11:55, followed by a long interval before 11:40 the next day, with a total of 14 calls anticipated. Glancing at the time on his phone, it read 11:51, with only 4 minutes remaining until 11:55. Is it possible that I can predict future events? His heart raced with excitement as Ruo Yang held his breath, counting the seconds, enduring the suspense until the clock struck 11:55. Ding! The phone vibrated anew. Ruo Yang looked at the caller ID and was instantly filled with exhilaration. It's that number again. My goodness, could it be that I can truly predict the future? Ruo Yang was torn between elation and disbelief, feeling somewhat daft with joy. If he could indeed foresee the future, what would he desire most? Grandparents, uncles, aunts, and deities, may you bless your grandson with great fortune. Once wealth is attained, I promise to burn an endless supply of paper offerings for you, complete with luxury cars and beautiful companions. But how shall I amass this fortune? The first thought that crossed Ruo Yang's mind was to buy a lottery ticket. Damn it, I shall drain that prize pool. Ruo Yang muttered through gritted teeth. It seems that fate has conspired against him. He has spent thousands on lottery tickets, yet since he began playing, he has never even won the lowest prize of 5 yuan. To hold a grudge without retaliation is unworthy of a gentleman. As a wise leader once proclaimed, vengeance should not be delayed, so I must act now. Yet upon patting his pockets, he found only a crumpled 5 yuan note. His mobile wallet, WeChat, and Alipay contained not a single cent, and not only was there no balance, but he was also in the red with outstanding debts. Life is truly lamentable, yet now it seems fortune is turning in my favor. I, Ruo Yang, the proverbial underdog, am about to rise. With his phone tucked away, he strode out, head held high, testing his newfound ability to predict the future along the way. To his astonishment, he discovered that his predictive powers only applied to numerical values, particularly those of significance. For instance, Upon seeing a string of phone numbers, he could foresee their activities within the next 24 hours, or regarding a stock code, upon sight, he could envision its fluctuations within the same time frame. However, random numbers devoid of meaning yielded no predictive insight. Arbitrary figures that held no significance failed to conjure any foresight. Moreover, his mental forecasts were limited to a 24-hour span, meaning he could only predict events within a single day. Upon arriving at the small lottery station, he found it bustling with patrons. Men and women, old and young, greasy uncles, attractive young wives, and fashionable girls, all eager to strike it rich, buying into a hope that, of course, everyone knew was but a fleeting illusion. Ruo Yang discreetly squeezed himself onto a chair, where 3 desktop computers were available for patrons to access information. He felt a sense of pride, an air of superiority, thinking that by tomorrow, no, perhaps after this very evening, I could transform into a billionaire by depleting the jackpot. He must remain cautious, ensuring that the lottery shop owner does not remember him, lest he discover his identity after winning. Additionally, when it comes time to claim the prize, should he conceal his face or don the visage of the Monkey King? After indulging in a flurry of fanciful thoughts, Ruo Yang suddenly realized he had yet to decipher the predicted lottery numbers. He casually picked up a discarded old ticket, glanced at it, yet his mind failed to conjure the anticipated predictive imagery. Ruo Yang paused momentarily, scrutinizing the ticket once more, only to discover it was an expired old ticket. Could it be that he could only predict numbers that had yet to be drawn? Chapter 2. Predictions of various lottery trends. Casting a glance to the side, it was evident that no one would carelessly discard an undrawn lottery ticket. The prospect of finding one was futile. Rummaging through the pocket of his trousers, he felt the crumpled, damp 5 yuan note. And Ruo Yang hesitated to spend it on a ticket with no forecast. With only 5 yuan left, spending 2 would leave him with just 3. That 5 yuan represented his most valuable possession at present, the genesis of his future trillion-dollar financial empire. After some contemplation, Ruo Yang booted up his computer and searched for the lottery results on Baidu, which yielded a string of dates corresponding to past draws. Upon reviewing the numbers, he found himself devoid of any inspiration. He then searched for predictions regarding the next undrawn lottery, inundated with a plethora of expert analyses and conjectures. However, rather than perusing those recommendations, he fixated on the predictions for the 20,041st draw of the Super Lotto, yet found his mind still blank. A chill swept over him. Could it be that he lacked the capability to predict lottery numbers? Upon realizing that the Super Lotto was drawn on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, and that today was Sunday, well over 24 hours before the next draw, Ruo Yang had an epiphany. With more than 24 hours elapsed, what could he possibly predict? He couldn't afford to let this opportunity for wealth slip away. He needed to act quickly and turn to the welfare lottery. The welfare lottery's double chromosphere was drawn on Sundays. As he entered the current draw number and focused on the sequence of numbers, a surge of excitement ignited in his mind. The 20,047th draw of the double chromosphere was set to take place on the evening of June 7, 2020, at 21:15, with the red ball numbers being 0, 4, 10, 17, 19, 28, 32, and the blue ball number being 0, 1. In a moment of exhilaration, he clenched his fists, repeating fervently in his mind, yes, 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 not in anger, but in sheer excitement. The prize pool still held a staggering 1, 0, 21, 279, 165 yuan. He counted twice to ensure his comprehension. Dear heavens, that was a billion. Regrettably, he only had 5 yuan, barely enough for 2 tickets, yielding just over 10 million if he won. I swear by my grandmother's name, I shall empty that prize pool in the next draw. With determination, Ruo Yang pinned down the predicted numbers, then extracted the crumpled 5 yuan note and approached the sales machine, declaring, 1 ticket, please. The sales clerk, a woman in her 40s, accepted the paper with his chosen numbers without lifting her gaze, promptly printing out a ticket. 2 yuan, she stated. Ruo Yang was taken aback. Hadn't he requested a double entry? It dawned on him that he hadn't specified his intention. The middle-aged woman took the 5 yuan from him, returning 3 1 yuan coins along with the freshly printed ticket. Hastily, he tore the paper with the written numbers into shreds, discarding it not on the ground but into a nearby trash bin, reasoning that no one would be so bored as to sift through the refuse to piece together his numbers. As he prepared to purchase another ticket, an unsettling sensation coursed through him. The numbers in his mind began to fluctuate, akin to a digital display in constant motion. What was happening? The moment he entered his predicted numbers, they began to transform. Was there such a phenomenon at play? When the numbers finally settled, he discovered that the drawn numbers had indeed changed. multiplying into dozens of sets. Prior to his purchase, only a single set of winning numbers had existed. Now, after his ticket was bought, the outcome had expanded exponentially. If he opted for multiple entries, the number of potential winning combinations would escalate accordingly, implying that purchasing a winning ticket would disrupt the draw results. Grandfather, grandmother, please don't toy with me. To secure a definitive win, judging by the current number of combinations, he would need at least 1,000 yuan. Furthermore, if he bought these additional numbers, the combinations would likely multiply again, necessitating even more considerable investments in lottery tickets. Frustrated, he felt a headache brewing. Returning home, he abandoned the lottery, realizing his limited funds were insufficient. Clutching the remaining 3 coins, he spent 2 yuan on a loaf of bread and 1 yuan on a bottle of mineral water. The bread was consumed in mere bites, and he gulped down the small bottle of water in one go, still parched. With his finances in disarray, he had no inclination to shop. So upon returning to his rented room, he slumped for a while before summoning the resolve to test his predictions once more. Indeed, it was as he suspected. If he did not purchase and intervene with the winning numbers, they remained unchanged. However, once he made a purchase, they would alter, intensifying with the quantity of his bets. If he bought just 1 ticket, the potential winning combinations could exceed 500. Doubling his bet could lead to over 1,000 variations. To drain the jackpot in one go would require millions. How could I possibly have millions? He lamented. He then turned to the stock market, casually selecting a stock code. Within moments, the 24-hour predictions surfaced in his mind. He contemplated investing 10,000 yuan, yet the stock's trajectory showed no change. When he considered 100,000, the prediction remained static. Only when the thought of investing 1,000,000 arose did he observe a slight shift, yet it was negligible. After numerous attempts, he concluded that movements within the range of 2 to 3 million yuan had little effect on stock fluctuations, while investments between 50 million and 100 million showed some change, and amounts exceeding 100 million yielded noticeable variations. It seemed that while stock trading was stable, it required capital, which he sorely lacked. At present, he could hardly secure a loan, and he was reluctant to ask his aging parents, who labored tirelessly in the fields, for money. They would provide it, but their meager savings wouldn't even suffice to muddy the waters. His younger sister was still in high school, and having such a brother was unfortunate indeed. Was this ability bestowed upon him by fate a cruel joke? To be frank, this power was extraordinary, almost unfathomably so, but the initial hurdle was a nuisance. Investing in stocks promised guaranteed returns, yet he lacked the necessary capital. The lottery, too, seemed rigged. To empty the prize pool and instantaneously become a billionaire was an alluring prospect, yet he was denied that chance. Finally, he endured until 2115, when he turned on the television to watch the draw. Admittedly, it felt precarious, yet he clung to a sliver of hope. Grandmother, this is all I have left, 2 yuan of hope. As the draw machine whirled, Ruo Yang's heart raced in tandem, his palms slick with perspiration. The first ball emerged, 32. A surge of exhilaration. The second ball followed, revealing 10. Yes. Ruo Yang's breath quickened, his tension mounting. He prayed fervently for his ancestors to bless him. Please, let this be the one. The third ball appeared, 28. Oh dear, his heart fluttered. This number was also a match. The fourth ball rolled out, 19. He was on the verge of fainting. It matched as well. The fifth ball came forth, 17. Unbelievable. He had matched 5 numbers. His anxiety was palpable, teetering on the brink of a heart attack. The sixth ball emerged, 04. Another match. He felt as if he were intoxicated, his head swirling. Oh heavens. You never allowed me a stroke of luck before, but now, if you come to my home, I'll buy you anything. Just give me this win. Finally, the seventh blue ball was drawn, 02. My heart sank as I realized that the final ball had changed. He had purchased number 01. The grand prize had transformed into a second prize, and the winnings immediately diminished to a mere fraction of what they could have been. Half an hour later, the prize amount was revealed, and it pained my heart to discover that the second prize was 190,000, while the first prize stood at a staggering 2 million. From 2 million to a mere 190,000. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Chapter 3. Setting a modest goal. First, accumulate 100 million. After deducting the 20 tax, the 190,000 would leave me with just over 140,000. This was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune, as having over 140,000 would be sufficient to extricate myself from my current predicament and provide me with the necessary capital to venture into the stock market. Alas, the imagined scenes of the masked hero and the masterful elder brother would not come to fruition. I would not have the opportunity to don my mask and flaunt my newfound wealth. A sum of over 100,000 could hardly justify wearing a toothbrush mask. The next morning, I rose early, ensuring that I presented myself impeccably before heading to the municipal lottery center. Having exhausted my resources and become akin to the Air Force, I could no longer afford to wait. I needed to redeem my winnings to buy rice for my pot. With no bus fare left, I walked there, a 40-minute journey. The lottery center's attendant was not particularly attractive, yet she radiated an air of haughtiness. After verifying my ticket, she instructed me to wait. And then the procedural formalities began. The process for claiming a prize of over 100,000 was not overly complicated. It involved verification, registration, and tax deductions. Only the grand prizes required more intricate procedures. I scarcely had the chance to bask in the envious glances of others. It felt as mundane as a laborer receiving his wages. After claiming my prize, I indulged in a bucket of KFC to satiate my hunger that had been gnawing at my insides. It wasn't that I was reluctant to treat myself to a lavish meal. I was simply too famished. KFC was the closest option, and fast food spared me from a long wait. A man is made of iron, and food is his steel. One meal missed leads to a gnawing hunger. I had gone several meals without eating, having subsisted on a couple of pieces of bread worth 2 yuan just the day before. Once my hunger was quelled, I felt more at ease. I opened the WeChat stock trading app, Tencent Microsecurities, which made the process of opening an account rather simple, registering via my mobile phone and completing identity verification, then binding my bank card. I had over 146,000 in my bank account, repaying 37,000 of my credit card debt, for one should never owe the government. I set aside the private debts for the time being. With 100,000 remaining, I withdrew 7,000, leaving 102,000 in my account. Without a second thought, I transferred 100,000 to my WeChat stock account. Other debts could wait. I ignored the calls from creditors, returning home to summon my hefty landlord. I withdrew 4,000 from the 7,000 and handed it all to him. This is 600 for you, 200 for the rent, and the remaining 400 is for 2 months in advance. The landlord was taken aback. Where did you find this money? I replied, do you believe me if I say I won the lottery? He chuckled. Are you trying to fool me? I sighed and shook my head. What can I do? I ventured into the world, found myself a wealthy woman, and spent the night with her. What can I say? One must bow one's head when under a roof. The landlord spat in disbelief, clearly unconvinced. However, receiving money was a good thing, regardless of its origins. He wouldn't dare to steal or rob, nor would he concern himself with the means by which I acquired it. After returning to my room and locking the door, I settled down to select stocks on the Microsecurities app. The stock codes gradually came into focus as I noted the rising ones, marking the steepest surges, due to the differing mechanisms of the domestic stock market compared to the US and European markets. Same-day buying and selling were prohibited, a rule established by the state to curb speculation. Thus, I could only select one stock to purchase today, intending to sell it at a peak price tomorrow after the market opened. After careful research, I decided on a technology stock, purchasing shares at 19 yuan each. My 100,000 allowed for 520 shares, totaling 98,800 yuan, leaving me with a balance of 1,200, insufficient to buy another lot. After entering the purchase, I predicted the stock's trajectory. It seemed stable, and I anticipated a surge by 11:44 a.m. the next day, so I set a limit order at 2,088 yuan, close to the ceiling price. If it hit the ceiling, I would not be able to sell, and with no excess funds to spare, I had to seize every opportunity and make the most of every penny and moment. The result came at 11:41 a.m., with a transaction completed for 108,576 yuan. After deducting my initial investment of 98,800 yuan, I netted a profit of 9,776 yuan, just 224 shy of a perfect 10,000. In a single day, I had nearly earned 10,000. Although I remained far from my ambitious goal, this 9,776 profit brought tears to my eyes. I had lived a life of meekness, never earning 9,000 in a day, let alone 900. The frustration had been overwhelming. They say a man does not shed tears easily unless he is truly heartbroken. This, however, was not sorrow but joy, a release after enduring humiliation. Then it was time to select stocks again, continuing to invest my entire portfolio. On Tuesday, my profits finally exceeded 10,000, netting me 14,700. My stock account balance surged to 134,252 yuan. Wednesday brought in over 17,000 in pure profit, raising my balance to over 150,000. Thursday saw profits soar beyond 20,000, reaching 22,600, with my balance nearing 180,000. Friday marked a profit exceeding 30,000, pushing my balance past 210,000. In just 1 week, I had netted over 110,000, doubling my initial investment. As I gazed at the numbers in my account, tears welled in my eyes again. Why was I dwelling on sorrow? I refrained from selecting stocks on Friday, as I could only observe the fluctuations for 24 hours. The markets closed on Saturday and Sunday, and I could not gamble on uncertain outcomes. I spent the weekend tidying my home, making it feel fresh and clean. On Monday morning, I resumed stock selection, selling on Tuesday morning for a profit of 29,000. On Wednesday, I earned 35,000. On Thursday, I surpassed 40,000. And on Friday, I attained 44,000. By the end of the second week, my balance reached 359,000. By the end of the third week, my balance had skyrocketed to 578,000. I had been investing heavily every day, consistently reaping nearly 10 profits, and over 3 weeks, my initial 100,000 had transformed into over 570,000, netting me a remarkable 478,000. The second month was even more astonishing. Just over a month had passed, and my securities account balance had soared to 1,974,400, a mere 120,000 shy of 2 million. I withdrew 200,000 to settle my online debts and clear all my obligations in one fell swoop. After a long, restful sleep, I awoke refreshed and donned a new outfit before stepping out into the world, feeling invigorated beneath the blue skies and white clouds. By the latter half of the third month, my account had surpassed 3 million. Although I had previously tested that amounts below 20 million did not cause significant fluctuations in stock prices, I still felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, I had been investing my entire portfolio every time, consistently making profits. While I remained a small player, I worried that larger sums might attract unwanted attention. Though my operations were entirely legitimate, such success was bound to raise suspicions. I resolved to continue trading for another month, considering whether I could affiliate with a trading company. Or perhaps, once my funds increased, I could venture into U.S. stocks and futures, where true fortunes could be made. Just the thought of it filled me with anticipation. On August 29th, I celebrated my 25th birthday, with my stock account boasting over 9 million, having transferred 4.5 million out. Today I intend to purchase a home and a car as a birthday gift to myself for turning 25. It is the first time I have ever treated myself to a present upon reaching this age. Previously, I would forget my own birthday. After the transfer of 4.5 million, I still possess over 5 million. Though the balance in my stock account is merely a string of numbers, it brings an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. One cannot thrive without pressure. It is the very source of motivation. Thus, I shall set a modest goal for myself. Ruo Yang took a pen and inscribed in his notebook, in 2020, let us set a small goal. First, to earn 100 million. Chapter 4. The truth lies opposite to bragging. Chuancheng is a small city straddling the line between third and fourth tier. The most expensive residential community here barely reaches 9,000 per square meter, a figure that pales in comparison to first and second tier cities. However, within Chuancheng, this price is relatively high. A 100 square meter property totals over 900,000, and with renovations, the total price surges to at least 120,000. A normal employee in a governmental or institutional job in Chuancheng earns about 5,000 a month, which, if calculated to the fullest extent, amounts to 60,000 a year. To afford a 120,000 house, one would need to save without spending for 20 years. Yet, Ruo Yang felt an undeniable pride. While others struggled, he had earned 10 million in merely 4 months, and his future earnings would only escalate exponentially. Having felt constrained in the past, he now had no intention of hoarding his earnings. The wealth he had amassed was entirely legitimate, and to not flaunt it would be an affront to the fortuitous hand he had been dealt. He hailed a car, directing it to Tianzong City, the largest and most luxurious community in Chuancheng, characterized by its elevated price per square meter. The sales office of Tianzong City was impressively constructed, housing a large model of the project surrounded by a throng of people, both prospective buyers and sales agents alike. Few visitors came alone, most were families. For purchasing a home is not akin to buying candy. It requires careful consideration. The sales agents were all women, clad in dark uniforms with skirts that showcased their long legs, their lips painted in fiery red, exuding an alluring charm. Upon entering, Ruo Yang cast a few glances around. Some of the sales agents noticed his arrival, yet none approached him. These agents possessed keen eyes. Despite their youthful and polished appearances, they often lacked financial backing, with decisions made and payments processed primarily by their parents. Dressed rather ordinarily and appearing young, Ruo Yang had no accompanying elders, leading to the assumption that he was merely there to window shop. Rubbing his scalp, Ruo Yang sensed an unusual atmosphere. Frowning slightly, He scanned the room and beckoned the most attractive sales agent. "Hey, come here for a moment." Despite the lack of attention directed at him as a guest, he had the right to call out. The female sales agent approached with a warm smile, greeting him. "Hello, are you here to look at properties?" Her smile was enchanting, and by Luo Yang's scoring system, she would earn a solid 8 out of 10. Her name tag read Sales Consultant Wei Lin. Luo Yang smirked and replied, "I've been here for quite a while, yet no one has acknowledged me. I have no idea if you are even selling these properties." "Of course we are selling," Wei Lin replied cheerfully, pouring him a cup of tea. "Today, we have many visitors, and things are a bit hectic. I apologize. What kind of property are you looking for? We have various types available. Do you prefer larger or smaller spaces?" Taking a sip of the tea, Luo Yang found it richly fragrant, golden in color, devoid of tea leaves. This was not tea in the conventional sense, but rather bitter buckwheat tea, which, despite its name, was not bitter at all, but rather aromatic. "I wish to view finished properties, not shell units. Ideally, the house should be spacious with good views and ample light." Without any preamble, Luo Yang stated his requirements directly. Wei Lin's lips curled into a charming smile, though she likely thought he wouldn't notice. Advertisements filled the hall and the plaza outside. The most expensive and prestigious properties in Tianzong City were the model homes, attracting many curious onlookers, yet few could afford them. Luo Yang's youthful bravado was quite bold. Based on past experiences, he anticipated that after viewing the property, he might concoct some excuse to leave, leaving her exhausted. "We have 2 types of units available. One is a 170 square meter king suite with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 4 bathrooms, accompanied by 2 large balconies. The other is a limited edition penthouse duplex, of which only 4 are available, with an internal area of 220 square meters and an additional 120 square meter private sky garden." Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yang waved his hand and instructed her, "Let us go take a look." Wei Lin, somewhat reluctant, asked again, "Are you truly interested in purchasing?" Luo Yang replied, "Of course I intend to buy. However, I must see the finished property first to ensure my satisfaction before making a purchase, right?" "Very well then," Wei Lin conceded, retrieving 2 hard hats from the storage room, one for Luo Yang and donning the other herself, before leading him onward. In the first phase of the complex, which was already occupied, there was a duplex on the top floor of Building 9 that Wei Lin intended to show him. Sensing Wei Lin's reluctance, Luo Yang urged her, "Please do hurry. I still need to buy a car, and I'm worried about time." Upon hearing this, Wei Lin couldn't help but chuckle. This person certainly knew how to boast. But it was not uncommon. Many attempted to puff themselves up in front of her due to her beauty. What man wouldn't relish showing off before an attractive woman? Wei Lin smiled and said, "All right, conveniently, my brother works at Junshin car dealership. I can introduce you. I guarantee you'll receive a discount." "What kind of car are you considering?" Already pushing the car sales before the house purchase was finalized? Observing her teasing expression, Luo Yang realized that Wei Lin likely assumed he was merely bragging. He responded with a casual, "Sure, that sounds convenient. As for the car, it doesn't need to be extravagant, just spacious, well-equipped, and comfortable and safe to drive. Around 1 million should suffice." Puffed. Wei Lin couldn't contain herself, bursting into laughter, biting her lip to suppress it while holding her aching waist from laughter. "You're kidding me, aren't you? I find it hard to believe." Luo Yang chuckled, providing no further clarification. The building comprised 22 stories, with the elevator reaching the 21st floor. Below that, each floor housed 4 units. While the 21st floor contained only 2 duplexes, Wei Lin used a key card to unlock the eastern unit, which featured a high-security password fingerprint lock and a double door, exuding an air of sophistication. Upon entering, they were greeted by a small foyer, adjacent to a spacious shoe cabinet, leading into an expansive and airy living room furnished with luxurious European-style sofas and floor-to-ceiling windows. The wall opposite the entrance was adorned with a projection screen. Wei Lin pressed a button on the wall to introduce the features of the property, stating, "This is a concealed television wall. The outer layer is for projection, while inside lies an invisible 88-inch curved laser television." As she pressed the button, the projection screen slowly ascended, revealing the impressive 88-inch television. This level encompassed 130 square meters, including 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, with a generously sized kitchen capable of accommodating both Western and Chinese culinary styles. The upper floor, measuring 90 square meters, housed a single, grand master bedroom, an independent study, and an ensuite bathroom spanning 25 square meters, featuring double sinks, a smart toilet, a separate shower area, and a large smart bathtub. The bedroom's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows opened onto a 120 square meter private sky garden, lushly verdant, with an upscale lounge chair nestled beneath a large sun umbrella. The unobstructed view showcased the cityscape below. In that instant, Luo Yang found himself enamored with this property. While Wei Lin continued to extol the house's virtues, she contemplated taking him to see the 170 square meter king suite afterward, though she suspected it would be in vain. Come here for a moment. Luo Yang waved his hand at her, saying, no need for introductions, let us proceed. Indeed, it was as such. Wei Lin pouted in dissatisfaction as she approached, exclaiming, brother, you're really making a big show of it. Even a half-hearted attempt at politeness would have been better than such a direct refusal. Luo Yang, unfazed, continued to walk ahead, casually remarking, stop wasting time. Let us go sign the contract. Wei Lin was left speechless, her mouth agape. Chapter 5, Feeling Pursued by a Beauty. While in the elevator, Wei Lin tilted her head to scrutinize Luo Yang and asked, are you serious? Luo Yang, hands behind his back, replied nonchalantly, what do you think? Wei Lin was uncertain whether he spoke truthfully or not, but she led him to the reception hall on the first floor. Once there, she inquired again, are you truly buying? If so, I'll go fetch the documents and the contract. Luo Yang scoffed, stop rambling. I can't fathom how your sales tactics manage to sell houses. Wei Lin bit her lip, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she went to retrieve the contract documents. As she exited, several female colleagues pulled her aside, giggling as they asked, what kind of house is he looking at? It seems like he's just trying to get close to you because he finds you attractive. In the end, it'll all be in vain. I noticed him when he came in and deliberately ignored him. Wei Lin, maintaining a stern face, retorted, how would I know? I'm the foolish one here. You all are so clever. Frustrated, she returned with the documents and asked Luo Yang, the price of the duplex in Building 9 is 9,288 yuan per square meter. With renovations costing 4,000 yuan per square meter, totaling 13,288 yuan per square meter. The appliances and furniture are complimentary from the company, making the total price 2,923,360 yuan, with a minimum down payment of 30%. All right, enough. Luo Yang waved his hand, signaling her to cease speaking. He produced his bank card, tossing it in front of her, and instructed her to process the payment directly. Wei Lin was taken aback, holding the card as she asked, are we charging the 30% down payment? I haven't calculated how much that is. Luo Yang feigned indifference, frowning as he said, I have a poor memory. I'm worried I won't remember when to make the repayments. Let us pay in full. What is the point of splitting a couple of 100,000? Wei Lin's heart skipped a beat, and she invited Luo Yang to the finance office to complete the transaction. Throughout the journey, she couldn't help but wonder if there was truly 3 million available. Surely, this card couldn't possibly be empty. The finance officer, a middle-aged woman with curly hair, glanced at Luo Yang with surprise upon hearing that he intended to pay in full for the most expensive duplex. It was difficult to believe that he was a wealthy individual. After swiping the card at the POS machine, she asked Luo Yang to input his password. As he did so, both the curly-haired woman and Wei Lin stared at him with wide eyes. Once he pressed confirm, the machine processed the payment smoothly. Printing out the receipt, Wei Lin, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, did we really just charge 2,923,000? Luo Yang held the receipt and asked, can we now sign the contract? Suddenly realizing, Wei Lin eagerly nodded and said, yes, we can. She then led him back to the reception hall to finalize the paperwork. Her heart swelled with joy, nearly bursting. The commission from this sale would surely place her among the top earners this month. Once the contract was signed, she would find a quiet place to give herself a well-deserved slap. No longer could she look down on others. The experiences of her peers were clearly flawed. Had they not been so selective, this lucrative deal could have been theirs. This young man truly did not appear to be a wealthy individual. He was undoubtedly a rich second generation. Wei Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Paying in full, over 2,900,000, nearly 3 million, was an unprecedented occurrence in the entire Tianzong city. While there were a few small apartments priced under hundreds of thousands that were paid in full, over 95% were financed through mortgages. Not to mention, this duplex, valued at over 200,000, was a rare find for a cash buyer. As they processed the paperwork, Wei Lin asked, are you married? For the property registration, if you are married, both spouses' identification is required as it is a jointly owned asset. Luo Yang glanced at her, incredulous, and retorted, what does that have to do with anything? I'm a single man. If you think it's unacceptable to have just one name on the deed, feel free to add another. Wei Lin's cheeks flushed, nearly revealing her own ID, but inside, she felt exhilarated. This guy was a single, wealthy heir. Without a mortgage, the procedure was relatively simple. Pay the money, register, and then await the company to handle the title deed at the housing authority. Of course, the payment receipt meant that Luo Yang was already the legitimate owner of the property. The formalities were completed swiftly, and Wei Lin collected the key card for the apartment, presenting it along with the contract documents to Luo Yang with a beaming smile. Everything is settled. Here are the contract documents and the key card. You keep them safe. Nearby, several female colleagues were consumed with envy, some of whom had initially dismissed Luo Yang. One particular saleswoman who had overlooked him was now regretting her decision, realizing that this commission could have earned her a significant sum, enough to cover her expenses for several months. The most expensive duplexes and penthouses were notoriously difficult to sell. Despite the high commission, the price was daunting. Smaller units might sell more easily, but their commissions were far lower. Who would have thought that today? In a moment of oversight, she would have relinquished such a substantial income. Time to buy a car, Luo Yang declared, grabbing the file and preparing to leave. The sensation of spending money with such ease was exhilarating, especially considering the envy emanating from the female sales team. Each of them seemed eager to pounce on him. In this world, wealth made one desirable, while poverty rendered one inconsequential. Wait, Wei Lin suddenly called out, biting her lips shyly. Hold on a moment. I need to ask for some time off. Luo Yang mused to himself. Is she developing feelings for me? Is she openly trying to flirt? It seemed the allure of wealth was indeed potent. Having secured such a significant deal, Wei Lin found no resistance in requesting an extended break from her manager, who readily approved her request. When she re-emerged, she had changed into a light yellow dress paired with white high-heeled shoes, her long hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders, accentuating her tall stature. She was truly a sight to behold. Let us go, Wei Lin said, linking her arm through his as they exited together. Upon arriving at the parking lot behind the sales office, she retrieved a white Toyota sedan, lowering the window to invite Luo Yang inside. As she drove, she remarked, "Since you've helped me secure such a large deal today, I simply must run an errand for you, and then treat you to a meal as a thank you." Her words sounded somewhat awkward to Luo Yang, who thought, if you want to pursue me, just say it directly instead of beating around the bush. Yet, the notion of being pursued by such a stunning beauty was undeniably delightful. Although he understood her interests stemmed from his wealth, in today's world, could one truly find a partner without some financial foundation? At the Auto City, Wei Lin and Luo Yang walked side by side into the bustling showroom filled with a variety of car brands, from luxurious to ordinary. Luo Yang overheard a salesman jokingly exclaiming, "Buy a car and get a girlfriend," a playful reference to a trending TikTok video where a girl pretended to shout about buying a car for a girlfriend, while the buyer would feign taking a saleswoman and running off after the purchase. Of course, it was a humorous tactic designed to capture attention, yet it certainly drew the crowd's gaze. The strikingly tall Wei Lin became the center of attention, surpassing the allure of the female sales staff within the showroom. Wei Lin approached a tall, handsome man and declared, "Brother, I'm here to buy a car." Turning to Luo Yang, she added, "This is my brother, Wei Cheng." Wei Cheng, upon seeing his sister and then glancing at Luo Yang, regarded them both with a hint of suspicion. Chapter 6. Not short on cash. Wei Lin felt the perplexed gaze of her brother Wei Cheng, her cheeks flushing as she hastily introduced, "This is Mr. Luo Yang, who has just purchased a luxurious apartment in Tianzong City. I thought, having secured such a significant deal, he mentioned wanting to buy a car, so I brought him along to also boost your sales." Upon hearing this, Wei Cheng's expression softened, and he politely inquired, "What brand and model of car does Mr. Luo desire?" Before Luo Yang could respond, Wei Lin interjected, "He wants something spacious, well-equipped, with high safety ratings, around 1 million. Wei Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Such an impressive request? Observing Luo Yang's ordinary attire and youthful appearance, he had initially anticipated introducing him to vehicles in the range of 1 to 200,000. Energized by the revelation, Wei Cheng led them to a secluded corner. "This way, please. The luxury cars are over here." While many were admiring the luxury cars, the number of actual buyers remained scarce. As they walked, Wei Cheng asked Luo Yang, "Are you interested in a sedan or an SUV?" Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yang replied, "An SUV, as there are many mountainous terrains in Chuan City. SUVs provide better visibility and off-road capabilities." "Understood," Wei Cheng acknowledged, guiding them to a row of luxury SUVs. "Here are several models available for immediate purchase. Please take a look and see if any suit your needs. If not, we will need to place an order." He proceeded to showcase the Land Rover Range Rover, followed by the BMW X5, Audi Q7, Porsche Cayenne, and the Mercedes-Benz GLE 63, culminating with the high-performance Mercedes-Benz G-Class AMG. After comparing the options, Luo Yang inquired about the price of the G-Class. Wei Cheng was taken aback, not expecting him to choose the most expensive model. He promptly explained, "This is the latest Mercedes G-Class AMG G63, equipped with a 4.0L engine, delivering 585 horsepower and accelerating from 0 to 100 in just 4.5 seconds. The net price is 2,288 million. But since you are brought by my sister, I can request a discount. Without the discount, the total cost is around 48 million. If you are interested, how about 2 for million? Luo Yang pondered for a moment before responding. All right, but I currently only have 57 million, which leaves 830,000 outstanding. I need to withdraw funds from my investment account, but it will take until tomorrow to process. Let us finalize the paperwork and pick up the car then. Wei Cheng, squinting with a smile, suggested, why not consider a loan? It is quite practical. Keeping cash on hand for liquidity is beneficial. Who pays for cars and houses entirely upfront these days? Everyone opts for loans. Luo Yang shook his head. I'm not short on funds. I prefer not to take out loans, as I dislike being in debt. Wei Cheng was once again taken aback, while Wei Lin's heart raced at his words. Not short on funds. Such a high status. The implication of those words was profound. Initially, Wei Lin had thought Luo Yang was merely boasting. But after learning he had paid cash for the apartment, she realized he was genuinely affluent. The world of the wealthy is indeed vastly different. This car costing over 2 million would also be bought outright, leaving others speechless. Please hold on. Wei Cheng, uncertain of Luo Yang's authenticity due to their unfamiliarity, discreetly pulled Wei Lin aside to inquire, do you know this person well? Initially intending to shake her head in denial, Wei Lin, almost instinctively, replied, well, he just bought a top-floor duplex in Tianzong City, the most expensive at 92 million, all paid in cash without a loan. He is certainly not short on money. Wei Cheng was astounded. He paid cash for the apartment too? He quickly said, all right, I'll act as a guarantor for him. Let us sign the contract now. And he can settle the remaining 830,000 tomorrow. With both a house and a car, I'll keep the car title until he pays the balance tomorrow. With that, Wei Cheng went to the manager's office to discuss with the boss. The task was not overly complicated. It was primarily a matter of judgment. If it were an ordinary person, the answer would certainly be no. However, spending nearly 3 million on a house, and then 5 million on a car within a day is not something an average individual could accomplish. The manager assessed the situation and readily agreed to proceed. Wei Cheng promptly had Luo Yang swipe his card to complete the transaction, covering the insurance and temporary license plate, totaling 57 million in cash, with the remaining 830,000 to be paid tomorrow. They then went to the vehicle registration office, which was nearby, and the process was completed in half an hour. Upon returning, all documentation, including the vehicle registration and driving permit, were handed over to Luo Yang. The vehicle registration certificate would serve as collateral until the remaining 830,000 was settled. Seizing a moment, Wei Cheng pulled his sister Wei Lin aside and discreetly asked, is that person your boyfriend? Wei Lin's face flushed, and she shyly glanced at Luo Yang, who was seated nearby sipping tea. Wei Cheng quickly deduced the situation, playfully poking her forehead. You have good taste. He appears composed and dignified. I just worry he may be too affluent, and you might end up at a disadvantage. Should I demonstrate some of my big brother's might to ensure he treats you right? Wait. It's not at that stage yet. Wei Lin hurriedly grasped Wei Cheng's arm. What kind of nonsense was this? Her brother was oblivious to her infatuation. Luo Yang had no idea either. What if he scared him away? Wei Cheng scoffed at his sister. Come on, isn't this the usual attitude of yours, looking down on everyone? Why the reversal today? Wei Lin gave him a light shove. All right, enough. We still need to eat, so I don't have time for you. How cheesy. Wei Cheng chuckled, shaking his head as he walked away. Wait. Wei Lin called after him, tossing her car keys at him. Drive my car back. Wei Cheng teased. Now that you have a G-Class, you look down on your little pony? Why not ask him to get me a G-Class too? Blushing, Wei Lin playfully scolded. Get lost. At the lounge area, Luo Yang was examining the documentation for the G-Class. Wei Lin approached him, bending slightly to ask, is everything settled? Her posture drew the attention of nearby men, captivated by her allure. A few female sales representatives exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of envy and disdain. All set, Luo Yang replied, displaying the leather bag emblazoned with the Mercedes logo, standing to leave as Wei Cheng accompanied him. The new car was parked at the entrance, where they first inspected it, followed by a photo session with balloons. The dealership staff assumed Wei Lin and Luo Yang were a couple, directing them to pose closely together. Exuding intimacy, Wei Lin complied without a word, and once the photos were taken, it was time for the handover. Luo Yang did not scrutinize the vehicle closely. He simply opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, immediately sensing the stark contrast in experience compared to the modest cars he had driven before. Meanwhile, Wei Lin joined him, closing the door and inquiring, shall we go? What would you like to eat? Chapter 7. I bought a duplex for just under 3 million. I'm easygoing, Luo Yang replied, his thoughts still lingering on the new car. Previously, he had driven a Wuling Hongguang and a Chevrolet Cruze. But never had he experienced the grandeur of a luxury vehicle. Sitting in the driver's seat felt incredibly commanding. First, they stopped at a nearby gas station to fill up the tank, but when it came time to pay, Luo Yang encountered an embarrassing situation. His card was declined. Fortunately, Wei Lin had accompanied him, and, noticing the issue while attempting to buy 2 bottles of drinks, proactively paid the 620 yuan for the fuel via WeChat. Once back in the car, Luo Yang expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I'll pay you back tomorrow." "No need." Wei Lin hesitated, almost voicing her desire to insist on not needing repayment, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Luo Yang initially contemplated dining at an upscale establishment, but upon realizing his financial constraints, he settled for a more modest venue. The meal cost a little over 300, and during a brief interlude when Wei Lin excused herself to the restroom, she discreetly settled the bill at the front desk. Luo Yang had withdrawn 850,000, which would only be credited to his account after the market opened the following morning, and the remainder had been invested in a single stock. He then suggested to Wei Lin, "Let me add your mobile number. I will repay you tomorrow morning." Wei Lin responded with a gentle smile, unable to restrain herself. "Shall I add you on WeChat instead? We could chat a bit." How could he be so oblivious, lacking any initiative? After a moment's hesitation, Luo Yang finally brought up his WeChat QR code and said, "You go ahead." Wei Lin scanned it, adding him on WeChat. His account name was simply Luo Yang, devoid of any ostentation. Upon browsing his moments, she found only a solitary post from 4 months prior, a blank page accompanied by 2 phrases, "The past was a void. Now I transform like a butterfly." It was perplexing. Wei Lin felt a tinge of disappointment. How could a wealthy second-generation heir lack any dazzling past to showcase? "Have you finished eating?" Luo Yang inquired as he rose while Wei Lin continued to examine his post. She tucked her phone away and nodded. "Yes, I'm done." A faint smile graced Luo Yang's lips as he remarked, "I'll need to borrow from you again." Before he could finish, Wei Lin interrupted, "I've already paid. Didn't I mention I would treat you? Thank you for the substantial order today." Luo Yang, not wishing to prolong the conversation, nodded and exited, taking his seat in his sleek black G-Class, while Wei Lin settled into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. As he drove, he asked, "Are you heading home or to mine?" Wei Lin froze momentarily, turning to scrutinize him, her expression shifting. "What do you mean?" Luo Yang replied with a smirk. "You've been following me all afternoon. We're not naive teenagers. You want something, I want something. Isn't it all quite straightforward?" Wei Lin's demeanor soured as she turned away to gaze out the window, coldly commanding, "Pull over." Luo Yang, taken aback, complied, stopping the car by the roadside. "What's wrong?" he asked, bewildered. With a steady rise and fall of her chest, her cold, exquisite visage resembled ice as she articulated, "I admit, you captivated me today. I acknowledge I have feelings for you, and I want to deny that part of my attraction is tied to your wealth. But who doesn't appreciate money? Who can live without it? I, too, cherish money, yet that does not mean I would compromise my dignity. I am grateful for your role in securing me a significant deal today. Thank you." With that, Wei Lin opened the car door and exited without a backward glance. Luo Yang remained stunned, pondering if he had offended her. Were his words overly harsh? Perhaps, he mused, considering he had treated her as merely a temporary fling. Is it wrong for a woman to appreciate wealth? Reflecting on his previous girlfriend who had abandoned him, and then on Wei Lin's abrupt departure, a pang of regret coursed through him. Regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed wounded Wei Lin's feelings. He recalled that she was the first woman in years to willingly spend money on him, even if it was just for a tank of gas or a meal. His former girlfriend had only ever taken from him, and aside from his mother and sister, no other woman had ever invested a penny in him. Yet here he was, having hurt a beautiful woman who had chosen to spend on him. He decided to dismiss such thoughts. The more he pondered, the more his head ached. Upon returning to his rental apartment, he parked downstairs and called his landlord to initiate the checkout process. Most of the belongings were discarded, retaining only a few wearable outfits and packing his laptop before heading downstairs with his suitcase. A group of people had gathered near his vehicle, and the portly landlord arrived, greeting the onlookers, all of whom were his tenants. The landlord drove an aging Audi A6, but upon spotting the brand-new G-Class, he couldn't help but linger, exclaiming, "What a formidable vehicle!" Luo Yang placed his suitcase beside the car, opened the trunk to stow it away, and handed the keys to the landlord. "Here's the key. I can't be bothered to throw away the remaining items in the apartment. You can see if the next tenant wants them. If not, dispose of them. Is this your car?" Several onlookers exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing Luo Yang, who had previously resembled a beggar. The landlord had nearly evicted him due to the debts that had plagued him, and many creditors had visited. "This guy actually bought a G-Class?" one individual inquired. "This car must cost 50 to 60,000, right?" The landlord scoffed. 50 to 60,000? Keep dreaming. This is a Mercedes-Benz G-AMG performance model. The base price exceeds 220,000, and you want to drive it off the lot for less than 250,000. 50 to 60,000? You'd be kicked out of the dealership for saying that. 200,000? The landlord chuckled again, ignoring them as he turned to Luo Yang. So, you've truly hooked a wealthy woman? Luo Yang laughed heartily. Well, one must navigate the world as it comes. The landlord remarked, spare me the white lies. You seem to have struck gold. Where are you moving to? I'm not relocating anymore. I've grown tired of the neighbors in this building, Luo Yang remarked. Unable to resist flaunting a bit. I purchased a duplex in Tianzong City, fully furnished and ready to move in. It wasn't overly expensive, just under 3 million. You bought both a house and a car? The neighbors gasped in astonishment. The landlord squinted, scrutinizing Luo Yang for a moment. While he wasn't particularly envious of the car, as it was a depreciating asset, the house appreciated in value. Furthermore, the properties in Tianzong City were the priciest in Chuan City, with duplexes being the pinnacle and fully renovated units fetching no less than 200,000. 200,000 for the house, 200,000 for the car. Wasn't he at less than 4 months? Had this fellow discovered a money-printing technique? Or was he engaged in robbery? Chapter 8. Earning money felt as effortless as picking it off the ground. From his old rental apartment to the new complex in Tianzong City, Luo Yang drove the G-Class with panache, relishing the sensation of showing off. Memories of the neighbors who had once ridiculed him and the landlord's astonished yet envious expression filled him with a sweet sense of triumph. In Tianzong City, vehicles were prohibited from the premises. All owners were required to park in the underground garage, ensuring order and enhancing safety, particularly for children. The imposing presence of the G-Class was undeniable. As he passed the security booth, the guard immediately saluted, casting admiring and awe-filled glances his way. Luo Yang parked close to the elevator and ascended with his suitcase. Standing alone before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of his new home, he was overwhelmed by emotion. Just 4 months prior, he had faced bankruptcy, contemplating despair, with debts so severe that even living as a beggar seemed a luxury. Now, he owned a $3 million house outright and a luxury vehicle worth over 200,000, with over 500,000 in cash still on hand, accruing daily profits of 50 to 60,000. Such circumstances he had never dared to dream of before. Although the vastness of the house felt somewhat empty for one person, he lingered at the window for a moment before sinking into the plush comfort of the sofa, retrieving his phone to check for messages. In his WeChat, there were hardly any messages for him. Upon opening the app, the first notification was a friend request acceptance. Recognizing the avatar, he immediately knew it was Wei Lin. As he perused her moments, he noticed that her posts had increased, averaging at least one each day. Her updates ranged from real estate advertisements, professional accomplishments, to snippets of family life, both the joyous and the challenging, creating an impression of authenticity. He felt a twinge of regret about the words he had spoken to her the previous day, but he quickly dismissed it and dozed off on the sofa. The following day, he awoke past 10 o'clock. The curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows had been left undrawn, bathing the room in bright, warm sunlight. He checked his phone to monitor the stocks. The shares he had purchased the previous day peaked around 11:30, so he placed a limit order 5 cents below that high. There was also a text message from the bank confirming that the 850,000 he had withdrawn was now in his account. After some thought, he transferred 1,000 yuan to Wei Lin via WeChat. Moments later, she returned 380 yuan, accompanied by a few words. I've accepted 620 for gas. But the meal was on me. Luo Yang chuckled softly. She was a principled and self-respecting young woman who cherished her finances. Around 11:25, the transaction was completed, netting him over 590,000. Almost 600,000. His account balance returned to 6 million. He then decided to invest fully in another stock. Reflecting on the pace of his earnings, he felt it was somewhat sluggish, a waste of his extraordinary capabilities, primarily due to the domestic stock market's regulatory constraints. Perhaps he should consider exploring the U.S. stock market or futures trading. A quick search revealed that opening a U.S. stock account was relatively straightforward. One merely needed to choose a brokerage firm and could open an account online. However, leveraging would come with stringent requirements. In contrast, futures trading had even stricter prerequisites, necessitating in-person verification with identification and bank cards at the brokerage office, which was only available in major cities like Beijing or Shanghai. He decided to start with a U.S. stock account, planning to open a futures account later when he had sufficient funds and time to visit a provincial city or Shanghai. After some comparisons, Luo Yang chose the well-known Tiger Brokers for his U.S. stock account, finding the process remarkably simple. Everything could be done online, including real name verification and video confirmation. This platform allowed him to trade U.S. and Hong Kong stocks, aligning perfectly with his preferences. Unlike the domestic market, where trading was restricted by daily price limits, the U.S. market had no such constraints. Stocks could rise or fall without limit. and there was no minimum trading unit, unlike the domestic requirement of at least 100 shares. The U.S. market's openness and inclusivity were striking. Employing a T0 trading system, allowing same-day buying and selling as long as it was within trading hours, unlike the T1 system in the domestic market. Ruo Yang felt a surge of excitement, regretting that he had invested all his liquid funds, as he would need to wait until the next day to sell in order to withdraw any cash. Additionally, transferring funds would take another business day. He pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled that he still had 20,000 yuan in his bank account, having withdrawn 850,000 yesterday and with 83,000 due for payment at the dealership. He would be left with 2,000. He decided to transfer the 20,000 to experiment with trading in the U.S. market. The threshold for the U.S. stock market was quite low, allowing for the purchase of even a single share, though it lacked the protective systems of the domestic market, posing significant risks for traders. However, risk was not a concern for Ruo Yang, who was adept at navigating uncertainties. Transactions in the U.S. stock market required U.S. dollars, so he would need to convert his 20,000 yuan into dollars. Nonetheless, domestic brokers had limitations, such as a maximum personal account limit of 100 million US dollars. It was rare for domestic traders to have such capital. Seasoned financial magnates would typically establish their own trading firms or open accounts abroad, where no capital limits applied. Essentially, if one had money, they could trade with hundreds of millions without issue. The 20,000 yuan converted to approximately 2,828 US dollars. A modest sum, barely sufficient to purchase a few shares of high-value stocks like Microsoft or Apple. While lost in thought, a text message from Wei Cheng interrupted him. Xiao Luo, can you come by for the balance payment before 2:30 this afternoon? Ruo Yang was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had yet to settle the remaining payment at the dealership. He quickly replied, stating that he would be there shortly. Upon arriving at Junqing Auto Sales, he felt a flicker of anxiety, wondering if Wei Lin had confided in her brother about their conversation the previous day. Fortunately, Wei Cheng appeared unfazed, warmly welcoming him and leading him to the finance department to process the remaining payment of 830,000. Wei Cheng cheerfully returned with several complimentary Mercedes items for him, such as an umbrella, sunglasses, and a perfume holder, which Ruo Yang accepted with a smile. He sensed an ambiguous glint in Wei Cheng's eyes, reminiscent of a brother-in-law's gaze, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. He refrained from mentioning his situation with Wei Lin, knowing that Wei Cheng was a physically imposing figure, and should things escalate, he would likely be unable to defend himself. After exchanging pleasantries, Ruo Yang finally made his exit. Just as he got into his car, his phone rang. The vehicle's Bluetooth connected to his phone displayed an incoming call from a landline with an area code. Could it be a nuisance call? Or perhaps a debt collection? Yet he had cleared all his debts, so there shouldn't be any outstanding balances. He hesitated to answer and let it ring out, but within a minute, the number rang again. Pressing the answer button on the steering wheel, a deep, magnetic voice filled the car. Hello, Mr. Luo, I am Li Lin, the manager of the trading department at Hualin Securities. Ruo Yang was taken aback. The securities exchange? Why would a securities exchange contact him? Still, as long as it wasn't about debts, he felt relieved. Hello, how can I assist you? He inquired, curious. Your account with Wei Zheng is actually managed by our online management department. Your trading activity is quite impressive. Although the amounts are modest, each transaction has been fully invested. With nearly a 10% profit on each trade, none have resulted in a loss. I truly admire your skills, Mr. Luo, and I wonder if you would be interested in joining us at Hualin Securities? It dawned on him that they were attempting to recruit him, and it made sense why they knew so much about him. Noticing Ruo Yang's silence, Li Lin quickly added, rest assured, I will advocate for the highest salary and commission for you. After a moment of contemplation, Ruo Yang politely declined. I appreciate your offer, Mr. Li, but I currently have no intentions of seeking employment. However, should I decide to pursue a position, I will certainly consider Hualin first. Very well, Li Lin replied, unfazed by Ruo Yang's refusal. In that case, I greatly admire your trading acumen. Hualin has financing capabilities, and I can arrange a leverage of 10 million for you. Would you be interested? Ruo Yang was momentarily stunned but quickly agreed. That sounds great. Thank you, Mr. Li. Li Lin elaborated on the account operations before ending the call. Leverage trading essentially refers to borrowing funds to invest in stocks. Securities firms extend certain credit limits to individuals with strong technical skills and proven profitability, typically ranging from 3 to 10 times the principal, with a maximum limit often reaching 20 times. The 10 million credit line granted by Li Lin to Ruo Yang exemplifies this concept. It exists as a virtual figure in the account, usable solely for stock trading and not for withdrawal. Although this credit limit is merely a digital representation, it effectively constitutes financing, accessible to securities firms with the requisite qualifications. Such financing is a form of investment with considerable potential returns. Venture capital funds often fall into this category, characterized by high risks yet equally substantial profits. With the management of risk hinging upon the discernment of the investment managers, individuals like Ruo Yang are particularly favored, as they boast a remarkable track record of accuracy and zero errors, achievements that even the most elite financial experts find challenging to replicate. The commissions derived from this credit are notably high. For instance, Li Lin's commission rate stands at 0.03. Trading the 10 million credit line incurs a commission of 3,000. Over a month, Ruo Yang, who refrains from trading on Fridays, engages in transactions 4 times a week, totaling 16 trades, which results in a monthly commission of 48,000 yuan. This is considerable when viewed in context, with a profit margin of approximately 6% on the 10 million investment. However, Ruo Yang remains unfazed. Earning a commission of 500,000 to 600,000 yuan a year is trivial compared to the potential to earn 1 million yuan in a single day. Upon returning home, he opened the mobile trading app and indeed found the option for a 10 million leverage limit, a privilege reserved for the heads of the brokerage. As the market was nearing closure, Ruo Yang quickly selected a stock with a significant increase and invested the entire 10 million. The afternoon passed without further incident as he ventured to the supermarket to purchase a plethora of ready-to-eat foods and an assortment of fruits. After the U.S. market opened at 9:30 p.m., he scoured the plethora of options, discovering a technology stock that surged by 140 within just a few hours. Ruo Yang's attention shifted solely to this stock, and he invested 828 without hesitation. This company, a battery technology firm backed by the electric vehicle giant Tesla, soon announced a major breakthrough in battery technology shortly after 1 o'clock, propelling the stock price skyward. In that moment, Ruo Yang truly grasped the allure of the U.S. stock market. Within the span of just over an hour, the stock's value soared by 125, elevating his initial investment of 828 to over 500. In contrast, domestic stocks are subject to trading halts, with a maximum daily increase of 280. Such rapid surges of over 100 are rare, yet gains of 30 to 40 are not uncommon, albeit challenging to pinpoint accurately. Ruo Yang, feeling a surge of excitement, examined the stock's projected changes over the next 20 hours and noted that the growth had plateaued at 141. While searching for other stocks, he discovered another that had risen over 70 within the hour. Without hesitation, he sold the battery stock for 576 and fully reinvested in the new stock. Within an hour, he sold at the peak, transforming his investment into 11,000. In this manner, he capitalized on a mere 2,000 investment to yield a profit of 8,000, as if money were simply lying on the ground waiting to be picked up. Throughout the night, he engaged in rapid transactions, each time fully investing and selecting stocks with the highest gains, perfectly timing his entries to capture maximum appreciation. He continued this frenetic trading until the market closed at 4 a.m., at which point he glanced at his account balance. To his astonishment, his initial investment of a little over 2,000 had skyrocketed to 1,010,000. In a single night, he had amassed 7 million yuan, leaving him momentarily numb, his eyes resembling those of a panda from fatigue. After setting an alarm for 10:30 a.m., he forced himself to sleep, though excitement coursed through him, preventing rest as visions of soaring dollars danced in his mind. The alarm rang punctually at 10:30 a.m., and upon rising, he washed up and prepared a quick meal. After executing stock transactions on his trading app, he found that his previous investment of 6 million had increased to 6,600,000, while his 10 million leveraged stocks had gained 97,000, allowing him to withdraw a total of 757,000. Without hesitation, he withdrew 657,000, leaving only 100,000 in his account, and selected another stock, investing a total of 1,100,000 using his leverage. Having experienced the thrill of U.S. stocks, Ruo Yang found domestic stocks lackluster in comparison, often yielding only a single transaction per day with a maximum profit of 10%. In contrast, U.S. stocks allowed him to trade continuously, seizing opportunities for short-term gains, often executing 2 to 3 trades within a single hour, and even up to 7 or 8 when the market was particularly active. The allure of U.S. stocks was undeniable. During the day, he eagerly awaited the market's opening at 9:30 p.m. Ruo Yang felt invigorated, akin to an eagle hunting for the most lucrative stocks to buy and sell. By the time trading concluded at 4 a.m., he checked his account balance once more. 760,000. His wealth had multiplied over 7-fold. Overwhelmed with joy, he couldn't refrain from uttering an exclamation of disbelief. In the span of just 2 days, his U.S. stock account had surged from 2,828 to 7,765,847. The speed of his profits was staggering. With over $7 million, equivalent to over 50 million yuan, he felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. Had he truly become a tycoon worth $500 million? The ease of it all was astounding. The U.S. stock market was indeed exhilarating. If he were to achieve 50 million in domestic stocks, it would likely take him around 3 months. However, the U.S. market felt like a rocket launch. It seemed that reaching his initial target of 100 million could be accomplished within just a few days. Was this goal perhaps too modest? Ruo Yang pondered, stroking his chin with satisfaction. With over 3 months remaining until the year's end, at this rate of profit, surpassing 1 billion by year's end seemed entirely feasible. Chapter 10. The Price of Humility. Upon waking at 10 o'clock, he once again aimed for a high sale of stocks, resulting in a balance of 217,000. In addition to the 10 million leverage line, his pure profit stood at 117,000. Such a figure would astonish anyone, yet Ruo Yang regarded it with indifference. Earning over 100,000 in a day felt trivial compared to the millions he was raking in from the capitalists, those crafty old men. The 657,000 he had withdrawn the previous day had arrived, and he promptly transferred 650,000 to his U.S. stock account, leaving just 70,000 for personal expenses. Converted into dollars, this sum amounted to 919,100, just shy of $1 million. Coupled with his previous balance of 765,847. His total reached 8,684,947. While this might seem insignificant to the financial titans of the world, for Ruo Yang, it was a substantial achievement. After a refreshing shower, he prepared to venture out and purchase a few new outfits, as his previous attire had become rather shabby. He wasn't concerned about showing off, he simply desired comfort. Besides, he was no longer short on funds. In Chuan City, luxury brand stores were scarce, with affluent individuals typically traveling to major cities or abroad for their purchases. Ruo Yang didn't intend to spend excessively, as he only had 70,000 left. Even an extravagant shopping spree wouldn't suffice. As he set out driving, a curious impulse led him towards the sales office. After parking his car in front of the building, he stepped out to glance inside. Not spotting Wei Lin in the lobby, he was approached by an enthusiastic female sales representative who inquired, "Are you here to view properties?" The treatment accorded to those driving luxury cars was distinctly different. During his last visit, he had barely received any attention. Shaking his head, Ruo Yang replied, "I'm looking for Wei Lin." "Oh, Wei Lin. She's over there, in building 19, showing a property to a client," the saleswoman pointed out. "Thank you." Ruo Yang nodded and proceeded in that direction. Building 19 towered 36 stories high, and as he hesitated at its entrance, he thought it might be better to turn back. The prospect of encountering her felt awkward. Even if he did see her, it would merely be to offer an apology. Just as he was about to retreat, a voice rang out from within. "Sir, please show some respect. I'm selling houses, not my body." Startled, Ruo Yang glanced inside to see a portly man in his 40s attempting to grasp Wei Lin's hand inappropriately, while he babbled, "Hey, let us be friends. If you do, I'll buy this place." Fueled by a sudden surge of protectiveness, Ruo Yang rushed in, swiftly kicking the man to the ground. "You scoundrel, if you want friends, go home and find your sister." The overweight man stared in disbelief. "Who are you?" Wei Lin, equally taken aback by Ruo Yang's sudden appearance, stood speechless. Embarrassment and anger mingling on her face. Ruo Yang promptly pulled her behind him and declared to the man, "I'm her boyfriend." Relief washed over the man, who scrambled to his feet and erupted in a tirade. "You pathetic loser. Look at you. How can you call yourself a boyfriend? Do you even have any money? My car costs 500,000. What do you earn in a year? Enough to buy a tire for my ride." He brandished his car keys menacingly. Glaring at Wei Lin, "You think you can do business like this? Offending me means losing out on riches. What is your face worth? I'll go complain to your manager and make sure you can't work here anymore." Ruo Yang chuckled at the absurdity and produced his own car keys, waving them in front of the man. "Open your titanium alloy eyes and take a good look. You think your $500,000 car impresses me? This is a $2.5 million Mercedes G-Class AMG. How many tires can you buy with that?" The man blinked in confusion, eyeing the keys in Ruo Yang's hand, and muttered doubtfully, "Isn't that just a lighter?" Ruo Yang, uninterested in further confrontation, took Wei Lin's hand and led her out. The man, bewildered, followed silently. Upon reaching the sales office's entrance, Ruo Yang pressed the remote to unlock his car and turned to Wei Lin, saying, "I'm off to buy some clothes. You should take a leave to accompany me." "Wow, it's really a G-Class." The man's bravado deflated instantly. Terrified, he made a hasty retreat, realizing that anyone who could afford a $250,000 G-Class was no ordinary person. Given his previous arrogance, he was likely a wealthy heir, and it would be foolish to invite trouble upon himself. Wei Lin kept her head down, fidgeting with her fingers. Noticing the man's departure, Ruo Yang cautiously said, "I'm sorry, Wei Lin glanced at him, her expression a mixture of amusement and irritation as she bit her lip. She neither scolded him nor outright rejected him, which offered a glimmer of hope. With a smile, Ruo Yang asked, "Will you accompany me for a stroll?" Wei Lin remained silent. And just as he felt a twinge of disappointment, she softly replied, "The manager won't agree." A flicker of joy surged within Ruo Yang. Her willingness to speak indicated a chance of reconciliation. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Then I'll speak to her." Wei Lin hesitated, then quickly responded, "I'll go talk to her myself. You wait here." "Fine, but if she doesn't agree, I'll buy you a whole building just to spite you." Ruo Yang joked, eliciting a playful remark from Wei Lin before she dashed into the lobby. From his car, Ruo Yang observed as she conversed with a woman in her 30s, pointing outside. The woman glanced at the G-class and nodded, indicating a favorable outcome. After changing into different clothes, Wei Lin returned, fastening her seatbelt in the passenger seat, her gaze timidly avoiding his. From the side, Wei Lin appeared fair-skinned, with large eyes and delicately arched eyebrows, her long lashes enhancing a bashful expression that was utterly endearing. Ruo Yang felt an overwhelming urge to lean over and plant a kiss on her cheek, or perhaps pinch her soft, rosy face. "Let us go." He managed to suppress his impulse and added, "How about we head to Wanda Plaza? Where would you like to go?" Lowering her head, Wei Lin replied softly, "You choose." Her submissive demeanor nearly prompted Ruo Yang to express a desire to return home, but he refrained. He didn't want to provoke her further. After parking in Wanda Plaza's underground garage, they took the elevator up, where a floor map was displayed. He pressed the button for the 6th floor, designated for women's clothing. However, Wei Lin pressed the button for the 7th floor, shaking her head. "I'm not buying clothes." With a wry smile, Ruo Yang asked, "Could I buy an outfit as an apology gift?" "No need," Wei Lin replied curtly, falling silent, leaving Ruo Yang feeling somewhat at a loss. It was as if she were impervious to his advances. Chapter 11. The fragrance of wine is not afraid of the deep alleys. Ruo Yang felt a buzzing in his head. Wei Lin's sulking silence left him unable to express his feelings. He settled for purchasing a few casual sports outfits on the men's floor. After tossing the bags into the car, he glanced at Wei Lin. "What would you like to eat?" After a moment's hesitation, she responded, "If there's nothing else, I should return to work. The manager won't be pleased if I keep taking leave." His brow furrowed in annoyance. Ruo Yang replied curtly, "All right, let us go. I'll give you a ride back." Wei Lin silently climbed into the car, and Ruo Yang felt disheartened. It appeared she wasn't there out of genuine desire, but rather out of obligation. His plans to win her over had failed. Perhaps it was best to return home and focus on earning money. As they neared the Tianzonking sales office, Wei Lin pointed to a corner and said, "I'll get out here." Ruo Yang responded flatly, "Okay." He pulled over and, as she unfastened her seatbelt and opened the door, she hesitated before turning back to him. "Please don't come looking for me at the sales office anymore. The colleagues will talk." Also, after a moment, she sincerely added, "Thank you for helping me today." Ruo Yang waved his hand dismissively and pressed the accelerator, driving away. Frustration washed over him, reminding him of a past relationship that had ended poorly, stirring inexplicable anger within him. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto the couch, brooding. In the afternoon, he perused the domestic stock market, feeling indifferent, then glanced at the U.S. stocks. Although it was still hours before the market closed, he knew predictions could be made within a 24-hour span. He found no stocks with gains exceeding 30%. All were in the low teens or 20s. After experiencing a stock that surged over 120% previously, he had lost interest in anything below a 50% increase. What about futures? Tiger Securities also offered futures trading, but activation required a personal visit to a branch, which were only available in a few major cities and Shenzhen, such as Shanghai and Beijing. Pondering this, Ruo Yang located a contact number within his trading app and dialed, hoping to gather more information. A young woman answered with a formal, scripted response. Ruo Yang let out a soft exclamation and inquired once more. "Given that time is of the essence and the distance is considerable, might it be possible to make an exception and grant me access to a futures trading account?" The young woman on the line, delicately conveying the stringent regulations surrounding futures trading, responded with a hesitant, "It may not be feasible." However, she proceeded to check his account, and to her astonishment, discovered a staggering balance of $860,000. "Sir, please hold for a moment while I consult my superior." "All right," Ruo Yang replied, holding the phone, speculating that her surprise was likely due to the considerable funds in his account. After a brief interval, a middle-aged man's voice resonated from the phone, his Mandarin tinged with a hint of a Cantonese accent. "Hello, is this Mr. Luo? I am Yao Wenbin, the manager of the International Futures Trading Department at Tiger Securities. I just received a report from customer service indicating that Mr. Luo wishes to activate futures trading privileges. I sincerely apologize for the delay in my response. It appears my work progress has not aligned with your needs. Each month, our U.S. and European stock trading departments provide us with a list of clients who exhibit exceptional profit margins in stock trading, and Mr. Luo is on this month's recommendation list. I simply haven't had the opportunity to reach out to you until now. Oh, that's splendid news, Ruo Yang exclaimed, his spirits lifted. He hastily inquired, Manager Yao, due to time constraints, could you possibly grant me access to futures trading privileges first, and I shall make time to visit your office to submit the necessary documentation later? Absolutely, absolutely, Yao Wenbin replied without hesitation, offering an explanation. The stringent regulations surrounding futures trading stem from domestic requirements to control investment risks, a fact Mr. Luo is likely well aware of. The risks associated with futures and stock investments are indeed not something the average individual can bear. We also wish to avoid any extreme behaviors that could adversely affect the company's reputation following significant client losses. However, I have reviewed Mr. Luo's trading record. At this point, Yao Wenbin's tone noticeably elevated. Mr. Luo's operations in the U.S. stock market are nothing short of remarkable, 100% accuracy rate, with a staggering profit margin of 2,000%. While the risks of futures trading are considerably higher than those of U.S. stocks, Mr. Luo's achievements in the stock market suggest that it is worth a try. Ruo Yang, acknowledging the truth in this assessment, simply hoped to secure the activation of his futures trading privileges. Yao Wenbin promptly facilitated the activation of Ruo Yang's futures trading access, albeit without leverage privileges. However, he then addressed Ruo Yang, Mr. Luo, international futures trading operates under a margin system, which means you do not need to provide the total contract value as capital when engaging in long or short positions. How much would you like to transfer as margin? Without hesitation, Ruo Yang replied, I plan to transfer $8 million from my U.S. stock account. $8 million. Yao Wenbin pondered for a moment before responding. I will grant you a leverage rate of 5 times, primarily considering that you are new to the market. We will reassess based on your trading profit margins. However, you can obtain a leverage capacity of 20 times on your U.S. stock account. My colleagues in the U.S. stock department have informed me that we can grant you leverage of $50 million. Is that acceptable? Certainly, Ruo Yang replied promptly, without any room for negotiation. He was confident in his abilities and was undeterred by the sum. Given Yao Wenbin's review of Ruo Yang's trading history, the U.S. stock department would likely have granted him even more, but caution was warranted with futures, as Ruo Yang lacked a trading record in that domain. Typically, unlocking leverage privileges requires proof of assets or collateral, akin to securing a bank loan, but the funds were sourced through a hedge fund. Yao Wenbin's willingness to relax the conditions was not due to goodwill, but rather the sheer impressiveness of Ruo Yang's trading history. In just 2 trading days, he transformed $2,828 into $760,000, with not a single erroneous trade resulting in a loss. Such prowess is rare, even among major international financial institutions. The absence of attention from larger financial entities was attributed to Ruo Yang's modest capital and brief engagement, coupled with Tiger Securities' strict information control, which prevented any leaks. Such talent certainly warranted the provision of favorable conditions. Upon checking his phone, Ruo Yang confirmed that his futures trading access had indeed been activated, with a 5-time margin privilege. Without hesitation, he transferred $8 million from his U.S. stock account to his futures account, benefiting from the seamless transfer between platforms. With $8 million as margin, the 5-time leverage equated to a leverage capacity of $40 million. His U.S. stock account also reflected a leverage limit of $50 million. The situation felt surreal. Just months prior, he had been destitute, yet now he wielded control over nearly $100 million. How much would that amount to in renminbi? Finally, at 9:30 in the evening, as the market opened, Ruo Yang had already selected his U.S. stocks, meticulously documenting the time frames for buying and selling, ready to execute his planned trades. His primary focus, however, was on futures trading. He initiated his first U.S. stock transaction, fully investing $5,068,000. Then set a limit order for selling, allowing the system to automatically execute the sale once it reached the designated price. In the realm of international futures, the variety of commodities was not overly extensive, primarily including crude oil, gold, and the like, making selection far less arduous than in the stock market, where one must scrutinize numerous options. Of course, the risks associated with futures trading were significantly more pronounced. 1 hour could transform a billionaire into a pauper, yet conversely, it could also multiply one's wealth exponentially. This volatility encapsulated the allure of international futures trading. Chapter 12. Ding. Account credited with $2,400,000,000. Luo Yang initially focused on U.S. crude oil futures, with the opening price set at $3,942 per barrel, experiencing a decline of 3.4% within the first 30 minutes, projected to reach a 6% drop after 1 hour. He opted to short sell, employing $40 million in leverage to acquire 1,014 contracts of crude oil, with each contract representing 1,000 barrels. Engaging in futures trading for the first time elicited a degree of nervousness. As he entered the market, prices began to drop. 3,938. 3,930. His account reflected a floating profit of $12,680. It was a profit, not a loss, affirming his predictive capabilities. Moreover, the future trajectory of crude oil futures remained unchanged, indicating that tens of millions of dollars in the international futures market failed to stir the interest of capital tycoons. 30 minutes later, crude oil prices plummeted to $3,776, resulting in a floating profit of $1,660,000 in Luo Yang's account. My goodness, this is utterly insane. Luo Yang wiped his brow, carefully monitoring the anticipated market trends. After 1 hour, prices dipped to $3,665 per barrel. He decided to liquidate his position, as he anticipated a price rebound in 5 minutes, likely returning to $3,855. Upon selling, his short position yielded a profit of $2,878,000, netting him approximately $2,800,000 from this transaction. In just 1 hour, he had amassed nearly 20 million renminbi. I can't take it anymore. I'm burning up. Luo Yang discarded his shirt, now bare-chested and perspiring, despite the central air conditioning maintaining a comfortable 21 degrees Celsius in the room. The thrill of futures trading was intoxicating. Following a brief uptick in crude oil prices, Luo Yang swiftly transitioned to a long position, reinvesting both the $40 million in leverage and the $280,000 in profits. At a price of $3,667, he purchased all 1,167 contracts. Approximately 20 minutes later, the price peaked at $3,855, followed by slight fluctuations. At the price of $3,843, Luo Yang's initial investment yielded a profit of $176 per barrel, resulting in a total profit of $2,053,920 from 167 contracts. Engaging in the same futures, he first shorted and then went long within a span of 1.5 hours, achieving an astounding profit of over $4.8 million. With a leverage of $40 million provided by Yao Wenbin, Luo Yang experienced a remarkable profit margin increase of over 10% within that brief period. On the Tiger Securities side, Yao Wenbin monitored Luo Yang's trades closely, his heart racing as he witnessed Luo Yang fully committing to the position. To his astonishment, Luo Yang's predictions proved extraordinarily accurate. Particularly, his strategy of shorting followed by going long was one Yao dared not attempt himself. Remarkably, Luo Yang reinvested the entirety of his initial capital and still turned a profit. In just an hour and a half, he netted $4.8 million, a feat unmatched by any of the hundreds of senior traders in their own trading department, even with a $40 million allocation. Subsequently, Luo Yang shifted his focus from crude oil to gold, executing a long position that soared, netting an additional $4.1 million within the hour. Yao Wenbin's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Luo Yang's trading strategy, grappling to comprehend the intricacies as Luo Yang transitioned from shorting oil to trading gold. Then back to shorting oil again when prices plummeted to 34, resulting in an even more lucrative profit of $5.2 million. The relentless trading continued until the market closed at 4 a.m., and when Yao Wenbin checked Luo Yang's futures account balance, it astonishingly stood at $469,188,937. My goodness. With a $40 million leverage, Luo Yang had amassed over $44 million in a single night, achieving a profit margin exceeding 110. Such a feat was utterly inconceivable. Even among their hundreds of seasoned traders, including Yao Wenbin himself, achieving a 110 profit over an entire year would be a monumental challenge. This prompted Yao Wenbin to label Luo Yang as a phenomenon, immediately calling him to adjust his leverage to 100 million. Luo Yang, unfazed, acknowledged that he had already garnered ample profits from the 40 million allocation. A higher limit would yield even greater returns. But he feared that surpassing a certain threshold might alert international financial tycoons. The unpredictability of market fluctuations was a concern for him, much akin to the complexities of lottery predictions, where any shift necessitated heightened analytical efforts. His U.S. stock account received a 50 million leverage, yet only netted a little over 800,000, translating to a mere 6 profit, significantly lower than his futures trading. However, the staggering profit of over 44 million left Luo Yang momentarily dazed. While he was exuberantly engaged in trading, The realization of such a figure at the end of the day left him slightly bewildered. Had he truly earned that much? Converted into RMB, it amounted to a staggering 317 million. Coupled with the 800,000 profit from his U.S. stock account, his total wealth reached an astounding 370 million renminbi. 370 million. Oh my. This was beyond his wildest dreams. He had previously set a modest target of earning 100 million, never imagining he would achieve 3.5 times that in a single night. The sensation was akin to consuming 500 cans of Red Bull. How was he supposed to sleep? In a state of exhilaration, he withdrew 34 million from his futures account, retaining 10 million as margin, sufficient to operate with the 100 million leverage. The 800,000 from the U.S. stock account was temporarily his. Although Tiger Securities typically processed fund transfers within 3 business days, Yao Wenbin specifically instructed for an immediate transfer as a goodwill gesture. Restless, Ruo Yang stared at the ceiling, lost in thought, when his phone chimed with a notification. Upon checking, he found a banking alert. Your savings account ending in 4099 received 246 renminbi, 312. 412 on June 10th at 5:16, with a balance of 24 renminbi, 636, for 138, 959, construction bank. Wasn't it supposed to take 3 days? He quickly deduced that it was Yao Wenbin's kind gesture and promptly sent a text expressing his gratitude. Moments later, Yao Wenbin replied, "You're welcome." Sitting on his bed, Ruo Yang meticulously recounted the digits of his balance. 246 million. Indeed, it was a billion. Suddenly, he found himself a billionaire, an overwhelming realization that he felt unprepared for. How was he to spend such a fortune? Just months prior, he had been relentlessly pursued by various debts, and now, the stark contrast left him in disbelief. With such a vast sum at his disposal, he felt at a loss for how to spend it. Others might earn but lack the means to fulfill their spending ambitions. In his case, the ambition to spend could not keep pace with the speed of his earnings, which was incredibly perplexing. With over 300 million in readily available cash, he pondered how difficult it was for others to produce even 1 million in cash despite claiming significant assets. Perhaps they indeed possessed assets worth millions. But assets do not equate to liquid cash. Ruo Yang, with 370 million in cash readily accessible, was likely unmatched in his boldness in Chuan City. However, he remained an invisible tycoon, as few were aware of his financial prowess. Engaging in financial risk investment differed vastly from traditional business ventures. Those intangible industries could display their wealth through visible assets such as real estate or storefronts, whereas financial gains were often intangible. As dawn broke, Ruo Yang tidied himself and drove back to his rural hometown of Xizhang Town, a small village on the eastern outskirts of Chuan City, realizing it was time to visit his parents. During the day, he conducted a single transaction in the domestic stock market, stealing moments to operate via his phone. Admittedly, the domestic stock market no longer captured his interest. Aside from the leverage of 10 million provided by Li Lin, he would hardly deign to glance at it. Nonetheless, he managed to turn a profit of over 1 million RMB daily. Chapter 13. Yes, I am driving for Mr. Luo. Ruo Yang's hometown, Xizhang Town, hosts a bustling market every lunar month on the 25th and 8th days. Today was the 5th day, the market day, and despite being a small town, it swelled with crowds. As Ruo Yang drove his imposing G-Class into the town, he found himself ensnared in traffic. The majority of marketgoers were farmers, though a few local ne'er-do-wells loitered, primarily to admire the attractive women. As he navigated through the throng, he noticed a group of young men teasing 2 marketgoers. Upon spotting Ruo Yang's formidable vehicle, they immediately ceased their antics, gawking instead at the car, exclaiming, "What a beast of a vehicle!" Lowering his window, Ruo Yang cheerfully called out, "Huang Tao." The young man paused, thinking, when did I become acquainted with someone who drives such a luxury car? As he squinted to get a better look, he exclaimed, "Ruo Yang? Which boss are you driving for?" "Yes, I am driving for Mr. Luo." Ruo Yang replied with a grin. Huang Tao was his classmate from elementary through high school, a mischievous character who had never settled down, but whose father had thrived in business, establishing several shops in the town. Huang Tao peered into the car, noting the absence of any passengers, and couldn't resist asking, "Which Mr. Luo? Introduce us, we want to bask in his glory." Ruo Yang, with a beaming smile, was ostentatiously putting on airs. "Ruo Yang, the boss?" Huang Tao pondered for a moment before realizing and retorted with irritation, "I'm being serious here." The news regarding Ruo Yang had long circulated in their class group, claiming that he had been duped by a woman in Chuan City, leaving him in dire financial straits and borrowing money from everyone. This unfortunate turn of events had led those who knew him to distance themselves, and even the class monitor had expelled him from the group to avoid him soliciting loans. How could such a character possibly be a boss driving a luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class? Huang Tao would rather believe that Asao could climb a tree than accept that Luo Yang had become a big boss. Luo Yang pointed towards the entrance of Huang Tao's home and asked, "May I park here? I need to buy a few things from the supermarket." Huang Tao immediately nodded, saying, "Sure, drive it over. I'll clear the area." There were a few farmers selling vegetables at his doorstep, and he hurried over to shoo them away before directing Luo Yang to reverse into the spot. The car parked in front of his house, and the large, gleaming Mercedes emblem truly added a touch of brilliance to the place. Huang Tao felt a pang of envy, thinking to himself, "When will I ever get to drive such a car?" However, that seemed exceedingly unlikely. He owned a Buick Envision, which cost over $200,000, much of which was funded by his father, who also provided support until the mortgage was settled. Though he did not possess a luxury vehicle, his admiration for them was unparalleled. He often perused luxury car reviews in his free time. Luo Yang's G-Class was adorned with the AMG insignia, significantly elevating its value, and it was estimated to be worth at least 2.5 million yuan. Huang Tao's father had a thriving business, earning around 500,000 a year, most of which was converted into real estate. Asking him to purchase a G-Class would be akin to risking his entire fortune for a mere vehicle. He would never agree to that. Thus, he could only envy Luo Yang, realizing that the only way he might ever own such a luxury car was through winning the lottery. At that moment, several of Huang Tao's companions gathered around the vehicle, expressing their admiration with exclamations of awe. Luo Yang stepped out and went to a nearby tobacco stand to buy cigarettes. He himself did not smoke, but his father did. And the shopkeeper, Luo Dailong, was a distant cousin, albeit not particularly close. Luo Dailong was lounging in a chair, engrossed in Douyin, watching videos of beautiful women. Luo Yang approached the counter, but he paid him no mind, likely assuming he was there for a pack of cigarettes costing only a few yuan. With so many options available, Luo Yang was momentarily overwhelmed and decided to ask, "Uncle Dailong, which brand is the best to smoke? Do you recognize me?" Luo Dailong sat up and glanced over, still unable to place him. Huang Tao chimed in with a grin. "This is Luo Yang from the Luo family. Now he's driving for a big boss. Look." He pointed to the magnificent G-Class parked at his doorstep. "Is that really Luo Yang, the son of Luo Weigua?" Huang Tao nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. Luo Yang's father was indeed Luo Weigua, a humble farmer, but his uncle, Wang Jingkue, was a well-known contractor in town, wealthy enough to rival Huang Tao's father, and well recognized by all. However, due to their family's financial struggles, Luo Yang's family had limited interactions with the wealthier relatives. Luo Dailong glanced at the car but remained indifferent, as he believed that no matter how luxurious a vehicle was, it was ultimately for someone else. A boss can earn $1 million a month. How much can a mere driver make? He mused. There are many good options for cigarettes. The more expensive, the better. Which one would you like? Luo Dailong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Luo Yang maintained his cheerful demeanor, responding, "I don't really know. Uncle Dailong, please make a recommendation. My father smokes, so price isn't an issue." Luo Dailong chuckled. "Oh, price isn't an issue, huh?" In jest, Luo Yang continued, "All right, how much for a pack of Yushi? And how much for the Huangalu?" Luo Dailong, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, "Yushi, both soft and hard packs, are 100 yuan each. The best Huangalu, the 1916 edition, is 160 yuan per pack. Then I'll take 10 packs of Yushi and 10 packs of Huangalu 1916, for variety," Luo Yang stated casually. He had not intended to boast. With over 200 million in his bank account, spending this amount was trivial. However, both Luo Dailong and Huang Tao were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. "Huh? Did you say 10 packs each?" Luo Yang reiterated, "Yes, 10 packs of each, to keep at home for my father, so he doesn't have to come by them frequently." "Uncle Dailong, how much will that be in total?" Oh, let me calculate," Luo Dailong stammered, suddenly flustered. Usually, he could tally such amounts with ease, but now he fumbled with the calculator for some time before finally arriving at the total. Yushi is 1,000 for 10 packs. Huangalu 1916 is 1,006 for 10 packs. The grand total is 26,000. Luo Yang nodded, and then inquired about the liquor on the shelves. Luo Dailong eagerly began to list off the expensive brands, including Mutai and Wuliangya. It seemed that Luo Yang genuinely intended to make a purchase, likely for his boss. Since it was all business-related, regardless of whose purchase it was, Luo Yang selected a few premium liquors, and when the total was calculated, it came to 74,200. Luo Dailong had initially thought to offer a discount for such a large order, and he would have accepted if Luo Yang had only handed over 70,000. However, Luo Yang showed no signs of negotiation, pulling out his phone to scan the WeChat QR code and directly pay the full amount. Then, he took a pack of Huangalu 1916, tore it open, and handed out a pack to each of Huang Tao's companions, saying, "Here, take this to smoke." Chapter 14. This G-class resembles a matchbox, costing around 50 to 60,000. Right? What the hell, Luo Yang, are you serious? Huang Tao was momentarily stunned, holding the Huangalu 1916 in his hand. There were 3 of them, and each received a pack, totaling 480 yuan. Luo Yang had spent over 70,000 on cigarettes and liquor, if it were genuinely for his boss. He surely wouldn't dare to distribute them so casually. Even if he were being generous, sharing 1 pack with each person would have been sufficient to save face. It just didn't add up. Wasn't he supposed to be drowning in debt? At that moment, Luo Dailong, with a beaming smile, rushed out from behind the counter to help load the items into the trunk of the Mercedes G-Class. After locking the car with the remote, Luo Yang turned to Huang Tao and said, I still need to buy a few things from the supermarket. The car will be parked here for a while. No problem. It can stay as long as you need, Huang Tao replied cheerfully, adding, I'll accompany you. It's always good to have someone to help carry the groceries. Luo Yang accepted his offer, and the 4 of them entered the supermarket together. Huang Tao's friends were particularly eager, with one pushing a shopping cart for Luo Yang. Luo Yang selected the most expensive items, nutritional supplements, gourmet food, beverages, and even bed linens. Huang Tao and the others filled 3 shopping carts to the brim. When they reached the checkout, it amounted to over 7,000. Huang Tao and his friends watched as Luo Yang, unfazed, scanned the payment. Such extravagance. Could it be that this kid had truly struck it rich? The fervor with which they spent money certainly did not seem fitting for a boss. Which employer would still lack for such trifles? Would they need to venture to the town's supermarket for such purchases? A few individuals busily assisted in loading bags of various sizes into the vehicle, cramming the trunk to its limits, and filling the back seat to capacity. Fortunately, this was a spacious G-Class. Had it been a smaller vehicle, it would have been impossible to accommodate everything. Luo Yang shut the trunk door and tossed a pack of Huangalu cigarettes to each of Huang Tao's companions, saying, thanks. He then drove away, while Huang Tao and his friends directed him with gestures until he disappeared from sight. Poverty goes unnoticed in bustling cities. Wealth finds distant relatives in the mountains. This saying rang true, as Huang Tao, who had always been arrogant and egotistical, suddenly resembled a humble pup in Luo Yang's presence. Did Huang Tao truly respect him? Certainly not. What he revered was money. Luo Yang had merely spent around 70 to 80,000 on goods and handed them 2 packs of 160 yuan cigarettes each, transforming 3 brash young men into docile pups. If Huang Tao were to discover that Luo Yang had 270 million in savings, would his eyes pop out in disbelief? However, what did that matter? Perhaps in a month's time, his savings would multiply tenfold to 2.7 billion, or even more. After traveling 3 kilometers along the national road from the town, he turned onto a rural path, with his home still about 2 kilometers away from the national road. Although the road back home was also paved, it was quite narrow, measuring only 3.5 meters in width, making it impossible for 2 vehicles to pass each other. Moreover, the quality of the concrete was subpar, with many cracks appearing in just over 2 years. Halfway down the road, Luo Yang encountered 2 oncoming vehicles, and after a prolonged exchange of maneuvering, they finally passed each other. The Luo family courtyard consisted of 8 or 9 households, with Luo Yang's home situated at the far end. In broad daylight, no one was home. They must have all gone to work in the fields, leaving only the elderly and children behind. Luo Yang parked the car in his family's yard and immediately spotted his uncle, Luo Weidong, sitting at the entrance smoking a homemade cigarette. Upon seeing the vehicle approach, Luo Weidong initially assumed it was a trader and did not move, merely observing. Luo Yang got out, retrieved a pack of Yushi cigarettes, and walked over with a smile, saying, Uncle, are you the only one at home? As he handed the pack to him, he added, I brought a few packs. Take one and enjoy. Luo Weidong was taken aback, finally recognizing Luo Yang. Is that you, Luo Yang? I hardly recognized you. How wasn't he expecting that? After a brief pause, he hesitated to finish his thought. Luo Yang understood the implication and smiled. Yes, I had quite a bit of debt before, but I've been fortunate these past few months and have made some money, so I've paid it all off. Uncle, are my parents working in the fields? Hearing Luo Yang mention his financial success, Luo Weidong was genuinely pleased, tossing the Yushi cigarette onto a chair and brushing off the dust from his clothes as he said, Let me call your parents back. They're in the field beyond the tree line. Luo Yang chuckled, I'll go with you. Luo Weidong glanced at the cigarette he had discarded and remarked, Since we're family, why bother with cigarettes? It's a waste of money. That pack must cost 50 or 60 yuan, right? Luo Yang replied with a grin, Money is meant to be spent. It's all good. I got this from Uncle Dailong in town. I believe it was 1,000 yuan per pack. 1,000? Luo Weidong exclaimed, pausing in disbelief as he stared at Luo Yang. Does that cigarette really cost 1,000 yuan? Luo Yang nodded. That sounds about right. I bought 10 packs for a total of 10,000. Upon hearing this, Luo Weidong slapped his chest in dismay, exclaiming, "You young man, having earned a little money. You're spending it so extravagantly. Not long ago, debt collectors were knocking on our door, and you're already 24. You should be more responsible." After expressing his concern, he turned and handed the cigarette back to Luo Yang. "Take it back. Since it's family, you should return it. If he refuses, I'll speak to him." Luo Yang laughed and pressed the cigarette back into Luo Weidong's hands. "Uncle, you keep it. It's not about the money. I truly have earned it. So feel free to enjoy this smoke." "You really have earned it?" Luo Weidong asked, gazing at him with skepticism. Luo Yang smiled and pointed to his G-Class vehicle, saying, "I most certainly have. I even bought a house in the city, along with this car." "Uncle, can you guess how much this vehicle cost?" As an old farmer, Luo Weidong was not well versed in luxury cars. He glanced at the vehicle and remarked, "It's boxy and unattractive, resembling a matchbox. Much like the old Jeep from the movies. It must cost around 50 or 60,000, right?" Luo Yang laughed heartily. "Close enough." Upon learning that the cigarettes cost 1,000 yuan each, Luo Weidong grew anxious, retreating into the house to hide them away. He locked the door, which he usually left unlocked, and only then did he accompany Luo Yang to the fields. Along the way, they exchanged pleasantries. Luo Weidong and his wife farmed, and he had 2 sons. His eldest, Luo Yang, worked in another province, while his daughter-in-law, Zhu Yingying, had moved to Chuan City a few years ago to support their son's education by working in a mobile phone store. The younger son, Luo Lin, was 24. Only a few months younger than Luo Yang, clever but rather aimless. After graduating high school, he had not found his footing in the world. Luo Yang's father had 3 siblings. His uncle Luo Weidong, his father Luo Weigua, his aunt Luo Chunlian, and the youngest, Aunt Luo Chunying. His uncle-in-law, Wang Jingkui, was a contractor and relatively well off, while his aunt-in-law, Jiang Shulin, was a teacher, enjoying decent circumstances. Among the 4 siblings, only the eldest uncle maintained a closer relationship with them, as the others lived in rural areas with similar financial situations. Chapter 15, Worries and Poverty, Doubts and Wealth. In the fields at the edge of the tree line, Luo Yang spotted 2 hunched figures laboring in the earth, and his heart ached. From several dozen meters away, his uncle Luo Weidong called out, "Weigua, Weigua, Luo Yang is back." The 2 figures in the field looked up, and Luo Yang could clearly see his mother, Zhao Jinyu, who had been bending over for so long that she could only lift her head while half-bent, supporting herself with her hands on her waist. "It's really my son returning." Zhao Jinyu wiped her muddy hands on her waist and walked toward him, her eyes red as she asked, "Are you hungry? I'll go home and cook for you." His father, Luo Weigua, put down his tools, his expression grave as he said, "Let us head home." After walking a while, with no outsiders around, Luo Weigua quietly said to Luo Yang, "We sold 2 piglets at home this year. With the high pig prices, we saved over 20,000. Take this to pay off some debts." Though his words were curt, they brought tears to Luo Yang's eyes. "Dad, Mom, I'm so sorry," he said, wiping his tears. "I don't need the money. I've earned some these past few months. Dad, Mom, I bought a house in Chuan City. We won't farm anymore. Tomorrow, let us move into the city together." Both Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu were momentarily stunned. "You really bought a house?" Luo Yang nodded. "Yes, I really did. You don't have to worry. I've paid off all my debts." Luo Weigua remained skeptical. "You've truly settled everything? I heard from your aunt that you owed nearly 200,000. How could you earn that much in just a few months? And buy a house?" Seeing his father's stubborn demeanor, it was clear that no matter how he explained, he wouldn't be believed. Luo Yang smiled, saying nothing further, and reached out to take the farming tools from his mother's hands. "Mom, tomorrow you and Dad will come with me to the city, and you'll see for yourselves." Zhao Jinyu, however, believed him and chided Luo Weigua. "You really are something. Our son says he has paid off his debts, and yet you don't believe him. No one has come to collect debts for the past few months. If he hadn't settled them, wouldn't they be knocking on our door?" Luo Weidong chuckled and remarked, Indeed, Luo Yang has even purchased a car, parked right by the house in the yard. Though it may not possess the most appealing aesthetics, we now have a car, don't we?" Luo Weigua, somewhat irked, retorted, "You went ahead and bought a car? They say experience is the best teacher. At your age, one should be saving up to find a decent girl and settle down. What good is a car? Can it fill your belly?" Luo Yang offered a wry smile, choosing silence, for he could hardly divulge that his bank account boasted billions. If he did, his father might very well deliver a sharp reprimand. Upon returning home, Luo Weigua indeed spotted a rather boxy vehicle parked in the yard, sans license plates, appearing quite new. So it seemed his son had truly bought a car. As they reached the entrance, Luo Weigua tossed aside his farming tools and plopped down onto a chair, simmering in frustration. After a moment, he glanced at his son and inquired, "How much did that car cost?" Luo Yang replied with a grimace, "Not much, Dad. I brought back some cigarettes and liquor. Uncle enjoys a drink, so I thought I'd bring a couple of bottles. I also bought some new quilts to replace the old ones. Yours are rather worn out." As he spoke, he opened the trunk to unload his items. And both Luo Weigua and Luo Weidong were taken aback to see it filled to the brim. They toiled together for quite some time before finishing the unloading, prompting even the matriarch, Zhao Jinyu, to voice her discontent. "Son, are you not just wasting money? Can't you save up for a wife?" Luo Yang quickly assured her. "I am saving, I am. I could afford to marry several wives." Zhao Jinyu could not contain her irritation. "Just one is enough. Why speak such nonsense? I won't allow that." "Mom," Luo Yang observed their old house and suggested, "This place is quite dilapidated. Why not move to the city with me? Yunyun is studying high school there, and it would be good for the family to be together." Luo Weigua's expression darkened as he retorted, "No way. Your mother and I can still tend to our crops here without starving. If you run out of money, at least you know you can come back to a meal and a roof over your head. Besides, what would your mother and I do in the city?" Luo Yang fell silent for a moment, then proposed, "If you prefer not to move to the city, how about this? You could come with me for a few days of fun, and when you tire of it, you can return. If you wish to stay in this old house, I could always demolish it and rebuild." Luo Weigua nodded in agreement. "That sounds reasonable. Look at how beautifully others have renovated their homes. Even your uncle has remodeled his. Ours is the only old place left." After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously asked Luo Yang, "If we were to demolish and rebuild, it would cost at least 200,000, wouldn't it? Do you have that much?" Zhao Jinyu chimed in. "Haven't we saved nearly 30,000? Since you're not in debt, we could use that money to renovate the house. That way, finding you a wife would be easier." Luo Weigua, though stern with his son, was easily swayed by his wife. He turned to Luo Yang. "If you can gather 50,000, we can start the demolition and construction." Luo Yang laughed. 50,000 is too little. If we are to build, let us do so grandly. How about I contribute 2 million? In an instant, Luo Weigua, Zhao Jinyu, and Luo Weidong were left dumbfounded, questioning if they had misheard. "What? Did you say 2 million? They thought Luo Yang had misspoken. Little did they know he had intended to mention 5 million, but feared alarming his parents. The mere mention of 2 million was shocking enough. 2 million, Luo Yang reiterated earnestly. The three of them processed the information, with Luo Weigua and Luo Weidong remaining skeptical. Particularly Luo Weigua. "Son, despite this being your first mistake, do not deceive your father. Can you truly produce 2 million? 2 million. If that were the case, our family's fortunes would skyrocket. New house, daughter in high school and college, and you would not need to worry about marrying." Luo Yang scratched his head, a bit overwhelmed. After a moment, he pulled out his phone and opened his investment app, revealing a balance of over 4 million. "Dad, Mom, look here. I have 426,700 in my account, earned from stock trading. The funds are secure and can be withdrawn. They will arrive by 9 tomorrow morning." All three leaned in to scrutinize the phone. Luo Weigua even counted on his fingers. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Was this figure real? Luo Yang earnestly explained to his parents and uncle, "This is the stock market. Stock trading is a legitimate financial investment, sanctioned by the state and legal. Trust me. I purchased a property in Chuan City for nearly 3 million, paid in full, no debts. This car, a Mercedes, cost 240,000, also fully paid. I am genuinely making money. I am not deceiving you." 3 pairs of eyes widened in disbelief. As the brothers and Zhao Jinyu struggled to comprehend the enormity of these sums, having never encountered such wealth in their lives. Chapter 16, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Their parents were simple, hard-working farmers, and Luo Yang understood that no matter how he explained, it would only heighten their concerns, fears of illegality or wrongdoing. Thus, he refrained from mentioning he had earned even more, realizing that in the future, once he formally started a company, he would feel more confident discussing figures like 1 billion or 10 billion. Just then, Aunt Wang Guyun returned home, carrying a basket of pig grass, and upon seeing Luo Yang, inquired with genuine concern about his well-being. Noticing her son had brought back a bounty of food, Zhao Jinyu urged her, "Sister-in-law, no need to cook. Just help me out. Luo Yang is back, and we should all enjoy a meal together." Luo Yang, realizing the leverage of his 1 million was unutilized, had not made any stock purchases that day. He browsed through the stocks for a while, selecting one to invest in fully. The stock he chose showed promising short-term growth, and upon executing the transaction, his account reflected a significant gain. He promptly called his father and uncle over, pointing to the screen. "Dad, Uncle, look. This is the stock I just invested in. The red figures below indicate profit. See, I've gained 99,900 on this stock alone, having just bought it when it increased by 18 cents. With over 5,000 shares. That totals over 90,000, just $10 shy of 100,000. What? You made 100,000 just like that?" Luo Weidong and Luo Weigua were astonished. nearly dropping their jaws at the prospect of earning such a sum from a single cigarette break. Luo Yang quickly clarified, "Of course, such gains are not always guaranteed. Financial investments carry risks, and not everyone can earn such money." Though he softened his words, he still managed to alarm the two brothers. Luo Yang fell silent once more, engrossed in his phone. Luo Weidong excused himself to the restroom, where he discreetly called his younger son, Luo Lin. "Son, Luo Yang returned today, bringing a plethora of goods, even gifting me a pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor, claiming the cigarettes cost 1,000 a pack. Can you check if that is true?" Luo Lin hung up the phone, immediately initiating a video call to verify the cigarettes. Luo Weidong presented the pack to the camera, and Luo Lin nodded. "That's Yushi. Worth 1,000 a pack." Peeking through the window, Luo Weidong added. Luo Yang also mentioned he bought a house in the city for 3 million and a car. "Initially, I thought the car looked ugly and boxy, and he said it cost 50 or 60,000. Can you believe what he said later? He claimed the car was 240,000. What? 240,000? Even Roland was taken aback. Really? Allow me to see what kind of car it is." Luo Weidong hurriedly leaned towards the window, directing his phone's camera at the vehicle below. From this angle, the rear of the car was clearly visible, with the Mercedes-Benz emblem and the letters AMG prominently displayed. Roland's mouth gaped in astonishment. "Goodness, that's a Mercedes-Benz G AMG, a true luxury vehicle, costing at least over 2 million. Luo Weidong exclaimed, "Is it really that expensive? I thought the car looked rather unattractive. Doesn't your uncle own an Audi Q5? The 4-ringed emblem, priced at over 400,000, looks far more appealing than this." Roland, disinterested in his father's automotive recommendations, shifted the topic. "Dad, didn't you inquire how he amassed such wealth? I'm struggling here. Perhaps I should return and ride on his coattails to make some money." Luo Weidong immediately shook his head. "That's not a stable plan. Just now, Luo Yang showed me on his phone which stocks to buy. He profited 100,000 right after purchasing. Do you think that's reliable? Not at all. You must avoid such ventures." Upon hearing stocks, Roland's interest waned. It wasn't that he didn't wish to earn money, but he shared the skepticism about stock trading, having seen countless reports of people losing everything due to it over the years. Even if Luo Yang had been fortunate enough to profit, it remained a precarious gamble. It resembled gambling. As long as one continues to wager, it could hardly be deemed a victory. In the end, all players are bound to lose. With only the house emerging victorious. The evening meal was sumptuous, featuring dishes that Luo Yang had procured from town. Luo Weidong and Luo Weigua, the two brothers, indulged in a bottle of Maodai. They both shook their heads, finding it less enjoyable compared to the 12 yuan per gene corn liquor they were accustomed to. However, the potency of the Maodai soon left the brothers feeling dizzy, and they chose to forego work for the afternoon, opting instead to lounge at home and watch television. Luo Yang joined them in light-hearted conversation, but retreated to his bedroom by 9:30 to engage in trading U.S. stocks and futures. Upon his glance, he was startled. The U.S. stock market was experiencing a frenzy, and futures were equally volatile, an opportunity that rarely presented itself. For him, seizing such an opportunity could yield a month's worth of earnings in a single day, albeit his available funds were insufficient. The U.S. market had granted him a leverage of $50 million, while futures initially offered $40 million. Upon observing his impressive profits, Yao Wenbin increased it to $100 million. This amount was extraordinarily high for an individual, as no other client in the entire Tiger Securities had ever received such exceptional treatment. Contemplating, Luo Yang dialed Yao Wenbin. "Manager Yao, today is a rare opportunity, but my limits are insufficient. How much can you assist me in raising my leverage for U.S. stocks and futures?" After a brief silence, Yao Wenbin inquired, "Do you have confidence? How confident are you?" Luo Yang chuckled. "I never claimed to possess great confidence, but you are well aware of my trading patterns. I want to elaborate further. The market is open now. Please respond within 5 minutes. Otherwise, there's no need to reply." Understanding Luo Yang's implication, Yao Wenbin promptly replied, "All right, I'll consult with the president right away. Please hold on." Moments later, just 3.5 minutes passed before Yao Wenbin called back. Little Luo, after reporting to the president and several key figures in the investment department, "I secured a one-time temporary limit. However, there's a condition. You will receive $500 million in leverage for U.S. stocks and $400 million for futures. This temporary limit will expire at 4 a.m. when the market closes, and our company will claim half of your profits tonight. Can you agree to this?" Half of the profits meant that the effective limits were $250 million for U.S. stocks and $200 million for futures, necessitating equal operations on their part. Agreed, Luo Yang readily accepted, acknowledging that leveraging someone else's resources was a pragmatic approach. Besides, he lacked the ability to negotiate with these elite figures at this time. In the future, When he had gained more strength and stature, he could open an independent account abroad and operate autonomously like those capital tycoons. Yao Wenbin added, additionally, you must understand that our risk control will closely monitor your account. Any unfavorable changes will result in the termination of your trading privileges. Luo Yang responded flatly, I understand. It was unnecessary to state the obvious. With such a substantial limit, they were undoubtedly on edge. Yao Wenbin was highly efficient. Within a minute of hanging up, Luo Yang observed that his account's leverage had indeed changed to 500 million for U.S. stocks and 400 million for futures. He opted to invest fully in a stock that had surged 79%, then shifted his focus entirely to futures trading. Chapter 17. A dazzling first collaboration. Upon opening, the crude oil futures were projected to rise by 3%, and after about an hour and a half, news would break that American shale oil producers would resume production, leading to a predicted plunge in crude oil prices to $23 per barrel. With current prices at $3,643 per barrel, Luo Yang fully leveraged his $400 million to go long. Following his investment, oil prices rose by 8 cents, instantly netting him over $80,000 in profit. As oil prices gradually climbed, the securities firm refrained from imposing risk controls. By 10:45, oil prices had ascended to $3,795 per barrel. Luo Yang promptly set a sell order at $3,797. Within a minute, the price reached $3,797. Executing his sell order for a total of 10,989 contracts of crude oil futures, resulting in a profit of $16,923,060. He had earned an astonishing $16,900,000 in just 1 hour. The team on Yao Wenbin's side was fixated on the trading screen, enveloped in a profound silence. The magnitude of Luo Yang's profit left them speechless. Suddenly, to their utter astonishment, Luo Yang executed a complete reversal, placing a $400 million short order at a price of $3,798. An investment manager immediately voiced concern. Should we close this position? The risk is far too great. Yao Wenbin pondered for a moment before responding, hold on. I believe we should trust Luo Yang. His previous trade has already netted us over 169 million. With this capital cushion, even if we incur a slight loss, we can still afford to close the position without significant detriment. With Yao Wenbin's endorsement, silence enveloped the trading room. The absence of dissent from the president and other high-ranking figures implied tacit approval. At that moment, a trader raised his phone, announcing, urgent news from the International News Department. Russia and Brent crude oil will increase production, and American shale oil producers have announced a resumption of operations. The president was taken aback, unable to issue directives in time as crude oil futures plummeted like an elevator. The sharp and rapid decline caught everyone off guard. Oil prices swiftly fell below $37, then $36, followed by $35, and finally $34. The elite investors in the trading room fell silent, having missed a golden opportunity in this crude oil debacle. The steep drop dissuaded them from pursuing short positions or attempting to buy low. They could only watch helplessly as the situation unfolded. With wide eyes, they experienced a mix of regret and envy. Until the early hours, crude oil prices dipped below $24, at which point the momentum began to wane. Someone in the trading room suggested, should we consider buying at the bottom? I sense it's nearing the lowest point. Yao Wenbin remained silent, while Luo Yang placed an order at a price of $2,305. As oil prices continued to decline, half an hour later they hit Luo Yang's set price, executing the order. This transaction earned him a staggering $56,765,000. Combined with the previous long position, his total profit soared to $173,688,060. In total, a remarkable profit of $173 million. In the trading room, discussions regarding Luo Yang's operations had dwindled. Some prominent investors even expressed regret for having allocated a lesser amount to him. What if they had granted him leverage of $1 billion or even $2 billion? An investment manager, who had noted that Luo Yang had already taken a short position, raised a question. Doesn't his action suggest that he anticipates a rise? I believe it might be time to go long. The president hesitated, and at that moment, Luo Yang placed another order, not for crude oil, but for gold. He opted to buy gold futures, anticipating an increase. The president immediately instructed to go long on crude oil, suggesting they could buy at the bottom, but advised against a substantial investment initially, recommending they enter with 5,000 contracts to gauge the situation. With Luo Yang shifting from shorting crude oil to trading gold, the president interpreted this as an indication that Luo Yang was not optimistic about crude oil continuing its decline. Meanwhile, Yao Wenbin remained silent, initially intending to voice something, but ultimately refrained. By the time the market closed at 4 in the morning, Luo Yang's trading maneuvers had resulted in a staggering profit of $490 million. In the U.S. stock market, he had engaged with a single stock, achieving a remarkable 79% increase, resulting in a profit of $395 million with $500 million in leverage. The combined profits from the U.S. stock market and futures amounted to $885 million, which translated to a split profit of $442,500,000 for the company and the same for Ruo Yang. After a night of hard work, he had earned a profit of $442,500,000, which, when converted to RMB, amounted to an astonishing 3,114,750,000, with 270 million still untouched in his bank account. He had just earned 31 billion in one night. In a state of bewilderment, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Yao Wenbin, and he promptly answered. Mr. Luo, congratulations. Yao Wenbin was increasingly polite, continuing, our president has just announced a decision. The company will grant you $500 million in leverage for both U.S. stocks and futures, with adjustments made at the end of each month based on your trading performance. Your existing margin of $12 million will require an additional $38 million to consolidate into a total of $50 million. Your profit share for tonight stands at $404.5 million. After deducting the $38 million margin, you will still have $404.5 million remaining. The president has instructed that this amount be converted to RMB at the current exchange rate and transferred to you immediately, so please check your bank details. Thank you, Mr. Yao, Luo Yang replied, feeling little excitement. For him, money had become merely a string of digits. Yao Wenbin hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice to ask, Mr. Luo, may I inquire why you chose not to trade crude oil anymore? Is it because you foresee a rise? Are you waiting for a bottom? Luo Yang chuckled softly, replying, I never claimed that. I merely believe that crude oil lacks significant volatility at present, which is why I shifted to the more fluctuating gold futures. As for buying at the bottom, he paused, lowering his voice further, given the recent frenzy in both futures and the U.S. stock market, if possible. Please report back to us so we can seek another opportunity to collaborate again. There's profit to be made for everyone. Absolutely, absolutely. Yao Wenbin exclaimed excitedly before ending the call. Luo Yang tossed his phone aside and stretched languidly. Just as he was about to lie down, his phone chimed again. Upon checking, he was astonished to see, your account ending in 4099 has received a deposit of 287,195,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 314,361,521,028 yuan. 31 billion. This figure was nearly 10 times higher than the previous sum of 370 million. Yet Luo Yang tossed his phone aside and fell into a deep slumber, soon snoring peacefully. Unlike the last time, when he had been too excited to sleep, this time the sheer magnitude of his wealth left him unfazed. Who could have imagined that a city of such modest stature would conceal a billionaire with over 30 billion yuan in cash? Luo Yang's thoughts were far from such matters. Previously, he had often fantasized about how he would display his wealth if he won the lottery, but now, with billions at his disposal, he felt no particular thrill. Earning this money was neither illegal nor morally ambiguous. It was money extracted from the coffers of wealthy investors abroad, a source of satisfaction. Chapter 18, The Prodigal Son. The next morning, it was his mother who called him for breakfast, awakening him past 9 o'clock. Typically by this hour, his parents would be hard at work in the fields, but today, his father, Luo Weigua, had not yet risen. The previous night, he and his brother Luo Weidong had indulged in a bottle and a half of premium Maotai, resulting in both becoming thoroughly intoxicated and disoriented. They were blissfully unaware that their 2.5 bottles of Maotai, each costing over 2,000 yuan, had resulted in a significant expenditure of more than 5,000 yuan in just one afternoon and evening. Breakfast was not to be accompanied by further drinking, and Luo Weigua sheepishly remarked to his wife, that liquor wasn't all that great, it has quite a kick. Luo Yang, having consumed a bowl of plain rice porridge, glanced at his phone in surprise, exclaiming, Mom, it's Saturday. Is Yin coming back today? Zhao Jinyu replied, Yes, she is. She won't leave school until noon, and by the time she takes the bus back, it will be around 2 or 3. Setting down his bowl, Luo Yang urged, Then hurry up, Mom and Dad. Let us pack up. We can reach Chuan City in an hour if we leave now. We'll make it before noon. Luo Weigua frowned. I'm not going. What is the point? I'm not used to it. I'll stay here and keep an eye on the crops. Luo Yang felt a pang of frustration and rubbed his face, forcing a smile to persuade him. Dad, just go take a look at the house I bought. Plus, Yin is coming home for the weekend. Let us gather the family and treat her well. She has been working hard in high school, and I haven't done much to help her. This is a chance to buy her some clothes and treat her to some good food. She is too skinny and always hesitant to indulge. Mentioning his sister, Luo Yunyun, struck a chord with Luo Weigua. His daughter had always been exceptionally bright, consistently ranking among the top 3 in her class, often achieving first place. Both parents were exceedingly fond of her, but as a child from a poor family, she had learned to be frugal. The allowance her parents provided was among the lowest compared to her peers, yet she still managed to save some, which worried her parents about her nutrition and development. Zhao Jinyu also softened, saying, I suppose it's fine. Let us go for a visit. I'll prepare the pig feed and ask your sister-in-law to look after things for a day. We won't starve when we come back tomorrow. Luo Weigua chuckled awkwardly. If you say it's fine, then it's fine. Luo Yang quickly helped clear the table. Let us hurry. If we delay, we might miss Yunyun after she leaves school. Zhao Jinyu urged Luo Weigua, go change into some decent clothes. Reluctantly, Luo Weigua changed into a slightly worn outfit, and Luo Yang noticed a patch on his elbow, making him feel a twinge of sadness. As they were heading out, Luo Yang handed his uncle Luo Weidong some Yushi cigarettes and Mao Tai, saying, Uncle, please keep an eye on things at home. Luo Weidong nodded, don't worry. I may not be good at cultural affairs, but I can certainly handle the crops and livestock. Aunt also reassured Zhao Jinyu, saying she would look after everything. Finally managing to leave, Luo Yang drove for a while, with Zhao Jinyu frequently glancing back. He pondered how to persuade them to stay in Chuan City. Although he knew it would be challenging, the journey from the village to the town took only about 10 minutes, but from the town to Chuan City, it would take over an hour. Luo Yang did not dare to delay, fearing he would miss the chance to pick up his sister, so he drove steadily. In the back seat of the car, Zhao Jinyu observed their surroundings while conversing with Luo Weigua, saying, this car is quite impressive. It's far more comfortable than the Long'an bus we usually take to the market. There's ample space, and it doesn't feel stuffy at all. Upon hearing her praise for the vehicle, Luo Weigua snapped back irritably. The Long'an bus only costs 50 to 60,000 yuan, while your son's car is worth 240,000. If it's not more comfortable than the Long'an, then heaven help us. He concluded with a grumble directed at Luo Yang. You're such a spendthrift. Luo Yang merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Luo Yunyun, a high school sophomore at Chuancheng No. 1 High School, was among the elite students of the city. Admission to such a prestigious institution was reserved for either exceptionally bright students or those with affluent connections. Naturally, Luo Yunyun had secured her place through her outstanding academic performance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have qualified for Chuancheng No. 1. Arriving at the school at 11:35, they still had 25 minutes until dismissal. Luo Yang parked in a space outside the school, where a multitude of parents had gathered to collect their children, filling dozens of parking spots. However, Luo Yang's conspicuous G-class drew the attention of several onlookers. He stepped into a nearby shop to procure a few bottles of mineral water, one for each of them. It was Luo Weigua's first time picking up their daughter from school, and he appeared rather anxious. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he clutched the mineral water tightly, his gaze fixed on the school entrance. Finally, at noon, the bell rang, signaling the gatekeeper to open the gates. Moments later, students poured out like a swarm of ants. Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu, anxious to spot their daughter, squeezed together by the gate, overwhelmed by the sheer number of exiting students. Luo Yang, standing a distance away, observed the scene from a safer vantage point, knowing that the crowded entrance made it easier to miss someone. Indeed, as Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weigua strained to see, Luo Yunyun, unaware of her parents waiting for her, emerged with her classmates, her head down, oblivious to their presence. Luo Yang, with keen eyes, quickly spotted his slender sister with her ponytail and slipped through the crowd to grasp her wrist. Startled, Luo Yunyun turned around and, upon recognizing her brother, exclaimed, Brother, what are you doing here? Luo Yang, chuckling, replied, I came specifically to pick you up. She responded with a soft, oh, and then added, Brother, I've saved over 1,400 yuan this semester. It's all for you. Luo Yang felt a warmth in his heart and jokingly said, What do I need your money for? Hurry up, our parents are here too. He knew well that she had scrimped and saved every penny, likely influenced by the rumors of his debts. Luo Yunyun blinked in surprise, her face brightening with curiosity. Really? Mom and Dad are here. Where are they? Luo Yang raised his hand to call out Mom. Over here. Zhao Jinyu, frantic from not seeing her daughter, heard her son's voice and, spotting him with Luo Yunyun by the roadside, called out to Luo Weigua. What are you looking at? Yunyun's out. Hurry up. Luo Weigua, now seeing the siblings, hurried towards them. As Zhao Jinyu reached Luo Yunyun, tears welled in her eyes as she scolded, You silly girl, what are you saving for? You're as thin as a bean sprout. If you ruin your health, how will you continue your studies? Luo Yang interjected, guiding them towards the car. Mom, let us move on. Don't cry. Others will laugh at us. At the car, he opened the door, urging them, Quickly, get in. Zhao Jinyu pulled Luo Yunyun into the vehicle, while Luo Weigua entered from the other side. Once inside, Luo Yunyun marveled at the car's interior and asked incredulously, "Where did this car come from? Did you borrow it, brother?" Although she wasn't a car enthusiast, she was familiar with luxury brands like BMW, Mercedes, and Audi. Spotting the Mercedes emblem, she realized it was an expensive vehicle and worried it might be borrowed. Given her brother's financial situation, Zhao Jinyu wiped her tears and remarked, "This car belongs to your brother. It cost over 200,000. Luo Yunyun was taken aback. "My brother bought it. Over 200,000? I'm confused. Didn't he owe a lot of money? How could he afford such an expensive car?" As they drove towards Tianzong City, Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu were astonished by the opulence of the neighborhood, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is this where our son bought a house?" Luo Yang parked in the underground garage, where the security guard greeted them with a standard salute, prompting Luo Weigua to smile and return the gesture. The garage was packed with vehicles, and Luo Weigua was awestruck. "Goodness, is this how much space is needed just to park a car?" Luo Yang, chuckling, led them to the elevator and pressed the button for the 21st floor. Luo Yunyun felt a twinge of anxiety, worried about her brother's financial turnaround. Upon exiting the elevator on the 21st floor, they found only 2 units, and Luo Yang headed straight for the eastern door. The door, a grand double door, radiated elegance. Luo Yang pressed his fingertip on the sensor, and the door swung open. "Come in, Dad, Mom, Yunyun," he said with a smile, ushering them inside. The moment they entered, they were struck by the vastness and luxury of the living room. Luo Yunyun dashed to the large floor-to-ceiling windows to admire the unobstructed city view, marveling at the beauty of the place. Could this stunning, luxurious home truly belong to her brother? It was hard to believe. Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu had never encountered such opulence in their lives, gazing around in astonishment as if they were dreaming. Luo Yang, beaming with pride, explained, "Dad, Mom, Yunyun, this house has 4 rooms. Choose whichever one you like. There's another floor above. Come, let us take a look." Zhao Jinyu, brimming with excitement, eagerly led the way upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, she was further amazed to find a spacious bedroom with a garden view, vibrant flowers blooming outside. Luo Yunyun, her youthful heart racing, pushed open the glass door to step outside and admire the blossoms. Spotting a rocking chair beneath a sunshade, she envisioned how content she would be to own such a home. It is worth noting that there were only 4 such duplex apartments in Tianzong City, all designed with the utmost elegance and luxury. It was unimaginable for anyone to find fault with such beauty. Zhao Jinyu, filled with joy, pondered what kind of daughter-in-law her son could attract with such a home. Turning to Luo Yang, she asked, "Son, is this house truly yours?" "Wait a moment." Luo Yang, after a brief pause, went inside to retrieve the purchase agreement, presenting it to her. "Here, take a look. This is the purchase contract with my signature. You can see here that it was bought outright for 292,000 yuan. We owe nothing." Luo Yunyun leaned in to examine the document, nodding at her mother. "Mom, it's true. This is the purchase contract. Brother really paid in full." In her excitement, she grasped Luo Yang's wrist and asked, "Brother, weren't you in debt? How did you manage to earn so much?" Luo Yang once again retrieved his phone and brought up the microsecurities application for her inspection. "Look, the balance in my stock account." Luo Yunyun was taken aback upon seeing the balance exceed 4 million. She counted again, her astonishment growing. A 3 million house, a 240,000 car, and a 460,000 balance. When had her brother's fortune turned so favorable? "Dad, Mom, Yunyun, please come to the living room. I have something to discuss with you," Luo Yang stated thoughtfully. "What is it?" Zhao Jinyu queried, perplexed, as the family of 4 made their way back to the spacious living room. Once seated, Luo Yang earnestly began, "Mom, Dad, I've given it considerable thought and decided it's time to be transparent with you." Upon hearing his hesitant tone, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Yunyun's apprehension surged. "What is it?" "We fear it might be something unimaginable and unsolvable." In truth, Luo Yang's current circumstances were indeed beyond their comprehension. Noticing their anxiety, Luo Yang quickly flashed a reassuring smile, saying, "Rest assured, it's not bad news. In fact, I haven't just earned a few million. I've made several hundred million." "What? Several hundred million?" This revelation caused Luo Weigua to leap to his feet in shock. "Are you trying to fool your father?" Luo Yang could only manage a wry smile. He hadn't even dared to mention that his bank account held over 3 billion. However, to ensure his parents could enjoy life without worry, he needed a reassuring explanation to keep them from returning to their fields and crops. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yang opened his Huobi Securities account on his phone, gesturing for Luo Yunyun to come closer. "Yunyun, look, this is my securities account. This ISNT domestic stock. It's U.S. stocks and international futures. You see, I have $50 million in margin. This is your brother's money." $50 million translates to 350 million RMB. Luo Yang's words left Luo Yunyun, Luo Weigua, and Zhao Jinyu utterly speechless. They had initially thought he had merely earned a few million, enough for a house and car. Who would have anticipated his earnings to be even more astonishing? Luo Yang continued to gently persuade them. Mom, Dad, I didn't disclose this fortune because you know the wisdom of keeping wealth discreet. How about this? We'll go to the bank shortly, and I'll transfer 100 million to you for safekeeping. Whether you choose to deposit it or invest in property, it's yours to manage. Even if my future earnings dwindle, you'll still have this 100 million. Sufficient for our family to live well, won't it? Upon hearing her son's proposal, Zhao Jinyu immediately agreed. That's a splendid idea. I'll take care of it, and no one else can touch it. Luo Weigua, having come to trust that Luo Yang had indeed struck it rich, felt the arrangement was sound. However, he hesitantly inquired, this isn't illegal, is it? Luo Yang chuckled, nodding. Of course not. I would never engage in illicit activities. Regardless of how much I earn, one must enjoy the fruits of their labor legally. If you're skeptical, just ask Yunyun. Stocks and futures are managed by legitimate financial firms. Luo Weigua quickly concurred. That's right. As long as we're not involved in any illegal dealings, your mother and I will be at ease. Luo Yang replied with a grin. To put your minds at rest, let us head to the bank now. Once it's settled, we'll treat ourselves to a grand meal. This girl needs some nourishment. He playfully ruffled Luo Yunyun's hair. All right, let us go, Zhao Jinyu replied, her excitement palpable. With her son earning such a fortune without breaking any laws, she was undoubtedly thrilled. Yet she promptly cautioned both Luo Weigua and Luo Yunyun. We must not let anyone know about your brother's wealth. Following that, she shot a stern glance at Luo Weigua. Yunyun, I trust 1T blurted out, but you, Luo Weigua, must remember, you're the one I worry about the most. Chapter 20, The Invisible Tycoon of Chuan City. After a brief reprimand from his wife, Luo Weigua could only smile sheepishly. He indeed wished to boast a little before his younger sisters, whom he and his older brother, Luo Weidong, had cared for extensively during their upbringing. However, after marrying, they had begun to look down upon their two poorer brothers. The resentment had accumulated over the years, leaving him feeling quite dissatisfied, especially with his eldest sister, Luo Chunlian, whose husband, Wang Jingkue, had amassed at least 10 million in wealth from construction projects over the years. He was cordial with everyone, except for Luo Weigua and his elder brother, as if he deemed them to be mere country bumpkins. Now, Wang Jingkue wouldn't need to feel superior. My son's house is better than yours, his car is superior, and his financial resources surpass yours. Luo Yang drove to the construction bank, which was just a few hundred meters away from Tianzong City, conveniently located with a parking lot. As he entered the bank's parking area, security personnel promptly guided him to a spot and respectfully welcomed him inside. Although his parents appeared somewhat rustic, they certainly couldn't resist the allure of the lavish car he drove. The bank lobby was bustling with patrons awaiting their turns. As Luo Yang's family entered, the lobby manager approached them to inquire about their intended transactions, guiding them to swipe their cards and obtain a queue number. While swiping, Luo Yang casually replied, I'd like to open 2 accounts for my parents and sister to deposit some money. The lobby manager, a woman in her 30s, further inquired if he wished to withdraw cash. If not, they could proceed directly to a side office without waiting in line at the counter. Luo Yang expressed his gratitude and made his way to the designated area. Since it was a cashless transaction, the atmosphere was less stringent than the counter. 3 office desks were staffed by 3 female employees. Luo Yang approached the middle desk, which was unoccupied, took a seat, and handed over his bank card while beckoning his parents and sister over. Please provide your ID cards. The young female employee, appearing around 23 or 24, glanced at Luo Yang before focusing on her computer screen. What services would you like to initiate? Luo Yang placed his ID and bank card before her, also handing over Zhao Jinyu and Luo Yunyun's IDs, saying, Please return my mother's ID. I'd like to open 1 card for each of them, depositing some money. The employee, maintaining her silence, executed the process with practiced efficiency. In less than 10 minutes, she had opened 2 accounts and then asked, How much would you like to deposit? Luo Yang separated the ID cards and replied, Let us deposit 100 million into my mother's account and 5 million into my sister's. What? The previously composed bank employee was suddenly taken aback, pausing momentarily before staring at him again. How much did you say? Luo Yang reiterated, 100 million into my mother's account and 5 million into my sister's. The employee abruptly stood, hesitating momentarily before stating, Please hold on. The change in address to you indicated the gravity of the situation, and she quickly entered the adjacent VIP office. A moment later, she returned accompanied by another individual, a poised middle-aged woman whose commanding presence indicated her seniority. Indeed, the employee respectfully introduced, Hello, This is our branch manager, Xianing. Xianing, with a radiant smile, gestured invitingly. Mr. Luo, please come inside to complete your transaction. Ruo Yang indicated his parents and sister. They're with me. Please, everyone come in. Xianing graciously welcomed Luo Weigua, Zhao Jinyu, and Luo Yunyun. Showing no sign of disdain for their modest attire, she led them into a private VIP room, devoid of others, furnished with comfortable sofas and climate control. Luo Weigua felt as though he were seated on a cloud, somewhat out of place. Xianing, with a warm smile, inquired, Mr. Luo, I apologize for any oversight. May I ask what line of work you are in? Stocks and international futures, financial investment, I suppose. Oh. Xianing suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. There had been substantial deposits to our China Construction Bank in Chuan City during the early hours of the past few days. Particularly one significant transaction that occurred last night, with the payer being the renowned Tiger Securities Company from the magical city of Shanghai. We were planning to conduct a home visit to our client tomorrow to recommend our private banking services. But who would have anticipated that Mr. Luo would come in person? Xianing was elated. Chuan City boasted only 3 branches of the construction bank, and with such a prominent client as Ruo Yang. Whichever branch secured his business would elevate their performance immeasurably. Given the current challenges in attracting deposits, the sudden emergence of such a super-rich individual felt almost surreal. The competition among banks was fierce, with several real estate developers vying for dominance, and none of them possessed the vast cash reserves that Ruo Yang held. It could be said that Ruo Yang alone was worth more than all of them combined, necessitating utmost caution in his reception. Xianing initially refrained from discussing deposit transfer services and instead introduced the various aspects of private banking. Ruo Yang waved dismissively, stating, "It matters not. You may proceed as you see fit." The primary focus of private banking was wealth management, but when it came to profitability, who could rival Ruo Yang's extravagant wealth? Seeing Ruo Yang's agreeable demeanor only heightened Xianing's joy, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. She hurriedly recommended a credit card. Mr. Luo, with such a substantial amount in our bank, we can offer you the prestigious Global Supreme Dragon card, with a limit of 8 million and insurance services of 30 million. Not to mention access to VIP lounges at domestic and international airports, global VIP services, parking privileges, luxury car services at the airport, and an extraordinary global payment experience. All right, please arrange for my parents and sister to have supplementary cards as well, each with a shared limit of 8 million, he replied. Certainly. I will have someone prepare the necessary documents at once, Xianing beamed, finding the ease of the transaction almost surreal. In Chuan City's affluent circles, attracting deposits in the tens of millions was already considered a monumental achievement, and she could hardly comprehend the sudden appearance of such a super-rich individual with over 3 billion in cash. While a fortune exceeding 3 billion may not rank Ruo Yang among the top tier of the nation's wealthiest, his wealth was distinct as it was entirely liquid. Most affluent individuals possess their wealth in assets, and few could readily produce 10 or 8 billion in cash. Ruo Yang's ability to present over 3 billion in hard currency made him a rarity indeed. For banks, cash and assets were fundamentally different. In a third or fourth tier city like Chuan City, 10 billion in cash rendered him an exceptionally significant patron. To be candid, as the bank's vice president, Xianing frequently interacted with wealthy clients and had seen more affluent individuals than anyone else. She was well aware of the local rumors regarding various tycoons. However, she understood that many of these so-called wealthy real estate developers were heavily in debt. Without her bank's support, their prospects were dire. In reality, few exceeded 500 million in assets. The young Ruo Yang before her was the true wealthiest individual in Chuan City, with over 3 billion in cash. Who could dare to compare? Who could possibly rival his wealth? Furthermore, his youth was astonishing, while many his age were merely second or third generation rich. A first-generation tycoon of his age was nearly impossible to find nationwide. Chapter 21. The challenge of spending 5 million in one day. 1. After exiting the bank and settling into the car, Zhao Jinyu and Ruo Weigua felt their hearts race with excitement. Zhao Jinyu tucked the bank card into her pocket, clutching it tightly, fearful of misplacing it. The 100 million in deposits was a distant thought for Ruo Weigua. Once it was in his wife's hands, it would be inaccessible. Nevertheless, their son had provided each of them with a credit card boasting an 8 million limit, marking him as a wealthy individual. Typically, credit cards require an application process, but the Supreme Credit Card operates on an invitation-only basis. Only the bank can extend such an offer. In essence, it is a card tailored for super-rich clients. The bank typically has the cards ready-made. When a client is approved, they merely input the customer's information and contact headquarters to activate it. Luo Yunyun also possessed one. As Ruo Yang drove, he admonished her, "Don't skimp when it comes to spending. Buy some nice clothes and enjoy good food." Your brother's wealth is inexhaustible. Indeed. Zhao Jinyu chimed in, previously understanding her daughter's frugality due to their humble beginnings, but now that Luo Yang was wealthy, it would be unreasonable for her daughter to continue being thrifty. While saving is commendable, Luo Yunyun's behavior bordered on self-neglect. With their banking affairs successfully concluded, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weiguo were filled with elation, feeling secure with their 100 million in savings. At this point, their son could do as he pleased, and they had no objections. Next came dining. Luo Yang chose the most famous restaurant in Chuan City, spending over 7,000 for a lavish meal for his parents and sister. The family had never indulged in such extravagance before, and after dining, they decided to go shopping. Luo Yang cheerfully proposed, "How about we challenge ourselves to spend 5 million in a single day?" Zhao Jinyu, slightly annoyed, retorted, "Look at you. Now that you have money, you've forgotten your roots. As long as we eat and use well, there's no need for extravagant waste." Luo Yang awkwardly chuckled, "Mom, it's essential to use and to spend. After all, isn't earning money meant for enjoyment? Come on, stop lecturing me. Let us buy clothes. I also need to purchase a computer and a phone. We must have good dining utensils, and you both need new phones as yours are practically obsolete." His parents' phones were several years old, and his sister was also using an outdated model that frequently malfunctioned. Today, for instance, the battery had failed, and they couldn't even reach her. While Zhao Jinyu did not oppose Luo Yang's intention to buy clothing and electronics, which she deemed reasonable rather than wasteful, she suddenly recalled that her sister-in-law, Zhu Yingying, worked in a mobile phone store in Chuan City. She promptly suggested, "Son, your sister-in-law Zhu Yingying is at a mobile store in Chuan City. If you need a phone, why not go see her? It's better to support family than outsiders." "Of course, we should keep it in the family," Luo Yang replied. "Please call her and ask where she works." Zhao Jinyu pulled out her old Nokia phone and found Zhu Yingying's number. After a brief conversation, she informed Luo Yang, "Your sister-in-law said she works at Huadai Communications on the first floor of Wanda Plaza." "Got it," Luo Yang nodded, driving in that direction. He was quite familiar with Chuan City and didn't need navigation. Within a few minutes, he arrived, parked in the underground garage, and took the elevator to the first floor. The entire level was filled with electronic products and jewelry stores. Zhao Jinyu tugged at Luo Yunyun, looking around for Zhu Yingying, but they couldn't find her. She couldn't help but murmur. "She said she'd come find us, but where is she?" Just as she spoke, her phone rang. It was Zhu Yingying calling. Upon answering, she asked, "Where are you?" "We've arrived and have been looking for you." "We're inside," she replied. As the conversation ended, a woman in a work uniform rushed in from outside, approaching them quickly while waving her hand. "Here I am. I was waiting at the entrance. Why did you come from inside?" It was indeed Luo Yang's sister-in-law, Zhu Yingying, the daughter-in-law of his uncle Luo Weidong and wife of his elder cousin Luo Yang. Zhu Yingying was slender and, while not particularly striking, her light makeup and well-fitted work attire gave her an air of a sophisticated professional. Zhao Jinyu quickly pointed to the elevator and explained, "Luo Yang needed to park, so we took the elevator up." Zhu Yingying cast a surprised glance at Luo Yang, pondering the incongruity of his apparent wealth when he was said to be in considerable debt. This way, she directed, pointing towards a storefront not far ahead. She had not anticipated that her reclusive uncle and aunt would venture to Chuan City, and though they were merely purchasing a mobile phone to support her, their gesture was nonetheless appreciated. Admittedly, she doubted they would select anything of high quality, but the sentiment behind their visit was commendable. Upon reaching the store, they were greeted by several young women clad in identical attire. One of them glanced over and cheerfully remarked, "Sistering, are these all from your hometown?" It was evident that Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu were dressed in distinctly rural fashion, while Luo Yunyun appeared slightly more refined, yet still modestly attired. Her garments faded from frequent laundering. Only Luo Yang exhibited a certain poise, dressed more elegantly. With such a group, what could they possibly purchase? The store primarily catered to high-end mobile phones and electronic devices, making it a challenge to find anything affordable. It seemed unlikely they would conduct business. Zhu Yingying maintained her composure and warmly offered each of them a glass of water. Luo Yang glanced at the Oppo phone she had placed on the counter, which was rather outdated, with several cracks adorning the screen. She then inquired of Zhao Jinyu, "Aunt, what brings you to Chuan City? Have you eaten yet? Shall I order you a meal?" No, we just ate." Zhao Jinyu quickly waved her hand. "It was Luo Yang who insisted on bringing us to Chuan City. We just had a meal, and he mentioned buying a phone. I heard from Sister Guiyun that you sell phones here. We can't let others take advantage of you. Can we?" "Oh," Zhu Yingying laughed, turning to Luo Yang. "What kind of phone do you wish to purchase?" Luo Yang surveyed the counter and pointed towards the Apple section. "I'll take the iPhone 11 Max. It runs smoothly. Let's see. I need 5 units, along with 2 iPads, 2 laptops, and 2 Apple desktops." Zhu Yingying was taken aback. "What do you need all that for?" Luo Yang reiterated his request, and Zhu Yingying still thought she had misheard. You can't be serious. Assuming he was jesting, she turned to Zhao Jinyu and asked, Aunt, is Luo Yang really buying all this? Zhao Jinyu, seemingly unaware of the financial implications, simply nodded. If he wants it, just give it to him. Zhu Yingying remained skeptical, suspecting that her aunt was oblivious to the cost associated with such purchases. She emphasized, the total for these items will amount to a significant sum, likely several tens of thousands. Clarifying this, she anticipated that her aunt would scold Luo Yang. For her cousin's behavior was indeed concerning, accumulating such debt without showing remorse, while the two elderly relatives had fallen into their current state. However, to her astonishment, Zhao Jinyu responded as if unfazed. Exactly. That's why we came to you. Otherwise, we could have bought them elsewhere. Chapter 22. A challenge to spend 5 million in a day, too. Zhu Yingying was left in disbelief. Was this truly her aunt speaking? The nearby salesgirls also appeared taken aback, quickly rushing to assist, scrambling to gather the items Luo Yang had requested. When it came time to tally the bill, the total amounted to 128,600 yuan. The cashier, trembling slightly, handed the calculator to Luo Yang, confirming the amount. Luo Yang responded with a mere nod, then proceeded to scan the payment for 128,600 yuan. The store's register promptly displayed the received funds, accurately reflecting the transaction. It was then that Zhu Yingying realized her aunt's family was indeed making a genuine purchase. How could Luo Yang, who was purportedly drowning in debt, afford such an extravagant expenditure? Over 100,000 yuan was no trivial sum. She earned merely 50 to 60,000 a year at her job. Provided business was exceptionally good. Had this cousin won the lottery? Even if he had won several million. Her uncle and aunt's frugal nature would never allow Luo Yang to squander money so recklessly. Observing Zhao Jinyu, who remained completely composed as her son spent over 120,000 yuan, Zhu Yingying found it all quite abnormal. Luo Yang, however, was unconcerned with her thoughts, casually handing Zhu Yingying a phone box. Zhu Yingying, perplexed, asked, What is this? Is there something wrong with it? It hasn't even been unwrapped. There's nothing wrong with it, Luo Yang chuckled. It's for you. I noticed your phone screen is shattered. Zhu Yingying froze momentarily, her cheeks flushing as she vehemently shook her head. Oh no, I can't accept something worth over 10,000. Even Zhao Jinyu, who typically was quite frugal, interjected, Yingying, just take it. We're not strangers, and your phone is in disrepair. Take what Luo Yang is offering. Dazed, Zhu Yingying grasped the phone box, uncertain of what had just transpired. A colleague nearby, noticing the commotion, cheerfully suggested to Luo Yang, with so much to carry. Would you like us to deliver it to your home? Luo Yang pondered briefly before replying. No need to take it home. Just deliver it to the underground parking garage. I'll place it in the car and return to browse the rest. It's inconvenient to carry all this. The female staff exchanged glances, their hearts racing at the prospect of this extravagant spending spree. One particularly attractive employee discreetly inquired of Zhu Yingying, What relation is he to you? Zhu Yingying lowered her voice. He is my husband's uncle, along with his cousin. Is your cousin married? He is quite handsome. Zhu Yingying nearly choked, stifling a laugh as she replied, I don't think so. Her colleague's eyes sparkled with interest, prompting Zhu Yingying to inwardly chastise. What a daydreamer. Where was this enthusiasm when he was less affluent? Without further ado, the salesgirls each grabbed an item to assist in delivering it to the parking garage, leaving Luo Yang's family empty-handed. Luo Yang instructed his parents and sister to wait while he went down. As the 4 or 5 salesgirls accompanied him to the garage, they were met with awe upon seeing Luo Yang's pristine luxury car, realizing he was indeed affluent. One of the prettier salesgirls even posed beside the vehicle for a photo, then approached Luo Yang to add him on WeChat. Luo Yang couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was audacious. Though perhaps audacious was too mild a term. She knew precisely what she wanted and seized opportunities without hesitation, regardless of the outcome. Returning to the first floor, Zhu Yingying requested leave from the store manager to accompany Luo Yang as they browsed. The substantial commission she would earn from the previous sale was rewarding, and the manager was pleased, having noted that the client didn't even ask for a discount. It was a lucrative opportunity, and granting her request was a foregone conclusion. Let us go check out the watch section, Luo Yang suggested as they approached the display of timepieces. Though he himself had no fondness for wearing watches, finding them restrictive, his sister needed one for school, where students were prohibited from using phones during class hours, having to surrender them to teachers upon arrival and reclaiming them at the weekend. Zhu Yingying followed closely, carrying a small handbag. She cast a sidelong glance at Luo Yang before whispering, One of my colleagues mentioned she likes you. Luo Yang chuckled. She is not my type. Zhu Yingying sighed in relief. Her colleague's request to convey such a message had worried her. Fearing Luo Yang might take advantage of the situation, she had no desire for complications should anything arise between them. especially since her colleague was quite cunning and she wished to avoid entanglements. At the watch display, prominently featured was Longines. Luo Yunyan peeked at the glass case, noting that the prices started at a minimum of 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, causing her heart to race. Fearing the staff might approach, she quickly turned her face away. The salesgirl approached, and Luo Yang directly requested, "Please introduce a few models of women's watches." The salesgirl promptly presented several styles, all of which were relatively new. Without inquiring about the price, Luo Yang summoned his sister, urging her and Zhu Yingying to try on the items. Zhu Yingying, under the impression that she was merely assisting Luo Yunyan, felt no hesitation in donning the accessory, especially since she was acquainted with the shop assistant. The design was indeed exquisite, complementing both Zhu Yingying and Luo Yunyan's slender figures and delicate wrists, exuding an air of elegance. With a casual wave of his hand, Luo Yang handed his bank card to the shop assistant. "Please process the payment." The assistant, taken aback, pondered how he could know the price without her stating it, and which of the two watches he desired. Reading her expression, Luo Yang promptly clarified, "I'll take both." The assistant beamed with delight, quickly beckoning a colleague to assist with the transaction. Zhu Yingying sighed inwardly, realizing that Luo Yang had struck it rich, and began to unclasp the watch to remove it. "Don't take it off, sister-in-law. It's a gift for you," Luo Yang interjected, halting her. Zhu Yingying was momentarily stunned. "Why would you give me a watch?" The shop assistant chimed in, "Sir, these watches are priced at 19,300 and 18,008 respectively, totaling 38,100 yuan. Luo Yang remained impassive, tapping the counter where his card lay. "Just charge it." All right," the assistant replied, her smile unwavering as she processed the card, which required no password, merely a signature. It was only upon seeing the transaction completed that Zhu Yingying realized the gravity of the situation, quickly insisting, "I can't accept this. Please return it." Luo Yang, undeterred, gestured towards the jewelry counter. "You're working, and Yunyan is in school. Both of you need watches. I'll buy a ring for you next time. And I wouldn't want to incur Brother Yong's wrath by buying too much." He chuckled heartily. "Let him try," Zhu Yingying retorted, not intimidated by Luo Yang or his cousin, Luo Yang. Yet, as she gazed at the stunning watch adorning her wrist, she found herself at a loss for words. Luo Yang spent money with abandon, and even her frugal uncle and aunt, who typically pinched pennies, said nothing as he indulged in such extravagant purchases. Her watch, priced at 19,300, was even a few hundred more than Luo Yunyan's, and she felt unworthy of wearing a timepiece worth nearly 20,000. Chapter 23. The Challenge of Spending 5 million in a Day, 3. In his youth, Luo Yang recalled his mother lamenting that upon marrying into the Luo family, she had received nothing but a set of basic clothing. He often saw older television dramas depicting weddings adorned with golden rings, and his mother harbored a similar desire, yearning for a set of gold jewelry. Across from the watch counter was Chow Tai Fook, and the shop assistant had already noticed their group. While the older individuals appeared somewhat rustic, the young man was evidently affluent, casually purchasing watches worth tens of thousands. Thus, upon spotting them turn around, she quickly donned a bright smile and greeted them warmly. "Mom, come try this on. Let your son buy something for your husband." Zhao Jinyu approached with a grin. Comforted by her son's words, she thought to herself, after a lifetime of toil and hardship, she had never imagined that she would suddenly revel in her son's generosity. The shop assistant cheerfully inquired, "Auntie, what style do you prefer? A ring, a necklace, or perhaps a bracelet?" Luo Yang interjected, "Select the finest options for each. Rings, necklaces, bracelets. Bring out 2 or 3 of the best to try." The assistant was delighted. Of course, fearing that one person might struggle to manage too many items, she called over a colleague, and together they selected 6 or 7 of the most luxurious pieces for Zhao Jinyu to try. As they assisted her, the 2 women showered her with compliments, praising how beautiful she looked in each piece. Luo Yang merely smiled, fully aware of their tactics. However, he was unfazed. After all, today's challenge of spending 5 million had only seen him part with a mere 200,000 thus far. Zhao Jinyu, feeling somewhat dazed from trying on numerous pieces, turned to Luo Yang. "Son, which one do you think looks best on me?" With a smile, Luo Yang replied, "You look splendid in anything, Mom. Let us wrap up everything you tried on and settle the bill." The 2 shop assistants gaped in astonishment. All of it? Initially, they assumed he would purchase just 1 or 2 items, perhaps spending a few tens of thousands, yet he had casually made such a lavish declaration. They stood momentarily stunned until one assistant nudged the other, prompting the first to snap back to reality and hurriedly prepare the receipt. Zhao Jinyu, equally taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you sure? Isn't this a bit much? Let us just get the bracelet and the ring." Luo Yang paid her no mind, tossing his bank card forward and insisting, "Charge it." The assistant, eager to secure the sale, rushed to retrieve the card. ensuring the transaction went smoothly in case Zhao Jinyu resisted. However, just as she reached for it, the usually silent Luo Weigui suddenly produced a bank card, almost shouting, "Charge mine." Both Luo Yang and Zhao Jinyu were momentarily stunned, as were Luo Yunyun and Zhu Yingying, bewildered by his unexpected outburst. After all, it was Luo Yang's money, regardless of whose card was being charged. Luo Weigui, huffing, directed his annoyance at Luo Yang. "My wife is spending my money. What is it to you?" Suddenly, Luo Yang understood. His father was seeking to assert his presence and play the part of the benefactor. All right, let us use yours." Luo Yang chuckled, nodding enthusiastically, knowing he needed to support his father's ego. Zhao Jinyu remained silent, understanding that it was best not to undermine her husband's pride. After all, he simply wished to flaunt his status. Luo Yang inwardly chuckled, recognizing that his father could maintain this facade for a decade, having effortlessly purchased over 400,000 yuan worth of gold and silver jewelry. After the card transaction was completed, Luo Weigui pocketed the card and strutted ahead proudly. Once they had distanced themselves from the jewelry store, Zhao Jinyu turned to Luo Weigui and spat, "Goodness." Following this, they ventured to buy clothing and shoes. In Chuan City, there were few luxury brand stores, and the most expensive items only cost a few thousand. The entire family browsed and purchased several outfits. Even Zhu Yingying bought a few. Yet they only spent a little over 10,000 yuan in total. Luo Yang pondered. At this rate, completing the challenge of spending 5 million in a day seemed unlikely, as they had only managed to exceed 60,000. His parents didn't drive, and his sister was still in school, so they had no need for a car or a house. Spending money was no easy feat. As dusk approached, Luo Yang patted his sore legs and suggested, "Let us find a restaurant and have dinner." Zhu Yingying suggested, "Why not head to the supermarket to buy some ingredients and cook at home? I'll take care of it." "All right, the food from the restaurant doesn't suit my palate. It's better to prepare a meal at home." Zhao Jinyu immediately agreed. Luo Yang glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly 7 o'clock, and decided they should indeed return home to cook. They ventured to the supermarket, where they purchased a plethora of vegetables. Zhu Yingying initially intended to cover the expenses as a gesture of hospitality towards her uncle and aunt, especially after Luo Yang inexplicably spent several tens of thousands of yuan on her that day. However, Luo Yang wouldn't allow her to pay. He swiftly scanned his phone to settle the bill. After exiting the supermarket and retrieving his vehicle from the parking lot, he headed to Zhu Yingying's rented apartment to pick up her son. Luo Jun. Zhu Yingying's life remained quite challenging. She had to support her son's kindergarten education while managing her job. She chose to rent a modest place on the outskirts, saving her husband Luo Yang's earnings. 6-year-old Luo Jun attended kindergarten, often left alone at home during weekends, though he was well-behaved. Otherwise, she would be quite anxious about leaving him alone. On the drive back, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, accommodating 5 adults and a child, still felt spacious. Luo Jun recognized his great-uncle and great-aunt, greeting them. Yet he felt a bit shy around Luo Yang and Luo Yunyun due to their infrequent encounters. As Luo Yang drove, a sense of anxiety washed over him. He had failed the challenge of spending 5 million in one day. Why was it so difficult to spend money? Upon arriving at Luo Yang's residence, Zhu Yingying was utterly astounded. Was this the house Luo Yang had purchased? Having formed a close bond with Luo Yunyun when she married into the Luo family years ago, Zhu Yingying had witnessed Luo Yunyun grow from a young girl into the only daughter amidst the 2 brothers of the Luo family. She had no companions growing up. Upon marrying into the family, Zhu Yingying and Luo Yunyun became inseparable friends. Out of curiosity about Luo Yang, Zhu Yingying seized an opportunity to discreetly inquire with Luo Yunyun. Though Luo Yunyun didn't fully disclose the truth, she vaguely mentioned that her brother had purchased the house and the Mercedes outright, and that his stock account supposedly held 4 to 5 million. She dared not mention the 100 million given to their parents. Zhu Yingying was overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. Just months ago, she had heard that Luo Yang was in dire straits, devastated by a woman and drowning in debt. No one could have anticipated that within such a short span, he would amass such wealth. The dinner prepared by Zhu Yingying, with Luo Yunyun assisting, was not extravagant. Yet the family shared genuine joy. After the meal, Zhao Jinyu insisted that Zhu Yingying and her son stay the night, as there were 4 rooms available. Zhu Yingying did not refuse. However, after coaxing her child to sleep, she found herself unable to rest and stealthily called her husband, Luo Yang, to discuss Luo Yang's situation. Luo Yang, working in the south, was also unable to sleep upon hearing the news, contemplating returning to join Luo Yang in his newfound fortune, but felt disheartened upon learning it was through stock trading, something he was unfamiliar with and deemed unreliable. Regardless, it was undeniable that Luo Yang had indeed struck it rich. Zhu Yingying reflected on her own struggles with Luo Yang over the past few years. with their son starting first grade next year after kindergarten. She felt the pressure to save money while managing to care for their child alone. The disparity between her circumstances and those of Ruo Yang was stark. They were confined to a dirty, chaotic village house on the outskirts, while he resided in such luxurious quarters. It was a heart-wrenching realization. Early the following morning, Zhu Yingying awoke. But Zhao Jinyu had risen even earlier, quietly suggesting that she leave her son for the day, as it was Sunday, and she would look after him until she finished work. Zhu Yingying readily agreed, trusting her uncle and aunt to care for her son, knowing it was far better than leaving him alone in the rented apartment. Ruo Yang, accustomed to his routine, rose at 10 o'clock. Greeted by a breakfast prepared by his mother and sister, his usual rice porridge and fried dough sticks. While he enjoyed his meal, his mother and father took a stroll around the community, which boasted extensive greenery and recreational areas. Most homeowners were rural folks from various towns, typically elderly couples who could be seen socializing together. Luo Yunyun was engrossed in her new phone when Luo Yang, after finishing a bowl of porridge, suddenly inquired, "Yunyun, do you often visit your aunt's house at school?" Luo Yunyun paused momentarily before shaking her head. "Not really. My uncle fears I might mention our family ties." Luo Yang pressed further, "I've heard your cousin from your aunt's side is in the same class as you. Do you two get along well?" After a brief silence, Luo Yunyun again shook her head. "It's just okay. She doesn't really talk to me." A pang of sorrow struck Luo Yang as he set down his bowl and led his sister to the floor-to-ceiling window, gesturing towards the view outside. "Sister, let us not concern ourselves with how others perceive us. As long as you have me, I'll make sure you become a princess." Tears welled up in Luo Yunyun's eyes as she suddenly collapsed into his embrace, sobbing. "Brother, you have no idea how worried I was after you fell into debt. I feared for your well-being. I don't care how you make a fortune. I just want you to be okay, and for our family to be well." Memories flooded Luo Yang's mind, stirring his emotions. After a moment, he gently patted her back, saying, "All right, focus on your studies, and don't worry about anything else." After gazing out at the entertainment area for a while, his thoughts shifted back to his current situation. He realized that navigating this journey alone was fraught with deficiencies and concerns. While smaller sums didn't pose much of an issue, once his funds reached a significant level, they would undoubtedly attract various forms of envy and predation. He had to consider this in advance. For him, generating income was not the challenge. However, lacking the means for self-protection rendered even substantial wealth vulnerable to potential threats. Thus, his focus shifted from merely earning money to exploring ways to cultivate a protective shield. He had no intention of mingling within bureaucratic circles, yet there were methods to build connections. Charitable endeavors and donations, for instance, could serve as effective means to forge alliances. Establishing a company would be ideal for such activities, as engaging in charity under his personal name might not yield the desired results. After contemplating for a while, Luo Yang resolved to promptly establish an investment company and began by inquiring about advertising opportunities with a television station. The conversation quickly bore fruit. Instant advertisements could be aired within an hour, requiring no extensive production. Luo Yang's advertisement content was straightforward. He sought to recruit 3 individuals, one financial investment manager with experience in domestic and international stock markets and futures trading, salary to be negotiated. One human resources manager with a bachelor's degree and a minimum of 5 years of related experience, salary to be negotiated. And one personal assistant with experience in office and various governmental affairs, starting salary at 200,000 yuan. The first 2 positions did not have a set starting salary, as negotiations would depend on the candidate's capabilities. The personal assistant position had a starting salary established at 200,000, a figure he had carefully considered. He initially contemplated 50,000, but deemed it too high, fearing that high salaries might attract complacency. In Chengdu, typical monthly salaries hovered around 6,000 to 7,000, while ordinary positions offered only 3,000 to 4,000. Thus, an annual salary of 200,000 was undoubtedly an eye-catching figure. The advertisement was swiftly produced, ready to air during the noon segment, with advertising costs set at 2,000 per day for a minimum of 1 week. If it were a video advertisement, the lead time would extend to at least 3 months. Luo Yang directly transferred 180,000 to the television station's advertising department, securing 3 months of advertising. With the company established, he anticipated numerous recruitment advertisements, so he opted for a 3-month commitment. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, after finishing her meal, Luo Yunyun prepared to head to school, and Luo Yang drove her there. Upon arriving at the school gate, Luo Yang observed the expansive grounds of the first high school. However, the teaching buildings and student dormitories appeared rather antiquated, while the smaller playground adjacent to the larger one was merely a patch of mud. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yang approached the security guard at the gatehouse and said, "Could you kindly inform the school administration that I have matters to discuss?" Noticing the impressive, Brand new Mercedes-Benz parked nearby. The guard, wary of the situation, promptly contacted the director of school affairs. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 40s hastened over, entering the guardhouse with an inquisitive expression, casting glances at the luxurious vehicle. The guard gestured towards the Benz and relayed pertinent information. Ruo Yang stepped out of the car and introduced himself. Greetings, I am Ruo Yang, a parent of a student at this school. My sister, Ruo Yang, is in her second year of high school here, and I just dropped her off. Upon hearing that he was a parent, the middle-aged man visibly relaxed. Having initially assumed an important official was present, as the guard had not conveyed the details clearly. He introduced himself. My surname is He, and I am the director of school affairs at the first high school. Are you here regarding a student-related issue? Ruo Yang smiled and shook his head. Not at all. I wish to inquire whether the school requires additional books for the library or replacements for damaged desks and chairs. Furthermore, is there a need to formalize the playground? Director, he was taken aback and remarked, are you in the business of supplying books and desks, or are you a contractor? Realizing the misunderstanding, Ruo Yang chuckled and clarified. Neither. I merely wish to ask if the school would benefit from a donation to enhance the student's environment. Director, he, momentarily stunned, then grasped Ruo Yang's hands enthusiastically, exclaiming, Yes. Yes, of course we need it. You are indeed a benefactor. Chapter 25. A generous donation of 100 million. Director, he promptly instructed the guard to open the gate, inviting Ruo Yang to park his vehicle in the school premises, and then escorted him to the office for a discussion. After hearing Ruo Yang's inquiries, Director, he assumed he was contemplating a donation of at least 200,000 or 300,000. Thus he accompanied Ruo Yang, elaborating on various aspects of the school as they walked. Situated in the mountainous region, Chuan City comprises 90% of its towns and villages within such terrain. With minimal industrial development, the local economy lacked vitality, with tourism being the only sector showing promise. Consequently, the financial situation had been dire for years, and educational resources were relatively substantial, yet insufficient to meet the needs, making it nearly impossible to replace old desks or enhance library facilities through grants. The student dormitory buildings were constructed over a decade ago, designed under outdated principles, resulting in significant inconvenience for the students. Instead of proceeding directly to the administrative office, Ruo Yang requested Director He to show him the teaching buildings and dormitories. After the tour, he fell silent. Director He was puzzled as to why he wished to inspect these facilities first, considering he was supposed to be discussing the replacement of old desks and the addition of books. Ruo Yang pondered aloud. Director He, the area over there near the large playground is quite spacious. Has the school considered constructing 2 new teaching buildings and dormitories in that vicinity? Subsequently, could the old buildings be demolished to plan for a new sports field and other amenities? Director He couldn't help but chuckle wryly. If only it were that simple. Any new construction must first be proposed to the municipal government for approval, followed by project initiation, and then it gets queued. Given the tight fiscal situation, even if we were to gain approval, who knows how long it would take before anything materializes. This parent was truly preoccupied with matters beyond his control. Fixating on impractical ideas, they ought to discuss the donation first. Ruo Yang, gazing earnestly at him, suggested, why not draft a project proposal for the new teaching buildings and dormitories? We can assess whether the city might support it, and if it gets approved, we could evaluate the necessary funding. If feasible, I would be willing to cover the costs. Director He was taken aback, struggling to process Ruo Yang's words, and with a hoarse voice exclaimed, are you suggesting you would fund the construction of the buildings? Ruo Yang reaffirmed, indeed. Director He remained incredulous. You do realize that constructing buildings to accommodate 2,000 students and teachers would cost at least 60 to 70 million, correct? Not 60 to 70,000. Ruo Yang smiled and replied, let me clarify. I will commit to a donation of 100 million. Education is paramount, and we cannot afford to compromise on construction quality. I will require that a certified professional engineer oversee the project to ensure its integrity. Payments will be made promptly upon satisfactory inspection of the work. Additionally, he gestured towards the old teaching building. Once the new structures are completed, we can demolish the old buildings to create an international standard sports facility, with all associated costs assessed for further donations. Director He gaped in astonishment, nearly losing his balance. Mr. Luo, please have a seat in my office for a moment. I must report this to the principal and seek guidance from higher authorities for further discussions. Checking his phone, Ruo Yang nodded. Very well. It is the weekend, so I have time. In the office, Director He brewed a cup of tea for Ruo Yang and hurried off. Approximately 10 minutes later, a man in his 50s, wearing high-prescription glasses, entered. Mr. Luo, this is our principal, Huang Jichen. Principal Huang, with graying hair, warmly shook Ruo Yang's hand. Though his youthful appearance prompted a look of confusion, Mr. Luo, are you an entrepreneur from afar? This was a diplomatic way of expressing skepticism, likely presuming Luo Yang to be the son of a wealthy businessman. Luo Yang smiled and shook his head. I reside in Chuan City, and my business involves liaising with international securities firms in Shanghai. However, my actual operations are based here, focusing on international futures and financial investments. Upon learning he was from Chuan City, Principal Huang's enthusiasm waned slightly. The largest enterprises in the city were real estate companies, and even their donations rarely exceeded a few $100,000. 100 million was an astronomical sum, not to be taken lightly. Luo Yang sensed Principal Huang's doubts regarding his capacity to contribute such a sum, yet he was determined to create a significant impact. Here's the deal. You can establish a public account for the school project, and I will transfer 100 million into it. However, my company will retain oversight of the funds. Should any misappropriation or unreasonable expenditures occur, we will have the legal right to reclaim the funds. Hearing this, both Principal Huang and Director He were elated, their confidence soaring dramatically. Excellent, excellent, Principal Huang exclaimed, rubbing his hands together excitedly. If such a monumental change occurs under my stewardship, it would be a tremendous achievement for education in Chuan City, a legacy for generations to come. Mr. Luo, I will immediately arrange for the necessary steps. First, I will report to the higher authorities, and second, I will commission a team of professionals to establish a project evaluation group to commence work overnight. We should have a preliminary assessment by tomorrow. At this point, Principal Huang earnestly expressed, Mr. Luo, you are undertaking a philanthropic endeavor of immense significance for the people of Chuan City. On behalf of all the staff and students at the first high school, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Furthermore, we would like to host a donation ceremony, presided over by the leadership, and I wish to name the new teaching building in your honor. Luo Yang did not decline this proposal. He sought no personal gain from his charitable contributions, only the recognition that accompanied it. Once the arrangements were settled, Director He, feeling a sense of relief, suddenly recalled something and, after a moment's contemplation, turned to Luo Yang, saying, Mr. Luo, I remember you came to drop off a student. Which student is yours? My sister, Luo Yunyun, from class 4 of the second year. Luo Yang spoke with remarkable candor, yet he addressed Director He and Principal Huang, saying, my sister excels academically. My philanthropic contribution to the school is not intended to procure any preferential treatment for her. I vehemently oppose any notion of transactional arrangements regarding this donation. I kindly ask that Principal Huang and Director He refrain from extending any special consideration towards my sister due to my financial support. Please do not disclose our relationship, as I wish to shield her mindset and studies from any undue influence. Very well, Principal Huang and Director He both nodded solemnly, their regard for Luo Yang rising significantly. After a moment's contemplation, Principal Huang added, Mr. Luo, if you would be so kind as to wait a moment. Director He and I will convene an urgent meeting with our available personnel to establish a preparatory committee for a new project. Please, do as you see fit. Luo Yang replied with a smile. Once the two had departed, he surveyed the office, noting the abundance of files and materials on the shelves, though there were few books. He casually picked up one to peruse, finding it focused on management, yet he could not engage with it. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Luo Yang lifted his gaze to find himself locked in a momentary stare with none other than his uncle-in-law, Jiang Shulin. Jiang Shulin, the head teacher of a key class in the senior year at the high school, was a respected figure within the institution. Luo Yang had not anticipated encountering him in the office of the administrative director. Before Luo Yang could respond, Jiang Shulin furrowed his brow and interjected, I care not for your business here, but do not mention my name to Director He. Do not leverage my reputation for your own pursuits. Luo Yang's expression turned icy as he replied coolly, rest assured, I shall not bask in your glow. Jiang Shulin huffed, then I shall be profoundly grateful. With no one else present in the office, Jiang Shulin prepared to leave, only to be met by the hurried entrance of Director He. Jiang Shulin quickly donned a cheerful facade, glancing at Luo Yang as a cautionary gesture to avoid any associations. Chapter 26, The Slap of Reality. To Jiang Shulin's surprise, Director He completely ignored him and swiftly approached Luo Yang with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Mr. Luo, after Principal Huang reported to the leaders at the Education Bureau. They have rushed over here and have requested that you remain for a while longer. Moreover, officials from the municipal government are also coming to meet you. Luo Yang nodded in response, very well. Jiang Shulin stood bewildered. What did this mean? The situation seemed amiss. Luo Yang, a seemingly insignificant figure burdened by debts and lacking in any remarkable abilities, was drawing the attention of such prominent leaders. Director He took a seat beside Luo Yang and, noticing Jiang Shulin's dazed expression, inquired, Is there something on your mind, Teacher Jiang? Jiang Shulin hastily replied, A few of the chairs in my class are beyond repair, and I came to apply for replacements. Director, he waved his hand dismissively. You should consult Director Wang from the logistics department for that. What do you need me for? Jiang Shulin, with a forced smile, added, I already approached him. Director Wang stated there is no stock available, and I need to request funds from the administrative team to purchase new ones. Director, he sighed, turning to Ruo Yang with a rueful smile. Mr. Luo, I apologize for our struggles here at the school. Mr. Luo? Jiang Shulin couldn't help but blurt out. What sort of Mr. Luo is he? This man was clearly trying to deceive the school in some manner. Did he not recognize his own insignificance? Director, he, catching Jiang Shulin's tone, inquired. Do you two know each other, Teacher Jiang? Jiang Shulin quickly denied. We are not acquainted. He is of no concern to me. It was imperative that he disavow any familial ties, as he had no desire for connections with Ruo Yang, especially not when he suspected Ruo Yang was attempting to exploit their relationship. Oh, Director, he responded, his brow furrowing in concern. Ruo Yang, disregarding Jiang Shulin, addressed Director he. Director he, the establishment of the school can proceed at a measured pace. It is not a matter to be rushed. However, the acquisition of student resources cannot be delayed. Please compile a list detailing the number of desks and chairs that require replacement, as well as any additional resources needed for student computers and library materials. Present it to me, and I shall arrange for them to be delivered to the school by tomorrow. Director, he sprang to his feet. His face flushed with excitement as he stammered. Is this truly happening? Ruo Yang smiled. Look at you, Director, he, so animated. The cost of establishing a school is substantial, but these are mere trifles. Director, he reflected on this, realizing that having already disbursed over 100 million for the school, this additional expenditure of a couple of million was relatively insignificant. For others, a couple of million might seem monumental, but to this benefactor, it was hardly a concern. Jiang Shulin, now utterly perplexed, questioned the purpose of Ruo Yang's visit to the school. If he were engaged in some sort of deception, he would not be seeking assistance from the school. Furthermore, if he were indeed a fraud, he would likely be seeking repairs for dilapidated walls or clearing weeds rather than donating desks, books, and computers. These were expenses, not schemes for financial gain, and they were far from trivial amounts. Regardless, Jiang Shulin could not fathom that Ruo Yang possessed the means to make such donations, nor could he believe he would actually follow through. Having just heard from Director he that leaders from the Education Bureau and the municipality were en route, he thought to himself, let us see how this unfolds. Director he, brimming with enthusiasm, promptly gathered the heads of various classes for a statistical analysis. It wasn't long before they reported that among the 2,200 students at the school, nearly half of the 2,200 desks and chairs had been in use for 7 or 8 years and were in disrepair, with over 200 having become entirely unusable. Ruo Yang pondered for a moment and said, Director he, since more than half of the desks and chairs are beyond repair, which wholesaler do you usually procure from? What is the cost of a complete set? Director Wang from Logistics quickly responded, the desks are 320, the chairs 100, totaling 420 for a complete set. With a swift mental calculation, Ruo Yang announced, Director Wang, please place an order for 2,200 complete sets. If we are replacing them, let us replace them all and avoid the hassle of continual replacements. I can transfer 924,000 directly to the school's account. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. While the act of donating funds to replace old items was commendable, such a sum was not simply conjured from thin air. 94,000 was a significant amount. It was not mere paper. Ruo Yang, undeterred, requested the school's official account details from Director Wang, and with a few taps on his phone, he transferred 924,000 yuan instantly. In the corner of the office, Jiang Shulin was left in a state of shock. What was happening? Did this man actually possess wealth? 94,000 was donated in the blink of an eye, while he and Ruo Yang's aunt, Luo Chunying, earned less than 150,000 a year combined. This was outrageous. 94,000 could sustain them for over 6 years without a single expense, though he had previously been wary of associating with Ruo Yang. Upon realizing Ruo Yang's financial capabilities, Jiang Shulin's emotions turned tumultuous, both envious and furious. He schemed to summon Luo Chunying upon his return home to discuss matters. Ruo Yang, aware of his uncle-in-law's expression in the corner, averted his gaze and contemplated before dialing his cousin, Zhu Yingying, having exchanged contact details the previous evening. Sister-in-law, would it be possible for you to send 100 sets each of the desktop and laptop computers I purchased yesterday to the high school? Excellent. Have your manager coordinate the delivery by 7 this evening, if feasible. What is the total cost? 3,720,000. Please send me the account details, and I shall transfer the funds immediately. The office of the school administration was enveloped in an eerie silence, each person holding their breath as they listened intently to Ruo Yang's phone call. Having just donated 920,000 yuan, He was now poised to purchase 100 desktop computers and 100 laptops, totaling a staggering 372 million yuan. Goodness, is he truly that extravagant? The teachers present, quick-witted and sharp-minded, calculated in their heads that with 372 million yuan and 200 devices, each unit averaged around 18,600 yuan. Goodness gracious! Jiang Shulin felt a pang of anguish, as if his heart were being stabbed. Had it not been for the crowd around him, he would have immediately called Ruo Yang's aunt, urging her to have Ruo Yang's parents come and rein him in. With such lavish spending, why not share some of that wealth with them? His own BYD car had been in use for over 5 years, riddled with issues, and he had been eyeing a Buick Envision worth over 200,000 yuan for half a year, hoping to make a down payment with the bonus he anticipated after the college entrance examination. Just a few months prior, he had heard tales of those in debt resorting to desperate measures. Where could one possibly acquire such vast sums of money? Yet, recalling the heartless words exchanged with Ruo Yang earlier, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. Damn it! Why had he uttered such a thing as to discourage any association with him? What a slap in the face that was. On the other end, after concluding his call, Ruo Yang transferred 372 million yuan to Zhu Yingying's account and informed Director He, I have ordered 100 sets of Apple desktop computers and 100 sets of Apple laptops. The payment has been made. However, there is a slight shortage in stock. They mentioned they would expedite the delivery, and it should arrive before 7 p.m. Additionally, about half of the stock will be arriving shortly. So please arrange for personnel to receive it. Very well, very well. Director, he replied mechanically, already numb from the shock Ruo Yang had inflicted upon him and his fellow school leaders. Chapter 27. The Logic of the Ant's Husband. Zhu Yingying was even more astonished. Just yesterday, Ruo Yang had purchased over 120,000 yuan worth of electronic products from her, yielding her a commission of several thousand yuan, her highest earnings in her entire career. It was only after visiting Ruo Yang's home last night that she realized he had genuinely struck it rich. But what was the meaning of suddenly buying over 7 million yuan worth of computers today? To be honest, her mind was in a whirl. She could earn over 100,000 yuan from this commission. 100,000. The mere thought of that figure sent her heart racing. Although Ruo Yang had also purchased several thousand yuan worth of items for her when shopping with his parents and sister, that money was not convertible to cash. This commission, however, was tangible cash that would land in her hands. It was clear that Ruo Yang's family was different. Despite his lavish spending, he still remembered to include his cousin-in-law. A mere 10 minutes later, Zhu Yingying arrived at the school with several colleagues in a small delivery truck. Ruo Yang, accompanied by Director He and other school leaders, went to the small playground to receive and inspect the goods. The computers needed to be verified. Payment alone was not enough to accept subpar products. The school's teachers were adept at handling electronic devices, and under Director He's instructions, they began unboxing and inspecting the items. As they looked, the teachers felt an itch of desire. Each item was the latest from Apple, a sleek all-in-one desktop and the newest model of laptop, with market prices exceeding 19,000 yuan. Typically, donations from companies were not of high quality. Even if Ruo Yang intended to donate computers and laptops, cheaper models costing 3,000 to 4,000 yuan would have sufficed. Yet he had chosen to donate such expensive and superior products. Jiang Shulin was among them, his fury boiling beneath the surface. This prodigal son had donated such high-end equipment. He had longed to buy a 7,000 yuan Apple laptop, but had hesitated, while he had begrudgingly purchased a 3,900 yuan iPad for his daughter. This scoundrel, donating such premium goods to the school. Noticing Ruo Yang standing by with his hands behind his back, Zhu Yingying approached him and quietly asked, "What are you doing? Why are you donating so many computers to the school?" Ruo Yang smiled and replied softly, "It's nothing, just a small gesture. Donating to the school is an act of charity, a good deed." Before the inspection was complete, the school gate swung open and several vehicles entered. Director He hurried over to greet them, announcing that the leaders had arrived. Moments later, a group approached, led by a man in his 50s, with a somewhat square face and a tall stature. Principal Huang had also arrived and paused in front of Ruo Yang, introducing him. "Mr. Luo, this is Vice Mayor Qin. And this is Director Xia from our Education Bureau." The square-faced, tall man reached out to shake Ruo Yang's hand enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Mr. Luo, I am Vice Mayor Qin Feiyang, responsible for economic affairs. I was in a meeting in the city when I heard about your generous donation for building a school. Such a grand act compelled me to meet you immediately, huh?" Ruo Yang then shook hands with Director Xia. Qin Feiyang and Director Xia regarded Ruo Yang with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. "So young?" Director He stepped forward with a beaming smile, reporting, "Vice Mayor Qin. Director Xia, Principal Huang, we have completed the inspection. All computers donated by Mr. Luo are brand new, unopened models. There's no mistake." Qin Feiyong glanced at the pile of computers and asked, "What's going on here?" Director He quickly explained, "Vice Mayor Qin, these computers are a donation from Mr. Luo to the school. Just recently, Mr. Luo transferred 924,000 yuan to the school's account to replace the desks and chairs for all students. The total value of these computers is 372 million yuan. Qin Feiyong was taken aback, exchanging a glance with Director Xia. Their initial confusion now replaced with certainty. This individual was truly benevolent. Moreover, he was not merely an ordinary wealthy person, who among the common folk could so casually part with 100 million. A few 100,000 was akin to tossing away scraps of paper. Just look at the wealthy elites of Chuan City. Qin Feiyong's mind raced, and he smiled at Principal Huang, saying, "Principal Huang, are you just going to leave your guests standing here?" Principal Huang, taken aback, quickly urged, Come, let us go to the office and discuss." The group made their way to the office, but this time it was only Qin Feiyong, Ruo Yang, Director Xia, Principal Huang, Director He, and a few others who entered. Jiang Shulin, amidst the crowd outside, felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and inform Qin Feiyong that he was Ruo Yang's uncle by marriage. Yet he refrained, burdened by the cold demeanor he had previously shown Ruo Yang. He cursed himself, wishing he could slap his own face for his foolishness. Inside the office, Director He busied himself pouring tea and water. Qin Feiyong invited Ruo Yang to take the main seat while he and Director Xia accompanied him. Once the tea was served, he inquired, "Mr. Luo, where did you amass your fortune?" Ruo Yang candidly replied, "I am involved in financial investment, domestic stock markets, U.S. stocks, and international futures. However, I focus more on international futures and U.S. stocks, capitalizing on the wealth of foreign capitalists." Qin Feiyong responded with an understanding "oh," pondering the implications. While he lacked trading skills, he grasped the concept. Yet, doubts lingered. Such a risky venture. What could a young man like Ruo Yang possibly do to profit from the hands of international financial giants? Ruo Yang glanced around at the attendees, contemplating before stating, "I have over 3 billion yuan in cash deposited with the construction bank in Chuan City. Until now, I have been operating solo, but given the limitations, I am preparing to establish a financial investment company, focusing on international futures and U.S. stock trading. I intend to set up the company in Chuan City, and I hope Vice Mayor Qin will provide support." Qin Feiyong's face lit up with joy. 3 billion yuan was no small sum, and he knew it could not be fabricated or misrepresented. One phone call would confirm its validity. Chuan City's economy was relatively weak, with underdeveloped industries. If Ruo Yang were to establish his company there, it would be a tremendous boon. Not only would it create a financial hub for Chuan City, but it would also boost local tax revenues, an opportunity that offered multifaceted benefits. After Ruo Yang proactively introduced his situation, Qin Feiyong's doubts about him dissipated. It soon became clear who would be so frivolous as to indiscriminately donate millions. Upon hearing Ruo Yang mention that the construction bank had over 3 billion in custody, Qin Feiyong's heart began to race uncontrollably. How could such a wealthy individual be hidden away in our Chuan City? Qin Feiyong promptly explained the company registration process to Ruo Yang and assured him that he would arrange for his secretary to assist in the necessary procedures. Naturally, with such a substantial benefactor, every effort must be made to keep him in Chuan City. Individuals of Ruo Yang's caliber are not something this place could cultivate even in a decade. As they discussed the construction of the new school building, Ruo Yang candidly assured Qin Feiyong, "Mayor Qin, I guarantee that I can transfer 100 million in advance to the designated school account. However, I have one stipulation. The construction quality must meet the highest standards without any compromise or deceit." Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyong's expression turned serious as he earnestly replied, "Mr. Luo, I assure you, I will personally oversee this project. Should any quality issues arise in the future, I will bear full responsibility." Ruo Yang laughed heartily. "Then I have nothing to worry about." On their way back, a large entourage, including Qin Feiyong, Director Xia, Principal Huang, and Director He, escorted Ruo Yang out. Jiang Shulin observed from the back of the crowd, feeling a mix of emotions, pondering that perhaps he had made a mistake today. He watched as Ruo Yang got into a square-bodied Mercedes-Benz. Unable to resist the urge to sneak a glance at the car's price on his phone, over 2 million for the base price alone. Jiang Shulin felt both regret and concern over Ruo Yang's extravagant donations, and as he returned to the office, he called his wife, Luo Chunying, hurriedly expressing his thoughts and urging her to scold Ruo Yang's parents for their reckless spending. Now that he has money, he shouldn't act so thoughtlessly, giving away millions without benefiting his own uncle's family. Chapter 28. A person without shame is invincible. After several hours of hustle and bustle at the first high school, it was dark by the time Ruo Yang returned home. His mother had prepared only a few simple dishes, as she struggled with many kitchen appliances. She planned to wait for Zhu Yingying to return from work to teach her how to use them. Just after finishing dinner, a call came in on Ruo Yang's father. Luo Weigua's phone from his younger sister, Luo Chunying. Seeing the name on the screen, Luo Weigua glanced at Zhao Jinyu. Zhao Jinyu chuckled, "Your phone hardly ever rings. And your two sisters never call you. They usually look down on you. And now they're suddenly calling. Something must be up." Luo Weigua forced a smile and answered, putting the call on speaker. "Chunying, what is it?" "Second brother, may I ask you something?" Luo Chunying inquired. "Has Luo Yang struck it rich? I remember he was in considerable debt a few months ago. I had even thought of discussing with Luo Yang's uncle about gathering some money for you. But I never brought it up after it slipped my mind." Zhao Jinyu's expression darkened as he muttered under his breath, lying through her teeth. Luo Weigua felt uneasy. He had indeed approached both sisters for help before, and despite their usual poverty, he had never borrowed from them. This time, he had only mustered the courage to ask for Luo Yang, but both sisters had made excuses, claiming they had no money. Luo Chunying continued, "Second brother, I'm asking you plainly, has Luo Yang really come into money? Do you know? This afternoon, he donated 3 to 4 million to the first high school, providing new desks and chairs, as well as computers and books. Such donations are futile. What good do they do? Why not give something substantial to his uncle instead? It's a pity for the school without any benefit. You need to have a serious talk with him. Tomorrow, I will come by with his uncle to discuss this in person." After hanging up, Luo Weigua intended to remind them that they were no longer in their hometown. But the thoughts of his sister's earlier words consumed him, causing him to forget. "Son, is what your aunt just said true?" Upon hearing about the donation to the school, Zhao Jinyu fixed her gaze on her son. Luo Yang candidly nodded. "Yes, I donated 4 million. In fact, I have contributed not only that, but also 100 million for the construction of the new school building." 100 million? Both Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu were taken aback, their faces paling. Luo Yang chuckled reassuringly, "Please don't panic. I would never act foolishly. I only donate what I can afford. Besides, building schools benefits future generations. It's a noble deed, and it's worth it." Luo Weigua stammered. "But do you really have that much money?" Luo Yang replied with a smile, "Dad, Mom, rest assured. The reason I did not tell you the truth earlier was to spare you from worry or disbelief. I Haven Tea just earned a few hundred million. I have made 3 to 4 billion. Our family is well off, and even more is on the way." Zhao Jinyu expressed her concerns. "Son, I don't oppose your charitable donations. Our newfound wealth is a blessing from heaven. However, I'm worried about you giving away so much at once." Luo Yang shook his head with a wry smile. "Mom, I know what you're worried about. How about this? Tomorrow, I will buy an entire building for you in Tianzong City and a few commercial floors. With that, you and Dad can simply collect rent without doing anything, earning over 100,000 monthly. The properties and that 100 million in savings I want to touch. So if, by any chance, I end up like you fear and lose everything, at least you can still support yourselves, right? Also, Mom, Dad, I'm making not just small money, but rather substantial wealth. Money that our family couldn't exhaust in generations. So, you must think long-term, with our family's South large estate. Shouldn't you be worried about others coveting it? There are many powerful and capable people in this world. How many can we contend with? Thus, my current charitable acts of donating money to build schools aren't foolish. They serve as a protective shield for our family. With our newfound reputation and status, who would dare to openly seize our wealth?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weigua nodded in agreement, realizing their son had a point. Luo Yang continued, "Mom and Dad, we can earn at least several billion monthly. What does donating to a school matter? I plan to build the best school in every township throughout Chuan City, allowing the common people to witness the great charitable deeds of the Luo family." Luo Weigua felt a surge of pride and could not help but say, "Yes, son, I support you. But we must still be mindful of our limits. We shouldn't overextend ourselves. Don't worry, Dad and Mom. I'll handle everything as I said. Tomorrow, I'll buy you a large building and a few commercial floors. Just enjoy being landlords, and don't concern yourselves with my affairs. Let me manage it. I can only count on you both and my sister in this family, right?" Hearing this, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weigua felt elated. Their spirits lifted as they nodded in agreement. Just then, someone rang the doorbell, and upon checking the video intercom, they saw it was Zhu Yingying. Zhao Jinyu went to open the door. "Why are you home so early today? Didn't you say you'd be working until 9? Zhu Yingying smiled and pointed at Luo Yang. "It's all thanks to Luo Yang. The manager let me leave early, saying it's not easy to raise a child." Little Luo Jun, who had been watching cartoons on the sofa, dashed over to greet his mother affectionately. Luo Yang noticed that neither of his parents mentioned returning to their hometown, so he refrained from bringing it up as well. Soon, his mother would require Zhu Yingying to instruct her on how to use the kitchen appliances, and the two of them would head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Luo Yang vaguely overheard his mother discussing the pigs and chickens from their hometown, suggesting that his uncle and aunt should sell them for their own use. It appeared that his mother had come to terms with the situation and was no longer fixated on the trivial amount of money involved. Of course, the crux of the matter lay in his earlier remarks. His mother was meant to be his steadfast support. With a substantial deposit of 100 million, he intended to purchase a building and several commercial spaces the following day. Such a vast enterprise could not be left unmanaged by her. Returning to their hometown was out of the question. There were too many envious individuals lurking about, including his aunt and uncle, who had the audacity to call his father and reprimand him. Why should his son be subjected to such treatment? They even questioned why he wouldn't buy them cars or houses. Where were they when he faced hardship? Their memories seemed conveniently short. Now that he was prosperous, they emerged from the shadows, clamoring for money. He could hardly comprehend their audacity. Those devoid of shame are truly invincible. Chapter 29. The challenge to spend 1 billion in a day. 1. The next day, Ruo Yang was unable to sleep until 10. A phone call came in just past 9. He reached for his phone, squinting to see an unfamiliar number, and promptly hit snooze, but it rang again almost immediately. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up to answer. Hello, who is this? A melodious female voice replied. Hello, I am calling regarding a job application. May I ask where the interview is taking place? An applicant? Ruo Yang perked up a bit and replied, Tianzong City, Building 9, 21st floor, Unit A. With an applicant arriving, he hurried to get out of bed, wash his face, and brush his teeth. His parents were not in the house. They had grown accustomed to an early routine, having breakfast before heading out for a stroll. Approximately 15 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Ruo Yang found a tall young woman standing before him. With her hair styled in a bun, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and dressed in rather plain attire. She nonetheless possessed an appealing visage and figure, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old. As she entered, she surveyed her surroundings and hesitantly asked, Is this the company recruiting? Indeed. Ruo Yang gestured toward the sofa. Please, have a seat. The woman cautiously approached and sat down, her demeanor suggesting that if Ruo Yang harbored any ill intentions, she would bolt at the first opportunity. Ruo Yang reassured her with a calm, You needn't worry. Yet, the woman's apprehension remained, as she inquired, Where is the company located? Could you tell me what kind of business it operates? Ruo Yang shrugged and explained. Our company engages in trading on the U.S. stock market and international futures. Currently, we are not officially registered. What position are you applying for? Upon learning that the company was still in its nascent stages, the woman's skepticism grew. She questioned whether he was indeed trustworthy, contemplating whether to withdraw her application. Ruo Yang tilted his head, grinning, and asked, Do you think my company is utterly unreliable? Her internal conflict visible, the woman hesitated, unsure whether to voice her concerns, but ultimately decided to remain seated. At worst, she reasoned, she could simply stay a little longer, if he dared to act inappropriately. She had her wolf-repellent spray and stun gun at the ready. Ruo Yang, however, had not anticipated her level of preparedness. Recognizing her wariness, he refrained from pouring her a drink, knowing she would likely refuse it for fear of his potential deceit. Instead, he languidly leaned against the sofa and said, Why don't you introduce yourself? The woman remained silent, retrieving a document from her bag and placing it on the coffee table before him, watching him intently. It was a personal information sheet. As Ruo Yang perused it, he noted her name, Ruo Yang, hailing from Chuan City, age 26. With a master's degree in foreign languages from Peking University, fluent in English, Japanese, and French, and possessing 3 years of experience in the human resources department of an international firm in Shanghai. Wow, a prestigious university graduate. Why return to Chuan City? He mused. Isn't a leadership position in an international firm more enticing? Sensing the curiosity in Ruo Yang's eyes, Ruo Yang took the initiative to explain, I have only one sister, and my younger sibling is still in university. My parents are not in good health, so I plan to return to Chuan City to care for them. However, the salary levels here are significantly lower than in Shanghai, which has made it challenging to find suitable employment. I happened to see the recruitment information on television yesterday, and since your personal assistant position offers an annual salary starting at 200,000, I thought I would give it a shot. Thus clarified. It was evident that she was drawn by the attractive salary. Ruo Yang chuckled and asked, With your experience in human resources, why do you wish to apply for the personal assistant role instead? Ruo Yang replied, Isn't the personal assistant position also offering a salary of 200,000? The human resources manager position did not specify a salary. Ruo Yang scratched his head, smiling wryly before waving his hand dismissively. All right, let us have you start. It will be a week-long probation. If you prove competent, you may choose between the personal assistant or human resources manager roles. But for now, it matters little. There is plenty of work to be done, and someone must handle it. Ruo Yang was taken aback. So I've been hired? Ruo Yang shrugged. What else would it be? Biting her lip, she asked, Where will I be working? I should head back now and come in officially tomorrow. No, no, no. You start today? I need someone to get things done. Ruo Yang was not about to let her leave, grabbing his phone and rising. Let us go. We have some business to attend to and then register the company. Ruo Qinya was momentarily stunned. This seemed rather casual. She still felt the young boss was unreliable and considered making an escape. Once inside the elevator, however, she instinctively positioned herself behind Ruo Yang, remaining on guard. Ruo Yang paid her little mind, dialing his parents to ask their whereabouts, instructing them to meet him at the sales office of Tianzong City. After stepping out and walking a few paces, Ruo Qinya asked again, "What business are we attending to?" Ruo Yang casually gestured with a finger. "We're going to attempt to spend 1 billion in a single day." Huh. Ruo Qinya nearly spat her drink in disbelief. This man was indeed unreliable. "Boss, I think I'll pass on following you." She considered slipping away. "Where do you think you're going?" Weivee arrived. Ruo Yang shot her a glare. Arriving at the sales office with no intention of letting her escape, especially after securing a high-achieving graduate. Upon reaching the bustling sales office, Ruo Qinya observed the crowd and felt somewhat reassured that he wouldn't take advantage of her. All right, she thought, I'll just accompany him for a bit. It wouldn't hurt to look around. Upon entering the sales office lobby, Ruo Yang's mother and father were present as well. His mother had been incessantly discussing the purchase of a building and commercial spaces since early that morning. However, she remained silent, refraining from engaging with the sales representatives, leaving all negotiations to her son. "Allow me to introduce my parents," Ruo Yang said, gesturing towards them. "This is my mother and father." He then introduced Ruo Qinya to his parents. "Mom, Dad, this is Ruo Qinya, the first employee I've hired for my company, a graduate from Peking University." Peking University? Although Luo Weigua had little formal education, he was well aware of the prestige associated with Peking University and Tsinghua University, the top institutions in the country, attended only by the most exceptional talents. In ancient times, this would be akin to achieving the highest honor in the imperial examinations. While Ruo Qinya found Ruo Yang somewhat unreliable, she remained polite, greeting them. "Hello, uncle and aunt." "Ah, wonderful, wonderful." Upon gazing at the endearing demeanor of Ruo Qinya, Zhao Jinyu felt an instant fondness bloom within him. He grasped her hand and exclaimed, "Oh, you share the Luo surname as well? That makes us family." As he spoke, he stealthily cast a glance at Ruo Qinya's posterior, recalling the rural adage that a fuller figure signifies fertility and the potential to bear sons. After a cursory assessment, he deemed it acceptable, not overly ample, but satisfactory. At that moment, 2 sales representatives approached, one of whom recognized the affluent Ruo Yang, having encountered him previously. She swiftly turned and called out, "Wei Lin, your client has arrived." The sales department operated under a rule that any newcomer could be attended to by any salesperson. But once assigned, others were not permitted to intervene. Thus, despite being aware of Ruo Yang's status as a cash buyer, they could not encroach upon her territory. Wei Lin acknowledged the call from the reception area and hurriedly made her way outside. Upon seeing Ruo Yang, she froze momentarily, visibly taken aback. Chapter 30. The Challenge of Spending 1 Billion in a Day 2. Ruo Yang glanced at Wei Lin and remarked, "I wish to purchase a property. Are you not going to attend to me?" Wei Lin bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she turned her head slightly and said, "I know you are wealthy, but are you here to bully me like those others?" Wei Lin, already strikingly beautiful, appeared all the more pitiful in that moment, her eyes brimming with vulnerability, creating a rather disconcerting atmosphere. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weigua exchanged glances, their expressions laden with questions. What was the connection between their son and this lovely lady? Did she appear so distraught upon seeing him because he had mistreated her? Ruo Qinya's thoughts were even more ambiguous. Oh no, this fellow was indeed no good. It seemed this girl had fallen victim to his charms. Or else why would she react in such a manner upon their first encounter? Ruo Yang, sensing the tension, raised his hands and interjected, "Stop right there. I am here to buy a house. I have neither bullied you nor done anything to you. Please refrain from weeping at the mere sight of me. I stand upright and just. Should you tarnish my reputation, to whom shall I turn for solace?" Wei Lin was momentarily taken aback, blinking in astonishment. "But you said you wouldn't come again, yet here you are. Are you not here to harass me?" Ruo Yang, exasperated, retorted, "Harass you? I have no such inclination. I haven't even touched your finger. How can you accuse me of bullying you?" His frustration mounting, he pointed towards his parents and Ruo Qinya, who were observing the exchange. "These are my father and mother, and my personal assistant. I am here to buy a property. Dear lady, I do not have the luxury of time to indulge in trivialities. I did not summon you. It was your colleague who called you out, if you must know." Wei Lin stood momentarily dumbfounded before quickly responding. "Oh, you wish to buy a property? Excellent. What type of property are you interested in?" Are you looking to introduce it to relatives or friends? Luo Yang replied curtly, I have no interest in introducing it to anyone. I am purchasing for myself houses, shops, and office buildings. I desire all three types. Are you truly buying for yourself? Wei Lin still found it hard to believe, especially the notion of purchasing houses, shops, and office buildings all at once. Luo Yang shot her a sidelong glance and said, just inform me if you have them for sale. If not, I shall seek elsewhere. Of course we have them for sale. Wei Lin's enthusiasm returned as she promptly invited them to the reception hall, bringing with her a substantial stack of brochures. This one is a 138 square meter layout. This one is 118 square meters, and this one is 96 square meters. Here are the shops located in the Tianzong City Plaza, spanning across the 1st to 8th floors. You might want to examine the shop locations first to secure advantageous positions. And this is the office building. No need for an introduction, Luo Yang interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Select an entire unsold building for me. I want entire floors of shops, not individual units, as they are inconvenient to manage. The same goes for the office building. Both Zhao Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu, along with Wei Lin and Luo Qianya, were struck dumb, their mouths agape, as if sculpted from stone. Was he truly jesting or genuinely intending to buy? After a moment of contemplation, Wei Lin suddenly realized, could he truly be serious? After all, he had brought his parents along. He wouldn't dare joke about such matters. Would he? Wait here. I shall consult with the manager, she said hastily, sprinting towards the manager's office, disregarding her polished appearance. Luo Qianya felt a flutter of apprehension. Could he genuinely be making this purchase? Did he possess such capabilities? She recalled his earlier words about challenging himself to spend 1 billion in a single day. Could he truly mean it? Moments later, Wei Lin returned, her cheeks slightly flushed, accompanied by the manager. Luo Yang recognized the manager, a woman in her 30s, still exuding charm, suggesting she had once been quite the figure of prominence. This is our manager Xia, Wei Lin introduced. Xia, Mr. Luo. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. She greeted with a warm smile, shaking Luo Yang's hand. Her demeanor and presence indicated that this woman was formidable. Manager Xia. Luo Yang replied casually. I trust Wei Lin has briefed you on my requirements? Do you have the properties I seek? Indeed. Xia replied directly. The 32-story building in Block 12 has not sold a single unit yet, not due to unavailability, but simply because we have not released the listings. The layouts consist of 3 types, 138 square meters, 118 square meters, and 96 square meters, with 4 units per elevator and 8 units per floor. The total area for 8 units is 896 square meters, with a total of 256 units across 32 floors, summing up to 28,672 square meters. The base price varies by floor, averaging at 7,176 yuan per square meter, with a finished renovation costing 4,000 yuan per square meter, totaling 11,176 yuan per square meter. The commercial building's basement has already been pre-leased to a renowned supermarket chain. The 1st to 8th floors have sold 121 units, with the 8th floor pre-leased to China Film International. The best units on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th floors have not been released for sale, each spanning 2,028 square meters, with a selling price of 13,000 yuan per square meter. As for the office building, the entire 12th floor of Tianshu building is currently available, covering 268 square meters. Originally, the office building was only for lease, but due to the financial strains from the pandemic this year, we are now open to sales. The price is 12,000 yuan per square meter. What do you think, Mr. Luo? Luo Yang waved his hand and said, you have me feeling dizzy. Just give me the total price. Xia nodded, calculating as she spoke. The total area for the 12 buildings is 28,672 square meters, with a unit price of 11,176 yuan per square meter, amounting to 338,272 yuan. The first floor of the commercial building is 2,028 square meters, priced at 13,000 yuan per square meter, totaling 26,364,000 yuan. The office building, at 268 square meters and 12,000 yuan per square meter, totals 27,216,000 yuan. You want all the unsold commercial spaces on the 4th floor as well? Let me calculate that. Luo Yang interjected. Xia recalculated. The first floor totals 26,364,000 yuan. For 4 floors, that would be 105,456,000 yuan. Adding that to the total for the 12 buildings and office building, we arrive at a grand total of 453,110,272 yuan. With a sigh of relief, Xiaoying wiped her brow, exhaling deeply. We finally clarified it. Mr. Luo, this is a substantial purchase. A down payment of 20 is required for a mortgage on the property. The total price exceeds 450 million yuan, even with a 20 down payment. That amounts to 90 million yuan. To everyone's astonishment, Ruo Yang then pulled out a bank card, declaring, "Why bother with loans when I can pay in full? Just swipe the card." Xia Ying, Wei Lin, and Luo Qianya stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend whether this was mere bravado or an exhibition of unfathomable wealth. After a moment of shock, Xia Ying quickly said, "Mr. Luo, please follow me to the finance office." Wei Lin's heart raced as she followed suit. She was astonished when Ruo Yang had previously purchased a duplex in Building 9 with cash. However, when she took him to her brother's dealership to buy a car, he had to wait until the next day to pay the full amount of 2.4 million yuan. At that moment, she surmised he indeed had wealth, but perhaps only a few million. Little did she expect that just a few days later, he would be making a full cash offer for a property worth 450 million yuan. Good heavens, was this fellow boasting, or was he truly that affluent? Even Xia Lin found herself pondering whether Ruo Yang could actually swipe a card for 450 million yuan. The same thought crossed the mind of Luo Qianya, who accompanied them to the finance office, eager to ascertain if her young boss was indeed exaggerating. Chapter 31, Extravagance Beyond Reason. Only Ruo Yang, with a mischievous expression, proceeded to swipe his card, enter his password, and then receive the receipt. A staggering sum of over 450 million yuan was successfully charged. Wei Lin stared at the receipt. Awestruck, he had indeed managed to swipe for 450 million yuan. If one were to count the bills individually, it would amount to a fortune. Furthermore, it is said that in business, negotiation is key. With such a large transaction, he could easily negotiate a discount of 10 to 20 million yuan without issue. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic had caused economic downturns, leaving many with little cash to spare. Properties were difficult to sell, yet here he was, making a full payment without even haggling. A client like him would make any boss want to pamper him like a father. What she could not fathom was that Ruo Yang was at that moment contemplating his failure the previous day to spend 5 million yuan in a single day, and today, he was determined to surpass that challenge by spending 100 million yuan. The wealthy Luo was not interested in bargaining. He simply did not need to. While processing paperwork in the reception area, Ruo Yang suggested using his parents' names for the property, but Zhao Jinyu disagreed, insisting that it be registered under Ruo Yang's name. As she and Luo Weiguo were merely overseeing the transaction, Ruo Yang did not contest this. After all, his parents' names were still his, so it mattered little. Before the paperwork was finished, his phone rang again, this time from an unfamiliar number. Ruo Yang answered, suspecting it might be another job applicant. To his surprise, a male voice on the line said, "Is this Mr. Luo?" "Hello, I am Yang Zhe, secretary to Mayor Qin. I am here to assist you with the company's registration and related procedures." "Oh, hello," Ruo Yang replied, switching the phone to his other ear. "I am at the sales office of Tianzong City, handling some paperwork. Please come over." Yang Zhe assured him he would arrive in 10 minutes before hanging up. Ruo Yang waved to Luo Qianya, saying, "Secretary Yang Zhe from Mayor Qin's office is coming to assist me with the company registration process. You will be going to the bank first to open a corporate account. Once that is done, call me, and I will transfer 10 billion yuan into the account as registered capital. Is that all right?" Luo Qianya paused for a moment, then nodded fervently. In her eyes, Ruo Yang had become extraordinarily impressive. Previously, she thought his youth indicated unreliability. Now, she saw it as a sign of capability. What she once dismissed as bragging about spending 100 million yuan now seemed like a testament to his strength. In an instant, she realized that not taking the opportunity to leave was the right decision. If she had walked away, she might have missed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. 10 minutes later, Yang Zhe arrived punctually, slightly out of breath. He appeared to be around 30, tall at nearly 6 feet, and exuded an air of sharpness. "Hello, Mr. Luo. I am Yang Zhe, secretary to Mayor Qin," he greeted respectfully upon arrival. Ruo Yang nodded, gesturing to Luo Qianya. "This is my assistant, Luo Qianya. She will handle all the paperwork." "Thank you for your assistance, Secretary Yang." "Of course," Yang Zhe replied, casting a glance at Luo Qianya, who seemed lost in thought. Blushing, she stood up and excused herself to the restroom. Upon her return, she was not wearing her black frame glasses, which gave her a surprisingly fresh appearance. Ruo Yang was momentarily taken aback. She was quite beautiful, easily scoring an 85 out of 100. After regaining his composure, he asked, "Where are your glasses? Why aren't you wearing them?" Luo Qianya blushed again, fidgeting as she replied, "I don't have vision problems. Those were just plain glasses. They were uncomfortable after wearing them for too long. I usually wear them to ward off unwanted attention." Ruo Yang couldn't help but snort. In essence, she was trying to disguise herself from him. He wondered if he looked that lecherous. Luo Qianya, however, showed no intention of leaving. Lifting her bag and saying to Ruo Yang, "Mr. Luo, Shall I accompany Secretary Yang now? Wait a moment. Luo Yang replied without looking up. Do you have a driver's license? Can you drive? Luo Qianyan nodded earnestly. Yes, I have a license and have driven for 2 years. Luo Yang nodded in agreement. Good. Later, we will go directly to the dealership to buy a car for company use. You will drive for our business. It will be quite busy. And having no vehicle would be inconvenient. Luo Qianyan responded with an "oh," then sat back down. Yang Zhe, naturally, did not rush them. His task was solely to assist Luo Yang in navigating the company's procedures, regardless of the time required. Wei Lin took the completed documents to the office to get them stamped by Xia Ying. As she stamped, Xia Ying glanced at Wei Lin and teased, Wei Lin. Is that wealthy Luo trying to pursue you? He comes to see you to buy properties time and again, and this deal is extraordinary. You will earn a commission of 4.5 million yuan. I don't know what to say. You've earned more in a day than I have in several years. Wei Lin blushed, feeling bashful and remaining silent. She thought, was she perhaps too forward with him that day? Once the documents were signed and stamped, they were considered complete. The property certificate would take some time to process, but Luo Yang was unbothered. He was not in a rush to sell the house. Handing the folder over to his mother, he said, Mom, I leave everything in your hands now. Zhao Jinyu smiled as she received it, waving to Luo Weigua. Let's head home. Our son has matters to attend to, so let us not delay him. Wei Lin quickly bid them farewell, her radiant smile revealing her excitement. Xia Ying shot Wei Lin a playful grin, saying, Take your leave. Go accompany Mr. Luo to buy a car. Your task is to keep him company. Wei Lin blushed once more, but this time, she no longer gave Luo Yang a cold shoulder. Luo Qianyu speculated that her young boss likely had a romantic interest in the beautiful saleswoman. Their destination was, of course, Junshin car dealership. While Luo Yang and Wei Lin were slightly disgruntled, they still held a favorable impression of Wei Cheng. Upon arriving at the dealership, Wei Cheng beamed upon hearing that Luo Yang was buying another car. He glanced at his sister, whose cheeks were flushed with excitement, and thought she appeared even more beautiful. Love truly had a way of enhancing a woman's beauty. Hearing Luo Yang mention that the car was primarily for his assistant, Wei Cheng surmised it would not be an extravagant purchase and inquired about the price range and model. It was likely to be between 200,000 and 400,000 yuan. As a car for an assistant wouldn't be too luxurious. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yang replied, This vehicle will be categorized as a company asset for client receptions. I will purchase my personal vehicle later. However, for company use, the car cannot be subpar, as it would affect our corporate image. It should be a model that conveys stability and prestige. Do you have the Mercedes-Benz S-Class? The Mercedes brand is well established, and the S-Class is both stately and sophisticated. Wei Cheng was taken aback. Another premium car? There was only one unit available, the Mercedes-Benz S450L 4MATIC Exclusive Edition, priced at 12,018,000 yuan. Alright, let's reserve 3 units for now. Please expedite the paperwork for this one. My assistant needs a car. Once the other 2 arrive, notify me to complete the paperwork. Swipe the card for the full payment. Luo Yang was not one for idle chatter. His cash payments were practically his signature language. Chapter 32, The Arrival of My Aunt and Uncle. After purchasing the car, Luo Yang sent Luo Qianyan off to follow the procedures with Secretary Yang, while he leisurely drove home. Having someone to run errands for him was quite convenient. Although initially, the spirited Luo Qianyan was both cautious and skeptical of him. The extravagant expenditure of 450 million in Tianzong City had completely subdued her. What of her prestigious university education? Despite my humble high school diploma, I, Luo Yang the affluent, have effortlessly commanded the attention of highly educated individuals, for I possess an abundance of wealth. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wei Lin appeared lost in her thoughts, her cheeks flushed, occasionally stealing glances at him. Luo Yang chose not to engage her in conversation, after she had previously snubbed him. He resolved not to initiate dialogue, for a man's pride must be upheld. Upon returning to Tianzong City, Luo Yang parked in the underground garage and noticed Wei Lin fidgeting by the car, seemingly torn between wanting to speak and holding back. What was it now? Luo Yang pointed to the surveillance camera overhead and remarked, You see, there are cameras everywhere. Do not falsely accuse me of any wrongdoing. I never invited you to my home. Wei Lin had initially hesitated, contemplating suggesting a visit to his home, where his parents would also be present, thinking it would be safe. After reflecting on their recent interactions, she felt Luo Yang wasn't as unbearable as she once thought. Though his words had been coarse, he had never acted inappropriately. Moreover, his repeated acts of gallantry had left a favorable impression on her. Thoughts of him lingered in her mind, and she even found him rather handsome. Of course, this could be attributed to the notion that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. Nevertheless, Luo Yang was certainly not unattractive, and coupled with his wealth, it inspired her colleagues to muster the courage to approach him. Who could have anticipated that he would upset her again? Frustrated, she stomped her foot and stormed off towards the sales office's elevator. Perhaps it was due to his newfound wealth. But Ruo Yang now approached matters of the heart with far less fervor than before. In earlier times, with such a stunning woman like Wei Lin being so forward, he would have been ablaze with desire. Yet now, he remained as calm as a still pond, unmoved by the tumultuous waves around him. Upon arriving home, he found his parents present. Just as he was about to tease his mother, Zhao Jinyu suddenly grasped his ear and sternly said, "You better confess honestly, what have you done to that girl?" Ouch, that hurt. Though it wasn't truly painful, his mother was still mindful of her strength. But Ruo Yang feigned discomfort. It would be quite scandalous for someone of his stature to be subjected to such treatment. The gossip would be unbearable. Zhao Jinyu yanked him to the sofa and demanded, "Now, tell me the truth." Meanwhile, Luo Weiguo was on the balcony watering the potted plants, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. As the head of the family, he held a certain authority. As long as his son hadn't made any significant mistakes, he preferred to remain uninvolved. After all, it was quite normal for both wealthy and less affluent individuals to court women. Luo Yang spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. "What do you want me to confess?" "She is just a saleswoman. I've only met her a handful of times at the sales office while purchasing a house. What is there to confess?" Zhao Jinyu's expression shifted to one of disappointment. "You really haven't bullied that girl?" "Absolutely not." Luo Yang raised his hand in a solemn vow. But seeing his mother's disappointed demeanor, he wondered if she secretly wished he had. Zhao Jinyu was genuinely disheartened, having seen the girl at the sales office. She recognized her beauty, elegant yet not gaudy, well-proportioned, and seemingly capable of bearing children. Her son was turning 26 soon, handsome and wealthy, with a thriving business. All that remained was to settle down and provide her with grandchildren. Sigh, what a splendid girl. Why hadn't he pursued her? Zhao Jinyu sighed, her spirits dampened. Relieved, Luo Yang decided to occupy himself by unboxing his Apple computer and placing it on the table. It was Monday, and he would need it for trading that evening. He powered on both his desktop and laptop, connected them wirelessly, downloaded the trading software from his brokerage, and logged in to review stocks and futures. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, China remained the safest place globally. Meanwhile, the unpredictable and irresponsible actions of the American president had plunged the nation into chaos, triggering a domino effect that caused wild fluctuations in the international financial markets. For Luo Yang, such volatility was akin to a windfall. Seizing the opportunity before the market closed, he placed an order, knowing he could easily pocket over 200,000. After all, even the smallest gains counted. Operating on a computer was certainly more efficient than on a mobile device. Just as he was selecting a few American stocks, his father's phone rang. After answering, he discreetly informed Zhao Jinyu, "Luo Yang's aunt and uncle are here." Zhao Jinyu merely huffed, remaining silent. Luo Weiguo released his grip and spoke, "Chunying, it's me. Have you returned from the countryside?" "Oh dear, I forgot to mention this last night. We've been in Chuan City for a few days now, not at home. Come over. We're staying at Building 9, 21st floor." After hanging up, Luo Weiguo glanced at Zhao Jinyu, awkwardly adding, "When they arrive, don't make a sour face." "She is still my sister." Zhao Jinyu retorted, I know. How often have your sisters visited us? Did I not treat them with warmth every time? I only grumbled a few times behind their backs." Luo Weiguo sighed in relief. He was concerned that Zhao Jinyu might show his sister disrespect. So he hurriedly went downstairs to greet them. However, he felt a twinge of discomfort within. Growing up in poverty, he and his older brother had worked tirelessly to send their younger sisters to school, only for them to forget their roots once they had succeeded. Luo Weiguo wasn't concerned about his own pride. Rather, he was frustrated that his son and daughter had sought assistance from their aunts, but were met with refusal. The first instance was when Luo Yang, after incurring debt, attempted to borrow money from his two sisters, only to be denied as they deemed him unambitious and believed he wouldn't repay them. Previously, he had sought help from his brother-in-law, Jiang Shulin, regarding his daughter, Luoyan, attending a prestigious school, but Jiang had outright refused, claiming that he was currently under scrutiny from the school administration, and any personal favors would jeopardize his standing. In truth, Luo Yun was an exemplary student, diligent and ambitious, but Jiang Shulin, perhaps inadvertently, had hinted that she should not rely on familial connections. As the new school year approached, Luo Yun was entering her final year of high school, and no one at school was aware of her kinship with Jiang Shulin. Moreover, Jiang's daughter, Jiang Shiqi, was in the same class, and neither of them ever mentioned their relationship to their classmates, resulting in minimal interaction. Luo Weiguo waited at the community entrance for just a few minutes when Jiang Shulin's old, battered BYD arrived. His sister, Luo Chunying, leaned out of the passenger window and waved, "Second brother, get in." Luo Weiguo quickly opened the door and climbed inside the car. The back seat was filled with several gifts, a carton of cigarettes, 2 bottles of liquor, and some fruits. Luo Chunying turned to him and said, "Second brother, this is the liquor and cigarettes that Shulin bought for you. Over 200 for a carton of cigarettes, and the liquor isn't cheap either. At 120 a bottle. You didn't mention it last night, so we had to drag it all the way back from the countryside." Chapter 33, Seeking Justice. Regarding his sister's grievances, Luo Weigua could only manage a sheepish smile before directing Jiang Shulin to the entrance of the underground garage to park. Coincidentally, as Jiang Shulin sought a parking spot, he ended up right next to Ruo Yang's Mercedes-Benz G-Class. As Jiang Shulin alighted from the car, he cast a glance and inquired of Luo Weigua, "Second brother, doesn't this vehicle resemble the one owned by Luo Yang?" Luo Weigua nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is his." Luo Chunying, though not particularly knowledgeable about automobiles, recognized the emblem of the Mercedes-Benz. After surveying the car for a moment, she asked, "How much does this car cost?" Luo Weigua candidly replied, "According to Luo Yang, it set him back 240,000. Luo Chunying gasped in astonishment and, upon entering the elevator with Luo Weigua, could no longer contain herself. She lamented, "Second brother, it seems that Luo Yang, having suffered such a significant loss, still lacks discernment. I refrain from criticizing his car purchase, as he has the right to enjoy his own acquisitions. However, what is this about him donating 4 to 5 million to the school? Is he so flush with cash that he feels the need to squander it? With that kind of money, how could he forget about his aunt? He has suffered a setback yet remains oblivious, behaving like such a wastrel." Although Luo Weigua supported his 2 sisters in front of his wife, he was displeased by Luo Chunying's disparagement of his son. He turned to her with a furrowed brow. "Chunying, your words are quite misplaced. While it is true that Luo Yang has been deceived, his nature is not malevolent. He is quite astute, and certainly not a spendthrift. Both his mother and I are aware of his donations to the school, and we wholeheartedly approve. You and sister-in-law are aware." At this revelation, both Jiang Shulin and Luo Chunying were taken aback. It was well known that Luo Weigua and his wife Zhao Jinyu, having lived their entire lives as farmers, had little exposure to the world and were notoriously frugal. The idea that they would condone Luo Yang donating 4 to 5 million to the school was beyond comprehension. That sum was not a trifling 4 to 500. Even if it were merely 4 to 500, the couple would likely have wanted to stretch it as far as it could go. Donating 4 to 5 million to the school seemed utterly absurd. As they entered the elevator, Luo Chunying and her husband couldn't help but feel envious of its opulence. Their own home was purchased over a decade ago and now felt outdated. Last year, she had contemplated upgrading, but a decent property now required a down payment of 30 to 40,000, with monthly installments exceeding several thousand. Jiang Shulin had also been yearning to replace his vehicle, but the couple found themselves in a predicament, their finances insufficient to support such desires. She couldn't help but envy her sister Luo Chuanlian, whose spacious home was a testament to better circumstances, yet she had grown accustomed to the notion that her sister was better off. The unexpected financial ascent of her second brother's family, once thought to be perpetually mired in mediocrity, left her with feelings of envy and discontent. As her long-held sense of superiority suddenly dissipated, the community boasted an exceptionally beautiful environment and expansive grounds, and she admired it upon first glance. Yet, she was not oblivious to the fact that Tianzong City represented the most expensive real estate in Chuan City, and acquiring a residence here would be no small feat. Upon reaching the 21st floor, the elevator doors opened to a wide and bright corridor. Looking out the window, the unobstructed view showcased a splendid landscape. This floor housed only 2 lavishly appointed residences. Luo Chunying was immediately taken with the grand double doors and couldn't resist asking Luo Weigua, "Second brother, how much does this house cost?" Luo Weigua, unable to contain his pride, replied, "This house is worth 292,000, a duplex with 2 levels. And the second floor boasts a large private garden, quite exquisite." Both this house and that car, priced at 240,000, were purchased outright by Luo Yang, with no loans whatsoever. 292,000, both purchased in full. Luo Chunying and Jiang Shulin exchanged astonished glances. Initially, when they learned of Luo Yang's donation to the school, they had speculated that he must possess over 10 million, as it was unlikely he would part with so much without substantial means. At the entrance, Luo Weigua adeptly unlocked the door using his fingerprint, a task Luo Yang had previously programmed for his family. Over the past few days, Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu had grown quite accustomed to this modern convenience and could operate the kitchen appliances with ease. As the door swung open, Luo Chunying placed the fruit she had been carrying prominently in the living room before surveying the house and engaging Zhao Jinyu in conversation. Though Zhao Jinyu felt a twinge of resentment, she maintained a cordial demeanor, offering tea and refreshments. Luo Yang approached, courteously greeting, "Aunt, uncle, please have a seat." Jiang Shulin surveyed the spacious and luxuriously appointed duplex with mouth agape in astonishment. Luo Chunying, being Luo Weigua's sister, felt less restrained and roamed about, with Zhao Jinyu accompanying her as they explored both levels. The more she observed, the more discomfort she felt. How could her second brother's family possibly deserve such a splendid home? She had never resided in a place so grand, and the thought was infuriating. In the upstairs garden, Luo Chunying quietly asked Zhao Jinyu, sister-in-law, what exactly has Luo Yang done to amass his wealth? He must be earning quite a bit. Wouldn't you agree? Please, enlighten me. I promise I won't share this with anyone. Zhao Jinyu felt a sense of satisfaction, but replied, I believe he is involved in stock trading or something of that nature. I cannot comprehend his work, but I am certain that his earnings are legitimate. However, I am unaware of the exact amounts. Upon saying this, Zhao Jinyu smirked inwardly, imagining how their reactions would be if they learned that her son had purchased over 400 million in real estate and commercial properties. How they had looked down upon their impoverished relatives when they had money, and how they had scorned them in times of hardship. Now, they sought to benefit from his success. They deserved it. In the downstairs living room, Jiang Shulin sipped his tea and glanced at the insincere smile on Luo Yang's face. Desperately seeking a topic of conversation, Luo Yang, I should invite Yin Yun over to stay with me and Shi. It would be convenient for me to tutor them both together, especially with the critical final year approaching. Luo Yang non-committally smiled. That girl is quite stubborn. She wouldn't want to seem like she's relying on her uncle's favor, fearing it might reflect poorly on you. I can't convince her otherwise. Let it be as it is. Jiang Shulin awkwardly chuckled, having arrived with a plethora of grievances and premeditated remarks, yet now found himself at a loss for words in front of Luo Yang. Subtly, Jiang Shulin sensed an air of quiet authority emanating from Luo Yang, which was truly perplexing. After a brief silence, he cautiously probed, what did you discuss with Director Xie and Mayor Qin last night? As he spoke, a sudden realization struck him. Perhaps Luo Yang's substantial donation to the school had not been without ulterior motives. It might have forged connections with influential figures like Director Xie and Mayor Qin, if he were to reveal their familial ties to Director Xie. With a casual smile, Luo Yang replied, what else could we possibly discuss? Jiang Shulin grinned awkwardly and stood, calling out to Luo Chunying upstairs, Chunying, I have a class to attend this evening. I shall take my leave. Puzzled, Luo Chunying descended the stairs, wondering why he was leaving when they had planned to engage with their second brother and sister-in-law. They had not yet broached the subject of benefits. And given Luo Yang's apparent wealth, surely her request to borrow a couple of 100,000 should not be an issue. Naturally, her intent was to borrow, with little expectation of repayment. Chapter 34. The first day of work went splendidly, yielding a reward of 50,000. Zhao Jinyu announced that she would prepare dinner at home, suggesting they eat before heading back. However, Jiang Shulin insisted on leaving, appearing unperturbed, which piqued her curiosity. Let them leave, Luo Yang thought, indifferent to the intentions of his aunt and uncle. Meanwhile, Luo Qinya was in the process of registering the company and called to inquire about its name. Over the phone, Luo Yang requested her suggestions for a name that bore significant meaning. Luo Qinya, a distinguished graduate of a prestigious institution, quickly proposed several options, names imbued with symbolism, such as rising sun, dawn, or future, leaving the choice of symbolism to the owner's discretion. A flash of insight illuminated Luo Yang's mind, and he decisively declared, the future is promising. We shall profit from future capital, thus naming our venture Future Finance. This is it. His unique ability lay in foreseeing the next 24 hours, a future that seamlessly aligned with his talents, enabling him to earn money ahead of time. As a sole proprietor, he could not register as a limited company. With Yang's support, Luo Qinya navigated the process with remarkable ease, bypassing queues and completing everything through expedited channels. The city leaders had given specific instructions, and who would dare complicate matters? Upon registering the company, they proceeded with tax registration and the establishment of a corporate bank account. The company's business scope included financial investment, stock trading, U.S. stock trading, and international futures trading, among others. Luo Yang transferred 1 billion in cash into the corporate account, establishing the company's registered capital at 1 billion. With a provisional employee count ranging from 10 to 99 individuals. Despite his youth, the boss exhibited reliability. After all, every exaggerated claim he made had transformed into reality. This was Luo Qianya's assessment of her young employer. Otherwise, she would not have willingly taken on errands for him today. However, despite the wealth, Luo Qianya harbored concerns regarding her young boss's actual capabilities. The scale of the venture was substantial from the outset, and if expenditures outweighed income, the consequences would be dire. She certainly did not wish to find herself working for a boss who could swiftly go bankrupt. Once the procedures were complete, Luo Qinya expressed her gratitude to Secretary Yang before returning to the residence of her young employer to provide a report. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and truth be told, she was exhausted from the day's endeavors. However, the new Mercedes S450, valued at over $1.5 million, provided a sense of satisfaction. Even if it officially belonged to the company and was not for her personal use once the company expanded. Luo Yang reclined on the sofa, listening as Luo Qinya recounted her day's tasks. He responded with an approving hum, stating, "Well done. You've adapted quickly, which speaks to your competence. I am quite satisfied with your performance today. As a reward, I hereby confirm your probationary status as successful, and congratulations on becoming the first esteemed employee of Future Finance." Luo Qinya paused in surprise. Is this all it takes to pass probation? She mused, then nodded. Very well. It makes my efforts today worthwhile. Boss, I've left the car keys on the table. I'll head home now and return tomorrow morning. Hold on, Luo Yang called after her. My mother is cooking dinner. You'll need to stay and help out tonight. Luo Qinya's expression shifted, and she replied, Boss, I am willing to work overtime and take on additional tasks. But I will not engage in any dubious activities, no matter how wealthy you may be. Have you finished your tirade? Luo Yang interrupted her, exasperated. What on earth is going on in that head of yours? Can you refrain from assuming that your boss is always so lecherous and unscrupulous? Look over there. He gestured toward the 2 computers on the desks. Today is Monday, and the U.S. stock market along with international futures are open for trading. Since you've joined Future Finance, you must become familiar with my work. The trading hours for U.S. stocks and international futures are from 9:30 p.m. to 4 a.m. There's a lot to learn. I will teach you how to operate. You'll have the day off tomorrow. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward her, saying, Give me your bank account number. A wise emperor does not starve his soldiers. I am quite pleased with your work today, so I would like to grant you a bonus as encouragement. Oh. Luo Qianya's expression softened as she hesitated before retrieving her bank card from her bag and handing it to him. Coming from a modest background with frequently ill parents and a sister in college, she was constantly stretched thin. And the past month, without finding suitable work, had left her feeling desperate. If this young boss harbored no ill intentions, he truly seemed to be a good employer. Given his satisfaction with her work, she estimated a bonus of at least 200 would be forthcoming. Luo Yang accessed his mobile banking app and transferred 50,000 yuan directly to her. Upon receiving the notification, Luo Qinya was taken aback. Boss, did you perhaps add 2 extra zeros by mistake? Were you intending to give me 500? Luo Yang scoffed. I'm young and not blind. Is 50,000 yuan really that shocking to you? He added. Your work ability is commendable, but your capacity for psychological endurance is lacking. Though Luo Qinya internally grumbled about her young employer, she smiled on the outside. My annual salary is only 200,000, and you just awarded me a bonus equivalent to a quarter of that in a single day. What employee could ever dream of such generosity? This gesture deepened her gratitude and warmth towards him. While he may be young, he displayed a keen understanding of people and generosity. For him, 50,000 yuan might be trivial, but for her, it was a lifeline. Luo Yang, uninterested in delving into heartfelt conversations, waved his hand dismissively. Finish your meal and take a half-hour break. Then I will give you a brief introduction to the fundamentals. Actual operations will commence at 9:30. Luo Qinya nodded, a sense of unease creeping in. Despite being a graduate of a prestigious university, she had never engaged in stock or futures trading, fearing she might not meet her young boss's expectations. Meanwhile, Luo Yang remained unperturbed. He had evolved from humble beginnings to his current status. What Luo Qinya needed to learn was merely operational mechanics. The decisions of buying and selling were his responsibility. She would simply be a subordinate following orders. How difficult could that be? Before long, dinner was ready. Luo Qinya helped Zhao Jinyu in the kitchen while Luo Yang lounged on the sofa like a lord. After dinner, when Luo Qinya offered to help with the dishes, Zhao Jinyu insisted she refrain from entering the kitchen. Luo Yang languidly remarked, You needn't bother. Prepare yourself for work. Oh, Luo Qinya responded quickly, rushing to the computer desk to set up both computers. Luo Yang brought her a cup of tea and, while sipping, instructed her on how to open the trading software, explaining the processes for buying, selling, and placing orders. He also briefly covered short and long positions. Luo Qianya's thoughts were clear, and she grasped the material, feeling it was not overly challenging. In both her U.S. stock and international futures accounts, there was a leverage limit of 500 million. Luo Qianya counted and confirmed the amount. She mused that this must be a virtual trading platform, for how could there be such substantial funds? Perhaps her young boss had her working late simply to practice virtual operations, as the trading hours for U.S. stocks and international futures were from 9:30 p.m. to 4 a.m., necessitating evening shifts for practice. Chapter 35. The the most expensive training for a new employee. University-educated individuals possess remarkable adaptability. After 2 hours, Luo Qinya had become proficient. She could execute buy and sell orders seamlessly as Luo Yang called out stock names. At 9:30 p.m., as the U.S. stock market opened, Luo Yang selected a stock for her to fully invest the 500 million, then turned his attention to futures trading. Once again, he opted for crude oil futures. Today, both crude oil and precious metals such as gold, silver, and copper were in decline, with crude oil experiencing the most significant drop. Hence, Luo Yang chose crude oil. Many investors had already attempted to capitalize on the dip before the market closed last week, and today the opening saw substantial funds entering the market. At 228 per barrel, Luo Yang shorted $500 million worth of crude oil. As the market opened, a predominance of long positions existed, but a green line plummeted, crashing below 21. With a purchase of 23,800 contracts for crude oil, the result was an immediate unrealized profit of 42,840,000. Such substantial gains were the result of a significant principal investment. Upon witnessing the remarkably low price of 21, a multitude of individuals rushed to capitalize on the opportunity, only to soon find themselves lamenting as crude oil prices plummeted to 20.85. Moments later, they fell further to 20.72, 20.55, and 20.42, cascading downwards as if a river of blood flowed from their losses. The threshold of 20 loomed ominously, prompting many long positions to hastily execute stop-loss orders. A significant number even transitioned to short positions, fearing a breach below 20. Amidst this turmoil, Luo Yang unexpectedly instructed Luo Qinya to place an order at 20.15. Engrossed in her virtual trading, which she found quite entertaining, Luo Qinya immediately complied with Luo Yang's directive. As crude oil continued its descent to 20.13, the order she placed was successfully executed, yielding an astounding profit of 63,546,000. With such a windfall, Luo Yang swiftly commanded her to go long at 20.10. Luo Qinya, perplexed, questioned, "But it's still declining. Why should we buy?" She expressed her belief that prices would plunge below 20. Luo Yang, with a dismissive glance, retorted, "Are you the boss, or am I?" Stunned into silence, Luo Qinya dutifully followed her superior's instructions to enter a long position. The first rule of the boss's doctrine: the boss is always right. As oil prices dipped to 20.07, all of Luo Yang's long positions were executed. Luo Qinya stole a glance at him, pouting, "Boss, I still think we're headed below 20, and you're not convinced." Though her long positions were showing a slight loss, just 3 cents per barrel, Luo Yang chose not to enlighten her. Were her predictions accurate, she would not be in such dire straits. Just as she awaited her boss's miscalculation, crude oil futures unexpectedly surged, turning the line red, with prices rising to 20.09. Exclaiming in surprise, "What is happening? Why is it rising?" She felt a pang of despair for those who had switched to short positions, internally pleading for a further decline, hoping for a breach below 20. However, the reality was that the red line continued to ascend, and oil prices surged, soon surpassing 21, reaching 21.15, 21.26, 21.35, and eventually 21.88, at which point all long positions were sold. No longer contesting her young boss, Luo Qinya obediently executed the commands, initially anticipating that Luo Yang would then transition to short positions. To her surprise, he instructed her to switch to gold futures. This must be an exercise in her handling of various futures, she thought, and complied. Although the repetitive nature of buying and selling was tedious, she adapted and found herself enjoying it immensely, while Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu, who had watched for quite some time, could no longer keep their eyes open and opted for sleep. At 4 in the morning, after the final order was executed under Luo Yang's guidance, Luo Qinya, still eager, inquired, "Is that it?" Luo Yang chuckled, "Transfer the profits from the U.S. stocks and futures trading accounts to the newly registered company account." Once Luo Qinya successfully changed the account details, Luo Yang asked her, "What are the profits from the 2 accounts?" Leaning closer to the screen, she squinted and counted before responding. The U.S. stocks account shows 104,700,000, while the international futures account shows 372,663,806. After reciting the figures, she added with a smile, "If this amount were truly earned, it would be remarkable." "Boss, how did I perform tonight?" "Quite well," Luo Yang replied, gesturing towards the computer. "Now convert the funds in both accounts into RMB and transfer them to the company account." Luo Qinya paused, then realized, "Oh, I see, you want to test my experience in transferring funds." As she proceeded with the operation, the total from both accounts amounted to 473,133,806, which when converted to RMB, equated to 359,250,000. After initiating the withdrawal, the system displayed that the operation was in process. Unlike other accounts which typically require 3 business days for processing, Luo Yang's account received special treatment, allowing for immediate transfer, and after deducting commissions, the amount remained over 3 billion. Rubbing her eyes and stretching widely, Luo Qinya then queried, "My back is aching. Boss, was my performance satisfactory?" "Quite," Luo Yang nodded, instructing her. "Check the company account to see if the withdrawal has been credited." "Withdrawal credited?" Luo Qinya exclaimed in astonishment. "Wasn't this just a virtual practice? Can it even be credited virtually?" Luo Yang, somewhat exasperated, responded, "Who could possibly engage in virtual trading with you? Do you think as a significant boss I have the time to stay up all night practicing virtual trades with you? You certainly have a high opinion of yourself." Not willing to be outdone, Luo Qinya retorted, "Is it amusing to constantly belittle your employees, boss?" As she opened her online banking account, she was suddenly taken aback. How did the balance increase? She recalled that after Luo Yang transferred the initial 1 billion cash, her balance stood at 1 billion. Yet now the leading digit was not 1, but 4. The subsequent digits were 35,925. She blinked in disbelief, quickly counting the digits again, only to confirm that the company account balance had soared to 4,359,250,000. Stunned into silence, Luo Qinya placed her hand over her heart and asked Luo Yang, "Boss, were you not engaged in virtual trading tonight?" Luo Yang scoffed, pulling out his phone to transfer funds, explaining, "Do you think I have the leisure to indulge in practice with you? Tonight, I'll acknowledge your efforts. Here is a reward of 100,000. As he completed the transfer, Luo Qinya received a notification of the incoming funds, and upon glancing at the screen, she nearly fainted with joy. Luo Yang yawned, pointing towards the door to a nearby room. "That's the guest room. It's late. You can stay at my place for the night. Take the car keys. You may use the car without needing to return it daily. Get some rest. Tomorrow, I need you to sketch out the framework for several departments in the company. Outline the positions we need, and report back to me." "Oh," Luo Qinya mumbled, hardly aware of her own response, standing there in a daze. Another yawn escaped Luo Yang as he slipped on his slippers and ascended the stairs to sleep. In the living room, Luo Qinya remained frozen like a statue. Chapter 36. This boss is quite affluent. Early the next morning, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weiguo woke. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, Zhao Jinyu emerged first and was taken aback upon entering the living room. There, Luo Qinya was hunched over her computer desk, scribbling notes amidst a pile of documents. "My dear, did you stay up all night?" Zhao Jinyu inquired, noticing the dark circles under her eyes resembling a panda's, her complexion pallid and endearing. Luo Qinya looked up and, upon seeing Zhao Jinyu, quickly replied, "Hello, Auntie. Last night, the boss asked me to summarize the company's framework and some other matters, and I lost track of time." Zhao Jinyu's irritation flared instantly, and she stormed upstairs, exclaiming, "Why on earth can't such work be done during the day? Must you keep a young lady up all night? Is it so difficult to treat people with respect? She is a girl, not livestock." Auntie. Luo Qinya hurriedly followed her upstairs. Zhao Jinyu, fuming, reached the door to Luo Yang's room, burst inside, and swiftly yanked the covers off him, declaring, "Luo Yang, how can you be so inconsiderate? The Luo family has never produced a scoundrel like you." Behind her, Luo Qinya rushed in. Quickly catching a glimpse of Luo Yang in bed and gasping, she turned away and retreated, calling out over her shoulder, Auntie, it's not what you think." Awakened from his slumber, Luo Yang blinked to see his mother standing at the foot of his bed, hands on her hips, and hastily pulled the covers over himself before asking, "Mom, what is this all about?" At the entrance of the house, Luo Qinya hurriedly interjected, Annie, it's not the boss's fault. He didn't ask me to work tonight. It was my own inability to sleep that led me to do it. This has nothing to do with him." Zhao Jinyu was momentarily taken aback, her expression growing somewhat awkward. However, what is done is done. Could she possibly admit her mistake? With her head held high, she muttered grumpily, "Get up quickly and wait for breakfast. Why are you lazing in bed?" She then ascended the stairs. Luo Yang felt somewhat bewildered, glancing outside where the sky had yet to brighten significantly, probably around 6 o'clock or just shy of 7. How could this be considered sleeping in at such an early hour? Seeing that the boss had received a reprimand and remained silent, Luo Qinya quickly slipped downstairs. Luo Yang, feeling irritated, pulled the blanket over his head, attempting to catch a few more moments of sleep, but slumber eluded him. He turned over and eventually climbed out of bed. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he descended to the living room, where Luo Qinya had organized the materials she had prepared. She handed them to him, saying, "Boss, This is the framework for the company departments, along with the approximate number of people we need to recruit in the job descriptions. Please take a look. And if everything is in order, I will proceed with the advertisements in the newspaper and on television. Luo Yang examined it briefly. Several departments had been tentatively established: the trading department, investment department, human resources department, finance department, logistics department, technical support department, and operations department, along with a provisional allocation of 2 positions, each for cleaning staff and drivers. The trading department was currently the most critical, with the largest personnel requirement, planning to hire around 25 individuals. The investment department was not as pressing, with personnel yet to be determined, initially only seeking a department head. The human resources department would oversee human resources with a tentative count of 5 staff members. The finance department would consist of 5 personnel, the logistics department 3, the technical support department 2, and the operations department 5, totaling 50 individuals. Including Luo Qianya and the boss himself, the total would amount to 52. After reviewing, Luo Yang remarked, "The framework is well done, but it appears somewhat stingy. You're the boss. Funds are not an issue. For now, aside from the cleaning staff and drivers, double the recruitment numbers for all other departments." At this moment, Luo Qianya found herself disillusioned by the young boss's supposed arrogance. What others perceived as pretentiousness was, in fact, a straightforward truth. Given the young boss's state last night, earning money was a simple task. Not only could he easily afford to double the staff, but even 1,000 or 10,000 times the number would be manageable. Understood, Luo Qianya noted down, then inquired, "How should we determine the salaries for the recruits?" Luo Yang pondered for a moment before replying. "Let us set the salary for ordinary employees at an annual figure of 50,000. For management positions, salary will be negotiated. Ideally, we should engage a headhunting firm to scout talent globally. I am willing to pay whatever it takes for capable individuals. I do not wish to inflate the salaries of ordinary employees excessively, lest a horde of mediocre individuals flood in. While I may have wealth, I will not support ineptitude. However, for those who demonstrate diligence and dedication, I shall not hesitate to reward them generously. If after 2 years of working in our financial firm, they cannot afford a house or a car, it is not the employee's incompetence, but rather my failure as a boss." Luo Qianya's heart raced at his words, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her. She had experienced firsthand the magnitude of the young boss's bonuses, and his assertion that if after 2 years one could not purchase a home or a vehicle, it would reflect on his inadequacy, struck her deeply. In Chuan City, buying a house would require a minimum of 500,000 and a car around 200,000. This meant that the salary provided by the boss would be at least 300,000 to 400,000 annually. The idea that an ordinary employee could earn such a sum was nothing short of astonishing. "Understood, boss," Luo Qianya noted again before asking. "I will contact the advertising company to erect the company sign. We also need to hire a renovation company to redesign the office space, including the layout for the department head's offices and the boss's office. How should we proceed with the design and decoration?" Luo Yang reflected for a moment and responded, "Let us reserve 1 room as a trading room. The rest should be completely demolished and renovated to the highest standards. Additionally, we need to include a leisure and entertainment room. Our company's primary business will focus on stocks and futures, with U.S. stocks and international futures trading occurring at opposite hours to domestic markets. Therefore, it is essential that our facilities are comfortable enough to allow for rest and recuperation. Design the resting areas to match the standards of the finest hotels. Do not hesitate to spend. When you liaise with the renovation company, ensure the contract stipulates that all materials must meet international environmental standards. Should any inferior materials be used, I will not pay a single cent. Understood." In response to these requirements, Luo Qianya was wholeheartedly supportive, feeling fortunate to have refrained from leaving the previous day, for she realized she might never encounter such an exceptional boss again. Initially, she had perceived him as young and frivolous with money, despite his wealth. But after spending an evening engaging in U.S. stocks and futures with him, she had become a devoted admirer of the young boss. His prowess was not merely a stroke of luck. There were countless individuals dabbling in stock trading and futures, yet none possessed the remarkable skill of this young boss that she had witnessed. Observing her unwavering gaze, Luo Yang could not help but smirk and remarked, "Are you infatuated? My mother needs breakfast ready. After you've eaten, you can catch a few hours of sleep in the guest room. Don't let anyone say I'm a heartless boss." Luo Qianya responded cheerfully, "All right, boss." Her dark circles were quite evident, easily concealed by glasses. Luo Yang casually inquired, "Where are your glasses?" To which Luo Qianya replied nonchalantly, "I threw them away." Chapter 37. Does the tycoon need a runner? Luo Yang felt speechless, waving her off to amuse herself. Suddenly recalling something, he raised his head to ask, "When you were rummaging through your bag yesterday, I noticed you had some wolf spray and a stun baton. You seemed quite fierce during the interview. Were you planning to use them on me? Luo Qianya bit her lip, unable to suppress her laughter, but shook her head in denial. No, boss. All right, let us eat. Luo Yang frowned and waved his hand. While Luo Qianya cheerfully headed to the kitchen to assist the cook, pondering that the young boss was rather unreasonable. Despite his wealth, he was reluctant to hire a maid. However, that didn't quite add up. The young boss was indeed lavish, frequently giving out generous tips of 50,000 or even 100,000. Hiring a maid wouldn't cost much at all. Luo Yang, on the other hand, mused that had she zapped him with that stun baton during the interview, he wondered if she would still have remained at the company. Yet truthfully, Luo Qianya was indeed impressive. Not only was her capability outstanding, but her looks were also exceptional. And she was quite adept at her tasks. Though unsure during the interview, he was now resolutely convinced that he could never let her go. After breakfast, Mayor Qin called to inform him that the donation ceremony would be held next Tuesday, with media coverage and a formal atmosphere, urging Luo Yang to prepare early. Luo Yang understood that Mayor Qin was organizing this event with great care, as he had made a substantial donation to address the educational challenges in Chuan City. Such socially responsible entrepreneurs were rare, and those willing to part with significant sums of money were even fewer, thus warranting a grand ceremony to demonstrate respect for Luo Yang. Moreover, they sought to leverage this event for advertising, hoping to inspire other entrepreneurs in Chuan City to follow suit. Greater numbers signify greater strength, after all. At Chuan City No. 1 Middle School, Director He was overseeing several young teachers who were replacing the old computers in the computer lab with the new ones donated by Luo Yang, 100 units of Apple's 29-inch Retina 5K displays. The young teachers were enviously exclaiming, Director He, alas, I missed seeing the generous benefactor that afternoon. I wonder if he needs a runner? Director He laughed and chided. No need for a sycophant. He has yet to have a wife. What a pity you're all men. It wouldn't be appropriate. One teacher lamented dramatically. Why did my mother have to give birth to me as a handsome young man? As they laughed and chatted, a person entered the room, smiling broadly at Director He. Director He, are you busy? Director He glanced over and recognized Jiang Shulin, teasingly replying, If I weren't busy, would I be empty-handed? Jiang Shulin grinned, casting a glance at the others before leaning closer to Director He and speaking in a hushed tone. Director He, I have something to tell you. Director He wiped the sweat from his brow with a casual wave of his sleeve and remarked, Just say it. Why the mystery? All right then. I'll agree directly this time. No need for you to beat around the bush. The first batch of new desks and chairs will arrive this afternoon, and they will all be here in the next few days. If you want to change them now, feel free. Jiang Shulin shook his head and replied, That is not what I meant, Director He. He leaned in closer, whispering into Director He's ear, Director He, I am Luo Yang's uncle by marriage. Director He, somewhat annoyed, retorted, So what if you're his uncle? Just say what you need to say without all this subterfuge. He mistakenly assumed that Luo Yang was merely a student from some class seeking a transfer. Jiang Shulin offered an awkward smile and quietly added, Luo Yang is the generous donor to the school. Director He paused in surprise before abruptly leaping up, grasping Jiang Shulin and breathlessly asking, What did you just say? Jiang Shulin glanced around at the other teachers present and chuckled, Director He, let us discuss this outside. All right. Director He quickly dusted off his hands and, with a friendly arm around Jiang Shulin's shoulders, led him outside. Once they were alone, Director He lowered his voice and inquired, Teacher Jiang. You say you are Jiang Shulin nodded with a smile. Yes, I am indeed Luo Yang's uncle by marriage. Director He, still somewhat skeptical, recalled how Jiang Shulin hadn't mentioned this during their previous meeting in the office. Jiang Shulin continued, That day, with the leaders present, it wasn't appropriate for me to mention Luo Yang. You know my wife, Luo Chunying. She is a teacher at Erxiao and is Luo Yang's aunt. I'm not just making this up. Luo Yang's younger sister, Luo Yunyun, is in class 2 of the second year, alongside my daughter, Jiang Shiqi. Director He's heart swelled with joy. This was splendid news. Having such a connection to the wealthy Luo family would certainly facilitate matters. With this in mind, he immediately grasped Jiang Shulin's hand and hurried toward the principal's office. Teacher Jiang, we just held a meeting last night to form a competent committee for preparations. And you are the perfect candidate. I need to inform Principal Huang right away. Jiang Shulin felt a surge of elation. He had approached Director He precisely to secure a position in the preparatory group, and revealing his connection to Luo Yang had made everything fall into place seamlessly. While other teachers were striving desperately to get in, Jiang Shulin was being eagerly ushered through. Upon arriving at Principal Huang's office, he conveyed the news. And Principal Huang immediately agreed, adding that the district office was convening a meeting and wanted Jiang Shulin to accompany him to report to Director Xie and Mayor Qin. As Principal Huang prepared the necessary documents, he patted Jiang Shulin on the shoulder, saying, Teacher Jiang, go home and change into something more formal. It'll be better for introductions. Jiang Shulin happily agreed and hurried home to change, calling Luo Chunying along the way to say, "Chunying, I finally made a breakthrough." Principal Huang exhaled deeply, stepping outside to light a cigarette, feeling exhausted yet exhilarated. Before his retirement, he might just contribute something unprecedented to the first high school. At Luo Yang's residence, Zhao Jinyu strolled around Tianzong Plaza, taking in the sight of the 8-story commercial building, of which she owned 4 floors. Seeing the building under renovation filled her with immense joy. Her husband, Luo Weigua, received a call and informed her, "Jinyu, Luo Yang just called, saying it's tough out there this year. The factory has no orders, working 2 days and resting 3. He wants to come back and find a job with Luo Yang. What do you think?" Zhao Jinyu sighed, and after a moment thought replied, "Let us tell our son, we'll go with whatever he decides. Luo Yang is not a bad kid. And it's just you and your brother supporting the Luo family. We should help if we can. After all, they are family." Luo Weigua nodded in agreement, but furrowed his brow, adding, "Helping the older generation is certainly right, but I feel we shouldn't meddle in our son's affairs. Luo Yang doesn't have much education. Can he handle what our son does?" Zhao Jinyu quickly concurred, "Exactly, let us ask our son first." Luo Yang had eaten and taken a nap, awakening refreshed. He noticed several messages from Luo Qinya updating him on work progress. The office building had already negotiated with a renovation company. Luo Yang began to relish the joys of being a boss, enjoying the advantage of having a capable subordinate. Just as he was feeling pleased, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Could it be someone applying for a job? He had forgotten to remind Luo Qinya to use her number for external contacts. Nevertheless, he decided to answer the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Luo?" Boomed a deep male voice. "I'm Han Wenjun, the general manager of Junwei Real Estate. Do you have time to meet?" Junwei Real Estate? Luo Yang racked his brain, realizing he had never heard of it and had no recollection of Han Wenjun. However, Han Wenjun quickly clarified, "Tianzong City is developed by Junwei Real Estate." Suddenly, everything clicked for Luo Yang. He had invested over 400 million in properties connected to this venture. It was indeed pertinent to him, and it would be worthwhile to meet. He called Luo Qinya to meet him at the sales office of Tianzong City. As he descended the stairs, he encountered his parents. They immediately inquired about his whereabouts. "I'm meeting the owner of Tianzong City at the sales office," Luo Yang stated, pointing in that direction. "All right, go ahead. When you return, I have something to tell you," Zhao Jinyu responded, not wanting to impede his meeting. Luo Yang waved goodbye to his mother and proceeded to the sales office, where he encountered the elegant manager, Xia Ying, and the tall and graceful Wei Lin, accompanying a slightly overweight man in his 40s who was watching him from the entrance. Upon seeing Luo Yang, Xia Ying greeted him with a warm smile. "Hello, Mr. Luo?" Wei Lin stole a glance at Luo Yang, her cheeks flushing. The middle-aged man approached, extending his hand and exclaiming, "Mr. Luo, you're truly youthful and accomplished. I've been on business trips for the past few days, but your name has been on everyone's lips." Luo Yang smiled and exchanged pleasantries before warmly inviting Han Wenjun inside the sales office, with Xia Ying leading the way to the conference room. As they passed through the lobby, a dozen well-dressed sales representatives greeted Han Wenjun with respectful bows. Han Wenjun's office wasn't within the sales office. Once seated in the conference room, he instructed Xia Ying to prepare tea. Wei Lin eagerly volunteered, "I'll do it." Han Wenjun waved his hand and said, "No need. Xia Lin, stay with Mr. Luo. With such a prominent boss, you should keep an eye on him. If I were a girl, I'd have thrown myself at him already." At this remark, Wei Lin's face turned crimson, and she lowered her head, staring at her toes in embarrassment. Luo Yang chuckled awkwardly, not wishing to clarify things. His phone vibrated. Glancing down, he answered it, and then told Han Wenjun, "My assistant has arrived. I'll step outside to greet her. I'll go meet her." Wei Lin seized the opportunity to escape, dashing out without waiting for Luo Yang's approval. Han Wenjun laughed heartily, then turned to Luo Yang with a knowing smile. "Mr. Luo, Xia Lin is the prettiest in our company. Many have pursued her, but none have succeeded." Luo Yang chuckled along, but inwardly he wondered about Han Wenjun's intentions. Was he trying to play matchmaker? Just then, Xia Ying entered with the tea, and Han Wenjun glanced at her with a sigh, saying, "Xia Ying is my top sales associate. Having been with me for 7 years now, time flies." Wei Lin entered with Luo Qinya, and Luo Yang gestured for them to sit beside him. Then, he introduced to Han Wenjun, "This is my assistant, Luo Qinya." Han Wenjun sized up Luo Qinya, his eyes lighting up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, General Manager Luo, you truly have an exceptional talent here." Having just praised Wei Lin, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Luo Yang's assistant was equally striking. It seemed that this young general manager Luo had a penchant for beauty. One couldn't help but wonder if his assistant was of assistance in other areas as well. Perhaps even in more intimate settings? Luo Yang chuckled, gazing at Han Wenjun as he inquired, "General Manager Han, you didn't summon me merely for tea, did you?" Han Wenjun laughed heartily, stroking his chin with a wry smile. "Indeed, General Manager Luo, you are quite the astute individual. I do wish to discuss certain matters with you. What industry do you operate in?" It was undeniable that Ruo Yang was affluent. One does not casually pull out 400 to 500 million to purchase properties in commercial spaces without considerable means. Yet, how could someone so wealthy remain relatively obscure? Ruo Yang replied with a smile, "I am involved in financial investments, trading stocks, dabbling in futures, and engaging in venture capital. I've been operating independently, and it's become rather exhausting. So I thought it time to establish a company and recruit a few assistants. I just purchased an office building, right on your land, General Manager Han." "Impressive, impressive," Han Wenjun exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, shaking his head in lament. "We in the manufacturing sector rarely tread into finance. It's beyond our means and expertise." Ruo Yang shook his head lightly, replying, "I merely dabble in it, engaging in minor activities." Nearby, Luo Qianya couldn't help but scoff inwardly, thinking her boss was being pretentious again, earning tens of billions in one night, and yet claiming to be playing small. Han Wenjun sighed. "The hardships of running a business are profound, especially in real estate. We are starved for cash, and this year, amidst an unprecedented pandemic, I seriously considered retirement after being cooped up at home for months." After lamenting for a spell, Han Wenjun glanced at Luo Yang and, either intentionally or inadvertently, asked, "General Manager Luo, would you be interested in delving into real estate?" "Real estate?" Luo Yang was taken aback. Was Han Wenjun proposing such a venture? Han Wenjun, with a sincere expression, continued, "To be frank, what we in real estate desperately need is cash flow. However, the pandemic has tightened bank lending, making it nearly impossible for anyone to secure loans. The property market is stagnant, the public lacks purchasing power. I've been scrambling to borrow funds, but everyone's facing difficulties. I've come to realize that seeking assistance is futile. It all comes down to who can endure this hardship. Those who can will survive. Those who cannot are doomed. General Manager, our Junwei Real Estate Tianzong City is currently the largest and most upscale commercial property in Chuan City. Initially, it performed well, but now it's a matter of enduring the next 2 quarters. If we can weather this storm, the second and third phases of properties, shops, and office buildings will be prime assets. I calculated, and currently, Tianzong City has loans amounting to 1 billion, with 400 million due soon, 350 million due by year-end, and 280 million due next year. The unsold assets of Tianzong City exceed 2.4 billion, with 700 million owed to suppliers, leaving a net asset of 1.7 billion. After deducting the 1 billion loan and interest, there will still be over 500 million left. Ruo Yang felt a twinge of disdain for such a colossal project. The net profit was merely 500 million. Comparing that to his own profits was almost laughable. However, he understood Han Wenjun's intent, and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "General Manager Han, are you suggesting I invest?" Han Wenjun hesitated before responding, "General Manager Luo, I personally hold a 35% stake in Junwei Real Estate, making me the largest shareholder. My proposition is to transfer 15 of my shares to you. What do you think?" "Not interested." Ruo Yang promptly rejected, "General Manager Han, I genuinely find that level of profit unappealing. Spending years to earn a few billion while being constantly constrained is not appealing to me. However, I am open to acquiring properties. I am not interested in shares, but if you wish to sell Tianzong City as a package, I would consider it." Ruo Yang's statement astonished everyone present. Chapter 39, 3 billion, bye. Han Wenjun was momentarily stunned, then inquired, "General Manager Luo, what do you mean by that?" Ruo Yang smiled, raising his fingers as he explained, "General Manager Han, first, I am genuinely uninterested in the profits of the industry. Of course, I do not look down upon it. It is foundational. Second, I have an aversion to shareholding dilutions. I particularly dislike being subjected to oversight and limitations. Thus, I have no interest in equity. If you were to sell Tianzong City as a package, I would be willing to take it on." Han Wenjun pondered for a moment, ultimately shaking his head with a wry smile. "Junwei Real Estate is the culmination of my life's work. I cannot bear to part with it. Alas, it seems our collaboration is at an impasse." Ruo Yang waved his hand. "General Manager Han, do not be too hasty in your rejection. I have a proposal. Sell Tianzong City to me as a package and retain your own shares. I will fund the establishment of a new real estate company, offering you a 15% stake. I will not interfere with the new company's development. You can fully leverage your strengths while I provide the necessary capital." As he spoke, Ruo Yang declared with a tone that was not overbearing, yet undeniably assertive, "What I lack is money." Han Wenjun was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the seemingly youthful yet steadfast Ruo Yang. After a brief pause, he asked a question he had not anticipated, How much funding can you provide? In real estate, the most critical elements are not land or talent, but rather banks. Luo Yang chuckled. The amount I can provide depends on your developmental scale. For instance, if you are operating in Chuan City, I can offer you 10 billion a year, but you may not even utilize it all. If you invest in projects in the provincial capital, 10 billion would fall short. If you aim for a nationwide layout, even 100 billion would be insufficient. Therefore, the amount I can provide is contingent upon your foundation and the speed of your expansion. He then humorously queried Han Wenjun, General Manager Han. This year, I can provide you with 5 billion in cash, allowing you to continue developing the 4th and 5th phases of Tianzong City, as well as projects for townhouses and villas. Although Chuan City is not vast, there is considerable high-end demand. Han Wenjun, a seasoned veteran, felt a rush of excitement at Luo Yang's proposition. His face flushing as he stood up, rubbing his hands together. He then stared intently at Luo Yang, asking, "Can you truly provide me with 5 billion? In the realm of real estate, Han Wenjun was a top-tier talent, undoubtedly number 1 in Chuan City, yet his potential was limited by funding. If Luo Yang genuinely possessed substantial financial backing, he could even aim to rank among the top 10 nationwide within a decade. The essence of real estate lies in banking and loans. If funds do not hinder progress, it becomes akin to a money-making endeavor. But could this young Luo Yang truly have such robust cash flow? Luo Yang gestured towards Luo Qianya, stating to Han Wenjun, "General Manager, if you agree, all we need to do is register the new company. My assistant will assist you. Once you have registered the company, the 5 billion will be transferred without delay. Not a single day late. Furthermore, I can guarantee that each year, I will provide you with double the previous year's funding, for a minimum term of 5 years, which can be formalized in a contract." With a clap of his hand on his thigh, Han Wenjun gasped, "General Manager Luo, I am in. This year, 5 billion. Next year, doubling to 15 billion. The following year, 45 billion. And the year after that, 135 billion. He then muttered, "Currently, Junwei Real Estate has total assets of approximately 2.6 billion, with 1 billion in loans, 700 million owed to suppliers, and 700 million owed to contractors, General Manager." Han Wenjun suddenly looked up at Luo Yang again, stating, "If you can provide 3 billion, I can persuade the other shareholders to sell their stakes." The anticipated final profit of Tianzong City is projected to exceed 400 million. If Luo Yang were to offer 30 billion in cash, it would essentially mean he is preemptively extracting that profit, along with an additional premium of approximately 200 million. Currently, the entire Tianzong City project is estimated at around 28 billion, with the profits from the subsequent 3 years yet to be factored in. Given the current market conditions, where properties are languishing unsold, it will take at least until after the pandemic to digest this situation, and even a recovery will require a process. Whether ordinary real estate can endure remains uncertain. Only affluent individuals like Luo Yang, who are financially secure, remain unfazed. For them, property is merely an asset. And as long as they are not indebted to banks, their lives can be more comfortable than most. Naturally, Han Wenjun hopes that Luo Yang will financially support him in realizing his dreams. Even if he only receives a 15% stake, he would be content. In truth, Han Wenjun is yet unaware of Luo Yang's remarkable earning potential. Were he to grasp it, he would feel fortunate that Luo Yang has granted him that 15% stake, which might very well be worth over 100 billion a decade from now. Luo Yang fully comprehends Han's excitement and fervor. He too experienced similar exhilaration when he made substantial profits, but after several instances, it became mundane. Presently, his weakness lies not in earning money, but in the act of spending it. Qianya, you are the sole representative of future finance, fully responsible for coordinating with President Han. Notify me to sign once the specifics are settled. Understood. Qianya has already acclimatized to the shock, despite having only been employed for a day. In the VIP room, the most animated and exhilarated was Han Wenjun, followed by Wei Lin and Xia Ying. In truth, both Wei Lin and Xia Ying were still somewhat bewildered. How did the conversation evolve into selling Tianzong City as a complete package? The youthful Luo Yang had suddenly become their sole boss. This sale signifies that Tianzong City is now Luo Yang's private property. My goodness, Luo Yang consistently engages in astonishing endeavors. His first visit to Tianzong City was marked by a full cash purchase of a duplex for 2,920,000, leaving 20 sales agents utterly exasperated. His second visit involved acquiring assets worth 450 million, causing shock among everyone present. All envied Wei Lin, speculating that Luo Yang's extravagant spending was an attempt to woo her. His third visit culminated in the complete acquisition of Tianzong City for 30 billion. Xia Ying found herself at a loss for words. After years in sales and having risen to an executive position, she prided herself on her keen judgment. Yet she failed to perceive Luo Yang's true nature. She couldn't help but admire Wei Lin's fortune. Had she been 5 or 6 years younger, she would have eagerly vied for Ruo Yang's attention herself. Ruo Yang furrowed his brow, observing that these individuals had become infatuated. He stood up and declared, "Let us leave it at that. Inform me once their essay conclusion. I'm heading back." As he prepared to depart, Wei Lin hurriedly caught up with him, saying, "Wait for me." She turned and swiftly returned to their dressing room, emerging shortly after with a bag, her head bowed, cheeks flushed as she followed him. "Are you not working anymore? What's in there?" Ruo Yang inquired, glancing at her apple-red face. Wei Lin shyly responded, "I received my salary. A bonus of over 400,000, all thanks to you, so I bought you a gift." After a moment, she added, a bit flustered, "I also got a small gift for auntie and uncle. They're lovely and enjoy chatting with me in the mornings and afternoons." Ruo Yang felt a headache coming on. Chapter 40, The Standards for a Daughter-in-Law. "Fine, if you want to go, then go." Ruo Yang allowed Wei Lin to accompany him home. Observing that she was carrying something in one hand, he asked, "Do you want me to carry it for you?" Wei Lin shook her head. "No, I'm fine." As they walked a short distance, Wei Lin, already tall and striking, appeared even more alluring in her short skirt, accentuating her long legs. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at her, while some cast disdainful looks at Ruo Yang, a grown man allowing his beautiful girlfriend to carry her own belongings. Truly, how inconsiderate. Ruo Yang also noticed the envious and resentful gazes from other men and promptly quickened his pace, deliberately creating distance between himself and Wei Lin. To his surprise, she matched his pace, even breathing heavily as she kept stride with him. Ruo Yang felt an overwhelming frustration. "Sister, either hand the item over to me or distance yourself. Are you trying to craft my image as a scoundrel?" In reality, Wei Lin had no such intentions. She simply believed she could manage on her own without assistance. She lacked the pretense of struggling to open a bottle cap in public while secretly resenting him later. She also felt slightly guilty for having previously treated Ruo Yang unfairly, as he had indeed saved her in a moment of need. After finally traversing the short distance, Ruo Yang exhaled in relief as he pressed the button for the 21st floor in the elevator, remembering the words that had once angered Wei Lin. A smile crept across his lips. Wei Lin, catching sight of his smile, tilted her head and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Ruo Yang chuckled, pointing upward. "This time it's you who's going up. I didn't invite you." Wei Lin then recalled the past, flushing slightly, her brows knitting together. Yet she refrained from expressing her annoyance. Ruo Yang's home was one she had sold, so she was well aware of its opulence. Though she had never entered since his move, today marked her first visit. Upon reaching the door, Wei Lin suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Casting a timid glance at Ruo Yang, ignoring her, he pressed his fingerprint to unlock the door, revealing a living room where his mother was slicing fruit. Without lifting her head, she called out, "Is my son back? Come eat some fruit. It's excellent, imported and quite expensive, but I assure you, it's delicious. No wonder it costs so much. I even ran into Wei Lin from the sales department while shopping this morning. That lovely girl insisted on accompanying me to the supermarket. And in the end, she insisted on paying. I really like her. She's beautiful, considerate, polite, and the key features, a small waist and ample backside. Perfect for bearing children." Zhao Jinyu rambled on, her standards for a daughter-in-law being a large bust, slender waist, and generous hips. Ruo Yang entered, grinning as he sampled a piece of sweet melon, remarking, "Mom, you need to change this habit of yours, always speaking behind others' backs." Zhao Jinyu continued slicing fruit. "I'm not speaking ill, I'm praising her." Suddenly, Luo Weiwa cleared his throat, saying, Xiao Wei, come in, have a seat." Zhao Jinyu paused, looking up to see the tall, slender Wei Lin standing before them, holding something and blushing. At the sight of the item, Zhao Jinyu scolded her son, reaching out to pinch his ear. Ruo Yang had anticipated this, swiftly dodging her grasp. Zhao Jinyu, feeling embarrassed to pursue him, wiped her hands on her apron and hurried to take the item from Wei Lin's hands, exclaiming, "Oh, come, sit down." Wei Lin, feeling shy, sat on the sofa, unsure of where to place her hands. Zhao Jinyu, increasingly pleased, chided Wei Lin, "Look at you, coming and buying things. I'm already delighted by your presence. Why spend that unnecessary money?" Wei Lin glanced at Ruo Yang, who was lounging across the room with a playful look, and upon meeting his gaze, her cheeks flushed again as she lowered her head and softly said, "I received my salary, and I wanted to show my gratitude to Mr. Luo. So I bought him a watch and also got a small gift for auntie and uncle." "This girl is so thoughtful," Zhao Jinyu exclaimed, sitting close to her, holding her hand while admiring her beauty. "You're truly stunning. Those eyebrows, those eyes, that lovely little mouth, just like someone from a painting." Wei Lin bit her lip, unsure whether to feel shy or amused, simply lowering her head in silence. After a while, Zhao Jinyu quickly pulled out her phone to call Zhu Ying. "Ying, can you take a day off today to help Aunt Air cook? Having guests at home is splendid." Could you bring some dishes along? No. There's an abundance of food at home. Just your presence will suffice. Upon hearing Zhao Jinyu invite someone to assist with the cooking, Wei Lin couldn't refrain from timidly interjecting. Auntie, I can cook too. Shall I lend you a hand? Zhao Jinyu waved her off. You are a guest. Please sit tight. Sister Luo Yang will be here shortly. Wei Lin responded with a soft "oh" and obediently settled down. Luo Yang pulled out his phone, aimlessly scrolling. After having expressed her displeasure the last time he invited her over, he found it perplexing that she hadn't even hinted at leaving. And he wondered if her beauty had made her so capricious. Zhu Yingying arrived swiftly, within half an hour, despite her insistence on not bringing groceries. She still carried a hefty bag. Zhao Jinyu naturally chided her again, urging her not to spend money unnecessarily. Zhu Yingying chuckled, assuring her that it wouldn't cost much. Considering Luo Yang's business dealings had already brought in hundreds of thousands, Zhao Jinyu then quietly inquired of Wei Lin, Xiaolin, are you hungry? If so, I'll start cooking right away. Wei Lin shook her head firmly. No. Auntie, please take a moment to rest. Luo Yang, lounging lazily, suggested. I think we should just eat at a restaurant. It would save us the hassle of cleaning up afterward. Zhao Jinyu immediately silenced him. Absolutely not. Eating out is far from hygienic, and I'm not accustomed to it. Besides, why are you making a fuss? You're not the one cooking. You've never lifted a finger to help. Luo Yang quickly raised his hands in surrender. Mom, I'm sorry. I'll just eat at home. Only then did Zhao Jinyu relent, but continued to grumble. No matter how successful you become, you are still my son. What a headache. Luo Yang tugged at his hair in frustration, then abruptly stood up. Mom, I'm going for a stroll downstairs. I feel a bit stifled and need to clear my mind. All right. Zhao Jinyu gestured towards Wei Lin. Xiaolin, let Luo Yang accompany you for a bit. Call for you both when the food is ready. Oh, okay. Wei Lin promptly stood up in agreement. Luo Yang, wearing a long face, exited, while Wei Lin followed suit with quick steps. Zhao Jinyu, watching them leave, cheerfully remarked to Zhu Yingying. Yingying, don't you think they make a lovely pair? Zhu Yingying smiled and nodded, pondering whether Luo Yang's current status and wealth would allow him to settle down easily. In the elevator, as Wei Lin stood beside Luo Yang, her initial awkwardness began to fade. Glancing at him, she playfully asked, You seem quite afraid of your mother? Luo Yang chuckled. Is that what you call it? My mother endured a great deal with my father. We've never had much. She sacrificed so much to support my sister and me. She always says, no matter how successful I become, I'm still her son. Chapter 41. Enemies always cross paths. Wei Lin felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Luo Yang's words. Her perception of him softened. Initially, she had perceived him as a wealthy and capricious tycoon, later viewing him as arrogant and disrespectful after his previous insult. However, after he saved her once, she began to see him in a different light. For several nights, she found herself inexplicably dreaming of him, and even at work, thoughts of him popped into her mind, which frustrated her. She wanted to see him, but feared he would think she was after his money. Fortunately, with his parents visiting recently, she deliberately sought opportunities to encounter them, accompanying them to view properties, shops, and even shopping at supermarkets. After spending time with Luo Yang, she realized he wasn't as brash and rude as he appeared, nor was he lecherous. Ultimately, a man who is dutiful and obedient to his parents is certainly not a bad man. As they strolled leisurely along the greenbelt downstairs, Wei Lin had rushed out without changing from her work attire, causing onlookers to mistakenly think she was showing a client around the neighborhood. Luo Yang gazed at the expansive land ahead, all acquired for the third phase of Tianzong City, which is the largest development in Chuan City. Wei Lin, prepared to inform him about the third phase of Tianzong City, suddenly felt a weight in her heart upon realizing he would soon be the sole owner. Feeling a bit disheartened by Luo Yang's indifference, she lamented that if he were merely purchasing a duplex, it would have been acceptable. But now he was about to invest 4 to 5 billion to acquire Tianzong City entirely. She felt overwhelmed by such wealth, questioning if she was truly worthy of him. Lost in self-pity, Luo Yang pointed towards a nearby outdoor seating area, intending to take a break when his phone vibrated. Upon seeing it was a call from Luo Qinya, he pressed the answer button. It seemed Luo Qinya was speaking privately, as she had no one to shield her from the conversation. Boss, President Han has called a shareholders meeting regarding this matter, and all shareholders are in agreement. Given the current difficulties, you're essentially taking on the role of a rescuer, boss. Should I negotiate a better price? Luo Yang scoffed. What do you know? They can't afford to let it go. Besides, without offering a premium, would they agree so readily? They're earning an additional 200 million, and I'm gaining Han Wenjun in the deal. Moreover, we're not short on cash. His remark about not being short on cash silenced Luo Qinya, who lost interest in the conversation and instructed him to go to the sales office to sign the papers before hanging up. Luo Yang smiled, turning to Wei Lin. Let us head to your sales office. After signing, you'll officially be mine. Wei Lin felt her face flush at his suggestive words. Luo Yang, brimming with excitement, strode towards the sales office, where a throng of people awaited to greet him at the entrance. As he appeared, several shareholders from Junwei Real Estate eagerly lined up to shake his hand. Truth be told, these shareholders were astonished by Luo Yang's youth. They soon escorted him into the conference room, where Han Wenjun had already arranged the full transfer contract, which Luo Qianya had reviewed thoroughly to ensure there were no issues. Besides the 200 million premium, Han Wenjun had considered Luo Yang's interests in other aspects of the contract, knowing that once sold in bulk, he would become Luo Yang's partner, thereby securing his future. Without even glancing at the contract, Luo Yang took the pen and signed. Once Han Wenjun and the other 8 shareholders had signed, Luo Qianya snapped a photo, and they all proceeded to the administrative hall to complete the transfer procedures. Upon completion, a direct transfer of 3 billion occurred. Luo Yang decided not to accompany them for the errands. Instead, enjoying a cup of tea in the sales office while surveying his new property, soon to be wholly his, with beautiful women to admire. However, he found little to be captivated by. Perhaps it was due to his newfound wealth, but he felt a growing disconnect from women. For instance, he felt no attraction to the two beside him, Wei Lin and Luo Qianya. Wei Lin was tolerable, but he had never entertained any inappropriate thoughts about Luo Qianya. As she was his future financial assistant, he believed in avoiding entanglements within the workplace, as it could jeopardize his credibility. He resolved to establish a rule for himself. He could never engage romantically with female employees of his company. But what about Wei Lin? She hadn't been his employee previously, yet with Tianzong City now his private asset, she could be considered his employee. Should he pursue her? Unbeknownst to Wei Lin, Luo Yang harbored secretive thoughts as she poured him another cup of hot buckwheat tea and inquired, "There are some snacks and fruits at the counter. Would you like some? I can fetch them for you." Luo Yang shook his head. "No. If I eat now, I want to be able to enjoy dinner at home. And my mom will start nagging. I need to save room for dinner." Wei Lin giggled in agreement. "Yes, being a good child means listening to your mother." Luo Yang's face turned a shade of green, and he swiftly shook his head and walked away, not wanting to stay any longer. Wei Lin laughed as she followed him, and Luo Yang turned to her, annoyed. "Aren't you supposed to be at work?" Wei Lin smiled and nodded. "Not at all. Manager Xia has granted me special privileges. I can come and go as I please. With such a significant boss like you around, who would even bother about her attendance? They'd be too busy currying favor with her." Luo Yang huffed as he exited the sales department, and just a few steps later, a white BMW sped past, startling Wei Lin into a scream. This area was already within the residential complex, bustling with people. Prospective buyers had to slow down their vehicles and park carefully. Luo Yang glared at the car in annoyance, while Wei Lin, pale-faced, rushed over to inspect, her right sleeve now stained with the dirt from the vehicle. The BMW didn't even pause, making a sharp turn into a parking spot before shutting off its engine. A figure emerged, casting a glance at Luo Yang, and boisterously exclaimed, "Luo Yang, what are you staring at? I didn't even hit you." To Luo Yang's astonishment, it was none other than his cousin, Wang Wei. Wang Wei was 4 years older than Luo Yang and had a 5-year-old son, yet he was notoriously aimless, spending his days in the company of dubious friends. The son of Luo Yang's paternal aunt, Wang Jingkuei, a well-known contractor in town who had amassed a fortune through his masonry work, Wang Wei had been spoiled since childhood, receiving everything he desired without question. From the tone of his voice, it was clear he had recognized Luo Yang long before and had deliberately driven recklessly, showing no concern for the possibility of an accident. Even more incredulously, a woman stepped out from the passenger seat. It was Zhu Hongyan, his ex-girlfriend who had unceremoniously dumped him just 6 months prior. What a bizarre twist of fate, his ex and his cousin together. Wang Wei approached, clapping a hand on Luo Yang's shoulder. "What are you staring at? I'm well aware of your past with her. As the saying goes, a fine saddle deserves a fine horse, beauty for a hero. How could a penniless fellow like you afford to keep a stunning woman? My dear cousin, you must temper your ambitions. This city is not suited for you. It's tough for rural men to find wives these days. Better head back home before you miss even the unattractive ones." Zhu Hongyan sidled up to Wang Wei, linking her arm with his, and remarked, "Let us go look at houses. What is the point in talking to him? We're not even on the same level." Chapter 45, Boss Luo Digs a Pit. The remark that they were not on the same level was Zhu Hongyan's assessment of Luo Yang. Even as her ex, after having taken advantage of him, she had no qualms about kicking him to the curb when he was out of money. And to disparage him in front of her current partner was truly devoid of any moral compass. Zhu Hongyan was reasonably attractive. If graded, she would score around 70. Enhanced further by her knack for dressing and makeup and her ability to charm men. Yet, as Luo Yang gazed upon her now, he was inexplicably overwhelmed by a sense of repulsion, questioning how he had ever been so captivated by her. A woman like that, He would disdain even if she offered to polish his shoes. Seeing the two suddenly turn rude towards Luo Yang, Wei Lin could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Luo Yang, hands on her hips, and shouted at Wang Wei and Zhu Hongyan, "What do you think you're doing? You nearly hit him and still have the audacity to speak like that?" Zhu Hongyan, noticing Wei Lin's intervention and her attire from the sales department, retorted without hesitation. "What is it to you? Just do your job selling houses. Watch out, or I'll complain to your boss." Wang Wei was about to explode in anger, but upon laying his eyes on Wei Lin, he was momentarily taken aback. Her figure, her face, her long legs, goodness. A quick glance at Zhu Hongyan revealed a stark contrast. Noticing her name tag that read sales consultant Wei Lin, he leaned in closer for a better look. Wei Lin was about to give Zhu Hongyan a sharp retort, questioning her audacity to complain when she had just belittled her boss. But before she could, Luo Yang unexpectedly took her hand, saying, "Let us go sit in the lobby for a while." Had they just stepped out? He was holding her hand. Was this the first time Boss Luo had taken the initiative? In front of so many colleagues, he suggested they retreat to the lobby together. Wei Lin's heart swelled with joy, instantly dismissing Wang Wei and Zhu Hongyan from her thoughts as she walked hand in hand with Luo Yang into the sales department. Wang Wei was momentarily dumbfounded. What was going on? This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. He was familiar with Luo Yang's situation, drowning in debt and having been dumped by Zhu Hongyan, who had nearly driven him to despair. How could this man be holding hands with such a beautiful saleswoman? Was he pretending to be wealthy to buy a house? It had to be that way. Otherwise, how could such a stunning sales consultant allow him to take her hand? Moreover, was there some hidden rule at Tianzong City? Were they encouraging salespeople to engage in such behavior? It surely seemed so. A surge of heated emotions coursed through Wang Wei as he regretted bringing Zhu Hongyan along today. That saleswoman was indeed beautiful. While he usually felt proud to be with Zhu Hongyan, who was fashionable, this comparison had starkly highlighted the difference. No, Wang Wei thought to himself, he was far superior to Luo Yang in every way. Wealthier, more handsome, driving a BMW, and capable of purchasing a house at will. If Luo Yang was indeed deceiving them, there was no way he could actually afford to buy a house. Therefore, if he could expose Luo Yang's true situation, that stunning sales consultant would not be fooled, and he could also flaunt his own wealth. If he could win her over, his status would soar. In an instant, a flurry of thoughts raced through Wang Wei's mind, and he pondered how he had ended up in this rivalry with Luo Yang. He had already taken his ex-girlfriend and was now clashing with the new woman he was trying to woo. It didn't matter. Having stolen once, what was one more time? In reality, Luo Yang was unaware that Zhu Hongyan's abandonment was due to Wang Wei's interest in her, a mere show of strength, and Zhu Hongyan had readily acquiesced. Zhu Hongyan was still fuming, oblivious to Wang Wei's thoughts, as she dragged him inside, saying, "I'm definitely going to complain to her boss. Aren't customers supposed to be treated like royalty? Is this how she treats a deity?" Wang Wei tried to soothe her. Let it go, let it go. We're here to look at houses today. This complex is genuinely impressive. I'm tempted to buy. If you stir up trouble with them, how are we going to purchase a house? Zhu Hongyan considered this, realizing that if they caused a scene, they would jeopardize their chances of buying here. The properties at Tianzong City were the finest in Chuan City. Purchasing elsewhere wouldn't carry the same prestige. While other areas were priced at over 4,000 per square meter, Tianzong City's bare shell apartments commanded 7,000 to 8,000 per square meter. The disparity was evident. The reception hall of the Tianzong City sales office is designed to resemble that of a five-star hotel banquet hall. Upon entering, one is greeted by neatly arranged, upscale tables and chairs, accompanied by beverages and an assortment of fruits and snacks. Each table is adorned with a vibrant bouquet of hydroponically grown flowers, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. As Wang Wei stepped in, he immediately spotted Luo Yang and Wei Lin seated together, and without hesitation, he made his way to their table, plopping down in the chair opposite Luo Yang. "Old cousin, it's been over 6 months since we last saw each other. Hasn't he it?" Wang Wei chuckled. "I heard you've accumulated a mountain of debt, and we're on the verge of jumping off a building. Where have you been hiding these past few months?" He intentionally directed this remark in front of Wei Lin, seeking to deliver a jarring blow. Luo Yang chuckled softly. "Where else could I hide? Perhaps in the sewers." Wang Wei burst into laughter, waving his hand dismissively. "During that time, your father came to speak with mine about lending you money to pay off your debts. Hilariously, my father refused. But after all, we are family, dear cousin. If you simply heed my advice, those debts, which may seem insurmountable to you, are but trifles to me. If I feel generous, I could lend you a little to settle them. What do you think?" Luo Yang, with a smile, inquired, "And what would make you feel generous?" Wang Wei glanced sideways, noticing Zhu Hongyan sitting next to him with a stoic expression. "Yan, I need to chat with my cousin for a bit. Why don't you find a sales associate to look at some properties? Perhaps you'll find something you like." As he spoke, he signaled to a sales associate who had just attended to them, pointing at Zhu Hongyan, instructing her to go view some properties. Initially reluctant, Zhu Hongyan had unexpectedly encountered her ex-boyfriend, Ruo Yang, and wished to flaunt her superior living conditions before him. Her nature demanded a display of superiority. But under Wang Wei's urging, she hesitated only briefly before following the sales associate to explore the properties, planning to return and flaunt her discoveries to Ruo Yang. With a smile on his face, Ruo Yang internally scoffed, realizing that Zhu Hongyan and Wang Wei were indeed cut from the same cloth. He could hardly fathom how he had been infatuated with such a shallow woman for 2 years. Once Zhu Hongyan left, Wang Wei's demeanor became unabashedly brazen. He placed his BMW key prominently on the table, ensuring the iconic blue and white emblem was on full display. Regrettably for him, the strikingly beautiful sales associate, Wei Lin, paid no heed to his ostentatious display, her gaze seemingly fixated solely on Ruo Yang. Would you care for some fruit? It's quite fresh, just delivered this morning. Wei Lin softly offered to Ruo Yang. Sure, he replied languidly. Wei Lin then stood, swaying her hips as she walked to fetch the fruit, her long legs captivating Wang Wei's attention, leaving him momentarily dazed. With great effort, Wang Wei redirected his gaze back to Ruo Yang, asking, "So tell me, how did you manage to charm this girl? Did you deceive her into thinking you were buying a house?" Ruo Yang smiled. "How did you guess so accurately? The Tianzong City sales office is practically a haven for beautiful women. Once I arrived, I couldn't bear to leave, and these ladies are surprisingly easy to impress. I merely claimed to have a few billion and an interest in purchasing several buildings, and the most beautiful girl latched onto me." Wang Wei was left speechless, finally managing to utter, "You're telling me she believed such absurdity?" In Wang Wei's mind, if Ruo Yang were to feign wealth, he would at most claim to own a car and a few $100,000. The audacity of claiming billions was unfathomable. He mused about how Ruo Yang could fabricate such a story without fearing exposure. Meanwhile, he pondered the intelligence of the beautiful Wei Lin, questioning if she truly possessed the wit of a child. Moments later, Wei Lin returned, carrying a plate of fruit and a platter of snacks, placing them before Ruo Yang. She offered him a piece of apple, coaxing, "Try this." Ruo Yang opened his mouth to taste it and responded, very sweet." Wang Wei, filled with envy, thought to himself, is it really that exaggerated? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to unearth Ruo Yang's deception, donning a smile as he addressed Wei Lin. "Miss Wei, you may not be aware, but Ruo Yang and I are actually close cousins. His aunt is my mother. We know each other quite well. Do you genuinely believe he has billions and intends to buy several buildings?" "Of course," Wei Lin replied with a nod, offering another piece of fruit to Ruo Yang, her face radiating sweetness. Wang Wei's worldview shattered, taken aback that she could be so gullible. He mused about whether beautiful women were devoid of intellect, as she shamelessly undermined him. Ruo Yang found it both amusing and frustrating. It was disheartening to have such a relative. It dawned on him that Wang Wei had been the one behind Zhu Hongyan's decision to leave him. Though vexed, he felt a sense of gratitude toward Wang Wei. Without his encouragement, he wondered if he would have reached this current state. "Cousin," Ruo Yang suddenly decided to turn the tables on Wang Wei, playfully asking, "Are you here today with Zhu Hongyan to look at houses? Does your wife know?" Wang Wei was taken aback. He anticipated Ruo Yang would expose his situation. An irritated scowl crossed his face as he retorted, "Enough already, we're on the verge of a divorce." Ruo Yang chuckled, opting not to press further. Wang Wei glanced at Wei Lin, and in a moment of bravado declared, "What does it matter? Nowadays, many couples divorce due to incompatible feelings. My father's wealth surpasses 10 million, and I am his only son. I can bear the upheaval. In this day and age, money reigns supreme. Just consider, why would a girl prefer to marry me rather than you?" Ruo Yang smiled knowingly, "Because you have money, and I do not." Wang Wei smirked, but was caught off guard when the lovely Wei Lin interjected, "That is not the case. I wouldn't marry someone I don't like, regardless of their wealth." Wang Wei's confidence faltered. Was she under some spell cast by Ruo Yang? Irritated, he snapped, "Bring me several copies of the floor plans. I want to view the properties." Wei Lin, uninterested in his demands, dismissed him curtly, "Find someone else. I don't feel like working today." Wang Wei was momentarily stunned. Was this a business practice? Did she not wish to earn? Feeling humiliated by the beautiful woman, he scowled at Wei Lin. "What kind of attitude is this? I insist on you selling to me. Bring me the floor plans." "Not selling." Wei Lin shot back with unwavering resolve. Wang Wei abruptly stood, slamming his palm on the table, causing a loud thud that startled those nearby, drawing their attention. He pointed at Wei Lin, addressing another sales associate. "Is this your customer service? Since I entered, there has been no greeting, no refreshments, and now you refuse to provide me with the floor plans? Where's the manager? Call the manager. I wish to lodge a complaint against her." Since she had shown such blatant disrespect, he could hardly be blamed for his lack of courtesy. The nearby sales associates exchanged glances between Wei Lin and the relaxed Luo Yang before returning to their customers. Wang Wei was utterly bewildered. What was happening? He was being outright ignored. This was beyond intolerable. He slammed the table again and shouted, "Where's the manager? Bring the manager here. I want to file a complaint." The clamor in the office disrupted Xia Ying, prompting her to step out and inquire with a sales representative about the commotion. The representative pointed at Wang Wei and stated, "That client wishes to lodge a complaint against Wei Lin, but I am unsure how he has managed to provoke him." Xia Ying's gaze fell upon Luo Yang, who sat quietly at a table, momentarily taken aback before she approached Wang Wei with courteousness. "Hello, I am the sales manager at Tianzong City. May I ask what your complaint pertains to?" Wang Wei, his anger palpable, gestured towards Wei Lin and exclaimed, "You've arrived at the perfect time. What does your company mean by this? Since my arrival, she has neither attended to me nor acknowledged my presence. When I requested information and floor plans to select a unit, she told me to seek assistance elsewhere. What do you intend to do about this?" Wei Lin, witnessing his accusatory demeanor, felt secure in her position. However, considering her close relationship with Luo Yang, she was puzzled by his passive demeanor towards Wang Wei. With a forced smile, Xia Ying replied, "Oh dear, she is on leave today, having come in solely for a brief matter. I will arrange another sales representative for you immediately." "That won't do. I insist on her." Wang Wei interjected with a stance of authority, pointing at Wei Lin and retorting, "Do not attempt to deceive me. What work attire is she wearing if she is not even on duty?" His insistence on Wei Lin stemmed from his observation of the sales staff, wherein Wei Lin stood out as the most attractive. Additionally, he was irked by her apparent affection towards Luo Yang, which he found particularly frustrating, compounded by her previous dismissal of him. Xia Ying felt somewhat cornered and discreetly glanced at Luo Yang, who wore an expression akin to that of a detached observer, uncertain of his intentions. She hesitated before shifting the responsibility to Luo Yang. "Mr. Luo, what do you suggest we do?" "Me?" Luo Yang chuckled without providing an answer. Wang Wei let out a scoff. "Old chap, I see you've been promoted to Mr. Luo now. I wonder what kind of total that makes you." With a self-deprecating grin, Luo Yang responded, "Indeed, I feel quite inflated myself. Wei Lin, my cousin insists you assist in selling these properties. What do you say? There are commissions involved." Wei Lin twisted her mouth in defiance, casting a sidelong glance at him as she declared, "I refuse to sell, and if it comes to it, I'll simply resign." Wang Wei's temper flared, bewildered by her obstinacy. He turned to Xia Ying, exclaiming, "Manager Xia, where is your general manager Han? I wish to speak with him." Realizing that Xia Ying might not be aware of his relationship with Han, he added, "Some projects at Tianzong City are handled by my father's company. General Manager Han must give my father due respect." Xia Ying paused, inquiring, "And who is your father?" Wang Wei beamed with pride. "Wang Zhenkui." "Wang Zhenkui?" Xia Ying nodded, now understanding that a portion of the interior brickwork for the second phase of Tianzong City had indeed been subcontracted to him. He led a construction team specializing in masonry work. Wang Wei felt a surge of confidence, realizing how different the dynamics were when he invoked his father's name. He had met Han Wenjun once before when he had taken his father out to dinner. Han Wenjun was a prominent real estate mogul in Chuan City, consistently ranking among the top 3 in terms of assets. Previously, Wei Lin's direct superior had been Xia Ying, and she had minimal interaction with the formidable Han Wenjun. Today marked a significant shift, largely due to Luo Yang's influence. She had always perceived Han Wenjun as intimidating, often keeping her distance, but now, witnessing his demeanor towards Luo Yang, her perception began to alter. She realized that Tianzong City was no longer under Han's dominion. It was entirely Luo Yang's enterprise. She felt unperturbed, as the true master of the establishment was right before her, and he seemed to effortlessly diminish Luo Yang's stature. Xia Ying, observing the furious Wang Wei, glanced at the determined Wei Lin, and then at the mischievous Luo Yang, felt a headache coming on. Coincidentally, Han Wenjun entered the sales office, his usual composed and commanding presence replaced by an aura of exuberance. Naturally, with the complete transfer of company shares, everyone had profited, and he now possessed 300 million in cash. Partnering with Luo Yang, who held a 15% stake, his prospects were undeniably brighter than before. Accompanying him was Luo Qinya. After finalizing the transfer paperwork, Han Wenjun had accompanied her to review the design of their office on the 8th floor, making necessary amendments with the renovation company and reserving over 100 square meters for office equipment. This space was intended for Luo Yang's evening stock and futures trading, as working from home proved inconvenient, especially with an expanding workforce necessitating a temporary workspace. Having resolved matters at the office, Han Wenjun had called Xia Ying, knowing Luo Yang was present at the sales department, and he eagerly arrived with Luo Qinya. Xia Ying, furrowing her brow in distress, looked up just as Han Wenjun entered with a cheerful smile, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders. "General Manager Han," she greeted, rising to acknowledge him. Wang Wei, momentarily stunned, turned to see the illustrious Han Wenjun and quickly donned a beaming smile, standing with respect to call out, "General Manager Han." Han Wenjun's gaze flicked towards him, though he registered no familiarity, offering a slight nod before acknowledging Xia Ying and breaking into a broad smile for Luo Yang. "Mr. Luo, allow me to take charge of the office renovations. However, I feel the first floor lacks an imposing presence. Since it's all your property now, I propose we convert the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors entirely into office spaces. Having reviewed Miss Luo's planning proposal, I believe enhancements could be beneficial." "Very well, go ahead," Luo Yang replied without hesitation. Han Wenjun, an expert in real estate, far surpassed Luo Qianya's knowledge in this realm, operating on an entirely different level. Wang Wei, still contemplating how to engage Han Wenjun in conversation, realized he must mention his father, Wang Jingkui, lest he be disregarded. Yet he found himself puzzled by Han Wenjun's demeanor towards Luo Yang. Why was he speaking to him with such humility? Had Luo Yang managed to deceive even Han Wenjun? Wang Wei was determined to remind Han Wenjun of the situation. Without understanding why, he impulsively declared, "General Manager Han, what project is Luo Yang working on with you?" Before Han Wenjun could respond, Wang Wei turned to Luo Yang, expressing his grievances. "Luo Yang, it's one thing to deceive others, but you must not deceive General Manager Han. Given my father's relationship with him, I cannot ignore this matter. If you're in trouble, just let me know. I can certainly help with a few thousand." Resolute, Wang Wei reached into his wallet, producing a stack of cash, counting out 10 bills, and dramatically tossing them in front of Luo Yang. Han Wenjun stared in disbelief, fixated on Wang Wei as if he were an oddity. "What is the meaning of this?" he inquired. Wang Wei, earnest in his tone, explained, "General Manager Han, Luo Yang is my second cousin. He grew up in poverty and has endured significant hardships, which has fostered a resentment towards wealth. This year, he has accumulated considerable debt and is evading creditors. While I can overlook his deceit towards others, he must not deceive you. Fortunately, I encountered him today while seeking to buy a property at Tianzong City. Sadly, this sales representative, Wei Lin, has been completely unresponsive to me." Han Wenjun's eyes widened in astonishment, as he regarded Wang Wei with a mixture of incredulity and disbelief. Is this person truly as naive as he appears? Chapter 48, Father. "It's just this ridiculous, too." With a sense of pride, Wang Wei continued to speak to Han Wenjun, saying, "Mr. Han, my cousin is indeed quite unscrupulous. You must not believe his deceitful words. He tricks one person after another." Han Wenjun's expression darkened, and Wang Wei, mistaking this for anger directed at Luo Yang, smirked and added, "Cousin, heed my advice and stop the charade. Take this 1,000 yuan and purchase some sedatives. If you persist, you might find yourself in jail." At this moment, Han Wenjun could no longer contain his frustration. Seizing a hefty stack of promotional flyers from the table, he forcefully hurled them at Wang Wei's face, exclaiming, "What are you, you lunatic?" Xia Ying summoned security to throw him out. "This is infuriating. Also, call Wang Jingkui and cancel all subsequent projects. We shall not proceed with him." Xia Ying, awaiting his command, immediately stepped aside to call Wang Jingkui. Wang Wei stood there, bewildered, utterly confused about the unfolding situation. "Mr. Han, I was only trying to help," he stammered, unable to comprehend the sudden hostility. What had begun as an attempt to curry favor had devolved into chaos. He glanced at Luo Yang, who observed him with the same detached amusement as one might regard a monkey in a zoo. Damn it, this is all his fault. At that moment, Zhu Hongyan returned with the salesperson who had taken her to view properties. Her expression was one of satisfaction, and she waved to Wang Wei from a distance. Han Wenjun, still fuming, snapped at Wang Wei, "Are you out of your mind?" Security. 4 brawny men clad in security uniforms stormed in, saluting Han Wenjun in unison. "Mr. Han, what is the matter?" Han Wenjun pointed at Wang Wei. "Throw this guy out and ensure he is permanently barred from entering Tianzong City. If he shows up again, toss him out on sight." He concluded with a scathing remark. "You worthless scoundrel." The security guards wasted no time, swiftly surrounding Wang Wei and lifting him as if he were a mere chick, dragging him toward the exit. This sudden turn of events left Zhu Hongyan stunned, her face pale as she followed, exclaiming, "What are you doing? What is happening?" The guards ignored her pleas, continuing to haul Wang Wei outside the community gates before unceremoniously tossing him onto the ground. Wang Wei landed hard, nearly splitting himself in two, groaning in pain. One of the security guards even delivered a swift kick to his face, leaving a distinct shoe print as a reminder of his humiliation. Zhu Hongyan, terrified and pale, bent down to assist Wang Wei, trembling as she asked, What happened?" Wang Wei, his voice tinged with desperation, replied, "How would I know? Mr. Han inexplicably ordered the guards to throw me out. Zhu Hongyan was taken aback, unable to fathom how a property viewing could lead to such disgrace. Hadn't it been said that customers are kings? Wang Wei struggled to his feet, grimacing as he rubbed his sore backside, suddenly remembering, my car is still inside. I have to retrieve it. The head of security dismissed him with a bark. My boss has decreed you are permanently banned from Tianzong City. Leave now. Wang Wei, flustered and agitated, felt utterly helpless. If this were in Xizang town, he would have summoned a group of ruffians to confront them, but this was Chuan City. He lacked the audacity. Even if he could rally a crew, he dared not challenge Han Wenjun, a man whose influence was formidable. His father, Wang Jinkui, had to cater to Han Wenjun's whims, for their family's livelihood was closely tied to him. The security guards were relentless, and Wang Wei refrained from calling the police, fearing it would only exacerbate his situation with Han Wenjun. After a moment of indecision, he reluctantly asked Zhu Hongyan to hail a taxi, intending to return home and explain the incident to his father. He had lost face before Han Wenjun, and now he could only invoke his father's authority. In the reception hall of the sales office, Han Wenjun remained irate for a moment before turning to Ruo Yang and inquiring, Mr. Luo, what is the story with that man? Ruo Yang offered a wry smile. It's quite a family embarrassment. His father is my uncle, and his mother is my aunt. Although we are closely related, my uncle's family has always looked down upon my father's poor relatives. This cousin of mine, as you can see, is a frivolous spendthrift who lives off his parents. I cannot fathom why he harbors such disdain for me. He seems intent on belittling me at every turn. Bah! What a piece of work! Han Wenjun scoffed, then turned to Xia Ying, asking, have you notified Wang Jinkui? Xia Ying nodded. Yes, I informed him. He asked for details, but I merely said it was the boss's orders. No sooner had she spoken than Han Wenjun's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he muttered and exasperated, speak of the devil, and declared, since he behaves in such a manner, I shall sever ties with him. With that, he hung up, only for the phone to ring again moments later. In frustration, he blocked the number and deleted it. Ruo Yang remained silent, aware that he ought to be grateful to those who treated him well, while harboring a capacity for retribution against those who did not. His aunts resembled the ungrateful wolves from television dramas. Just then, his mother called. After answering, he turned to Han Wenjun and said, Mr. Han, I must take my leave. My mother has prepared dinner and is calling me home. Han Wenjun, with a jovial smile, replied, after a long day, I too am quite famished. Might I join you for a meal at Mr. Luo's home? Ruo Yang hesitated before responding, my mother only knows how to cook rustic country dishes. If Mr. Han is accustomed to that, you are welcome to join. Splendid. Han Wenjun gestured to Xia Ying, saying, Xia Ying, fetch a bottle of red wine for our esteemed guest, and accompany me to Mr. Luo's for dinner. Not only was he inviting himself, but he also insisted on bringing Xia Ying along. She, however, did not demur, cheerfully fetching the wine from the office. Ruo Yang could only manage a wry smile. He had no objections to sharing a meal, but this dinner was prepared for his fiancée, Wei Lin, and he could only wonder how his mother would react to the arrival of two unexpected guests. Xia Ying understood that Han Wenjun had her best interests at heart. If she developed a rapport with Ruo Yang, it would benefit him, as she was among his most capable subordinates. This was an opportunity to make an impression before the new boss, even if she remained silent. It would leave a mark in his mind, wouldn't it? Upon returning home, Zhao Jinyu was momentarily taken aback to see both Han Wenjun and Xia Ying. Ruo Yang promptly introduced, Mother, this is Mr. Han Wenjun, the general manager of Tianzong City, and this is Xia Ying, the manager of the sales department. Xia Ying greeted warmly and respectfully, Hello, Annie. Hello, uncle. Very well, Zhao Jinyu responded with a smile, thinking how this young lady, though slightly older, was quite charming and graceful. Han Wenjun opened his mouth but hesitated, feeling awkward as he chuckled. Oh dear, I'm not sure whether to call you sister-in-law or aunt. Calling you sister-in-law seems to take advantage of Mr. Luo, but calling you aunt makes me feel old. After all, I'm over 40, huh? Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weigua shared a laugh, finding it amusing that such a prominent figure could be so engaging. Zhao Jinyu chuckled, Sit down quickly. Don't worry about formalities or taking advantage of anyone. You are older than Ruo Yang. As the saying goes, elders deserve respect. So you may as well call me sister-in-law. Han Wenjun, delighted, readily complied, calling her sister-in-law, to which Zhao Jinyu responded with a cheerful acknowledgement. After taking a seat, Han Wenjun suddenly recalled something and hastily addressed Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weigua. Sister-in-law, brother, there's another matter I must share with you. Our Junwei real estate, along with all the assets of Tianzong City, has been wholly transferred to General Manager Luo for the sum of 3 billion. From now on, you two will be the sole proprietors of Tianzong City. After we finish our meal, I will notify all company personnel and the property department, along with the 22 security guards, to gather in the square for an announcement. Chapter 49. The generosity of Boss Luo is like a rain of money. Although there were 2 additional guests for the meal, the dishes prepared by Zhao Jinyu were more than sufficient. Zhu Yingying assisted in the kitchen, creating a lavish spread. Han Wenjun seemed particularly exhilarated. He mixed the red wine he had brought with Sprite to awaken it, then poured a glass for everyone, cheerfully stating, "This is wine from a Bordeaux vineyard. Though not the finest, it is certainly decent. We had little time to prepare today, so please bear with us. Next time we gather, I shall procure the best." Zhao Jinyu took a sip and remarked, "It has a hint of acidity, a sweet and sour flavor, reminiscent of rice wine." Luo Weigua also tasted it, and, with a chuckle, asked Han Wenjun, "General Han, this wine is rather mild, lacking the robust kick of corn liquor. How much does this wine cost per bottle?" Judging by its water-like lightness, he estimated it to be worth no more than 30 to 50 yuan. Han Wenjun pondered for a moment and replied, "The reimbursement invoice for this batch indicated that it was 888 euros per bottle. 800 plus?" Luo Weigua exclaimed in surprise, lifting his wine glass to scrutinize the red liquid within. 800? How much corn liquor could one buy with that? Luo Yang laughed heartily, refraining from informing his father that 800 euros equated to 6 or 7,000 yuan, lest it frighten him. He took a sip, finding it acceptable, though indeed lacking in potency. Upon hearing the price of 800, Luo Weigua disregarded the wine as strength and began to drink heartily with Han Wenjun. Han Wenjun's capacity for liquor was commendable, as he downed 4 or 5 glasses without a change in complexion. The women each enjoyed a glass or 2, with no pressure to drink, simply reveling in the moment. After 1 glass, Wei Lin's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling, which delighted Zhao Jinyu, who eagerly served her more food. Zhao Jinyu's approach was that of a warm-hearted rural hostess. Her feelings were worn on her sleeve, though city dwellers were accustomed to more hygienic dining practices, using communal chopsticks. Her style of serving, while genuine, was not to everyone's taste. However, Wei Lin appreciated it, as she typically avoided such greasy fare and cherished Zhao Jinyu's attentions. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, and after dining, Xia Ying and Wei Lin insisted on assisting with the cleanup. Once finished, Han Wenjun cheerfully invited Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu to the square of the community. Upon arrival, they discovered a dense crowd gathered. Han Wenjun stepped forward and called out, "Everyone, please quiet down." His commanding voice brought immediate silence. With all eyes upon him, Han Wenjun respectfully invited Luo Weigua, Zhao Jinyu, and Luo Yang to the forefront, announcing loudly, "Has everyone from Junwei Real Estate, excluding shareholders, and all personnel from the sales and property departments of Tianzong City arrived?" "Present." A chorus of over 100 voices responded, with the 22 security guards being particularly vocal. As the largest shareholder and top leader of the company, Han Wenjun rarely appeared in such settings, eliciting excitement from the lower-tier employees who shouted the loudest. "Very well," Han Wenjun gestured for silence again, stating, "I am here to announce that we have fully transferred Junwei Real Estate to General Manager Luo Yang. From today onwards, all assets of Junwei Real Estate and Tianzong City, both current and future, belong to General Manager Luo." Luo Yang, having been thrust into the spotlight, remained silent, smiling as he raised his hand slightly. Upon hearing this news, the crowd stood in stunned silence, followed by a ripple of hushed conversations. This unexpected change left them feeling uneasy, as everyone feared for the stability of their jobs and the implications of this transition. Moreover, seeing Luo Yang's remarkably youthful face, they couldn't help but think, as the saying goes, no hair on the mouth, unreliable in action. Can such a young man truly be a reliable boss? What future awaits us? Han Wenjun pressed his hands down to regain attention, reassuring them, "Do not fret. I assure you, things will only improve from here. Now, let us hear from our new boss, General Manager Luo Yang. Please give him a warm welcome." With that, Han Wenjun began to clap, prompting Wei Lin, Xia Ying, and others to join in. Luo Yang smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Hello, everyone, I am Luo Yang. Perhaps you all look at me and think, can this young lad be trusted?" His self-deprecating remark elicited laughter from the crowd, bridging the gap between them. Luo Yang continued, "I don't have much to say. My involvement with Junwei Real Estate is merely as an investor, and I will not interfere in the operations. That will be entirely managed by General Han Wenjun. There will be no changes or layoffs among the staff. As for the property management of Tianzong City, I plan to appoint my parents as legal representatives. The primary aim of property management is not profit. I'm not short on money, but rather to develop Tianzong City into a better community. All profits will be fully reinvested into public welfare initiatives, transforming Tianzong City into the most technologically advanced, safest, and most beautiful community in the region." At this point, Luo Yang introduced his parents to the crowd. "These are my parents, humble rural folk, unpretentious and genuine, who will not partake in any management duties. I propose that we place a strong emphasis on security. Let us double the current number of security personnel. I hope everyone will dedicate themselves diligently to their duties. I seek no indolence, as I am not one to support idleness. Therefore, I urge you all to strive for excellence. Furthermore, Luo Yang smiled. Today marks the official establishment of our new company. All employees, regardless of rank, will receive a red envelope of 20,000 yuan. You may collect it from the finance office shortly. That concludes my remarks. The crowd stood in stunned silence for a moment before erupting into thunderous cheers. 20,000 yuan each in red envelopes. While the executives might not have been particularly concerned about the amount, for the majority of junior staff, whose monthly salaries were only 3,000 or 4,000, Luo Yang's generous gesture equated to half a year's wages. Who would not be overjoyed? 20,000 yuan is an astonishing sum for an ordinary person. Instantly, the young boss's favorability and warmth skyrocketed. He was handsome, spoke little, and his approach was direct and tangible, like a helicopter showering cash. After all, who could dispute that boss Luo possessed abundant wealth? Han Wenjun summoned the leading security guard he had previously seen at the sales office, a tall and robust figure, exuding a sense of security. Guozhuang, I have a task for you. Han Wenjun pointed to Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu. Their safety is entrusted to you. Guozhuang snapped off a salute. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Just as Han Wenjun was about to invite Luo Yang to the office building, someone in the distance waved and called out, General Han, General Han. Han Wenjun looked up to find it was Wang Jingkui, Luo Yang's uncle, also tall and sturdy, hurriedly approached. Wiping sweat from his brow and grinning as he gasped, General Han, your sudden call left me quite bewildered, which is why I rushed over. You must clarify things for me. I'm just an unsophisticated fellow and have no idea how I might have offended you. As Wang Jingkui spoke, he suddenly noticed Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu nearby, pausing in surprise to ask, what brings you two here? As his gaze shifted, it fell upon Luo Yang, and his brows furrowed slightly, for he was genuinely displeased. How unfortunate it was to encounter this family while making a fool of himself in front of Han Wenjun. Chapter 50, Truly Unworthy. Although Luo Weigua had risen to become the patriarch of a burgeoning fortune, he ultimately resembled a nouveau riche lacking in depth. The time was simply too brief for him to cultivate the demeanor of the affluent. When confronted by his brother-in-law, Wang Jingkui, who had always maintained an air of superiority before them, he found himself somewhat flustered. We're with our son. Wang Jingkui shot another glance at Luo Yang, haughtily snorting. Luo Yang, your life is essentially wasted. If you deem yourself useless, so be it. But must you drag your parents down with you? They toiled in the soil all their lives to provide for your extravagant whims. This place is not meant for your kind. Be swift in your departure, lest you become the subject of Han's ridicule. Han Wenjun could not stifle a chuckle, truly illustrating the adage, those who do not belong to the same family should not dwell under the same roof. This father and son duo left him speechless. They were indeed a reflection of one another. As the saying goes, dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will burrow, and this was no mere saying. Wang Jingkui disparaged the Luo family thoroughly before turning to Han Wenjun with a smile. Please do not take offense, Mr. Han. This family is quite the jest. Burdened with debts, yet failing to live responsibly. Just a few months ago, they sought a loan from me, and while we may share some familial ties, I assist in emergencies, not in alleviating poverty. How can one rely on borrowing to survive? Han Wenjun replied with a sardonic chuckle. Wang Jingkui, to be honest, I never perceived you in such a light. Had I known you were of such ilk, I would never have entrusted you with the project from the outset. It is, perhaps, fortuitous to have seen your true colors. Let's settle our previous accounts cleanly and go our separate ways henceforth. Wang Jingkui was taken aback, his expression faltering. Mr. Han, what is the meaning of this? Haven't we always collaborated harmoniously? Han Wenjun sneered. Wang Jingkui, let me put it plainly. I could say you are blind to your own shortcomings. Would you believe me? Seeing Han Wenjun's demeanor was devoid of jest, Wang Jingkui felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly responded, I believe. Whatever you say, Mr. Han. If you say I am blind, then I am blind. I have worked diligently for you all these years, if not with merit, then with toil. What was that all for? Since receiving that inexplicable and callous phone call from Xia Ying, he had felt disoriented, sensing that something was amiss, which drove him to rush from Xizhang town to meet Han Wenjun. Yet, he never anticipated that Han Wenjun would show no regard for past favors. Wasn't he entitled to understand the reason behind this? Han Wenjun coldly remarked, Wang Jingkui, allow me to advise you. Do not overstep your bounds. Do not mock the impoverished youth, speaking one way to their faces while another behind their backs. What sort of being are you? With that, Han Wenjun turned and grasped Luo Yang's arm, saying, Luo, let us depart. This family is vexing. Let us head towards the office building. Wang Jingkui, initially bewildered, Suddenly realized Han Wenjun's affable demeanor towards Luo Yang. Enlightenment dawned upon him. So it is you wretched creature, orchestrating this. Wang Jingkui's fury ignited, and he could not refrain from hurling insults at Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu. Luo Weiguo, Zhao Jinyu, your scoundrel of a son is nothing but trash, irredeemably vile. Even sabotaging my affairs. Truly unworthy, Mr. Han. After unleashing a torrent of vitriol upon Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu, he turned back to Han Wenjun, shouting, Mr. Han, Mr. Han, this Luo Yang is a fraud. Do not be deceived. I am his uncle, well aware of his true nature. Initially, Luo Yang had regarded the spectacle with indifference. But upon hearing Wang Jingkui insult his parents, he could no longer tolerate it. He gestured to the security chief, Guizhuang. Throw this old fool out, and ensure he is never allowed back into Tianzong City. Understood. Guizhuang, already tasked by Han Wenjun to protect the esteemed Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu, was taken aback by Wang Jingkui's sudden intrusion. He felt utterly shamed. Guizhuang rushed forward, delivering a swift kick to Wang Jingkui, and with a wave of his hand, 4 or 5 security personnel pounced like wolves, hauling Wang Jingkui out of the premises. Wang Jingkui, still oblivious to the fact that Luo Yang was orchestrating his expulsion, continued to struggle, convinced that Luo Yang had bewitched Han Wenjun. He strained with all his might, shouting, Mr. Han, do not be deceived by Luo Yang. He is nothing but a pauper. Luo Weiguo's face turned ashen as he watched Guizhuang and the security team forcibly eject Wang Jingkui, yet he remained silent, unable to voice any objection. He felt an overwhelming rage. How could one have such relatives? In front of outsiders, they seemed eager to trample his family into the dust. No matter how much disdain they held, they were still blood relatives. How could they not tolerate their poverty? Zhao Jinyu observed the retreating figures of the security personnel for quite some time before spitting out 2 words, deserved it. Han Wenjun noticed the flicker of anger in Luo Yang's eyes and, as they walked, offered comfort. Let it go. Do not stoop to the level of such individuals. Their horizons are limited, and they possess no future. Their son is both foolish and wayward. One must not take advantage of the impoverished, especially since you share this familial bond. I had truly underestimated him. Luo Yang, upon hearing Han Wenjun's counsel, felt a slight easing of his ire. Indeed, with such limited vision and perspective, what prospects could Wang Jingkui possibly hold? With just a single finger, he could extinguish him. At that moment, Luo Qinyao received a phone call and reported to Luo Yang. Mr. Luo, there is an applicant from Jianghan who works as a U.S. stock trader. Luo Yang gestured dismissively. Very well, let him interview at the office building. Meanwhile, Wei Lin gently supported the trembling Zhao Jinyu, coaxing her to calm down. Luo Weiguo approached Zhao Jinyu to offer consolation. Do not be upset, my dear. Wang Jingkui does not acknowledge our impoverished kin, and neither shall we acknowledge him. What is there to be angry about? We do not rely on him for sustenance, and at worst, we shall cease our interactions. Out of sight, out of mind. Speaking of out of sight, he was reminded of his younger sisters, and his heart swelled with indignation. In other families, siblings are cherished and adored. Yet why did his family yield such ungrateful daughters? During their youth, he and his elder brother, Luo Weidong, had toiled tirelessly to provide for their sister's education. How had such effort resulted in 2 ingrates? Recalling Wang Jingkui's earlier countenance only served to further fuel Luo Weiguo's fury. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. With a resentful glare, he retrieved it, only to discover it was a call from Wang Jingkui. Luo Weiguo nearly smashed the phone to the ground. But it was his own device, not Wang Jingkui's. Furiously, he pressed the reject button. A mere few seconds later, the phone rang again. And Luo Weiguo continued to decline the call. After 3 or 4 minutes of silence, the phone rang once more, and upon glancing at the screen, he found it was not Wang Jingkui, but his elder sister, Luo Chunlian, calling. Chapter 51. The disdain for Mr. Luo's applicants. Luo Weiguo's brow furrowed deeply as he observed his wife, still seething with anger. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer. After all, Luo Chunlian was his blood sister. He could sever ties with Wang Jingkui, but he could not harden his heart against his own sister. Hello, Chunlian. On the other end, Luo Chunlian's voice was urgent and fiery. Second brother, are you still taking care of Luo Yang? Just now, Jingkui called me, claiming that Luo Yang is trying to deceive Mr. Han, even doing so in front of Jingkui. I need to inform you that Jingkui's projects are all linked with Mr. Han, and Mr. Han is our family's lifeline. Why would Luo Yang choose to deceive him of all people? This matter, of course, falls under Zhang Kuei's jurisdiction. You should look into Luo Yang. If he jeopardizes our family's business, I shall not spare him. Even Luo Weiguo, who has been exceptionally patient, could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, Chunlian, you are my dear sister, once married. Do you believe you have no ties to the Luo family? Luo Yang is my son, your own nephew. If you choose not to assist him, that is one thing. But how dare you brand my Ruo Yang a fraud? Let me tell you, my son is quite capable. He neither steals, nor robs, nor deceives. He earns his living with integrity. You call me up, indiscriminately hurling accusations without discernment, yet you fail to see that it is Wang Zhengkue and your son who act immorally? Your son has squandered his years indulging in debauchery, lacking any real ability, yet you turn a blind eye to his misdeeds? Luo Chunlian was taken aback. In her recollection, her elder and second brothers had always been subservient towards her and her younger sister, never voicing opinions on their family's affairs. For instance, whenever Luo Yang clashed with Wang Wei, they would solely reprimand Luo Yang, and everyone had grown accustomed to him bearing the brunt of blame. His sudden defiance caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless before she managed to respond. Second brother, what do you mean? Are you saying that Luo Yang is beyond reproach? Luo Weigua, now irked, barked, I have no desire to engage with you. With that, he hung up. After a brief period of contemplation, he found himself still brooding, merely simmering with indignation. Zhao Jin, you scoffed. Look at your two sisters. We provided for their every need, ensuring they had food, clothing, and education. Now, see how they treat our family and your elder brother? Wei Lin, offering solace from the side, remarked, Uncle, do not let this trouble you. Family ties are such that we engage with those we connect with, and distance ourselves from those we do not. They do not provide for us, so why should we fret? Our well-being is paramount. Let us live our lives well. Zhu Ying, pulling her son close, could not contain her ire. Indeed, Auntie and little Auntie are so biased, consumed by their own interests. Back in our hometown, whenever Wang Wei and Jiang Shiqi played and stumbled, it was always the Luo brothers, Luo Yong, Luo Lin, and Luo Yang, who faced the scolding. They have been spoiled beyond measure. Second uncle, let us disregard them. In the past, when the family was impoverished, they tolerated the arrogance of Auntie and little Auntie. Now that Luo Yang has achieved success and become a formidable entrepreneur, why should he concern himself with their whims? Everyone is human. The nation espouses equality. So why should they consider themselves superior? They have been indulged. Wei Lin supported Zhao Jinyu. Auntie, uncle, let us return home and rest for a while. Alternatively, we could visit the supermarket to buy some ingredients and prepare a light porridge for dinner. Earlier, Luo Yang mentioned to Luo Qianya that he would be working late at the office tonight. Working late is arduous, and it would be best for him to have something light to eat. Yes, indeed. My son works hard for his earnings. Zhao Jinyu promptly agreed. Although she was not well versed in stocks and futures, she understood that her son was indeed making money in that field, working from 9:30 at night until 4 in the morning, which was undeniably taxing. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of the office building, the renovation crew worked only during the day, and now they were present, causing considerable noise and dust, making it challenging to discern the office as potential. Luo Qianya and Han Wenjun quickly escorted Luo Yang to a reserved office, closing the door, which significantly reduced the cacophony. Luo Yang surveyed the office, a space of approximately 100 square meters featuring 2 sets of multi-seat leather sofas and a circular desk equipped with 10 Apple 29-inch all-in-one computers. He settled into a chair, which was of decent quality, a brand name purchased by Luo Qianya, demonstrating that she did not skimp on expenses. All is acceptable for now. Luo Yang nodded. In the future, ensure that the design and renovation reflect utmost opulence. The company is not lacking funds, and the employees' environment is crucial. Understood. Luo Qianya replied with a nod. Han Wenjun, standing nearby, chuckled bitterly. It seemed that the young President Luo's catchphrase was indeed not lacking in funds. A moment later, Luo Qianya's phone chimed again, and upon answering, she mentioned that the interviewee had arrived, excusing herself to go greet him. Currently, the company was short-staffed, and Luo Qianya, serving as the assistant to the president, also had to take on receptionist duties. A few minutes later, Luo Qianya returned with a tall, slender man in his 30s, wearing glasses. She introduced him to Luo Yang and Han Wenjun. This is our President Luo and General Manager Han. The man first glanced around the office environment, then scrutinized Luo Yang and Han Wenjun. Han Wenjun exuded an aura of authority and gravitas, while this President Luo appeared exceedingly youthful. Instinctively, he harbored skepticism towards the young, as many lacked the experience and capability that age often brings. Hello, General Manager Han. Hello, President Luo. He hesitated before greeting them. Moreover, the office appeared starkly empty. Was this the appearance of a company? Aside from the strikingly beautiful assistant who had escorted him, the company failed to captivate him. Han Wenjun, observing his expression, discerned that the man underestimated Luo Yang's financial company and subconsciously regarded him as the highest authority. With a smile, Han Wenjun remained silent. This recruitment pertained to Luo Yang's financial operations, and it was beyond his purview. If it were a recruitment for real estate, His approval would be necessary. Luo Qianya seemed to sense the man's doubts and distrust. With a smile, she encouraged, "With both of our esteemed leaders present, please introduce yourself as if in an interview." The man nodded, retrieving his resume from his briefcase and presenting it to Han Wenjun. With a chuckle, Han Wenjun casually passed it to Luo Yang without even glancing at it. "President Luo, take a look." The man was momentarily perplexed. Why did this commanding general manager Han display such a respectful attitude towards the youthful President Luo? Luo Yang lowered his gaze to examine the resume. Song Shu Huai, 33 years old, a master's graduate from Han University's financial department, previously employed at a foreign enterprise for 3 years, and then worked for 4 years at a securities trading company in Jianghan, where he had risen to the position of group leader for the 4th team trading U.S. stocks, with an annual salary comprising a base of 80,000 plus personal trading profit commissions. The surname Tsong was quite uncommon, and this was Luo Yang's first encounter with it. "Mr. Tsong, I would like to inquire." Luo Yang pondered before asking, "What was your annual trading profit commission?" Mr. Tsong, somewhat prideful, replied, "Last year, my commission was 640,000. The year before that, it was 400,000, and the year prior to that, it was 320,000. As Tsong Shu Huai recounted his commission figures, he did so with a sense of pride, adding, "I am from Chuancheng. My parents are not in good health, and my wife and child's household registration is also in Chuancheng. For the sake of my family, I chose to return." This situation mirrored Luo Qianya's circumstances closely. Luo Yang smiled. Song Shu Huai's capabilities appeared to align with his current needs. However, he was not seeking someone to take charge of operations, merely someone to follow his directives in executing trades. Having prior experience in that regard would be advantageous, saving him the need to provide extensive training. Song Shu Huai's arrogance seemed trivial in comparison. When it came to wealth and acumen in making money, Luo Yang felt that, in his presence, those matters paled in significance. "Mr. Tsong," Luo Yang said with a playful tone, "I estimate that upon observing the state of our company in this office, you may be feeling rather disheartened. For this interview, I have no intentions of bombarding you with questions. I have perused your resume. Instead, I would like to propose a rather unconventional interview format." At this point, Luo Yang paused, smiling before continuing. "The U.S. stock market and futures open at 9:30. We still have 2 hours to go. My interview entails you conducting actual trading here tonight. Of course, I do not require you to operate independently. You simply need to follow my instructions for the trades. The interview will conclude at 4 in the morning, and upon its completion, I will provide you with a fee of 10,000 yuan for your efforts. As for whether you choose to remain with my company, that is entirely at your discretion. I will not impose." Song Shu Huai initially intended to leave, having believed at first that Han Wenjun was the true leader. However, it soon became apparent that the young CEO, Luo Yang, was the real decision-maker, which swiftly extinguished his desire to continue. Yet, Luo Yang's words sparked his curiosity anew. There was no need for him to execute trades himself. He only had to follow Luo's commands, and he would receive a remuneration of 10,000 yuan. Was this young boss, Luo, simply overflowing with cash? After a brief contemplation, Song Shu Huai consented. Had Luo Yang required him to make the trades independently, he would have approached the matter with greater caution. Fully aware of the perils associated with U.S. stocks and international futures, he typically refrained from engaging in high-risk endeavors, preferring to dabble in relatively stable redline stocks for short-term trades, content with earning a modest sum of $1,000 to $2,000 overnight. However, the prospect of merely following orders and reaping a guaranteed 10,000 yuan was an opportunity too enticing to refuse, especially since finding a suitable job in Chuan City was no easy feat amidst a state of financial anxiety. Meanwhile, Han Wenjun felt a surge of intrigue. Luo Yang was not a wealthy heir. The billions in cash he possessed were earned through his own endeavors, though Han had not witnessed it firsthand. Hearing Luo Yang mention live trading that evening ignited his desire to see how the young CEO generated his wealth. Among the three present, only Luo Qianya remained unfazed, having long since developed an immunity to the shock of Luo Yang's financial acumen. Knowing that trading would take place that evening, she had prepared in advance. Purchasing a coffee machine and various snacks and beverages, whether consumed or not, was inconsequential, as it was best to be prepared. With time still on their hands, Song Shu Huai idly opened his computer to review stock trends. After Luo Qianya set up the computer and installed the trading software, he logged into his account, which had been modified to reflect the company's registered public account. Upon clicking the account details, Song Shu Huai was astounded. The leverage was an astonishingly long string of zeros, far too significant to tally at a glance. He began counting. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. He was flabbergasted. 5 billion. And this was in U.S. stocks, translating to $500 million. Was this real? Was it a hoax? He checked the webpage and account again, confirming it was not a fabrication or a false site, yet he found it hard to believe. In his trading company in Jianghan, the entire company's leverage amounted to $80 million. How could this young CEO's fledgling company possess an astonishing $500 million in leverage? The international futures section revealed another $5 billion. Zheng Shuhai was utterly bewildered. Luo Yang, uninterested in the chatter, focused on futures trading, finding U.S. stocks rather mundane. Selecting the one with the highest increase. Han Wenjun, not wishing to disturb Luo Yang's analysis, moved to the computer desk to observe Luo Qianya and Zheng Shuhai grappling with the stocks. Upon seeing the screen filled with erratic red and green lines, he felt dizzy and could only shake his head in disbelief. As they awaited the market's opening, Han Wenjun found the wait excruciating, while for Luo Yang, Luo Qianya, and Zheng Shuhai, time seemed to fly by. At 9:30, the U.S. stock market opened, followed by the international futures market. Luo Yang seated himself at the computer desk and instructed Qianya, operate the U.S. stock account. Zheng Shuhai, handle the international futures account. They both quickly returned to their respective trading pages, as Luo Yang provided Qianya with a stock for her to purchase in full with the $500 million. Zheng Shuhai frowned upon hearing the stock's name. It had been somewhat unpredictable lately, and most traders avoided it. Was this young CEO so flush with funds that he could afford to be reckless? Yet, this was no trivial sum. If the stock were to drop by 20%, it would incur a loss of $100 million, translating to over 700 million yuan, no matter how affluent one might be. Allowing a wayward heir to gamble like this was unthinkable. Just as he pondered this, Luo Yang suddenly commanded, Zheng Shuhai, place a buy order for Brent crude oil futures at 381, leveraging the full $500 million. Zheng Shuhai was taken aback. Was he truly suggesting a full buy? This was even riskier than U.S. stocks, where fortunes could vanish in an instant. What are you thinking? Execute the order. Luo Yang frowned, prompting Zheng Shuhai to snap back to reality and, without further thought, follow the instruction. However, to be candid, crude oil prices had been declining recently. Shorting seemed a better option. There were only sporadic surges, but who would dare to seize such fleeting moments? No one could consistently predict the market. Zheng Shuhai had always favored stability. He would only consider going long on gold futures, as gold had been steadily rising amid the pandemic. Even then, he would only risk a few $1 million, never more. Luo Yang's $500 million at 381 for crude oil translated to a staggering 13,100 contracts, equating to over 13 million barrels of oil. This young CEO was wholly unreliable. Zheng Shuhai mused, his gaze fixed on the screen. Though the money was not his, the magnitude was daunting. $500 million. A figure he could scarcely fathom, yet he was about to engage with it. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. Just when he thought Luo Yang was reckless, crude oil futures surged upwards. Suddenly, crude oil prices skyrocketed to 383, then broke through 385, 386, 387. Everything unfolded so unexpectedly. Zheng Shuhai was left speechless as the floating profit surged from 5,240,000 to 6,320,000, then 7,860,000. The increments were astounding, over $100,000 in mere moments. The red line shot up like a helicopter, the floating profit fluctuating every second. Zheng Shuhai found it hard to breathe. Although he had witnessed such scenarios before, few could seize the moment, and predicting the future was a fool's errand. The crude oil price surged past the 39 mark, continuing to rise at an astonishing pace. The floating profit exceeded 11,790,000. This surge was unprecedented, breaking the 40 barrier in less than half an hour, with no signs of slowing down. The floating profit had soared past 24,890,000, approaching 11 o'clock. The crude oil price surpassed 41, and Zheng Shuhai felt his face flush with excitement. This momentum seemed endless, and he was tempted to invest further. Yet at that moment, Luo Yang spoke, set a sell order at 41.15 and liquidate the position. Zheng Shuhai was taken aback, unable to resist voicing his opinion. The price is rising rapidly. I believe there is still plenty of upward potential. Selling now seems unwise. Luo Yang replied coolly, are you the boss, or am I? Zheng Shuhai immediately fell silent, obediently executing Luo Yang's instructions to place a sell order. 3 minutes later, the price of crude oil surged to 4,116, and the sell order was executed. The profit amounted to a staggering 39,955,000. The figure of 39,955,000 echoed in Cheng Shu Huai's mind, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Converted to renminbi, that was a colossal 280 million. Could earning money truly be this effortless? In just over an hour, he had become a billionaire. Was it truly so easy to ascend to such wealth in today's world? Without further ado, he hastily executed a short position, fully committing to it with a sell order set at 118. Suddenly, he heard Ruo Yang's command and could hardly believe his ears. Unable to restrain himself, he implored, "Mr. Luo, while I won't dissuade you from taking profits, entering a short position now, with oil prices rising, is akin to throwing away your hard-earned gains. Please, avoid going short." Ruo Yang's expression darkened as he barked, "Go short." Cheng Shu Huai was taken aback, suddenly feeling the weight of Ruo Yang's formidable presence, which rendered him breathless. Daring not to protest further, he wiped the sweat from his brow and placed the short order as instructed. Yet, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The young CEO, having struck gold with a profit of 280 million, was now recklessly pursuing a short position. Was he tempting fate? But what could he say? After all, he was the boss. As the short order was placed, the oil price climbed from 115, and in moments, the order was executed. It quickly rose to 119, and then surged to 422 within mere seconds, causing Ruo Yang's short position to incur a loss of 4 cents per barrel. The profit and loss figures turned red, and a staggering loss of 524,000 materialized in under a minute. Cheng Shu Huai sighed as he glanced at Ruo Yang, contemplating the wisdom of heeding the counsel of those with experience. Youthful exuberance had led to folly. Yet, Ruo Yang's face remained as inscrutable as a still pond, betraying no hint of anxiety. He appeared calm, though it was likely that this composure would soon be tested. Just as Cheng Shu Huai pondered this, the red line fluctuated before abruptly halting, then dipped as crude oil prices unexpectedly fell by 2 cents. Although the drop was slight, it sent a chill down Cheng Shu Huai's spine. Was it really happening? The decline paused for about 10 seconds before plummeting dramatically, swiftly breaking the 41 mark. Goodness! The young CEO had indeed struck gold. Was he merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? The oil prices today resembled a roller coaster, soaring high and then crashing down. In no time, it fell below 40, and then dipped under 39, gradually stabilizing around 38.6, yet still on a downward trajectory. Cheng Shu Huai's mind was in turmoil. He recalled having advised the young Ruo Yang to maintain his long position, believing in an upward trend, while Ruo Yang had recklessly shorted. And now, the prices were plummeting, almost returning to the opening levels. Had he followed his own advice and entered a short position from the start, he would have undoubtedly faced heavy losses. Ruo Yang commanded another sell order at 815. This time, Cheng Shu Huai dared not voice any objections. He complied with Ruo Yang's instructions. Before long, the order price was breached, leading to another profitable transaction of 39,693,000. Combined with the previous profit, the total earnings reached an astonishing 79,648,000. $79 million, converted to renminbi, that amounted to over 560 million. Cheng Shu Huai felt an urge to pound his own head in frustration. Why hadn't he simply followed suit? Yet, lamentation was futile. He had never trusted the young CEO and had believed his own analysis, which was fundamentally flawed. Had he followed through, he would have been doomed. Of course, had he been at the Jianghan office, he would have never made such a gamble, perhaps only investing in promising U.S. stocks. Suddenly, he recalled that earlier, Ruo Yang had instructed Luo Qianya to leverage 5 billion into a single stock. He glanced at Luo Qianya's computer and was astonished to see that the stock had risen by 11%, yielding a floating profit of $55 million. I can't believe it. This thought raced through Cheng Shu Huai's mind. Since he had become a stockbroker, he had never experienced such exhilarating madness. His heart could hardly bear it. Han Wenjun, indifferent to finance and unversed in stock and futures trading, observed Cheng Shu Huai's bewildered demeanor and couldn't resist asking, "Hey, Xiao Cheng, I don't understand what going long or short means. What's happening?" Cheng Shu Huai, upon being questioned, felt as if a dam had burst. He exhaled deeply and pointed at Ruo Yang, exclaiming, "Mr. Han, our Mr. Luo, is a genius, a true genius." Han Wenjun furrowed his brow, demanding, "Quit the nonsense. What's really going on?" Cheng Shu Huai pinched his own cheek to ensure he wasn't dreaming, then declared, "Mr. Han, my futures account has made over $79 million, and Miss Luo's U.S. stock account has profited $55 million. Combined, we've earned over $130 million. What did you say?" Even Han Wenjun, accustomed to the tumultuous tides of fortune, nearly stumbled in disbelief, convinced he had misheard. Chapter 54. In a single night. They earned more than you would in a lifetime. It was just shy of midnight. 2.5 hours had elapsed since 9:30, and they had amassed over $110 million? Han Wenjun was genuinely incredulous. Yet, Chong Shu Huai nodded earnestly, affirming, indeed. Han Wenjun was at a loss for words. Luo Yang, however, commanded Chong Shu Huai once more, go long on crude oil. Chong Shu Huai's mind reeled. The constant fluctuations in crude oil trading were dizzying. Surely, even Buffett wouldn't dare to maneuver as recklessly as the young CEO. But at that moment, he lacked the courage to advise Luo Yang against it. He could only follow orders unconditionally. Indeed, after placing the long order, within 2 minutes, crude oil prices reversed and began to rise. Chong Shu Huai, having shed all doubts and arrogance, found himself utterly humbled. The cold sweat he had previously felt returned as he recalled his initial pride and disdain for Luo Yang. The young CEO's operations were nothing short of miraculous, precise and astute beyond his comprehension. This was no longer akin to picking up scattered coins. It was as if an aircraft were showering him with money from the sky. By 4 a.m, with the U.S. stock and futures markets closed, Luo Yang's directives finally concluded. He stretched and remarked, I am utterly exhausted. In contrast, Chong Shu Huai, Luo Qianya, and Han Wenjun seemed as though they had consumed 500 cans of energy drink, their eyes wide with excitement. Now that it was over, Han Wenjun couldn't help but ask Chong Shu Huai, how much did we earn tonight? Chong Shu Huai counted the digits in his account, articulating each numeral. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, totaling 422,681,096. Then he turned his head to glance at Luo Qianya's American stock account. The profits from the American stock market amounted to a staggering sum of $100,031,700. When combined with the futures account, the total profit reached a phenomenal $522 million. Han Wenjun couldn't help but pinch his thigh, murmuring, 522 million. My goodness, that translates to 36 billion in soft sister currency. Earning 36 billion in one night. What does that even mean? Just a few minutes later, Luo Qianya checked the company's online banking account and informed Luo Yang, Mr. Luo, Tiger Securities has already transferred the profits. After deducting fees and leverage commissions, it amounts to 36,003 million. The new agreement with Tiger Securities involves using leverage while keeping the margin intact, with each profit directly transferred by Tiger Securities. Of course, losses would be calculated separately, but Luo Yang's account had never incurred a loss in either the American stocks or futures. Thus, Tiger Securities had granted him the utmost privileges. Such a top-tier client would easily be lured away if not given the best options. It could be said that if Luo Yang merely expressed a desire, the world's most prestigious brokerage firms would treat him like royalty. Han Wenjun tugged at his hair in disbelief, but he was not envious or jealous. Rather, he was elated to be following a reliable and immensely promising boss. With Luo Yang's speed of earning, he could recover the investment in Junwei real estate in just one night, having sold it to Luo Yang for 3 billion. While Luo Yang earned 36 billion in a single evening. Previously, when he heard Luo Yang often utter the phrase money is no object, Han Wenjun thought Luo Yang was merely putting on airs, but now he realized he was genuinely affluent. Luo Yang instructed Luo Qianya, Qianya, you've worked hard. Please issue yourself a bonus of 100,000, and also give Han 100,000. He's endured late nights with me, and is my partner. So it's only right he receives a bonus. Additionally, Luo Yang glanced at Song Shuhai and added, give Song Shuhai 1,000 as well, after all. He's not officially our employee yet. Song Shuhai immediately flushed and exclaimed, Mr. Luo, the 1,000 is inconsequential, but please don't send me away. I refuse to leave. I'll stay even if it kills me. If you keep me, I'll consider my interview passed. Luo Yang looked at him with a bemused smile and eventually asked, actually, weren't you hoping to interview me as your boss? Song Shuhai had uttered his thoughts aloud, his cheeks flushed, and with a sheepish grin, he insisted, Mr. Luo. Really, even if you don't pay me, I want to stay. I just want to learn from you. Luo Yang chuckled and replied, I can't do without paying. But consider your interview approved, an annual salary of 200,000, with bonuses to be determined, and you'll manage the international futures trading for now. How does that sound? Song Shuhai eagerly nodded in agreement, fearing that Luo Yang might change his mind. If he were to enter future finance, a salary of 200,000 would be trivial. The real value lay in the commissions from trading profits. Given Luo Yang's extraordinary skills, he could easily earn hundreds of billions in a year, and even a modest commission rate would yield astronomical figures. Luo Qianya was positively glowing, receiving bonuses of 50,000, then 100,000, and then another 100,000. Having earned more in just 2 to 3 days than her annual salary, if this continued, she could expect to make millions within a year. Boss, I should start ramping up recruitment. I'll expedite the hiring of financial personnel and your personal assistant, she announced. Luo Yang was taken aback and asked, "What's this? You suddenly don't want to work anymore?" Luo Qinya quickly shook her hands. "I'm not quitting. I simply wish to follow you in American stock trading. You've assigned futures to Tseng Shuhai, so let me handle the American stocks, and I'll promptly find a new secretary." Luo Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "All right. But if I grow fond of your work, I might want you back." Luo Qinya laughed, understanding that her young boss relied on her. Initially, she thought being close to the boss was ideal, but considering that a personal assistant wouldn't participate in stock and futures trading, she feared the bonus opportunities would be significantly less. Luo Yang was well aware that ambition was a commendable trait. Luo Qinya busied herself making coffee. But before she could start, Luo Yang's mother called, inquiring if they had finished, urging them to return for a late-night meal. Although Luo Yang's mother was not well-versed in stocks, she understood her son's schedule. Once it was past 4 in the morning, it was his time to rest. Foregoing coffee, Luo Yang humorously asked Tseng Shuhai, "Will you head home or join me for a late-night meal?" Tseng Shuhai, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replied, "Of course." Luo Qinya teased him, "Look at you, the boss is treating you to a late-night meal, and you're all too eager. Does the boss owe you something?" Tseng Shuhai awkwardly smiled, though his face radiated joy. "I can treat, but I'm currently a bit short on cash." The group bantered as they returned home, where they were greeted by a sturdy man with a sun-kissed face, who approached, saying, "Yangdi, you're back?" This man was Luo Weidong's eldest son, Luo Yang, the cousin of Zhu Yingying. Luo Yang was taken aback. "Brother Yang, when did you come back?" Zhu Yingying quickly chimed in. "He arrived this evening. I knew you were busy, so I didn't have him call you." Chapter 55. The Ant's family arrives to demand answers. Luo Yang smiled wryly, his hair slightly disheveled, fatigue evident in his features. Luo Yang led him to the dining area and called out to the others, "Everyone, dig in. My mother made late-night porridge with pickles." City dwellers typically prefer soups, and when consuming porridge, they favor nutritious mixed grains, known as 8-treasure porridge. However, Luo Yang preferred plain rice porridge for its delightful aroma. The dining table was laden with dishes prepared collaboratively by Zhu Yingying and Wei Lin, with Zhu Yingying taking the lead and Wei Lin assisting. Han Wenjun poured red wine for everyone, and although Luo Yang sampled a sip, he found its sweet and sour taste unappealing. "Brother, try a glass of red wine," he urged his cousin Luo Yang. Luo Yang raised the glass, took a sip, and was about to speak when his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He set down the glass and solemnly said to Luo Yang, "I've been working at a construction site in the south, struggling to earn a living. And I was bullied. Initially, I intended to find another site, but my father suggested I come back and see if you could offer me any work. I lack skills and education, and I'm afraid to burden you." Zhu Yingying interjected, "I wanted him back, even if there's no work for him here. He could look for other opportunities, which is better than being out there." "It's all right," Luo Yang reassured him, then turned to Luo Qinya. "Qinya, have any applicants responded for the 2 driver positions we are recruiting?" Luo Qinya nodded. "Yesterday, for people called, 3 came to submit their information, but I haven't reviewed them yet." Luo Yang replied, "No need to show them to me. Keep 2 based on your standards. My brother can drive. He can start as a driver at the company." Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weigua, upon hearing Luo Yang's suggestion to have Luo Yang work as a driver for the company, felt the tension in their hearts dissipate. The elderly couple had been concerned about Luo Yang's uncertain future, given their son's substantial assets. It should have been effortless to secure a position for him. Yet, they found themselves caught in a dilemma, reluctant to interfere in their son's affairs while also wishing to assist Luo Yang. Now, they felt relieved. Zhu Yingying's worried expression transformed into a smile, realizing that her brother-in-law, Luo Yang, still possessed a sense of integrity, unlike many who forget their roots after sudden wealth. In truth, Luo Yang valued relationships greatly, albeit with a strong sense of justice. He was the type who distinguished between kindness and grievance. Since childhood, his father had maintained a close bond with his uncle Luo Weigua, both being brothers and sharing ancestral property, resulting in a common wall between their homes. Luo Yang had always shared a special bond with Luo Yang, confiding in him whenever he faced difficulties, often sharing a bed during their youth. It was a given that he would look after his uncle's family, repaying kindness and addressing grievances. Luo Yang could never turn his back on poor relatives, even if he became immensely wealthy. Zhao Jinyu, having stayed awake, insisted on preparing congee, serving each person a small bowl of white rice porridge. Wei Lin and Zhu Yingying assisted in distributing the bowls, while Luo Qinya hurried to lend a hand. Tseng Shuhai, having heard Luo Yang call the aunt serving the congee mother, recognized her as the matriarch and hurried to fetch his own bowl, unwilling to let her serve him. In his previous company, he had witnessed gatherings where the owners' families remained aloof, looking down on the lower-tier employees, despite their wealth being far inferior to the young bosses. In contrast, Luo Yang's family displayed none of that arrogance. They embodied the essence of humble rural folk. Moreover, Luo Yang himself did not put on airs. Yet he possessed an undeniable authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. After savoring a few bites of the light evening meal Zhu Yingying had specially chosen, Luo Yang turned to her and said, "Sister-in-law, my company is currently hiring. Perhaps you might consider resigning from your mobile store job to join our finance department as a cashier? The role is not demanding, merely handling payroll." Zhu Yingying was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. "That sounds wonderful, as long as you don't mind my limited education." Luo Yang chuckled, "Sister-in-law, you have a high school diploma. You can work while also taking time to enroll in a course. Furthermore, my parents are idle all day. Let us find them something to do, perhaps managing the school runs for Junjun temporarily." Zhao Jinyu readily agreed. "That sounds perfect. Your father and I are always wandering about, and we worry about having nothing to engage in." Luo Yang's eyes brimmed with tears upon hearing Zhu Yingying's words. He realized that Luo Yang had indeed become unimaginably wealthy. Before returning, he sensed an unspoken divide between his uncle's family and himself, stemming from the disparity between wealth and poverty. Yet now, he saw that his uncle's family remained the same as before, genuine and familial. Luo Yang's care for them rekindled his memories of struggles and grievances endured outside, making him want to embrace Luo Yang and weep. Luo Yang patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "You are like my own brother, now that you're back. Put aside any worries. I am here for you." The phrase "I am here for you" struck a chord with both Luo Yang and Zhu Yingying, stirring emotions. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Yang had naturally become the pillar of this family. The others felt equally moved and comforted, recognizing that a compassionate boss was worthy of their loyalty. After finishing a few more bites, Luo Yang drained his bowl of kanji and set it down, saying, "Don't overindulge. It can be uncomfortable. Once you've all had your fill, let us relax on the sofa for a while. We can head back at dawn. I'm exhausted and need to rest." Han Wenjun waved him off. "You should go sleep. We'll chat a little longer." Among those present, only Luo Yang could not withstand the fatigue, while the others were brimming with excitement, especially Han Wenjun, Luo Qianya, and Song Shuhuai, who had just witnessed a staggering 36 billion in net income. Though the money was not theirs, the generous bonuses from the boss left them exhilarated, making sleep seem impossible. Zhu Yingying and Luo Yang were equally thrilled, feeling secure in their jobs and knowing their son would be looked after. Most importantly, Zhu Yingying recognized that aligning with her cousin Luo Yang promised a prosperous future. Her commissions from the electronic products he had purchased from their store had already totaled over 200,000. Luo Qianya checked her phone for the day's agenda and noted that the recruitment was already arranged. But she suddenly recalled an important event. The donation ceremony at the high school was scheduled for today, with Mayor Qin and other significant leaders from Chuan City in attendance. She made a mental note not to forget this. Luo Yang's duplex featured 4 bedrooms, and he claimed the master suite on the second floor, initially intending for his parents to occupy it. However, they chose a room downstairs, leaving him to reside alone. 2 rooms remained vacant, one for Luo Yang and Zhu Yingying, and another for Luo Yunyun, who would return on weekends. Luo Qianya and Wei Lin shared a bed for a while. Song Shuhuai, brimming with excitement, chatted with Han Wenjun until dawn. Although Zhao Jinyu had stayed up all night, she rose at her usual time the next morning. Seeing Han Wenjun and Song Shuhuai animatedly conversing in the living room, she couldn't help but chuckle, promptly preparing fresh tea for them. At that moment, Luo Weigua hurriedly emerged from his room, his expression grim, phone in hand. Zhao Jinyu inquired, "What is the matter?" Luo Weigua frowned, displaying his phone. "Luo Yang's aunt has arrived. They're waiting at the community entrance, and their tone seems rather." Chapter 56. This community belongs to the Luo family. Zhao Jinyu's temper flared. "What do they want? They can insult us, but how dare they malign my son? They've never regarded us highly, and over the years, we've never benefited from either of your sisters. They always fear we might take advantage of them. What value do such relatives hold?" Upon hearing that Wang Jinkue had returned, Han Wenjun stood up, resolutely stating, "Does he dare show his face? I'll teach him a lesson and make him leave. What audacity!" Luo Weigua shook his head, stopping him. "Let it be, Han. While they may lack virtue, I prefer to maintain my integrity. They are still my own sister and brother-in-law. If we don't get along, we simply one tea associate. But conspiring with outsiders against them is unacceptable." Han Wenjun paused, nodding in understanding. Indeed, it was best not to involve himself in family matters. Though Wang Junkue's actions were undeniably unscrupulous. As Luo Weigua left, Zhao Jinyu followed, knowing her husband's compassionate nature and his affection for his sister required her vigilance. The two approached the entrance of Tianzong City, where Captain Guozhuang led 7 security guards, all eyeing Wang Jinkue and Luo Chunlian with scrutiny from a distance. Wang Wei, feeling intimidated, cast a wary glance at Guozhuang, having been frightened by their presence. Wang Jingkui had returned home in a furious state the previous day and, upon discussing the matter with Luo Chunlian, found her equally incensed. Has the whole family gone mad? She exclaimed. In their town, Wang Jingkui was a figure of considerable stature. Who would dare disrespect him? Furthermore, their son Wang Wei had returned with grievances, inflaming Luo Chunlian's anger even further. As a mother, she could not bear to scold or punish her beloved son, yet the audacity of Luo Yang in bringing someone to confront him was intolerable. Luo Chunlian promptly placed a call to Luo Weigua, unleashing a torrent of wrath upon him. To her astonishment, her usually compliant brother responded with equal ire, even going so far as to hang up on her. This only fueled Luo Chunlian's fury. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became. After conferring with Wang Jingkui, the three of them set off for Chuan City at dawn, only to be obstructed by security at the entrance of Tianzong City community. Guozhuang had already alerted all the guards to keep a vigilant eye on Wang Jingkui and his son Wang Wei, preventing their entry into the community. The guards, having just received a generous meet and greet bonus from Luo Yang, were more than willing to comply, prioritizing the affairs of Luo's family above all else. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, Guozhuang rushed to the entrance, standing like an iron tower, glaring at Wang Jingkui. Enraged, Wang Jingkui shouted, "You are just a security guard. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly? This is a public place. You cannot bar our entry. I am here to see Luo Weigua. I am his brother-in-law, his true brother-in-law. If you continue this way, I shall call the police." Guozhuang, unfazed, coldly retorted, "I am not being arrogant. You are the one who is mistaken. Understand this. Tianzong City community is not a public space. It is the private property of our boss, Luo Yang. As employees of his company, it is our duty to maintain order and security here. Your identity holds no significance. Not even the King of Heaven could gain entry." Guozhuang's unwavering stance left Wang Jingkui momentarily speechless. He realized he had no leverage against Guozhuang, for they were not owners of Tianzong City, and thus had no recourse if denied entry. However, Luo Chunlian suddenly erupted, feeling the stark contrast of being disrespected after being lauded by everyone around her. The tension had already been mounting, and Guozhuang's defiance proved to be the final straw. She charged forward, attempting to force her way into the community, prompting Guozhuang to shout, "Form a human wall." In an instant, a throng of security personnel rushed to create a barricade at the entrance. Luo Chunlian, struggling to push through, stumbled and fell to the ground, her hair disheveled as she began to cry and wail. Wang Wei, intimidated by the fierce security guards, dared not approach. It was Wang Jingkui who rushed over to help Luo Chunlian to her feet, unable to contain his frustration. He called Han Wenjun. Recalling the guard's earlier declaration that Tianzong City was Luo Yang's private property, which he found utterly ludicrous. Even if Luo Yang had acquired some ill-gotten gains, transforming a community of such magnitude into personal property was simply beyond his capabilities. It was still early, just past 7, and Han Wenjun was likely still asleep. Yet, Wang Jingkui could not afford to wait, perplexed that such a wealthy individual as Han Wenjun would be swayed by Luo Yang's deception. Was Luo Yang's trickery truly so formidable? Wang Wei kept glancing toward the entrance, unable to see the sales office, where his BMW remained parked. Reluctantly, Wang Jingkui dialed Han Wenjun, feeling the weight of necessity. He had to clarify the situation. He needed to secure the deal, or he would be left with nothing. After their previous altercation, he wondered if Han would even answer his call. Anxiety gnawed at him as he awaited a response, but to his surprise, Han Wenjun picked up almost immediately. "Hello. Is this Mr. Han? This is Wang Jingkui. Please, do not hang up. You must not believe Luo Yang, that deceiver. I just overheard your security saying that Luo Yang is the owner of Tianzong City, that it is his private property. Isn't that the height of absurdity? I cannot fathom his audacity to perpetrate such a ridiculous scam. Mr. Han, if you have time, we should discuss this in person. I can lay bare the truth behind that little trickster." "Enough." Han Wenjun snapped, his impatience palpable. Had he not been at Luo Yang's residence, he would have ignored Wang Jingkui's call altogether. He had already blocked one of Wang Jingkui's numbers. Yet, after some contemplation, he decided to impart a final warning. "Wang Jingkui, I had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with you, but as you are related to Luo Yang, I'll offer you one last piece of advice. Abandon that condescending attitude. Do not underestimate the youth, old Wang. Moreover, let me enlighten you. Luo Yang is not deceiving me. He purchased Tianzong City for 30 billion in cash. Tell me, which con artist possesses 30 billion in cash to buy a community? If you know anyone like that, please introduce them to me." "What?" Wang Jingkui was taken aback, Han Wenjun's words detonating in his mind like a thunderclap, leaving him dazed and bewildered. Luo Yang had acquired Tianzong City for 30 billion in cash? Was this even conceivable? Wang Jingkui would sooner believe that his deceased father had risen from the grave than accept that Luo Yang could possess such wealth. As he returned the phone to his ear, he realized Han Wenjun had already hung up. Turning around, he found his wife, Luo Chunlian, still throwing a tantrum on the ground, while his son, Wang Wei, trembled in fear from the guard's intimidation. Despite Wang Wei's usual acclaim in Xizang town, he was inherently timid and cowardly. Stripped of his father's status and esteem, he was but a shadow of significance. Suddenly, Wang Jingkui pondered whether he had indeed been too harsh on Luo Yang and his family. As he regained his composure, the events of the past 2 days began to coalesce in his mind. A chilling realization dawned upon him. Luo Yang was indeed wealthy, astonishingly so. Yet, he had spent the previous day behaving like a fool in front of Han Wenjun and Luo Yang, blind to the truth. Even as Han Wenjun had attempted to steer him in the right direction, the more he reflected, the more his face burned with embarrassment. He hurried over to pull his wife up from the ground, urging her to move aside while shouting for Wang Wei to join them. At that moment, Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu emerged, spotting them from a distance. Guozhuang quickly approached Luo Weigua, saluting with a robust voice. Report, Chairman. Those 3 individuals are still obstructing the entrance. Do you have any instructions? Guozhuang's booming voice carried even to Wang Jingkui, causing his heart to race with dread. This situation was indeed serious. Although he was infuriated with his brother-in-law, Luo Weigua did not wish to act with excessive cruelty. He nodded at Guozhuang, saying, very well. You may attend to your duties. I will handle this matter personally. Guozhuang hesitated briefly but promptly saluted in compliance. His role was merely to follow orders. Yet he remained poised at a distance, ever ready to intervene should a conflict arise between Luo Weigua and Wang Jingkui. After dispersing the guards blocking the entrance, Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu stepped out into the open. Luo Chunlian, spotting them, could no longer contain her fury. Second brother, I don't care how your family swindles meals here, but how dare you ruin Wang Jingkui's business? You bully my son, that wretched Luo Yang, when he was young. We spared no expense on clothes for Wang Wei, yet now he repays our kindness with malice. Is he even human? Luo Weigua's words instantly rendered Luo Chunlian speechless. Trembling with indignation, Zhao Jinyu immediately retorted, indeed, I remember it vividly. When Luo Yang was merely 4 years old, you brought us 4 pieces of worn clothing that belonged to Wang Wei. 4 pieces. Later, you audaciously remarked that although Wang Wei's clothes were old, they were of a certain caliber, and that Luo Yang was unworthy to wear them. Since then, have you ever given Luo Yang any old clothes again? I express my gratitude for the clothes you did provide, but must you belittle my son in such a manner? Is my son not deserving of wearing clothes that are of quality? Luo Chunlian found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Upon reflection, she realized that indeed, that was the only time she had given them clothing. After seeing how well Luo Yang looked in Wang Wei's clothes, she felt a twinge of resentment. He appeared more handsome in them than Wang Wei did. Consequently, she ceased offering any more clothes to Luo Yang. Zhao Jinyu continued coldly, moreover, Luo Chunlian, while I, as your sister-in-law, may not have nurtured or assisted you, do you not recall how your eldest and second brothers toiled tirelessly to provide for both you and Luo Chunying's education? You failed to gain admission to university and insisted on attending a vocational school, while Luo Chunying succeeded in entering university. Every expense, tuition, living costs, and other necessities was covered by your brothers. Have you ever repaid them? I do not expect you to, but since you and Luo Chunying married, you seem to fear that our impoverished family would tarnish your image, never acknowledging our relationship in public. Regardless of your circumstances, I do not seek to benefit from your fortune. I merely implore you to refrain from defaming and unjustly accusing my son. Is your son a human while my son is not? Luo Chunlian felt cornered. Yet she could not allow the sister-in-law she had always looked down upon to assert dominance over her. With a scornful gesture, she retorted, Zhao Jinyu, are you unaware of your own limitations? I call you sister-in-law only out of respect. Otherwise, I would not acknowledge you at all. Your son, Luo Yang, has sabotaged our project. You should compel him to clarify with General Han that our grievances are far from over. Zhao Jinyu, infuriated, laughed derisively. Go ahead and create a ruckus. However, let me convey this. My son has acquired Tianzong City, so approaching General Han will be futile. My son dictates the contracts, and you, the Wang family, are far too affluent for us to aspire to associate with. Luo Chunlian let out a scoff, thinking how audacious this impoverished sister-in-law was to boast without fear of humiliation, claiming that Luo Yang had purchased Tianzong City when he couldn't even afford the scale model in the sales office. Unexpectedly, Wang Jingkui suddenly struck Luo Chunlian across the face with a resounding slap. Stunned, she recoiled, only to feel the sharp sting of pain. covering her face. She stared at Wang Jingkui, and only after a moment did she comprehend that he had struck her, unable to restrain herself from shouting, "Wang Jingkui, have you lost your mind?" Wang Jingkui seized her, covering her mouth to silence her, while turning to Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu, saying, "Elder brother, sister-in-law, please return home. I will find a moment to apologize later." He then shouted at his bewildered son, "Wang Wei, get in the car, you good for nothing." Wang Jingkui was driving a Land Rover, and he shoved Luo Chuanlian into the vehicle before urging Wang Wei to hurry inside. He sped away, putting considerable distance between them and Tianzong City. After several minutes, Wang Jingkui finally addressed Luo Chuanlian, "You foolish woman. I told you to remain silent, yet you still sought to assert your authority." Luo Chuanlian, clutching her throbbing face, glanced into her makeup mirror and saw her right cheek swollen and marked with distinct fingerprints. Unable to contain her anger, she exclaimed, "Wang Jingkui, I demand a divorce." Wang Jingkui frowned and replied, "Enough of your nonsense. Quickly call your sister Chunying and inquire about the situation. Find out if she knows about Luo Yang's newfound wealth." Luo Chuanlian hesitated, her expression one of disbelief. "Are you saying Luo Yang has truly become wealthy?" Wang Jingkui scoffed, "You seem utterly oblivious. The security guards addressed your second brother as chairman, and even General Han has confirmed it. Luo Yang has spent 30 billion in cash to purchase Tianzong City. It now belongs to your second brother." Taking a deep breath, Wang Jingkui continued, "Your sister-in-law mentioned that Luo Yang has complete control over the project. He can allocate it as he pleases. Are you still unclear? The Luo Yang, whom we underestimated and slandered, has indeed become extraordinarily wealthy. Just his acquisition of Tianzong City alone is worth more than I could ever earn in a lifetime as a contractor. Now is not the time for regrets. I wish to slap my own face. You must call Luo Chunying immediately, and then we can discuss how to make amends." Chapter 58, Two Fools. Luo Chuanlian, half convinced, picked up her phone to call her sister, Luo Chunying. Once connected, she switched to speaker mode. "Hello, Chunying. Are you aware of the situation with our second brother? Have you heard about Luo Yang?" "Of course. Luo Yang has become quite impressive. He donated 4 to 5 million to the school, providing new desks and chairs for all students, along with 200 Apple computers, each costing nearly 18 or 19,000. The teachers don't even have such good computers. Furthermore, it was later revealed that this was merely a fraction of his generosity. He donated 1 billion to build a new school, without needing to prompt further. Luo Chunying shared everything. Sister, 1 billion. Does Luo Yang even consider you and me his aunts? He would rather donate such wealth than share it with us. What kind of person is he?" Luo Chuanlian was rendered speechless. It seemed Luo Yang was not a fraud. He had indeed become prosperous, and not just modestly wealthy, but immensely so. 30 billion for Tianzong City, 1 billion to build a new school, and casually donating 4 to 5 million. How could he have acquired such wealth? It was as if he could print money at will. Wang Jingkui, driving, heard every word clearly and felt a wave of regret wash over him. How he wished he could slap himself. Just yesterday, General Han had made it clear, and yet he had chosen to dismiss it, insisting that Luo Yang was a fraud. And his son, that foolish boy, was the source of all this trouble. However, Wang Jingkui reflected that he was not much better off if his son was foolish. He too was a fool. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned to Wang Wei. "Wang Wei, I heard you've been involved with a woman named Zhu Hanyan these past few months?" Wang Wei stammered, hesitant to respond. Wang Jingkui pressed on. "I also heard she was Luo Yang's ex-girlfriend. Are you behind this?" Faced with his father's stern tone, Wang Wei quickly deflected. "I only met Luo Yang last year. Zhu Hanyan pursued me on her own." Wang Jingkui was furious, nearly losing control as he shouted, "If I weren't driving, I'd smack you. You need to call her immediately and end things. No further contact." "Okay, I understand." Wang Wei sulked, though not particularly bright. He wasn't entirely foolish. Upon realizing Luo Yang's genuine wealth, he knew he had to change his course. He quickly pulled out his phone to call Zhu Hanyan. Zhu Hanyan, who had stayed behind in Chuan City instead of returning to Xizang, answered the phone while yawning. "What is the early call about?" Wang Wei cut straight to the point. "Let's break up. Don't contact me again." Zhu Hanyan was taken aback, and after a few seconds, her voice turned sharp. "Wang Wei, what do you mean? After using me, you want to ditch me? I'll make a scene at your house or your wife's house if you upset me." Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback. When it came to intelligence, he truly could not compare to Zhu Hanyan. In a moment of frustration, he blurted out, "What good does it do to stir trouble with me? It's not as if I want to break up with you. Let me tell you, Luo Yang has struck it rich. He acquired Tianzong City for 30 billion and even donated 100 million to Chuancheng No. 1 High School. My aunt just told my mother that." Zhu Hanyan across from him seemed equally stunned, rendered speechless. After a while, a busy tone emanated from Wang Wei's phone. She had already hung up. Wang Jingkui could not restrain his anger, exclaiming, "You fool! How did I end up with such a dimwit for a son? Don't you think the situation is already dire enough? What do you expect to gain by telling her about Luo Yang?" Wang Jingkui, a seasoned man, could easily deduce the nature of women like Zhu Hongyan, pleasure-seeking and extravagant, willing to do anything for money. Ironically, his son Wang Wei was cut from the same cloth, making them a perfect match. After scolding his son, Wang Jingkui sighed. Resigned to the reality of having a biological connection, he then turned to his still-dazed wife, Luo Chunlian, and said, "Chunlian, let us not return home just yet. Let us head to number 1 high school and have a word with Shulin. Both our families need to find a way to mend our ties with Ergu." In Tianzong City, at Luo Yang's residence, the young man was lingering in bed, reluctant to rise. In the living room, Luo Qianya glanced at the clock and then at the upstairs, hesitating, until she spotted Wei Lin. An idea struck her, and she said, "Wei Lin, come with me to wake the boss." Wei Lin was taken aback, asking, "Why should I wake him?" Luo Qianya made a pouty face, replying, "I'm scared. I'm just a little assistant. You, on the other hand, are his girlfriend. It's more appropriate for you to do it. We have to be at No. 1 high school for the donation ceremony in an hour. Please help me out." Wei Lin's cheeks flushed as she mumbled, but he never actually said I was his girlfriend. Nevertheless, the thought pleased her, and she hesitantly agreed to go. As she ascended the stairs, her heart raced. She knocked on the door, intending to call out first. If he woke up, she wouldn't enter. However, upon reaching Luo Yang's bedroom door, she discovered it was wide open. Not daring to breathe, she peeked in. Luo Yang was sprawled across the bed, one foot sticking out from under the covers. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered her courage and called out, "Luo Yang." There was no response, so she tried again, but still nothing. Feeling bolder, she crept inside and gently poked his back, saying, "Luo Yang, wake up." He groaned in discontent, murmuring, "What is it?" Wei Lin quickly replied, "Qianya sent me to wake you. We need to be at number 1 high school for the donation ceremony soon." A jolt of realization struck Luo Yang, and suddenly he was wide awake, thinking, "How could I have forgotten that?" Wei Lin gasped and turned to flee, covering her eyes. Meanwhile, Luo Qianya, sipping a drink in the living room, kept an eye on the staircase. She couldn't help but smile when she saw Wei Lin rush down, her face flushed with embarrassment. Thankfully, she had cleverly sent Wei Lin to wake him. That scene was certainly not suitable for children. Wei Lin rushed down, biting her lip and shooting a glare at Luo Qianya, who was stifling laughter. Unable to resist, she pinched Luo Qianya's waist, and the two girls erupted into laughter. Zhu Yingying, having taken the day off work, had already called her manager to resign. She planned to handle the formalities and settle her final paycheck at noon. Rising early that morning, she had prepared breakfast for her second aunt, Zhao Jinyu. The meal was simple, and after Luo Yang finally got up to eat, Luo Qianya urged him to hurry to number 1 high school, passing the car keys to Luo Yang with the instruction, "Yonggu, the keys are yours, you drive." Luo Yang, brimming with excitement, approached the car in the underground garage. His hands trembled slightly as he beheld the luxurious Mercedes-Benz S-Class, a vehicle he had never imagined he could even touch, let alone drive. Carefully and with palpable excitement, he drove the car out of the garage, where Luo Yang and Luo Qianya were already waiting. Luo Qianya opened the rear door for Luo Yang to get in and then took the front seat, leaving the back for the boss. As Luo Yang drove, he exclaimed, "Yang, this car is truly a different experience. It's exhilarating. There is not a sound to be heard inside." Luo Yang chuckled, "For now, let South have Qianya drive this one. More cars are on their way soon." Luo Qianya nodded, turning to Luo Yang. "I noticed all the company ordered were Mercedes-Benz S-Class models. They still don't feel upscale enough. After the donation ceremony, let us take a trip to the provincial capital and buy a few more high-end vehicles." Luo Yang was taken aback. If a car worth over 1,000,000 yuan was deemed inadequate, what could possibly be more luxurious? Suddenly, someone dashed out in front of them, and Luo Yang slammed on the brakes, causing Luo Yang to nearly collide with the seat in front of him. Frowning, he peered ahead and recognized the person who had obstructed their path. It was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Zhu Hongyan. Chapter 59. Never before had he seen such a brazen woman. Luo Yang had been with Zhu Hongyan for over 2 years, and Luo Yang had met her a few times, so he recognized her as well. After the abrupt stop, he was drenched in cold sweat. "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Luo Yang shouted as he rolled down the window. With tear-filled eyes, Zhu Hongyan said sorrowfully, "Luo Yang, get out of the car. I have something to discuss with you." Luo Qianya, unfamiliar with Zhu Hongyan, turned to look at Luo Yang. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yang waved to Luo Yang and said, "Let us go." Luo Yang nodded, ignoring Zhu Hongyan as he prepared to reverse the car. But Zhu Hongyan pressed herself against the front of the vehicle, calling out, "Luo Yang, get out of the car. I have something to say." Luo Yang glanced back at Luo Yang, unsure of what to do. After considering it, Luo Yang rolled down the window and said flatly, "If you have something to say, hurry up. I have other matters to attend to." Zhu Hongyan rushed to the window, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "Luo Yang, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Can you forgive me? If you do, I promise to treat you well for the rest of my life." Luo Yang couldn't help but chuckle coldly, replying, "Had I known it would come to this, why would I have bothered with you in the first place?" Zhu Hongyan immediately burst into sobs. Indifferent, Luo Yang said, "Step aside, I'm leaving." Suddenly, Zhu Hongyan grasped the window, twisting her head as she cried, "I won't go. I want to go. Please forgive me." While Zhu Hongyan was not unattractive, possessing a decent level of beauty, her tears painted her a pitiful figure. However, Luo Yang found that he no longer felt anything for her. All he could see was her unappealing nature. After watching her display for a moment, he stated coolly, "You want my forgiveness? Fine, I forgive you. Now step aside." Zhu Hongyan's face lit up with joy as she looked at Luo Yang, exclaiming, "You forgive me? Great. I promise to listen to you from now on and be devoted only to you." "Stop right there." Luo Yang interrupted her, his tone indifferent. "Your promises mean nothing to me. Frankly, I couldn't care less about forgiving you. You're simply not worth my time. Do you really think I would consider rekindling our relationship? Huh, if that's what you think, you're sorely mistaken." Zhu Hongyan stood frozen, Luo Yang's indifference chilling her to the core, as if she were invisible. He beckoned towards the security booth. "Guozhuang, remove her." At the security booth, several guards, led by Guozhuang, were casting ravenous glances in this direction. As soon as Luo Yang spoke, they pounced like hawks seizing a chick, forcefully dragging Zhu Hongyan away. Struggling and weeping, she lamented her lost opulence and the life of a wealthy matron, all of which she had reduced to mere illusions. Luo Yang, indifferent to her plight, quietly raised the glass barrier. Luo Yang spat towards Zhu Hongyan outside the window, driving the car while muttering vehemently, "I've never encountered such a brazen woman." Of course, Wang Wei was equally despicable. How could a blood relative treat Luo Yang in such a manner? Not even a beast would behave so. The journey from Tianzong City to No. 1 Middle School took merely a few minutes, but as Luo Yang approached the school, he suddenly remarked with concern, "Why are there so many police officers?" Luo Qinya scrutinized the scene before her and replied with a smile, "Those are traffic police, ensuring orderly conduct. Besides, we have all our documentation in order. What is there to fear?" Luo Yang managed a sheepish grin and, upon reaching the school gate, realized that these were officials safeguarding the school's environment. The gate stood wide open, flanked by 2 rows of students, one of boys and one of girls, each holding a ball of flowers. A gathering of dignitaries, including Mayor Qin, Director Xie, and Principal Huang, could be seen at the entrance. Luo Yang gradually brought the car to a halt, and Director He rushed over, beaming, to welcome Luo Yang out of the vehicle. Mayor Qin and Director Xie approached in succession, and after a handshake, Luo Yang chuckled wryly. "Mayor Qin, is such a grand affair truly necessary?" Mayor Qin shook his head earnestly, stating, "It is imperative to make this occasion memorable for all citizens of Chuan City. This is a benevolent act that will echo through the ages." Security personnel guided Luo Yang to park, and upon stepping out, he was taken aback by the spectacle before him. The school had suspended classes for a ceremonial event, with thousands of students, over 200 teachers, and countless parents and citizens in attendance. The school had announced its open doors early that morning. A recent acquisition of advanced equipment by Chuan City Television proved fortuitous, as reporters and camera crews surrounded Luo Yang for interviews. A red carpet adorned the center of the playground, with the host being none other than Wang Ning from the news channel. A throng of individuals escorted Luo Yang and Mayor Qin to the stage, where Wang Ning, impeccably dressed in white, welcomed them with exuberance, proclaiming, "Let us applaud the brightest entrepreneur of Chuan City, Mr. Luo Yang." The applause that followed was thunderous, genuine in its appreciation, for in these times, it is rare to find someone willing to donate such a substantial sum for charity. At the entrance and on the playground stood several displays outlining the budget for new school buildings, with an investment of 100 million. Aside from Luo Yang, it was unlikely anyone else would match such a generous contribution in Chuan City. "Everyone, please quiet down," Wang Ning called out. "I believe we all understand the significance of today's event, so let us invite our protagonist, Mr. Luo Yang, to share a few words." Another round of applause ensued, and this time, the audience settled into silence after their show of appreciation. Taking the microphone from Wang Ning, Luo Yang cleared his throat before addressing the crowd. "Greetings, everyone. I am Luo Yang, a genuine resident of Chuan City, engaged in financial investments, primarily in American stocks and international futures, earning money from global capitalists. Coming from a rural background, I endured a life of poverty and did not finish high school. Recently, While accompanying my sister to school, I observed. As Ruo Yang gestured towards the dilapidated buildings and the unpaved playground, he continued, students are housed in old structures and sit on worn-out desks. The school lacks a cafeteria, forcing them to eat on the ground of this playground. Witnessing this filled me with sorrow, prompting me to make a decision. I will donate funds to build a school that meets the highest standards in the country. Mayor Qin waved to two staff members, who promptly presented a large, printed check that read a donation of 100 million. Ruo Yang, witnessing the scene amidst the crowd, felt a surge of excitement. Yet his gaze fell upon familiar faces in the left section of the crowd. To his astonishment, he recognized his Aunt Luo Chunlian, Uncle Wang Jinkui, younger Aunt Luo Chunying, and younger Uncle Jiang Shulin, all clustered together, their expressions impossible to describe. Chapter 60. Smiling in the face of an adversary is not my style. Staff members held the 100 million check aloft, while Wang Ning invited Ruo Yang to stand beside it for photographs, later including Mayor Qin and Director Xia. Wang Ning, adept at sensing the emotional climate, seized the moment to ask Ruo Yang, Mr. Luo, would you share your thoughts on this generous donation of 100 million? Ruo Yang smiled gently and replied, actually, Mayor Qin. He then abruptly turned to inquire, how many townships are there in Chuan City? Taken aback by the sudden shift in topic, Mayor Qin nonetheless answered, Chuan City administers 12 townships. Clenching his fist, Ruo Yang declared, very well. I have decided to donate 30 million to build a primary school in each township, totaling 360 million. I want every child in Chuan City's townships to study in an excellent environment. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Mayor Qin, Director Xia, Principal Huang, and the thousands present were all taken aback. Wang Ning was momentarily stunned, realizing this revelation deviated from the prepared script. Suddenly, it occurred to him that Ruo Yang had just pledged an additional 360 million for school construction. Was this young man merely frivolous with his wealth? Or was he truly a benevolent soul sent by the heavens? Among the crowd, Ruo Yang's aunt and younger aunt, along with Jiang Shulin and Wang Jinkui, felt as though their hearts had been pierced by daggers. It was as if Ruo Yang regarded money with utter disregard. They were profoundly disturbed by his unexpected generosity, feeling as though he were donating not his own fortune, but theirs instead. Wang Ning, as the skilled host he was, quickly regained composure and praised, Mr. Luo. I find myself at a loss for words. After years of hosting the news, this is the first time I have been so deeply moved. On behalf of all the citizens of Chuan City, I thank you for providing the children with an opportunity to create a bright future. Ruo Yang graciously nodded. No need for thanks. I wish all the children a prosperous future. At this moment, Mayor Qin regained his composure, stepping forward to shake Ruo Yang's hand. His eyes glistening with emotion, yet a smile graced his face as he said, Mr. Luo, thank you. This heartfelt expression of gratitude was rare. It is not often that a politician like him sincerely offers thanks. The announcement of Ruo Yang's additional 360 million donation had not been communicated to anyone prior, and its sudden revelation struck like the detonation of a nuclear bomb. After the donation ceremony concluded, Mayor Qin invited Ruo Yang to his office to discuss specific operational matters. With a sweeping gesture, Ruo Yang pushed Luo Qinya forward, stating, Mayor Qin, please liaise with my assistant, Luo Qinya, regarding financial matters. However, this project requires your establishment of a special committee to assess the actual costs. My 360 million is not a fixed amount. You are to adhere to the highest domestic standards, ensuring practicality without waste. Should expenses exceed the budget, I will allocate additional funds, but quality must not be compromised. I will also establish a quality inspection team, and if the construction fails to meet standards, I will refuse payment. Qin Feiyong readily agreed, stating, this is no problem at all. I will report the situation to the leader of Municipal Number 1 and apply to take charge of this project personally. In Chuan City, a project worth 400 to 500 million is considered a significant undertaking, especially in the realm of education. Undoubtedly, Ruo Yang's donation for this construction project would bestow upon Qin Feiyong unimaginable and immense benefits in his career. Ruo Yang was, without a doubt, his lucky star. Principal Huang had arranged for 2 female students to present flowers to Ruo Yang. One girl was flushed with excitement, while the other appeared sullen and discontented. Ruo Yang recognized the gloomy girl as Jiang Shiqi, the daughter of his aunt, who had always been rather proud and had never spoken to him during their childhood visits. Naturally, as they grew older, their familial ties had remained tenuous. This situation stemmed from the educational philosophies instilled in her by Jiang Shulin and Luo Chunying. Jiang Shiqi looked down upon both Ruo Yang and Luo Yunyun, despite the latter excelling academically, which only fueled Jiang Shiqi's jealousy, resulting in her refusal to communicate with Luo Yunyun altogether. Now, with Ruo Yang's sudden windfall, Luo Yunyan's status had inadvertently elevated, a change Jiang Shiqi found utterly unacceptable. The school had specifically chosen Jiang Shiqi to present flowers to Luo Yang due to the familial connection between their families. Her parents, Jiang Shulin and Luo Chunying, had urged her to maintain a good relationship with Luo Yang, as their family would inevitably rely on him in the future. After receiving the flowers, Luo Yang exchanged a few words with Qin Feiyang before summoning Luo Qianya to the car, instructing her, "Qianya, you must privately communicate with the school that the project team cannot include Jiang Shulin. Otherwise, you may find yourself entangled with them." Luo Qianya glanced at him, inquiring, "Who is Jiang Shulin?" Luo Yang chuckled. "He is a teacher at the first high school, and also my uncle by marriage. You should know my elder aunt and her family, the Wang Jinkui clan. Although my uncles work in different fields, their personalities are strikingly similar." He paused for a moment before continuing with a sardonic smile. "My principle is simple. Those who have shown kindness deserve gratitude, while those who harbor enmity shall be repaid in kind. If someone expects me to forget past grievances and wear a smile, they are sorely mistaken. That is not my way." Luo Qianya nodded, understanding. She stepped out of the car, feeling a headache coming on. Her young boss had placed such a heavy burden on her. While it was certainly gratifying to be trusted, it was also tremendously exhausting, a bittersweet experience. "Brother, let us go." Luo Yang called to Luo Yang. At the school, once Luo Yang departed, Luo Qianya became the center of attention, akin to a star surrounded by admirers. Several leaders invited her into the school office for discussions. After taking a sip of mineral water, she addressed Principal Huang. "Principal Huang, there is one condition regarding the project that you must agree to." Principal Huang and Director He were momentarily taken aback, asking, "What condition?" Luo Qianya, having ensured the office was devoid of others, spoke earnestly. "In our collaborative project, Jiang Shulin is not to be included, now or in the future. His presence is absolutely intolerable." Principal Huang was momentarily stunned, glancing towards Director He, who also appeared puzzled and felt compelled to remind Luo Qianya, "Miss Luo, Jiang Shulin is the uncle of Mr. Luo. Perhaps you are unaware." Luo Qianya swiftly interrupted him. "I am unaware, nor do I wish to inquire. However, I assure Principal Huang and Director He that this condition was expressly conveyed to me by Mr. Luo before his departure." Principal Huang's expression shifted to one of contemplation. After a moment of thought, he instructed Director He, "Director He, please proceed. Everything must align with Mr. Luo's wishes." It was unthinkable to oppose the desires of a wealthy benefactor. It was clear that Luo Yang and Jiang Shulin's relationship was far from harmonious. Familial ties did not always guarantee amiability, as even blood relatives could harbor deep-seated conflicts. In an office within the school, Jiang Shulin poured tea for Luo Chunlian and Wang Jinkui. Luo Chunying, furrowing her brow, expressed her displeasure to Luo Chunlian, "Sister, do you think Luo Yang has lost his mind? He used to struggle to make ends meet. Just a few months ago, he was borrowing money left and right. Now, with a sudden windfall, he appears to have lost all sense of direction, donating hundreds of millions. The thought of such vast sums makes my heart ache. I must have a serious talk with our second brother. How can he throw away 400 to 500 million without considering giving our elder aunt and uncle a few million?" Jiang Shulin interjected in a lowered voice, "Chunying, perhaps you should refrain from such comments. That money was earned by Luo Yang through his own efforts, not through theft or deceit. It is his prerogative to decide how to use it, and let us not forget what you have contributed to them over the years." As Jiang Shulin spoke, he shook his head in regret, lamenting, "If only I had known Luo Yang would achieve such success, I should have treated him better in the past. Alas, there is no remedy for regret." Luo Chunying paused, reflecting on her own lack of generosity towards Luo Yang. Over the years, she had not treated her elder and second brothers well and had often looked down upon them, feeling superior. Yet, she had grown accustomed to the expectation that her brothers would support her without her reciprocating. Subconsciously, she regarded Luo Yang's wealth as something she was entitled to as well, which only fueled her mounting frustration. Wang Jinkui, sipping his tea, wore a furrowed brow. His current projects were entirely contingent upon Luo Yang's decisions. If Luo Yang was amenable, he could indulge lavishly. If not, he would earn nothing at all. This year had been particularly challenging for securing projects, so he needed to devise a way to mend his relationship with Luo Yang. However, seeking Jiang Shulin's assistance would be futile, as their relationship was merely superficial, rife with underlying tensions. As the two sisters, Luo Chunlian and Luo Chunying, whispered among themselves about how to approach their second brother, they still held the belief that he would fiercely protect them. Suddenly, Luo Chunlian mentioned that Luo Yang had spent 30 billion to acquire Tianzong City, which left Jiang Shulin and Luo Chunying utterly stunned. 30 billion. Good heavens, how much had Luo Yang truly earned? It was evident that he could not possibly have only 5 or 6 billion. If that were the case, he would be a fool to donate it all. Luo Chunying gritted her teeth in resentment towards Luo Weigua, exclaiming, "My second brother has truly lost his senses. How could he allow Luo Yang to act so recklessly? Donating 4 to 500 million? Sister, should we pay a visit to our second brother at Tianzong City?" Luo Chunlian, upon hearing this, slapped her thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "Don't even mention it. We went there this morning, only to be stopped by the security guards who refused us entry, and they were quite fierce about it." Wang Jingkue suddenly interrupted, exchanging a knowing glance with Jiang Shulin. Luo Chunlian huffed in frustration but fell silent, her expression a mix of resentment and anger. Internally, Jiang Shulin felt a sense of satisfaction. Wang Jingkue had boasted to him about earning over 100,000 this year, and had even purchased a new car and a BMW for his son, flaunting his wealth. Meanwhile, he was still driving that old, worn-out BYD, feeling utterly humiliated. Now everything is in disarray. They have thoroughly tarnished their relationship with Luo Yang. Although my own rapport with him is hardly commendable, I have seized the opportunity to cultivate connections before the school leadership, securing a place in the project group. It is undoubtedly a trivial matter to reap some financial benefits, and come year-end, I can orchestrate some activities. Leveraging the influence of Luo Yang's uncle to possibly ascend to a position such as department head or vice principal. With a few more years of maneuvering, I could even attain the role of principal. Once I achieve that, how far can the education bureau director be? Just as I reveled in my aspirations, my phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Director He. Immediately, I raised a finger to signal Luo Chunying, Luo Chunlian, and Wang Jingkue to remain silent before answering. "Hello, Director He. I'm in the teacher's office. What instructions do you have? I will attend to them at once." "What? I've been removed from the project group? Why?" Upon hearing this, Luo Chunying was taken aback and hurried over to listen to the phone conversation next to Jiang Shulin. Jiang Shulin put the call on speaker. "Teacher Jiang, I truly don't have the answers. This decision was not ours, but rather made by Mr. Luo's side." His personal assistant just emphasized this point. Director, he stated, pausing with a hint of amusement before continuing. "I believe you should comprehend the underlying reasons by now." With that, Director, he hung up without even a farewell. Jiang Shulin was left in shock. Luo Chunying leaped up, seething with rage. "That scoundrel. He has completely forsaken any semblance of familial bond. I'm going to find my second brother." Luo Chunlian quickly restrained her, sighing as she implored, "Chunying, please listen to me. Please." Luo Chunying, fuming and seething, was ready to confront her brother Luo Weigua. Luo Chunlian held her back, exhaling deeply, and gently advised, "Chunying, I was just like you this morning, furious and intent on confronting our second brother for retribution. But as you can see, what grounds do we have to lash out at them? He is now wealthy and no longer needs to heed our whims. If you approach him in this manner, it will surely lead to our downfall. Confronting him will bear no fruit. He is now under Luo Yang's influence. Have you forgotten? Luo Yang is a tycoon with a fortune in the billions. Can we still presume to challenge him?" As she spoke, Luo Chunlian sighed again, lamenting, "We cannot. Times have changed. We have indeed treated them unfairly in the past. Their essay saying, 'If you do not accompany the sunset, who are you upon the rise of the sun?' We did not treat him well when he was struggling. Can we expect him to be kind to us now that he has prospered?" Luo Chunying fell silent, muttering after a moment, "Who would have known he could become so wealthy?" Wang Jingkue, equally vexed, chimed in, "Who could have known? Enough with these empty words. Let us discuss how we can mend our relationship with our second brother. There is no need for mutual suspicion. This back and forth has brought us no benefits. We must unite." Jiang Shulin sighed, wanting to voice something but finding the words escape him. He was too weary to speak. He suddenly realized that Luo Yang had ascended to a height beyond reach, nearly out of sight. And being cast out of the project group was undoubtedly an act of revenge. He felt powerless to contend with him. How could they possibly prevail? Luo Chunying, observing her dejected husband Jiang Shulin, and glancing at her frustrated sister and brother-in-law Wang Jingkue, suddenly bolted out, exclaiming, "I'm going to find my second brother. He doted on me the most when we were young. If he doesn't leverage his influence to get Shulin back into the project group, I'll take drastic measures." Chapter 62. What constitutes an upscale vehicle? On the way back, Luo Yang drove along Binjiang Road, an area newly developed in Chuan City, characterized by its grand infrastructure and aesthetic appeal. As he drove, Luo Yang remarked, "It's been years since I've been this way. The transformation is astounding." Luo Yang chuckled, then suddenly said, "Brother, do you remember the first time you brought me to Chuan City? We were both famished, and we went to Wenwen snack shop for soup dumplings?" Luo Yang laughed. "How could I forget? We barely had enough for a basket of dumplings, splitting it between us and still leaving hungry. We ended up drinking several bowls of the vendor's scallion soup. Who would have imagined that 6 or 7 years later, you would become such a prominent entrepreneur? Luo Yang replied, no matter how successful I become, you will always be my brother. After a moment, he instructed Luo Yang, brother, find a place to park the car. I want to revisit Wenwen snack shop. Sometimes I dream about those dumplings, and nothing else has ever compared. All right, Luo Yang agreed, steering the car toward the old city. Wenwen snack shop remained in its original location in the northern part of Chuan City's old district, unchanged over the years. However, upon arrival, Luo Yang circled around but struggled to find a parking spot. Luo Yang urged him to stop, alighting the vehicle first. Next to Wenwen snack shop was a narrow alley, about 4 meters wide, bustling with street vendors. Luo Yang approached a middle-aged woman operating a stall. Excuse me, how much do you earn in a day? He inquired. The woman shook her head with a rueful smile. What can I earn? It used to be decent, but not anymore. Nowadays, people are particular about cleanliness and ambience. As a street vendor with a few plastic stools and folding tables, exposed to the elements, people are too image-conscious to patronize us. I barely scrape by, but with my children not around, I might as well stay active. Luo Yang smiled. Auntie, how about this? I have a car. He pointed to the luxurious vehicle Luo Yang was driving. I'd like to eat at Wenwen snack shop. Would you mind moving your stall back a few meters? I'll compensate you with 1,000 yuan for the trouble. Is that all right? 1,000 yuan? The woman was taken aback. She worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, earning only 200 or 300 yuan a day, and after expenses, perhaps a little over 100. This young man was offering her 1,000 just to park? She glanced at the expensive Mercedes-Benz, realizing this young man must come from wealth. Wealthy people often have peculiar habits. Why not dine in a fine restaurant instead of this rundown place? Seeing her hesitation, Luo Yang promptly scanned the QR code attached to her stall, transferring 1,000 yuan. The small speaker on her cart chimed, announcing 1,000 yuan received. The woman stood stunned, then hurriedly began to move her cart and stools to clear the space, exclaiming, young man, you really don't have to give me that much. 100 would suffice. Luo Yang chuckled, not at all, auntie. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll eat and be on our way. He then waved to Luo Yang to park the car. Luo Yang cautiously maneuvered the car into the alley. The woman waved, saying, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on your vehicle. Luo Yang nodded with a smile before heading into Wenwen snack shop with Luo Yang. Inside, the establishment appeared quite antiquated. The chairs creaked ominously as one sat down, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The chef was still the same rotund man, though his hair had grayed significantly. The cashier was also the same woman, now with wrinkles around her eyes. She must have been Wenwen herself, once a youthful woman, now in her 30s and approaching 40. Luo Yang asked Luo Yang, what do you want to eat? Luo Yang perused the menu on the wall, responding, 2 baskets of soup dumplings, 2 servings of shredded pork with green peppers, and, 2 bowls of scallion soup. The soup dumplings were a must. He dreamed of them often. The shredded pork with green peppers noodles will take a while, but the soup dumplings are ready and will arrive shortly, still steaming. Luo Yang picked up his chopsticks and devoured one, savoring the soup dumpling in one bite before reaching for another. Oddly enough, he sensed that the flavor was not as delightful as he remembered. The filling seemed a tad salty and lacked freshness. He lifted the scallion soup to his lips and took a sip. It was rather bland, seemingly devoid of the taste he recalled. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he quietly asked Luo Yang, brother, do you not feel that it lacks the flavor it used to have? Luo Yang shook his head with a smile. In truth, it is still the same flavor, but we are no longer the same people. Back then, my pockets were as heavy as 2 or 4, I had no money, and was both hungry and poor. Eating this made me feel it was the most delicious thing in the world. Now, you can have whatever you desire. This taste was always just average, and as you eat it again, of course, it won't taste the same as before. Luo Yang fell into a contemplative silence, putting down his chopsticks, disinterested in continuing his meal. At that moment, the vendor lady brought over 2 bowls of glutinous rice balls and sweet wine, saying, you have given me too much. I always feel guilty. I brought you these 2 bowls of rice balls, which I make myself. Just try them. If they are good, enjoy them. If not, leave them. Luo Yang scooped up a rice ball and took a bite. It was sweet and chewy, and he exclaimed, delicious. He finished the entire bowl of rice balls, though the soup dumplings remained untouched. However, he felt satiated. While Luo Yang polished off the soup dumplings and a bowl of rice balls, patting his belly, claiming he was nearly stuffed, Luo Yang chuckled, pulling out his phone just as a call came through. It was Wei Cheng. Luo, I have a luxury sports car available. Are you interested? Wei Cheng's voice was animated and rapid. A Ferrari 812, priced at 5.3 million for the base model, and around 6 million out the door. It was ordered by the son of a real estate mogul, but due to some financial troubles, they can no longer take it. Most people find it too expensive. So I thought I'd see if you might want it. Luo Yang replied, all right, I was actually looking to order a few more cars. I'll head over to your place. After thanking the vendor lady, he drove straight to Juncheng car dealership. Wei Cheng was already waiting at the entrance, directing him to park as he hopped out of the car, excitedly leading him into the showroom. Inside, a crowd was gathered around a red Ferrari supercar, with a salesperson demonstrating the convertible roof, creating a spectacle akin to a transforming robot. The onlookers expressed envy, though lamenting its exorbitant price. A total of $6 million was beyond the reach of most, with a 30 down payment of $1.8 million and monthly payments nearing $150,000 for a 3-year mortgage, an unaffordable sum for many. Luo Yang barely glanced at it, turning to Wei Cheng and stating, "I'll take this car. And please order me 2 more of a higher class." Wei Cheng appeared taken aback. "You want to buy more cars? Is 3 Mercedes S-Class not enough?" Luo Yang chuckled. "I just feel it lacks a certain prestige. Do you have any cars in the 8 to 9 million range? Let us order 2. His bravado drew the attention of everyone around who were now fixated on him. Chapter 63. It's heart-stirring. Wei Cheng's hands trembled slightly, wondering why this guy always felt the need to burn through cash. Nevertheless, he proceeded with the introductions, quickly searching on his phone for options. Let us see. For this price range, there's the Rolls-Royce Phantom at $9.2 million and the Bentley Mulsanne at $5.55 million. If you want prestige, I think the Rolls-Royce is the better choice. Even Li Chaoren drives one." Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yang nodded. "Then let us go with that. Order 2. Wei Cheng scratched his head. "You prefer to pay in full, no loans?" Luo Yang laughed. "Let us pay in full. Money is no object." The crowd nearby gasped in astonishment. 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms would exceed $20 million, and buying such luxury without financing was akin to buying cabbage. When did Chuan Cheng produce such an extravagant character? In truth, Luo Yang was not merely showing off. He was accustomed to this lifestyle and paid no mind to the stares, instructing Wei Cheng to handle the paperwork, payment, signatures, and then heading to the vehicle registration office. Luo Yang felt no inclination to go, opting to lie down for a while, sending Luo Yang with Wei Cheng instead. Juncheng car dealership sold all kinds of vehicles, yet in reality, 99 of their sales were mid-range cars. The most expensive being luxury models like the G-Class or Land Rover, priced around $1 million. Luo Yang, however, had purchased cars that might take the dealership a decade to sell, and the owner was thrilled. Luo Yang was essentially advertising for them. Henceforth, anyone in Chuancheng looking for high-end cars would likely know that Juncheng had sold cars exceeding $10 million. After resting on a sofa in a corner for about half an hour, Luo Yang awoke, stretched, and felt quite refreshed. The showroom felt stifling. And disinterested in looking at cars any longer, he decided to take a stroll. The Auto City spanned nearly a kilometer, filled with car dealerships. And the vehicle registration office was right at the forefront, designed for seamless service, buying cars, paying taxes, and registering plates without needing to venture far. As he meandered, he noticed a vendor pushing a bicycle selling ice pops, which struck him as quite curious. Who still sold such treats this way? Approaching, he observed many people, particularly children, buying them with their parents. A wave of nostalgia washed over Luo Yang, prompting him to scan the QR code to purchase one for 3 yuan. Upon tearing off the wrapper and tasting it, he was greeted by a refreshing frozen milk flavor. Sitting by a flower bed, he consumed half of the ice pop while casually glancing around for attractive women. The square was sparsely populated with young people, mostly occupied by families and older folks. However, his gaze caught sight of a striking figure waiting for a bus by the roadside, her silhouette alluring and her stature tall, surely no less than 170 centimeters. He couldn't judge her facial beauty from behind, but her back alone would earn a solid 9 points. Yet, he knew well that a beautiful back does not guarantee a beautiful face. He had seen enough to know that. To his surprise, the woman turned her head to glance at the square, momentarily revealing her face before turning away again. Luo Yang's heart raced, his mind momentarily blank. It was an indescribably stunning face. He struggled to find words to compare it. No metaphor of fish sinking or geese falling, nor the shyness of flowers and moons felt adequate. Suddenly, the ice pop slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Luo Yang stood up and walked toward her. Finding himself standing beside the woman as she was engrossed in her phone, one side of her face pale and smooth, devoid of makeup. She seemed to sense his intense gaze, lifting her face to meet his eyes with a flicker of annoyance before stepping aside a few paces. Luo Yang's heart raced. He found it hard to articulate his feelings. How could someone be so beautiful? He had encountered many stunning women before, Wei Lin, Luo Qianya, Xiaoying, all scoring at least an 8 on the beauty scale. Yet this girl, if 10 were the maximum, she would surely deserve a 12. The girl waited for what felt like an eternity for a taxi to arrive, shifting her weight and glancing at her phone, clearly irritated by Luo Yang's proximity. With her level of beauty, she was undoubtedly a magnet for attention, attracting the gaze of men in any environment, known or unknown. Luo Yang felt a parched dryness in his mouth, his mind consumed by thoughts of the girl, fixated on a singular intention, to pursue her. He must catch up with her. She needed a ride. She needed a ride. She needed a ride. Luo Yang glanced around, realizing that his cousin, Luo Yang, and Wei Cheng had gone to the vehicle management office and would be unable to return in time, without the car keys. And considering that by the time he retrieved the vehicle, the girl would likely have vanished into thin air, he felt a surge of anxiety. Just then, he spotted a taxi approaching in the distance, and an impulsive idea struck him. He sprinted towards the taxi, covering over 20 meters before he managed to flag it down. The driver, a man in his 30s, looked startled as Luo Yang quickly jumped into the car and inquired, "Excuse me, sir. Would you be willing to sell me your taxi?" The driver, taken aback, responded, "What?" Luo Yang hurriedly clarified, "Let me get straight to the point. I need your car. How much do you want for it?" The driver, amused by this unusual request, replied, "This vehicle isn't worth much, maybe around 70 or 80,000 due to depreciation. But the taxi license is valued at 300,000. Calculating swiftly, Luo Yang thought, the car is worth 80,000, the license 300,000, totaling 380,000. I'll give you double that, 760,000. Will you sell it? The driver pondered for a moment, while Luo Yang, glancing at the girl ahead, urgently added, "All right, 1 million. Just say yes." Without hesitation, the driver agreed, thinking to himself that anyone would be foolish to turn down such an offer. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if Luo Yang had escaped from a mental institution. Who would spend 1 million on a taxi worth only 300,000? If he had that kind of money, wouldn't he prefer to enjoy life instead of laboriously driving a cab? Luo Yang, without further ado, pulled out his phone and said, "Please give me your payment QR code. I'll transfer the money immediately. I'll provide you with an address and phone number for my company to handle the paperwork. This car is urgently needed, so I'll drive it away now." Skeptical, the driver handed over the QR code, and Luo Yang swiftly scanned it, transferring 1 million. Although WeChat and Alipay typically have transfer limits, the driver's payment code permitted such a transaction. A notification chimed on the driver's phone. 1 million yuan received via Alipay. Stunned, the driver was left speechless. What just transpired? Luo Yang quickly shifted to the driver's seat, urging him, "Hurry up." In a daze, the driver exited the car, and Luo Yang instructed him, "Drive to Tianzong City Financial Investment and find a girl named Luo Qinya to complete the transfer paperwork. Remember her phone number." After relaying her contact information, Luo Yang shifted gears and accelerated out of there like an arrow. Chapter 64, Wealthy and Willful. He swiftly parked the car in front of the girl, who was waving at him. Luo Yang covered part of his face with his right hand and said, "Please hurry. Parking is not allowed here." The girl quickly got in, fastening her seatbelt as she requested, "Driver, please take me to the People's Hospital." Luo Yang nodded and sped off. The girl, focused on her phone, was sending messages on WeChat. Stealing glances at her, Luo Yang couldn't help but admire her long, fluttering eyelashes. She wore no makeup, yet even in profile, she was stunningly beautiful. The car was filled with a delicate fragrance, and Luo Yang found himself somewhat entranced. Indeed smitten. Although he had never believed in love at first sight, this girl had captured his heart entirely, inspiring a willingness to sacrifice anything for her. Stealing furtive glances was pure enjoyment. How could someone so beautiful exist? Initially, Luo Yang considered taking a longer route to the hospital, but fearing she might be in a hurry, he drove directly there. Instead of stopping at the entrance, he drove into the hospital premises. As the girl prepared to scan her payment on WeChat, Luo Yang quickly pulled out his phone, saying, "Hey, don't scan that. Let us add each other on WeChat first, and then you can transfer me the money." The girl looked puzzled and asked, "Why do I need to add you on WeChat just to pay for the ride?" Luo Yang earnestly explained, "Look, the picture on the payment code isn't me, right? We're from different shifts. He drives nights while I drive days. I forgot my payment code in my other car, so if you scan that, it goes to him." After a moment's thought, the girl nodded. "All right, I'll transfer you the money, but I want to add you on WeChat. You can set a payment limit on your WeChat, and I'll scan to pay." Luo Yang felt a pang of disappointment. She was quite cautious. With no other option, he retrieved his WeChat payment code and set it to 5 yuan. The girl scanned the code and, glancing at it, asked, "Why is it only 5 yuan? The meter shows 13 yuan, doesn't it?" "That's broken," Luo Yang replied, somewhat sheepishly. "Oh," the girl said, completing her payment. She cast him another glance, seemingly finding him somewhat familiar but unable to place where she had seen him. Nonetheless, she felt a growing fondness for him, appreciating that this driver wasn't greedy. After entering the hospital, she disappeared from view. Lingering at the entrance, Luo Yang contemplated following her inside but hesitated, fearing she might notice him. Nevertheless, he resolved to search the first floor thoroughly, only to find no sign of her. Was she on an upper floor? The outpatient building had 8 stories. Searching each department and office would take ages. Determined to find her, Ruo Yang prepared to search each floor methodically, but just then, Ruo Yang called, inquiring about his whereabouts and stating that the paperwork for the car was complete, urging him to come and drive it back. With a sigh of resignation, Ruo Yang left the hospital and drove to Junshin car dealership. Ruo Yang was waiting outside the dealership. When Ruo Yang arrived, he didn't notice him at first. Still scanning the distance, Ruo Yang found a parking spot, stepped out, and waved, "Brother, I'm here." Ruo Yang turned, astonished upon seeing the taxi. "Why are you driving a taxi? Whose is this?" Waving his hand dismissively, Ruo Yang replied, "It's mine. I bought it. Just leave it here for now. Come over and drive it back to Tianzong City later." Ruo Yang was puzzled, wondering why Ruo Yang would buy a taxi out of nowhere. Had he developed a penchant for self-punishment after becoming extraordinarily wealthy? Just then, Wei Chung emerged, handing him the keys to a Ferrari. "Mr. Luo, here are the keys. The other set and the owner's manual are in your car." "All right," Ruo Yang said, taking the keys and opening the car door. Wei Chung taught him how to adjust the seat with the electric controls. Truth be told, the car was undeniably flashy. But the seating comfort did not compare to that of a Mercedes. It seemed that supercars merely catered to the vanity of the wealthy elite, serving as a testament to their distinction from ordinary people. Sales personnel and customers at the dealership watched in envy as Ruo Yang drove the Ferrari out of the showroom. Unlike his first experience with the G-Class, his thoughts remained preoccupied with the enchanting girl. Although the Ferrari's seats were not particularly comfortable, its power was exhilarating. With a slight press of the accelerator, the car roared to life, effortlessly leaving other vehicles in its wake. Before reaching Tianzong City, Ruo Yang received a call from Luo Qianya, prompting him to pull over to take the call. "Boss, I have something to tell you," Luo Qianya said, her voice tinged with barely contained excitement. Luo Yang responded, "What is it? Hurry up and tell me." Luo Qianya chuckled and said, "Boss, I heard about this matter and hurried to report it to you right away. You must act swiftly." Luo Yang snorted in response. "Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'll hang up." I will. Luo Qianya immediately yielded, her tone exaggerated, yet unable to suppress her laughter. "Boss, do you know?" At the Tianzong City sales office, a rich second-generation heir showed up, driving a Porsche 911 parked right at the entrance, and set up a large heart-shaped candle to propose to Wei Lin. Luo Yang was taken aback, pondering for a moment before asking her again, "Is he proposing to Wei Lin with the car?" Luo Qianya replied, "Not exactly. The car is just to flaunt his wealth. The proposal is with a ring." "Got it," Luo Yang said as he hung up the phone and drove towards Tianzong City. The security guards at Tianzong City had already noticed the vibrant red supercar. Upon closer inspection and realizing that the driver was the young boss, they quickly saluted and opened the gate. Luo Yang drove straight to the sales office, and from a distance, he saw a large crowd gathered in front of the building. The unmistakable roar of the Ferrari supercar drew attention, and some people turned to look, exclaiming, "Wow, another supercar has arrived. Quickly make way." The sales staff at the office recognized the convertible sports car and began to stifle their laughter. The one proposing was a young man in his late 20s, who, despite having a somewhat slick appearance, was quite handsome. He had arranged a heart-shaped circle of candles in front of him, with an open jewelry box in the center that contained a sparkling silver ring. Behind him was a royal blue Porsche 911, adorned with a bouquet of colorful balloons tied to the back seat, creating a romantic atmosphere. Wei Lin stood on the steps, her face a mixture of embarrassment and anger as she glared at the young man, saying, "I've told you before, this is impossible. I don't like you. So please stop bothering me." The young man stubbornly replied, "I don't understand why you want to accept me. You know my family's situation. I can provide you with a comfortable life. What can you earn as a saleswoman in a month? Wei Lin, please agree to be with me. I truly love you." Luo Yang found this amusing. He stepped out of the car and approached the young man, saying, "A proposal should be sincere, right? Your car is nice. How about proposing with it?" The young man was momentarily taken aback. He had driven the car to show off his wealth and status. But parting with his beloved vehicle for a proposal was something he couldn't bring himself to do. Luo Yang chuckled, raised the car key in his hand, and stepped forward to present it to Wei Lin, saying, "Wei Lin, this Ferrari 812 is one I just bought for 6 million. I don't particularly like driving it, so I'm giving it to you." Wei Lin's eyes sparkled with joy as she eagerly accepted the car keys. The young man was left utterly dumbfounded, thinking, "Who is this guy?" After regaining his composure, he incredulously asked Luo Yang, "Are you really giving her a $6 million car as part of the proposal?" "No." Luo Yang shook his finger. "I'm not proposing. Wei Lin and I are just friends, and I'm merely gifting her a car." "Just a car," he emphasized. The young man felt the urge to curse. How could someone just give away a $6 million car as if it were a mere cabbage? Chapter 65. Searching for her through thousands of eyes, the young man was furious, yet he couldn't retaliate against this sudden intruder. Especially since he couldn't offer a Porsche as a counter. Who was this man anyway? Was there anyone wealthier than him in Chuan City? He was obsessively fixated on Wei Lin, who had rejected him time and again. The more she turned him down, the more he desired her. Now, seeing Wei Lin happily clutching the car keys, he seethed with jealousy, thinking that she had merely been putting on airs all along. This $6 million Ferrari was far more valuable than his own $100,000 Porsche, revealing that she must have been secretly involved with this wealthy man. Do you know who I am? How dare you steal my woman, he shui. Have you thought about the consequences? The young man, he shui, growled, realizing that his grand proposal had been utterly spoiled by this unexpected rival. He shui was acquainted with most wealthy individuals in Chuan City, but he had never heard of Ruo Yang. He assumed he was just another rich second-generation heir. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. No matter how powerful one was, they had to show deference in Chuan City. As he shui boasted, Ruo Yang remained unfazed and silent, prompting he shui to taunt him further. Why aren't you speaking? Keck out your tongue. Just then, someone emerged from the sales office. With a cold smirk, he said, You're quite the tough guy, aren't you? Think you can take on the world? He shui recognized the voice and looked up, exclaiming, Oh, it's Mr. Han Wenjun. He quickly donned a smile. Uncle Han, what brings you here? Han Wenjun replied sternly, Don't call me uncle. I have no such boastful nephew as you. How dare you confront my boss? I'm furious. I'll have this car confiscated and brought to my boss. He shui was taken aback. Han Wenjun had a good relationship with his father and was one of the wealthiest in Chuan City. Why would he make things difficult for him? Are you referring to me? He shui asked, thinking Han Wenjun had made a mistake. I'm talking about you, you brat. Han Wenjun scolded. At this moment, Ruo Yang finally spoke, summoning several security guards, pointing at the Porsche 911 and ordering, Smash this car. Each person who participates will receive a reward of 10,000. The command was astounding. In an instant, the security guards and sales staff surged forward, armed with hammers and wooden sticks, and began to smash the Porsche indiscriminately. He shui yelled, My car? My car. That's worth 160,000. You'll pay for this. But the ones smashing the car ignored him. Ruo Yang had spoken. They wouldn't hesitate to smash even an airplane if he commanded it. Initially, Ruo Yang hadn't intended to act so extravagantly. But after he shui's hurtful remarks, he felt justified in retaliating. With the pent-up frustration of being looked down upon by someone whose name he didn't even know, he shui had brought this upon himself. The crowd of 20 or so people relentlessly smashed the car, and even the sales staff joined in, taking pleasure in the destruction. He shui dared not intervene, watching helplessly as his beautiful sports car was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Among them, the security captain, Guo Zhuang, was especially fierce. After the destruction, everyone turned to Ruo Yang, who casually waved his hand, saying, Go to the finance office to collect your money. Each of you will receive 10,000. Guo Zhuang, since you put in the most effort, you'll receive 20,000. Oh, long live the boss. A frenzy suddenly erupted among the crowd as they dashed towards the finance office. Yet Guo Zhuang remained steadfast, guarding his position. Ruo Yang glanced back and beckoned to Luo Qianya, saying, Come with me to the company. I have something to arrange for you. He shu, reaching out to grab Ruo Yang, exclaimed, You smashed my car and think you can escape? Stop right there. Guo Zhuang was vigilant and swiftly intervened, executing a shoulder throw that sent He Shu crashing to the ground, where he lay for a considerable time, tears and snot streaming down his face as he cried out, How dare you smash my car and lay hands on me? I'll have my dad sue you. Ruo Yang coolly retorted, You're not worthy. If you want to ask your father for money, let me tell you, I'm so poor that all I have left is money. As Ruo Yang turned to leave without a glance back, Wei Lin raised her hand, clutching the car keys, urgently calling out, What about your car? Ruo Yang, still not looking back, replied, The car is yours. If you don't want it, feel free to smash it. Frustrated, Wei Lin bit her lip and huffed. You're the one who should be smashing things. You think smashing it won't cost you? I'm not foolish enough to waste money. Despite her scolding, she felt a tinge of affection. It was precisely Ruo Yang's roguish demeanor that irked her. He shu was there to propose. Yet Ruo Yang had chosen to confront him instead of making a proposal, or at least expressing his feelings. The situation was muddled and infuriating. Ruo Yang remained silent, his face taut, while Luo Qianya and Han Wenjun, following closely behind, dared not speak, assuming Ruo Yang was merely upset with He Shu. Upon reaching the office, Ruo Yang plopped down heavily onto the sofa, and after a moment, called out to Luo Qianya, Find someone for me. Luo Qianya nodded. Sure, who should I look for? A girl. Luo Qianya dutifully pulled out her notebook and pen. Boss, what is her name? What are her phone number and address? Ruo Yang hesitated before replying. I don't know. Luo Qianya was taken aback. Then how am I supposed to find her? After a brief pause, she asked, do you have a photo of her? Luo Yang frowned and replied, no, but then reconsidered and added, I met her at the Auto City. She's about 1.7 meters tall, has shoulder-length hair, and is quite beautiful. Then she went to the hospital. Luo Qinya was both exasperated and amused, thinking, has the boss developed a crush? Han Wenjun stifled a laugh but dared not show it. This young master, known for his cunning, had an unexpectedly juvenile side. Yet, Luo Qinya sensed something peculiar in Luo Yang's words, his emphasis on her beauty. Just how beautiful could she be? Was she more attractive than Wei Lin? And what did the boss mean by his feelings for Wei Lin? Suddenly, Han Wenjun interrupted Luo Qinya's thoughts. Qinya, let's go. I have a friend in the household registration department. We can try to find her. Seeing Han Wenjun giving her a knowing look, Luo Qinya decided to hold her tongue and followed him outside. Once outside, Han Wenjun quietly remarked, Qinya, can't you be a bit more perceptive? Luo Zong is in a bad mood, and you keep pressing him about this. Luo Qinya pouted, but it's unreasonable. How can I find someone with no information at all? Han Wenjun chuckled and suddenly said, Qinya, don't you think our Luo Zong seems more human today? More human? Luo Qinya couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't he human before? Han Wenjun shook his head. I always thought of him as a deity, so lofty. Just consider. Who earns billions in a single day? Though he is young, I never regarded him as a typical young man. But today, he has a crush on a girl. Feeling frustrated and angry over her, doesn't that make him seem more like one of us? Luo Qinya pondered for a moment and nodded. That's true. But what about Wei Lin? Han Wenjun laughed. Why worry about the boss's affairs? Luo Qinya, however, shook her head and insisted. Did you see the scene at the sales office? Who doesn't know that Wei Lin is the future boss lady? It seems the boss is playing both sides. Han Wenjun shook his head. I was there. Luo Zong was simply helping Wei Lin. He Shu is just a superficial character. And Luo Zong is looking out for Wei Lin. Whether there are deeper feelings involved, I cannot say, but given Luo Zong's wealth, do you really think his love life is so simple? After a brief silence, Luo Qinya replied, but he can't be a scumbag. Han Wenjun chuckled. You're around 25 or 6, yet you still seem so naive. We shouldn't concern ourselves with Luo Zong's personal feelings. He is loyal, generous to his subordinates, and possesses great capability, while also being responsible to society. That's enough. He is a boss worth following. With his wealth, do you believe his life could be mundane? Just look at Principal Seat Zong. He is a bona fide scumbag. But what of it? Luo Qinya was somewhat speechless and, feeling vexed, opted not to drive, but to ride in Han Wenjun's car to the household registration office, irritated by the futility of the task. How could such a prominent figure not have encountered beautiful women before? She simply couldn't believe that a single meeting could lead to such infatuation. Luo Yang, mired in frustration, awaited the arrival of Song Shuai, who had been resting at home during the day. It was difficult to find a suitable outlet for his anger during daylight. After sitting in the office for a while, the noise from the renovations grew unbearable. He decided to return home for a nap, planning to vent his frustrations later through stock trading and futures. Just as he exited the elevator, his phone rang. It was Qin Feiyang. He pressed the button to answer. Luo Zong, there's a financial forum conference in the provincial capital, gathering prominent entrepreneurs from within the province. Our city, previously lacking qualified entrepreneurs, now has you, far exceeding the threshold. I've registered you. We leave for the provincial capital tomorrow for a full day of check-in. Luo Yang grimaced. Mayor Qin, I really don't wish to deal with those people. Qin Feiyang promptly interrupted. I've already signed you up. You mustn't back out. Attend it. Expanding your network will surely bring benefits in the future. All right, I'll go tomorrow, Luo Yang conceded, realizing he couldn't evade the obligation. After Qin Feiyang provided the address and offered a few reminders, he hung up. Luo Yang suddenly thought of asking Qin Feiyang for assistance in finding that girl. However, the notion passed quickly. Without any information, how could he expect help? Besides, discussing this with Qin Feiyang would be embarrassing, especially since the girl clearly had a poor impression of him. Making a grand effort to find her might only result in a cold rejection. Dejected, he opened the door to his home. In the living room, someone was present. His father stood up and said, Luo Yang, your aunt is here. Luo Chunying promptly rose as well, looking at Luo Yang, her mouth moving, but ultimately, no words emerged. The Luo Yang before her was no longer the insignificant figure she once looked down upon. Luo Yang nodded slightly and said coolly, Aunt. Upon hearing Luo Yang address her, Luo Chunying seemed to regain her composure and spoke somewhat irritably. Luo Yang, your aunt's husband was suddenly disqualified from the project team at school. I'm quite upset. He is over 40, and if he misses this chance, he may never have a future. He asked, and it was said to be your personal assistant as request. Luo Yang, you need to have a word with her. How can she handle things so carelessly? Luo Chunying certainly knew this was at Luo Yang's behest. Yet she spoke indirectly, shifting the responsibility onto his assistant. Luo Yang remarked nonchalantly, "It has nothing to do with her. This was my instruction." Luo Chunying was taken aback. She never anticipated that Luo Yang would so boldly take the responsibility upon himself. He was the one who had done it. This conversation had effectively extinguished any remaining civility. Luo Chunying's face flushed crimson, her anger flaring up as she disregarded her composure, furrowing her brows and demanding, "What do you mean by that? Clarify yourself." Luo Yang replied, his expression impassive, "It means exactly that. Clarifying it would only reiterate the same point." Luo Chunying's face instantly turned beet red as she turned to Luo Weigua, exclaiming, "Second brother, look at this little brat. Does he not regard me as his aunt? Does he show no respect for his elders? Is he even aware that I am his aunt?" Luo Yang chuckled. "Aunt, let me speak candidly. This world operates on cause and effect. Every action has its consequence. What you invest will determine what you receive. I shan't say much more to avoid completely severing ties. As for me, I repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. I possess ample wealth, enough to last several lifetimes. I will give to whomever I please, and if I choose not to, then I shall refrain. My affluence permits me to act as I wish." Luo Chunying, seething with indignation, retorted, "Just say it plainly. Am I your enemy?" Luo Yang pointed towards the door, expressing his disdain, whether friend or foe. "I cannot be bothered with such trivialities. I shall state this once and for all, my projects, my finances, do not harbor any thoughts beyond that. The door is over there. If you have any grievances, take them outside. This is my home." Luo Chunying, fuming, gnashed her teeth, her hands trembling as she pointed at Luo Yang, then at Luo Weigua, saying, "Second brother, very well. You both are something else." Zhao Jinyu, observing the unfolding drama, kept her silence, having long held a disliking for these two aunts, who were ungrateful and opportunistic. What significance did their kinship hold? Luo Chunying, at her wit's end, stamped her foot in frustration before storming out. Luo Weigua pondered for a moment before hastily following her. Chapter 67, A New Beautiful Assistant. Zhao Jinyu, watching her husband chase after Luo Chunying, turned to Luo Yang with a scowl. "Son, look at your father." Luo Yang chuckled softly. "Isn't this a good thing, Mom? It shows that Dad is not devoid of compassion. Despite Aunt's heartlessness, he still cannot bring himself to be cruel." Zhao Jinyu furrowed her brows. "Yet you just told your aunt that you had severed ties?" Luo Yang sighed. "Mom, my father is a kind-hearted man. How could he harden his heart against his own sisters? The reason I said that was to make it clear that neither aunt nor little aunt should expect to take advantage of me. How my father manages his affairs is his prerogative. He may choose to secretly assist them, but I certainly cannot. I hold grudges." Upon mentioning grudges, Zhao Jinyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Your two aunts are indeed ungrateful. I wouldn't treat them well either. Let us not dwell on them. It only stirs up anger." Luo Yang shook his head, plucking a grape from the fruit bowl on the coffee table and popping it into his mouth. "Mom, tomorrow I need to attend a meeting in the provincial capital and will be away for 2 days. I initially hesitated to go, but since Mayor Qin has already registered me, I cannot decline. It is beneficial to meet new friends." Zhao Jinyu had no objections and rose to head towards the kitchen, stating, "I'll go prepare dinner." In the afternoon, Luo Qianya and Han Wenjun returned home. Luo Qianya wore a look of frustration. "Boss, I couldn't find the person. I even searched the hospital. If not, you might as well send me to the ocean to fish for needles. I'm not cut out for finding people." Luo Yang was equally vexed as Han Wenjun briefed him on the current preparations, primarily planning to acquire another batch of land for the fourth phase, focusing on high-end properties like villas and mansions. Luo Qianya received numerous interview calls today and was only now free to inquire with Luo Yang, who lazily waved his hand in dismissal. "Mr. Han, would you accompany me to the company? You are the big boss, and your experience in selecting talent surpasses mine. Please lend me your support," Luo Qianya suggested. Han Wenjun readily agreed, and together they headed to the company. 17 candidates awaited in the lobby of the office building for interviews, 5 of whom were applying for Luo Yang's personal assistant position, also known as the CEO's assistant. The reception area had been set up in the lobby, as the upper floors were undergoing renovations, making interviews impractical. Currently, all properties in Tianzong City, whether residential or commercial, belonged entirely to Luo Yang, allowing Luo Qianya the liberty to arrange things as she pleased. To the right of the reception area was a temporary workspace designated for interviews, while others sat in the lobby. The first group to be interviewed comprised 5 women, the first of whom was named Song Ziqing, 25 years old, a graduate of Han University with a degree in financial management, applying for a finance position. Luo Qianya posed several basic questions, and Song Ziqing responded with quick wit and clarity. The young woman was strikingly attractive, comparable to Luo Qianya and Wei Lin, prompting Luo Qianya to take note before calling in the next candidate. Ultimately, 6 candidates were shortlisted, 1 for HR, for traders, and 1 for finance. All 4 traders had prior experience in stock trading. Luo Yang's personal assistant retained the files of 2 candidates, Song Ziqing and Wang Yu, both sharing the common trait of beauty. Luo Qianya had considered that the role of the CEO's assistant required not only exceptional personal capabilities, but also a high level of attractiveness, as they would represent the CEO's image. Hence, physical appearance was a primary criterion. After making her selections, Luo Qianya called Ruo Yang to inform him of her choices, asking him to come to the first floor of the office building. Ruo Yang washed his face and then ambled over, only to realize he had not changed his shoes. Still wearing a pair of flip-flops, he could not be bothered to go back and change, so he simply shuffled to the office building. Upon seeing his casual appearance, Luo Qianya felt a laugh bubbling up, but managed to suppress it, given that Song Ziqing and Wang Yu were present. "Mr. Luo, this is Miss Song and Miss Wang. Here are their profiles," Luo Qianya said, handing the documents to Luo Yang. He took the first file, that of Song Ziqing, and could not help but admire both candidates. However, Song Ziqing appeared more polished and poised. After glancing through Wang Yu's file, which was comparable in credentials, Luo Yang made a swift decision. "Wang Yu can start at the front desk for reception. We have numerous applicants to manage. Song Ziqing will temporarily serve as my personal assistant." Both Song Ziqing and Wang Yu felt apprehensive. The CEO was not only exceedingly young, but also lacked a formal image. The company did not even have a proper office. Was this reliable? Luo Qianya, sensing their hesitation, quickly intervened, leading them to the interview room to clarify some work matters. Once inside, she addressed them. "Do you think the boss is too young and unreliable?" Both girls, caught off guard, shared a sheepish glance, their expressions betraying their unspoken thoughts. Luo Qianya continued, "As fellow women from Chuan City, let me share some heartfelt words. If you leave, you might regret it for life. Don't be misled by our boss's youth. His capabilities are beyond what I can describe. If I were to be honest, you might think I'm boasting. So I'll leave the decision up to you. If you feel you can stay, then do so. If not, you are free to leave." Song Ziqing glanced at Luo Qianya and then at Luo Yang outside, hesitatingly inquiring, "Is that boss reliable?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qianya chuckled. "Do you truly believe that the boss selected you as his personal assistant with ulterior motives? You are overthinking it. Let me tell you, when I interviewed for this position, I harbored the same thoughts as you. However, the boss merely employed me for tasks and never cast a glance my way. Rest assured." Song Ziqing exhaled in relief. A beautiful girl tends to approach any man with a sense of caution, viewing each one as a potential predator. Although Song Ziqing was confident in her looks, she did not dare claim to be more beautiful than Luo Qianya. As long as the boss was not lecherous, all would be well. She contemplated asking more questions, but hesitated. Wang Yu interjected, "Will the company pay salaries on time?" Luo Qianya smiled. "Absolutely. Our young boss is not lacking in funds. If you choose to start working today, you will soon witness the prowess of our boss." With a hint of skepticism, Song Ziqing inquired, "Work tonight?" Luo Qianya elaborated. "Our company primarily engages in trading U.S. stocks and international futures, and due to the time difference with Europe and America, the market opens at 9:30 in the evening and closes at 4 in the morning. Thus, our working hours align with this time frame. Additionally, the office is under renovation and will be ready in about a month, so we currently do not have day shifts. However, if you prefer, you may come in for the day shift at double the salary." Both Song Ziqing and Wang Yu felt reassured. Wang Yu mentioned having other commitments that evening and would officially start tomorrow morning, while Song Ziqing, having no other plans, wished to witness the capabilities of the boss Luo Qianya spoke of and nodded in agreement to begin working that day. Upon exiting, she saw the young boss waving at her. "Perfect timing. I need you to accompany me for a moment." Chapter 68. Class reunions are all about showing off. Is there something going on? Song Ziqing's mouth fell agape in surprise. Could it be that the young boss harbored intentions towards her? Just moments ago, Luo Qianya had assured her that boss Luo was not a lecher, yet here he was, requesting her to step out with him alone. "Come on, stop dawdling," Luo Yang urged, stepping outside first. Song Ziqing cast a pitiful and helpless glance at Luo Qianya, hoping she would intercede. Luo Qianya, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Hurry up. What are you pondering?" With a bite of her lip, Song Ziqing steeled her resolve and followed him out. After all, she had pepper spray in her bag. If the boss dared to make any unwelcome advances, he would soon taste its effects. Worst case scenario, she could simply resign from the job. Luo Yang glanced downstairs. His car was parked by the residential building, while only a taxi remained at the company entrance, a suitable compromise. As Song Ziqing stepped out, she blinked and realized boss Luo had vanished. Where could he have gone? Had she already lost him on her very first task? Just as she hesitated, a taxi pulled up beside her, and Luo Yang leaned out from the driver's seat, calling, "Get in." Taken aback, Song Ziqing hurriedly climbed into the car. The taxi was in such disrepair that it was hard to look at. The seats were riddled with holes. After fastening her seatbelt, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Was this truly the wealthy boss Luo they had spoken of? The reality seemed to contrast sharply with Luo Qianya's description of her impressive employer, who drove such a dilapidated vehicle. After a while, unable to contain her curiosity, Song Ziqing asked, "Boss Luo, where are we headed?" While driving, Luo Yang replied, "You can drive, right? I saw you had a driver's license on your resume. So I called you. We're going to a class reunion, and if I have a drink, you'll need to drive us back." "Oh, so it's just driving." Song Ziqing sighed in relief, her heart calming down. Why didn't he mention that sooner? It was a bit perplexing for a successful businessman to arrive at a class reunion in such a rundown taxi. Did he not fear losing face? After a brief drive, Luo Yang parked at a seafood restaurant on Binjiang Road. Upon exiting, he spotted a familiar figure glancing around and waved, "Huang Tao, over here." The individual approaching was his classmate, Huang Tao, who immediately came over and scrutinized Song Ziqing with keen interest, exclaiming, "I say, old classmate, is this your girlfriend?" The setup is quite impressive. Upon seeing Song Ziqing's beauty, Huang Tao couldn't help but envy Luo Yang, thinking that wealth truly attracts beautiful women. "What about your G-Class? What did you drive here?" Huang Tao asked, scanning for the car. Luo Yang's previous ride, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, had left him envious for days. Luo Yang laughed heartily. Pointing at the taxi, "I came in this." Huang Tao was taken aback. "This car? You're driving a taxi?" Could it be that Luo Yang's apparent success was merely an illusion, and he was truly just a driver who had fallen on hard times? "Who is driving a taxi?" A slightly high-pitched voice interjected as a man approached, playfully patting Huang Tao on the shoulder. Upon spotting Luo Yang, he exclaimed, "Ah, it's Luo Yang. I heard you've been hiding down south. When did you return?" This was Zhao Jin, whose father had been the deputy mayor of Xizang Town during their middle school years and later ascended to a vice director position in Chuan City. Zhao Jin had always been brash, often asserting that while mastering science and math would take one far, having a good father was even more advantageous. Indeed, while some classmates labored to gain admission to university only to struggle for jobs afterward, Zhao Jin had been comfortably working as an office clerk in a state-owned enterprise for years. While you were still in university, he was already earning a salary. When you graduated and struggled, he had already been promoted, always ahead of you at the starting line. Upon noticing Song Ziqing, Zhao Jin's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Wow, she is stunning. Huang Tao, is this your girlfriend?" Huang Tao chuckled awkwardly, "I wish. But no, she is brought by Boss Luo." "Huh, Boss Luo. When did driving a taxi qualify someone for that title?" Zhao Jin jeered, pointing at the taxi mockingly. "That's a rather cheap boss." With blatant disdain for Luo Yang, Zhao Jin then turned to Song Ziqing. "Miss, are you really Boss Luo's girlfriend?" Song Ziqing quickly clarified, No, I'm Boss Luo's personal assistant." "Oh, so you've really made it as Boss Luo's assistant." Zhao Jin laughed heartily. "Luo Yang, I heard from the class monitor just a few months ago that you were deeply in debt. He was worried you might drag the classmates down, which is why he kicked you out of the group. So where have you been scamming money lately?" Luo Yang replied coolly, "Scamming? Just struggling. See, our Luo Yang is truthful." Zhao Jin playfully slapped Luo Yang on the shoulder and then turned to Song Ziqing. "You, with such a good catch. What kind of job are you looking for? Why be an assistant to someone driving a taxi? That's laughable. Come on, let us go in. I'll treat you to a meal, and afterward, I'll help you find a better job." Song Ziqing deftly stepped back from Zhao Jin's grasp. "No need. I'm doing well in my current job and don't wish to switch." Seeing Song Ziqing's lack of interest, Zhao Jin felt a bit deflated. As he fished his phone out, he straightened his back and deliberately shook the BMW car keys hanging from his belt. Noticing that Song Ziqing had not even glanced at the keys, Zhao Jin turned to Huang Tao. "Tao, I heard you were considering changing cars. This BMW 5 Series I bought last year for 460,000. I can give you a discount if you want to switch. I'm looking to upgrade to a BMW X6, a sleek coupe, costing a cool $1,000,000. Huang Tao understood Zhao Jin's intent to show off in front of the beautiful girl and merely chuckled. "I'm not too interested in the BMW 5 Series. I prefer the Mercedes-Benz G-Class." Zhao Jin was momentarily taken aback and stammered, "What? The G-Class? That is over $1,000,000. Huang Tao glanced at Luo Yang, chuckled, and changed the subject, urging, "Let us go inside." We've arrived. Song Ziqing opened the taxi door and declared, "I won't be going in. I'll just sit in the car for a while." Zhao Jin, noticing her reluctance, could not help but urge, "Come on, why sit in the taxi? We're all classmates. Familiar faces. Let's go. This seafood restaurant is the most renowned new establishment in Chuan City. You must try it. It's truly delightful. I frequent it often. I rarely leave without spending 3,000 to 5,000. There's really no need. I'll just wait in the car, Song Ziqing replied, swiftly entering the vehicle and slamming the door shut. Zhao Jin felt a twinge of embarrassment. This beautiful woman was showing him no courtesy at all, and it irked him. He thought to himself that he would later enlist a few people to drag her inside. Chapter 69, A Twisted Reunion. Today's gathering was organized by Zhao Jin, who had contacted most of their classmates in the group chat. The majority were in Chuan City, so he arranged a reunion. Of course, his primary motive was to flaunt his current status. There was no better audience than this group of familiar classmates to showcase his success. Zhao Jin had reserved a lavish room for 50, with a grand round table adorned with magnificent flowers at its center, costing 1,000 yuan just for the reservation. Dozens of male and female classmates were engaged in animated conversations, the women dressed in glamorous attire, while the men displayed their phones and car keys prominently. For possessing a decent vehicle suggested that one was faring well. Naturally, Zhao Jin's BMW key exuded an even higher status. When Ruo Yang entered, barely anyone acknowledged him, as if he were invisible. However, Huang Tao pulled him aside to sit. Come, President Luo, take this seat. I'd like to bask in your affluence. His words elicited laughter from many classmates, who perceived it as a jibe at Ruo Yang. Huang Tao, a notorious troublemaker from a well-off family, typically exuded a fierce demeanor that few dared to confront, so his overt politeness towards Ruo Yang was clearly an attempt to mock him. Yet, Huang Tao was perplexed. Why was Ruo Yang driving a taxi? If he had indeed fallen on hard times, how could he afford such a stunning assistant? Was he merely playing the role of a humble individual? Most likely. Zhao Jin stood up, clapped his hands, and raised his glass. Dear classmates, those who could make it are here. Let us raise a toast. Everyone stood, the female classmates taking delicate sips, while the males downed their drinks in one go. As the thumb-sized glasses held only a small amount, Ruo Yang merely tasted his drink before setting it down. Zhao Jin, observing, strode over with a hearty laugh. Patting Ruo Yang on the shoulder, do our classmates still remember Ruo Yang? He has now ascended to the rank of President Luo. Tell us, how much do you earn driving a taxi each day? Ruo Yang replied with a wry smile. What can I earn? Just enough to get by? I find that hard to believe. Zhao Jin chuckled. After a grueling day driving, how can you afford such a beautiful assistant? You must be pulling our leg. Ruo Yang laughed. I'm just as baffled. She only applied today. I warned her that being my assistant would be tough, but if she insists, what can I do? Zhao Jin, enviously and begrudgingly, remarked, no matter how good your circumstances are, it pales in comparison to a silver tongue. Come, show us how you managed to charm her. Continuing, Zhao Jin addressed the group. You may not know, but Ruo Yang has brought a goddess-like beauty with him. She herself claimed to be President Luo's personal assistant. Sitting in the taxi he drove here. I simply cannot comprehend the thinking of these young women today. They would rather smile on a bicycle than weep in a BMW. Is that true, Ruo Yang? Don't hide her away. Let us see her. In an instant, both male and female classmates expressed curiosity about Ruo Yang's assistant, clamoring for him to bring her in. Contemplating for a moment, Ruo Yang retrieved his phone and called Song Ziqing, telling her, come in and have a bite. Shortly thereafter, Song Ziqing glided into the room, leaving over 30 classmates momentarily stunned. Even Qin Yu, who was often regarded as the class beauty, felt a pang of inadequacy upon seeing this enchanting woman. Ruo Yang pulled a chair beside him and said, Xiao Song, take a seat. My classmates wish to meet you. Please, feel free to eat. Zhao Jin, filled with envy and jealousy, approached with his drink, eager to engage Song Ziqing. Since you're here, you must have a drink. Song Ziqing promptly declined. I can't drink. President Luo has already had some, and I need to drive later. Zhao Jin, thumping his chest with bravado, declared, don't worry, I'll drive you in my BMW after. It'll be far more comfortable than sitting in Ruo Yang's taxi. I'm sorry, but I cannot drink. Song Ziqing's voice, though soft, was resolute. Zhao Jin squinted, smirking. Oh, miss, I doubt Ruo Yang mentioned who I am. Allow me to enlighten you. I, Zhao Jin, am not one to be disregarded lightly. You must drink today. Ruo Yang stood, interjecting calmly. Zhao Jin, this is a reunion. If you wish to foster camaraderie, that is fine, but there is no need to show off. My assistant isn't a classmate of yours. If she wishes to drink, let her, and if not, it's none of your concern. Everyone was taken aback. Ruo Yang's words carried an edge, and it was curious. The Ruo Yang they remembered had always been unobtrusive and mild-mannered. When had he become so assertive? Zhao Jin was momentarily stunned. He had never encountered anyone who dared to disregard him before. After a moment of realization, his expression darkened, and his brows furrowed. Ruo Yang, are you looking for trouble? Ruo Yang replied with a cold smile. Trouble? You seem quite accustomed to your lofty position, always overthinking. I have no time to engage in petty disputes with you. This reunion is dull. Apart from your boasting, what else is there? I heard the female classmates are free, and the males each owe 200 as a cover charge. I'll pay for the others. You can cover your own 200. I'm leaving. After saying this, Ruo Yang called for Song Ziqing and exited without bidding farewell to the others. Zhao Jin stood there, momentarily stunned, then glanced at his classmates, who shared his bewilderment. Feeling utterly humiliated, Ruo Yang stopped right there. Zhao Jin's anger surged, and he charged after him. Ruo Yang was at the front desk, preparing to settle the bill when Zhao Jin rushed out, ready to confront him. Ruo Yang, however, was no pushover. He spotted a few beer samples on the counter and casually grabbed a bottle, ready to defend himself if Zhao Jin attempted to escalate the situation. Just then, Zhao Jin noticed two familiar figures emerging from the back room, and quickly donned a cheerful expression. Secretary Yang, Uncle He. The two individuals, one in his 30s and the other in his 50s, exuded an air of authority that suggested they were not ordinary people. The younger man scanned Zhao Jin's face, nodding slightly. Then his gaze fell upon Ruo Yang. He was momentarily taken aback before striding forward to shake Ruo Yang's hand. President Luo, what brings you here? This individual is actually Secretary Yang Zhe of Mayor Qin. Chapter 70. Is he playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger? Zhao Jin, seeing Yang Zhe striding forward with outstretched hands, initially believed he was coming in for a handshake and eagerly extended his own. To his astonishment, Yang Zhe brushed past him, disregarding him entirely, and instead clasped hands with Ruo Yang, greeting him warmly. Zhao Jin was momentarily taken aback. How could Secretary Yang possibly be acquainted with such a minor character as Ruo Yang? Moreover, their camaraderie was quite striking. Given Yang Ze's status and position, he would typically exhibit courtesy even towards the heads of various towns, yet this was beyond Zhao Jin's comprehension. Yang Ze promptly introduced the man in his 50s accompanying them. Mr. Luo, allow me to introduce you to Mr. He Fuguwei. Ruo Yang responded with recognition. Ah? So you are Mr. He, the wealthiest man in Chuan City. It is a pleasure to meet you. He Fuguwei's round, jovial face broke into a wide smile as he shook hands vigorously with Ruo Yang, exclaiming, wealthiest? Those foolish kids are just talking nonsense. It makes me want to cry. If Mr. Luo were to claim the second position, who would dare say they are first? Ruo Yang chuckled heartily. He Fuguwei was cunning and shrewd, far surpassing his son, He Shui in guile. Despite the incident of Ruo Yang damaging He Shui's Porsche 911, He Fuguwei displayed no sign of discomfort, maintaining a beaming smile akin to that of a benevolent Buddha. Yang Ze then inquired of Ruo Yang, here for a meal? Ruo Yang smiled back. Just a gathering of classmates. We were about to settle the bill and leave. He Fuguwei stepped forward, occupying a significant portion of the counter, nonchalantly tossing out a bank card, instructing the front desk, charge it to Mr. Luo's tab. Ruo Yang chuckled. Mr. He, please allow me to cover it. I cannot let you bear the expense. He Fuguwei replied earnestly. Mr. Luo, that would be quite inappropriate. I have long wished to invite you to join me. Since the opportunity has presented itself, let us dine together tonight. I know a wonderful place where we can enjoy a meal before indulging in some entertainment. Ruo Yang glanced at his phone and shook his head. Mr. He, I apologize, but my work in stocks and futures requires me to be engaged during weekday evenings at 9. Perhaps we can arrange to meet on the weekend? Absolutely. He Fuguwei nodded enthusiastically, not pushing for an immediate agreement, as he understood the time zone differences affecting stock and futures trading. Zhao Jin stood in stunned silence. Realizing that both Yang Ze and He Fuguwei were individuals he dared not offend. One was the mayor's secretary, the other the wealthiest man in Chuan City, both of whom he would boastfully mention in conversations. Yet, he never expected these two influential figures to be so familiar with Ruo Yang. The scene transcended mere acquaintance. It reeked of flattery. When had Ruo Yang gained such stature? He Fuguwei forcibly settled the bill and then, together with Yang Ze, escorted Ruo Yang and Song Ziqing outside. Song Ziqing brought the taxi around, and Ruo Yang waved goodbye to Yang Ze and He Fuguwei with a smile before getting into the car. The old taxi emitted black smoke as it drove away. Only after the vehicle disappeared did Yang Ze turn back to He Fuguwei, saying, Old He, I must return to report to my superiors. I shall take my leave. He Fuguwei nodded in acknowledgement. Once Yang Ze had departed, he muttered to himself, what a clever fellow, driving a dilapidated taxi despite his billions. Is he playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger? He then nodded at Zhao Jin as a form of farewell before striding off. Zhao Jin, a mere scion of privilege, did not warrant such deference. Had it been his father, He Fuguwei might have afforded him some respect. Once they had left, Zhao Jin regained his senses, only to notice a large group of classmates gathered at the entrance, watching the spectacle unfold. Damn it, he thought, I have lost face in a monumental way. Inside the taxi, Song Ziqing felt a warmth in her heart. This young boss had not laid a hand on her, nor even cast an extra glance her way. What warmed her most was how Ruo Yang had unhesitatingly defended her in front of that rascally classmate, How very manly. Stealing a glance at Luo Yang in the rearview mirror, she noted that while he wasn't conventionally handsome, with a slightly darker complexion, his thick brows and large eyes exuded a masculine charm. As they approached Tianzong City, she asked, "Mr. Luo, shall I take you home or to the company?" "Straight to the company," he replied. It was now dark, nearing 8 o'clock, and the market would open in just over an hour. There was no need to go anywhere else. Soon, they arrived at the office building, where Guozhuang had even arranged for 2 security guards to be on duty at night. Currently, they had hired over 10 more guards, ensuring ample security for the boss's location. After parking the car, Song Ziqing hurried to catch up with Luo Yang. The absence of renovation workers at night rendered the place notably quieter. Exiting the elevator, they headed straight for the leftmost office, where the lights were on, and upon entering, they discovered several people already present. Luo Qinya, Song Shuhuai, Han Wenjun, and 4 or 5 newly hired traders were there, with Song Shuhuai temporarily acting as the head of the futures trading department. Luo Qinya was appointed head of the U.S. stock trading department, currently overseeing only 2 employees, one male and another female named Wang Yu, who had a prior engagement and would officially start the next day. Luo Yang nodded in acknowledgement, and Luo Qinya quickly handed him a bottle of mineral water, twisting off the cap before presenting it to him. "Had a drink?" she inquired. "Just a little," Luo Yang replied, then turned to Han Wenjun, saying, "Tonight, I ran into Secretary Qin's assistant and he fugue while dining. That old fellow insisted on paying for me and didn't even mention the incident with his son's Porsche worth over $1 million. Han Wenjun chuckled. "Would he dare? His reputation as a wealthy man is merely a facade, which real estate mogul isn't burdened by debt. He is eager to curry favor with you. The wealthy landowner with overflowing pockets. You never know when he might come seeking a loan from you. Besides, with your generous donation, who would dare to cross you?" Luo Yang laughed. Given his eagerness to ingratiate himself, it wouldn't be out of the question for him to come to me for a loan. But there is that issue with his son. Haha. Song Shuhuai and Luo Qinya guided the new recruits as they logged into their computers to familiarize themselves with the systems. The 4 new traders were experienced and quickly settled in. However, when they saw the $500 million leverage limit in their accounts, they were taken aback. Song Shuhuai didn't bother to check the market. He knew it was useless without Luo Yang's direct guidance. Luo Qinya, aware that futures trading was Luo Yang's focus, asked, "Boss, what shall we buy tonight?" Luo Yang lazily opened his trading software, scanning it, suddenly pausing in astonishment before leaping up. The previously jovial atmosphere turned tense as everyone was startled by his abrupt reaction, staring at him in silence. Luo Yang quickly retrieved Yin Wenbin's contact information and dialed. Once the call connected, he put it on speakerphone, and Yin Wenbin's voice came through. "Ah, Mr. Luo, how may I assist you?" Without wasting any words, Luo Yang directly requested, "Manager Yin, immediately utilize your highest authority and connections to secure the maximum leverage for me. The usual arrangement applies. Half for you and half for me." Yin Wenbin's voice trembled upon hearing the request. Is that really feasible? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly added, "All right, hold on. I will report to the president right away." Chapter 71. A leverage of $100 billion. The office fell into a profound silence, no one daring to utter a word. Luo Yang's fingers lightly tapped on the back of his chair. Although he had grown accustomed to the thrill of earning money without becoming overly excited, the recent prediction stirred his emotions, making it difficult for him to calm down. This time, the wait was far more protracted than the last. Previously, Yao Wenbin had only kept him waiting for 5 minutes, but now, 25 minutes had elapsed without a return call. Luo Yang glanced at the time on his phone, 8:49 p.m., with approximately 40 minutes remaining until the market closed. Time was still on his side, yet a sense of urgency began to gnaw at him. The current limit stood at $500 million. While this amount sufficed for mere profit-making, this occasion was entirely different. At precisely 9:20 p.m., Luo Yang's phone finally rang. It was Yao Wenbin. After taking a deep breath, he answered and switched to speaker mode. On the other end, Wang Wenbin's voice was fraught with excitement and tremors. "Mr. Luo, our president has urgently convened a meeting with the investors. We have exerted every effort, but due to the pressing nature of the situation, we need you to come in 2 or 3 days earlier. No, just 1 day in advance will suffice. The investors have decided to grant you a leverage limit of $10 billion. You must exercise caution." Luo Yang nodded. "Rest assured. After we conclude at 4 in the morning, I will refrain from contacting you again. Simply deduct the profits from your end and transfer the remaining balance to my company's account." He ended the call, with just 7 minutes left until the market opened. "Qinya," Luo Yang instructed, "please purchase a stock. Given the market's trends tonight, with more declines than gains, I've narrowed it down to 1 stock with an 11% increase." Qinya promptly collaborated with the newly recruited subordinates to bookmark the stock, preparing to invest $250 million as soon as the market opened. Then sat back to observe Luo Yang directing the futures trading team. Song Shuhai's heart raced. The previous night, Luo Yang had imparted an unforgettable lesson, and tonight, the stakes seemed even higher. Last time, they had effortlessly reaped 36 billion soft sister coins. How much could they possibly earn this time? Given the evident excitement from their boss. However, several newly recruited traders regarded the unfolding events with skepticism. After all, an account already boasting $500 million in leverage was considered substantial by most trading firms. Yet, Luo Yang sought an additional $1 billion in leverage from Tiger Securities. Was this merely a ruse? Surely, acquiring such a limit was no simple feat. In truth, the new recruits began to harbor doubts, feeling that the situation was too surreal, and some even contemplated resigning after enduring this overnight ordeal. It felt utterly unreliable. At 9:30 p.m., the U.S. stock market and international futures opened promptly. Xianya and the others immediately purchased the selected stock. The new recruit, Fu Xin, under 30 and with 6 years of trading experience, was considered seasoned, though his performance had not been remarkable. Yet, in the realm of future finance, performance was secondary. Ultimately, they adhered to Luo Yang's choices. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yang instructed Song Shuhai, go long on crude oil futures, placing an order at 3,125. Let's invest 500 million, but distribute the amounts among yourselves. Song Shuhai quickly directed his 4 subordinates, and together, they each placed a $100 million long position. Luo Yang exhibited caution. He had observed that whenever his orders exceeded $1 billion, the crude oil curve would fluctuate, necessitating precise timing. His previous tests revealed that purchasing just before significant shifts resulted in minimal changes. The traders remained bullish on crude oil, though their confidence was not robust. The young boss's decision to invest $500 million was audacious, and they perceived tonight's trading as merely a virtual trial. Surely, no one would toy with $500 million. In reality, it was not merely $500 million but $10 billion. The U.S. stock account still held an additional $500 million, and the young boss humorously performed before them, requesting a leverage limit of $1 billion. Who would believe such folly? As soon as the crude oil futures were purchased, the price surged to 3,138, and the account instantly showcased a floating profit of $2,080,000, $2,080,000. The new recruits could not help but lament. Had this been real, how splendid it would have been. At their former company, due to the significant risks associated with futures, an annual profit of merely $10 million was commendable. $2 million represented 1/5 of their yearly profit, yet this was not the final figure. As crude oil futures continued to ascend, soon surpassing 32, 32, 15, 32, 45, 32, 60, 32, 95, the growth was astonishingly rapid, exceeding 33 within mere minutes. This swift increase rendered the newcomers flushed with excitement. Although the trading was virtual, the rise in crude oil was authentic. How splendid it would be to invest such a sum. At the moment it breached 33, Luo Yang issued a second command. Sell the order, setting the price at 33.05. The newcomers were momentarily taken aback. With such vigorous growth, any discerning individual could perceive another surge on the horizon. Failing to seize this opportunity would be a grave mistake. Song Shuhai, having been firmly educated by Luo Yang in reality, understood the latter's formidable judgment and snapped at the newcomers. What are you dawdling for? Quickly execute the order. The newcomers, now awakened, swiftly complied with the instructions, dismissing any reservations since it was merely virtual. As soon as the order was placed, crude oil prices escalated to 33.08, and the entire $500 million order was executed, resulting in a profit of $28,800,000, $2,880,000. If this were reality, one would likely awaken in joy from such a dream. However, in a genuine operation, one would scarcely dare to make such a substantial move. At this juncture, Luo Yang appeared particularly vigilant, his gaze fixed on the screen. Observing that crude oil prices were still climbing, he bellowed, "Go short, place the order at 33.09, and absorb the entire $1 billion. Wang Bolin, one of Song Shuhai's new recruits, could not help but interject. Mr. Luo, although this is a virtual operation, I believe there remains considerable upward potential for crude oil prices. Going short now seems unwise." Luo Yang chuckled softly, disregarding him, and simply glanced at Song Shuhai. Shuhai, suddenly alert, barked, "Stop wasting time. If you think you can do better, then become the boss. Hurry, place the short order at 33.09. Though Song Shuhai shared Wang Bolin's perspective, he chose to trust in Luo Yang's extraordinary intuition. The 5 of them hesitated no longer. each placing a $100 million short position at 33.09. Meanwhile, in a lavish office within a distant financial skyscraper, several moguls were fixated on a colossal electronic screen. Tonight, we are poised to reap unprecedented profits. I anticipate a new historical record. The bullish trend seemed promising, with orders exceeding $100 billion. Excellent. We may proceed immediately. But suddenly, someone had placed a $1 billion short order? Damn it, there's no time to react. Cursed Thief. Chapter 72. A Triumph in Battle. Just as the murmurs of the newcomers lingered in the air, crude oil prices suddenly plummeted as if struck by an unseen force, dropping to 30.01. It quickly fell below the 30 mark. The newcomers stood agape as crude oil descended like an aircraft engine losing power, plummeting downward with alarming speed. It breached 29, then 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, and 23, and finally 22. Silence enveloped the office, punctuated only by the sound of heavy breaths. Through the screen, one could almost sense the tumultuous upheaval in the crude oil market. Tonight was destined to be a night of unrest, with countless souls worldwide contemplating a leap from the heights of skyscrapers. Fortunately, this was merely a virtual operation. In the aftermath, a few suddenly recalled that their young boss had not erred. Instead, he had made a shrewd investment. At that moment, they realized with astonishment that $100 billion had seized this opportunity. Had it been real, this single transaction would have yielded over $1 billion in profit. Goodness! Such audacity in trading could only be attempted in a virtual realm. Who would dare engage in such reckless buying in reality? The price of crude oil plummeted relentlessly until it finally eased at $21. Song Shuhai, unable to contain his trembling, implored Luo Yang, "Boss, is it possible to turn back and buy at the bottom? With oil prices dropping so sharply, this must be the prime moment to seize the opportunity." Luo Yang chuckled softly, responding, "If you think so, do you not believe others share the same sentiment?" Taken aback, Song Shuhai sensed his boss's disapproval of his perspective and, after some contemplation, suggested, "Even if we don't buy at the bottom, let us sell off this 100 billion order. After all, we've already made a profit of $11 billion. 11 billion, boss." Luo Yang shot him a glance, retorting, "As if I am incapable of arithmetic. I am aware of the 11 billion profit. The order remains unchanged." Seeing Luo Yang dismissing his advice, Song Shuhai fell silent, fixated on the screen. The oil price finally halted its descent at $20 and even ticked up by 2 cents, returning to $21. At this juncture, buy orders cascaded down like snowflakes, leading to a substantial increase in trading volume. Song Shuhai, his face flushed with urgency, exclaimed to Luo Yang, "Boss." Luo Yang merely grunted, "What's the rush? Stay calm." Song Shuhai, wringing his hands in anxiety, insisted, "Can one truly remain calm? Oil has reached its nadir. It is bound to surge significantly." Several newly arrived traders could not suppress their laughter, amused by the unfolding drama, which seemed Oscar-worthy in its authenticity. The oil price stabilized at $21. Yet Luo Yang remained silent. A moment later, his phone rang. It was Yao Wenbin. "President Luo, the executives and several investors are inquiring if now is the optimal time to act." Luo Yang replied nonchalantly, "Yao, if you've granted me the authority, you must trust my judgment. If they lack confidence, you may instruct the risk control team to liquidate the orders. After all, we've already secured over 11 billion. Yao Wenbin chuckled awkwardly before responding, "Very well, proceed with your strategy, but exercise caution." He then hung up. From Yao Wenbin's remarks, it was evident that the personnel at Tiger Securities were inclined to take their profits, hesitant to gamble. Any experienced trader would opt for a prudent exit at this stage. Having netted $11 billion, Song Shuhai gazed at him eagerly, and Luo Yang, attempting to ease the tension, addressed the dazed Song Ziqing, saying, "Ziqing, please fetch me a glass of water. I am quite parched." "Oh, certainly." After handing him the water, Song Ziqing hesitantly inquired of Luo Qianya, "Manager Luo, is it truly possible that we have earned such a substantial amount? It feels unreal. Earning money cannot be this effortless, especially not in billions. Is this some sort of international jest?" Luo Qianya smiled encouragingly, "Stay vigilant. Endure a little longer. By 4 o'clock in the morning, the boss will share some delightful news." Delightful news? Song Ziqing's heart raced. What could it be? Was the boss about to propose she become his girlfriend? Luo Yang, oblivious to her peculiar thoughts, dialed another number. "Sister-in-law, could you come to the office? I will send my brother to escort you." Luo Yang had also fallen asleep, and Zhu Yingying quickly roused herself, hastening to join him as they made their way to the company building. It was nearly midnight by the time they arrived. Upon entering the office, they found a throng of people with wide eyes glued to their computer screens. Luo Yang greeted Luo Yang with a nod, "Brother Yang." Zhu Yingying, ever industrious, immediately busied herself pouring tea and water, displaying a natural ease. In a lavish office across the globe, a prominent figure in the international financial sector tugged at his beard in frustration, cursing, "This thief, this thief. Why is he not sold? Why does he still linger? Hoping to steal our fruits?" Unbeknownst to Ruo Yang, he remained blissfully ignorant of the machinations and treachery surrounding him, focused solely on his predictive figures. Song Shuhai endured a tormenting internal struggle, yearning to persuade his boss to liquidate the short positions. Surely, earning $11 billion was an enticing prospect. Just as he hesitated, crude oil prices suddenly shifted direction, plummeting as if a stone had been cast from a rooftop, descending vertically. Goodness! Song Shuhai felt his heart leap. The oil price breached $20, continuing its rapid descent to $19, then $18, and finally $17. Except for Ruo Yang, everyone else was transfixed, watching the price of oil freefall. 12, 11, 10, seemingly without a floor, the oil price plummeted to $1, showing no signs of halting. Throughout this descent, significant capital continued to pour in, bullish on the notion of a rebound. However, no one anticipated that oil prices would plummet to zero, only to rebound and continue their descent into negative territory. $1, then $2, $3, $4, cascading ever downward. Everyone stood agape. In all their years, none had witnessed negative oil prices, and the decline remained relentless. $10, $15, $20, $30, $35. At the moment it reached negative $35, Ruo Yang finally spoke. "Shuhai, immediately place a sell order at $36. Understood." Song Shuhai waved his hand, rallying his four subordinates to execute the sell orders. As the oil price continued to drop, it eventually settled at negative $36, and Ruo Yang's $100 billion order was entirely executed at that price. 320,000 contracts of oil, with each contract representing 1,000 barrels, earned a staggering profit of $6,919 per barrel, totaling $221.4 billion. Glimpsing the time, it was still before 1 o'clock in the morning. Ruo Yang instructed Song Shuhai, process the withdrawal. Song Shuhai, trembling like a marionette, executed the operation for $221.4 billion. The investors at Tiger Securities would take half, leaving a remainder of $111.7 billion, which, when converted to RMB, amounted to approximately $785.97 billion. Had Song Shuhai not been seated in an armchair, he might have collapsed to the ground, astounded. He had presumed that earning $36 billion in a single night would be unforgettable. Yet he never anticipated amassing such a colossal sum of 785 billion RMB in one evening. A short while later, Luo Qinya reported to Ruo Yang, "Boss, the company account has received 785.97 billion. "Very well, I acknowledge it." Ruo Yang waved his hand, his heart finally settling. He then instructed Zhu Yingying, sister-in-law, distribute a bonus of 500,000 to each person present, including you and my brother. Additionally, Qinya, Shuhai, and General Han will receive a double bonus of 1 million each. Chapter 73, Under Regulatory Scrutiny. A handful of newcomers listened to Ruo Yang proclaiming a reward of 500,000 for each individual, initially believing him to be jesting. How could one amass over 700 billion in a single night, a staggering $100 billion? Such feats seem solely confined to the realm of virtual speculation, and who could possibly achieve that in reality? It must be a trick. Yet, Luo Qinya was filled with delight. Having joined the company just a few days prior, she had already received a bonus of 700 to 800,000. Such a job is rare to find elsewhere. Observing that Fu Xin and the others were skeptical, she requested their bank account details and proceeded to execute the transfer. During this process, she called Zhu Yingying over to teach her the procedure, as she would soon assume the role of the company as treasurer, responsible for disbursing salaries and bonuses henceforth. Moments later, Fu Xin and several others received SMS notifications on their phones, confirming the bank deposits. Upon opening the messages, their expressions turned blank with disbelief. Particularly, Song Ziqing stared at the balance of her bank account, which undeniably reflected an additional 500,000. Did our boss truly earn $100 billion tonight? She stammered, both astonished and exhilarated as she turned to Ruo Yang. Ruo Yang replied nonchalantly, "What do you think? I'm not just tossing money around for the fun of it." Fu Xin, clutching his chest, could not suppress his exclamations. Good heavens, this isn't mere virtual trading. $100 billion, my word. The newcomers were utterly overwhelmed by their unexpected fortune, left speechless in their euphoric daze. Ruo Yang waved his hand. "All right. You all should return to rest. It's been a long night. Tomorrow, I'm heading to the provincial capital for a meeting. The operations will be overseen by Shu Huai and Qinya. with my instructions relayed via video. Both Xu Huai and Luo Qianyan nodded in agreement. Luo Yang then turned to Song Ziqing, instructing, "Come and wake me at 10 in the morning. We'll head to the provincial capital together." "Sure thing, boss." Song Ziqing replied cheerfully, not once contemplating whether the boss might harbor ulterior motives in bringing her along. Those past thoughts now made her blush. The young boss had scarcely glanced her way, never uttering a single flirtatious remark. A billionaire worth 700 billion wouldn't he stoop to such schemes with her, would he? If he desired companionship, surely he could simply toss a bundle of cash her way, or perhaps even a basket. Luo Yang beckoned to Luo Yang and Zhu Yingying. "Let us head back." Once Luo Yang departed, Song Ziqing cautiously asked Luo Qianyan, "Didn't you mention having good news for me? What is it?" Her heart raced, and a flush crept across her cheeks, wondering if perhaps the boss had taken a liking to her and wanted Luo Qianyan to convey the message. Luo Qianyan, blooming with laughter, replied, "Didn't you already know? Why ask me?" "Know what?" Song Ziqing paused, recollecting but shaking her head. "The boss hasn't he mentioned anything to me directly? Why can't he just tell me himself instead of having you relay it?" Luo Qianyan raised an eyebrow, then playfully poked Song Ziqing's forehead. "What on earth are you thinking? You're overthinking this. The good news I referred to was that after the boss's trading operations conclude, he'll certainly have made a profit, and he always distributes bonuses afterward. ISNTA 500,000 bonus considered good news?" Song Ziqing was taken aback, then exclaimed, covering her face in embarrassment, "How mortifying." Luo Qianyan chuckled, both amused and exasperated. "You silly girl. Aside from that girl you've yet to meet, I've never seen the boss take an interest in any woman. He treats his subordinates like workhorses, with no compassion whatsoever." On his way home, Luo Yang heard Zhu Yingying speak up once they were alone. "Brother, you can reward them as you please. But you needn't give me or your brother any. We haven't contributed anything to deserve a 1 million bonus. It wouldn't sit right." Luo Yang scoffed. "Who has to dictate how I spend my own money? Accept it, and let others see it too. You've worked hard, and rewards are warranted. If I'm making money, I won't be stingy with it. Tomorrow, I'll be going to the provincial capital. So just keep track of the bonuses for future monthly disbursements. Doing it daily is too cumbersome." "All right," Zhu Yingying conceded, relieved that his intentions were genuine. She calculated that, thanks to her little brother-in-law, she had accumulated over 1.2 million recently, and thought it might be time to look for a house to buy, as money was no longer an issue. Despite her modest monthly salary, these bonuses were exceptional. Unbeknownst to Zhu Yingying, such an opportunity to earn $100 billion in one night was not something that occurred frequently. The manipulation of the international financial markets was not an everyday affair, and this scheme had been in preparation for quite some time. The negative oil prices were unprecedented. That night, countless individuals lost their fortunes, dancing on the edge of a knife while engaging with these international financial titans in futures trading. Yet Luo Yang was an anomaly. The sheer magnitude of the funds involved prompted significant shifts. He strategically entered the market at a crucial moment, avoiding any significant backlash, leaving those controlling the capital helpless to do anything but curse him as a thief. This operation had literally snatched $20 billion in profits from their grasp. Upon returning home and taking a shower, Luo Yang had not yet settled into bed when his phone rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number with a Beijing area code, he hesitated, thinking it might be a prank call, but the mention of Beijing piqued his curiosity. After a moment's thought, he answered, "Hello, who is this? Are you Mr. Luo Yang?" inquired a middle-aged man's voice, somewhat magnetic. "Yes, I am Luo Yang. Who am I speaking with?" "My name is Su Dongfeng. I hold 2 titles. Publicly, I am the executive chairman of Longting Fund, and privately, I am the director of the National Financial Trends Research Office." Luo Yang was taken aback, quickly sitting up straight. "Hello, Director Su." The enormity of his successful venture that night had indeed attracted the attention of higher authorities. This man was likely a leader within the financial state apparatus. Su Dongfeng seemed to emit a wry smile. "No need for such formalities. I'm merely reaching out informally. Tonight has been chaotic. Not just in the domestic financial arena, but in the international realm as well. It's been a bloodbath. Preliminary estimates suggest that Western giants have swept in over $1 trillion tonight." Luo Yang could only respond with a wry smile. Undoubtedly, many institutions had been ravaged tonight. But what could he do? He had merely seized a morsel from the mouths of those Western capital giants, leveraging his foresight of the next 24 hours. To genuinely contend with them was still beyond his reach. Su Dongfeng continued, "You are the only significant winner aside from those Western capital giants. In fact, your previous profit of around $400 to $500 million had already caught our regulatory attention, but tonight's profit of $20 billion has particularly astonished us. How did you manage that?" Chapter 74. A glimpse of beauty amidst the flickering lights. Luo Yang simply replied with 2 words, intuition. Believe it or not, he thought. I can't very well claim to predict the future, or I'd be carted off for experimentation. Su Dongfeng pondered for a moment, then said, You needn't worry too much. Although you are now under scrutiny, your operations are within the rules and are reasonable sources of income. As long as you're not evading taxes, you can keep your earnings. Furthermore, he paused before continuing. There are some matters I would prefer to discuss in person. Should I come to Chuan City, or will you come to Beijing? I'm headed to the provincial capital tomorrow for a business leaders exchange meeting. Perhaps we can reschedule. Before Luo Yang could finish his words, Su Dongfeng interjected. All right, I will fly to your provincial capital tomorrow. Once I arrive, I will contact you to make arrangements. Luo Yang set down his phone, lost in thought. It was only a matter of time before the regulatory authorities caught on. After all, every transaction yielded 100% profit, and the sums involved were considerable. How could it not attract scrutiny? Su Dongfeng, being the captain of the national team, wielded significant power. So it was prudent not to clash with him. Some benefits were worth conceding. Money was inexhaustible, and besides, his trading activities were all legal. So there was little to worry about. The next morning, he woke up at 9, which was quite early. His sister-in-law, Zhu Yingying, had already prepared breakfast. Just as they finished eating, Song Ziqing arrived in high spirits, dragging a suitcase behind her. Luo Yang raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to move in? Song Ziqing responded with a playful "oh" and asked, Didn't you say you wouldn't come back today? Upon hearing this, Luo Yang fell silent. Realizing that women often brought complications, the array of clothing, cosmetics, and various other paraphernalia cluttered their journeys. Luo Yang drove them to the train station. Luo Yang found waiting for a flight tedious. The high-speed train to the provincial capital, Hanjiang, only took a little over 2 hours, although the flight took just 50 minutes. The delays in boarding and disembarking often exceeded the time spent on the train, so he opted for the high-speed rail. As they approached the train station, Luo Yang turned and said, How about I accompany you to the provincial capital for some assistance? Luo Yang chuckled. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Ziqing is here. So you should stay home and keep an eye on the kids. In truth, Luo Yang primarily wanted Luo Yang to stay home and look after his son, Luo Jun, until he started elementary school. Upon arriving at the train station, Luo Yang got out and waved Luo Yang goodbye. Song Ziqing placed her suitcase in front of him. Boss, please wait a moment. I'll go fetch the tickets. The tickets had already been booked on her phone, and after retrieving them from the machine, Luo Yang glanced at the time. It was for 10:30, and there were still over 40 minutes to spare, so he was not in a hurry. Song Ziqing checked her watch and exclaimed, Oh no, I forgot to buy some water. Wait for me. I'll grab some from the supermarket over there. Luo Yang frowned. Isn't there water available in the waiting room? They sell it on the high-speed train too. Song Ziqing pouted. Water in the waiting room is 2 yuan, sold for 4. On the train, it's 10. It's too expensive. I always buy it beforehand. Luo Yang couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Here he was, a wealthy boss, still fretting over a couple of yuan for water. Yet, this mindset and habit were commendable. He would not squander money where it was unnecessary. However, it was unclear where Song Ziqing had gone, as she took quite a while to return. Bored, Luo Yang began to look around when suddenly he felt a jolt. A girl in a white embroidered shirt and denim shorts, her long, strikingly white legs exposed, walked past him straight towards the security checkpoint. It was her. Luo Yang's heart raced inexplicably as he grabbed his suitcase and hurried after her, passing through ticket inspection and security before entering the waiting hall. Once inside, the girl didn't head for a seat but instead joined the queue. The electronic screen at the ticket check indicated that the next train to Jianghan would depart in 10 minutes, with only a few minutes left for ticket inspection. Luo Yang paid no heed to anything else and followed her into the line. Once inside the waiting area, the ticket inspectors merely monitored order rather than checking tickets, allowing him to blend in seamlessly behind her. When the train arrived, he followed her into carriage number 7. The girl found her window seat and, after sitting down, glanced around, her eyes meeting Luo Yang's for a brief moment, causing even the imposing boss to avert his gaze shyly. Just then, his phone rang, and he quickly answered it to conceal his awkwardness. It was Song Ziqing calling. Boss, where are you? I'm on the high-speed train. I took an earlier one. You can come later and meet me in Jianghan. Luo Yang ended the call, but realized he had more to say. He dialed her back, only to hear the message. Sorry, your call has insufficient balance. Luo Yang was taken aback. What was he to do with a phone that had run out of credit? He had no cash on him. His entire existence relied on that single device. As the train departed, he placed his suitcase in the overhead compartment and sat down beside the girl, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her, his palms clammy with nervous sweat. It seemed that love had no regard for wealth. Even a man like Luo Yang, upon encountering someone he was infatuated with, felt as nervous as an ordinary person. When the conductor came to check tickets, Luo Yang felt a mix of embarrassment and anxiety. While sneaking onto the train was one thing, He could always buy a ticket afterward. But now, he had no money, and his phone was out of credit. What was he to do? The conductor approached him politely. "Hello? May I see your ticket?" Ruo Yang retrieved it and sheepishly admitted, "I'm sorry, I mistakenly boarded the wrong train." The conductor glanced at him and said, "Mistaken train number is one thing, but you're in carriage 3, and this is carriage 7. How could you confuse that? Never mind, just buy a ticket." Ruo Yang awkwardly replied, My phone has run out of credit. Could you perhaps help me top it up? Once I do, I can transfer the ticket to you." The conductor regarded him with skepticism before turning to the girl. "Hello, may I see your ticket?" Ruo Yang felt mortified. Suspecting the female conductor thought he was a fraud, his excuse was far too flimsy. Boarding the wrong train was tantamount to having no ticket, and without credit on his phone. How could he pull this off? After checking the girl's ticket, the conductor returned it to her, casting a lingering look. She was stunning, radiating beauty that could incite envy among women. Ruo Yang, sharp-eyed, caught sight of her name on the ticket, Jiang Xiuyan. The conductor then looked back at Ruo Yang and said coolly, "I have no choice but to hand you over to the train police. Please wait." At that moment, the beautiful girl, Jiang Xiuyan, called out to the conductor, then turned to Ruo Yang. "What is your phone number? I can help you top it up." Stunned, Ruo Yang hurriedly relayed his number. Jiang Xiuyan began to operate her phone, saying, "I'll add 20 yuan for you, and you don't need to pay me back. Just buy your own ticket." The process for topping up phone credits was remarkably swift in China, and within seconds, Ruo Yang received a message confirming the transaction. He quickly scanned to purchase a ticket, then playfully remarked, "Don't assume everyone is a fraud." As the conductor left with a stern expression, Ruo Yang shook off his embarrassment and smiled at Jiang Xiuyan. "Miss Jiang, let us connect on WeChat. I'll send you a red envelope as a thank you." "You already know my name?" she responded, her quick wit shining through. "Yes, I saw it on my ticket," he replied. Jiang Xiuyan smirked. "I already said you don't need to pay me back the 20 yuan. Trying to con me for WeChat? Not a chance." Ruo Yang was taken aback by her sudden change in tone. Jiang Xiuyan turned to face him, her bright eyes fixed on him, seemingly at a loss for words. "I just don't understand. Why would you leave your taxi business behind and follow me around?" Ruo Yang was astounded. Realizing she recognized him, she knew he was a taxi driver. Upon witnessing Ruo Yang's dazed expression, Jiang Xiuyan lowered her voice and remarked, "You truly are incredible. I have encountered numerous admirers, yet you stand out as the most unreliable and absurd of them all. Abandoning your work to follow me on the high-speed train? You claim you'll treat me to a meal when you arrive in Jianghan, but only with a budget of 100 yuan. Do you even have enough for your return ticket?" After a few seconds of contemplation, Ruo Yang nodded, responding, "Yes, I have money, but..." He intended to clarify that he was not following her, but rather on a business trip to Jianghan. Yet Jiang Xiuyan promptly interrupted him. "No buts. I am assisting you this once, but should there be a next time, I will not extend my help again. My monthly salary is only around 4 to 5,000 yuan. I cannot afford such disturbances. Do you understand?" Ruo Yang nodded again, readily affirming, "All right." Jiang Xiuyan muttered, "I sensed something was amiss the day you drove me. It truly is absurd." Ruo Yang chuckled softly. Previously, they had not been this close. But now he could see that whether she was angry or joyful, she exuded an unparalleled beauty. How could anyone be so strikingly lovely? The most crucial aspect was her kindness. Had it been another girl facing a man who stalked her, what would she have done? 99% would likely have opted to call the police or hastily escape. In that fleeting moment, Ruo Yang felt an overwhelming surge of affection, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Was this what it meant to be smitten? Was this the sensation of love? Of course. It was not love, it was merely unrequited admiration. Although she misjudged him, Jiang Xiuyan was undoubtedly a clever girl. The notion that beautiful girls are not intelligent or that intelligent girls cannot be beautiful is a misconception. Noticing Ruo Yang's infatuated gaze, Jiang Xiuyan slightly furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and sighed. "Driving a taxi must be exhausting, right?" "It's manageable," he replied. "Is the car yours?" "It's company property." "Did your delay today cause any issues?" "No, I took a leave." Jiang Xiuyan nodded. "All right, I need to rest a bit. I slept late last night." "Okay." Ruo Yang responded, observing Jiang Xiuyan as she leaned against the window, eyes closed. From the side, he gazed at her long eyelashes for quite some time. Perhaps she was truly fatigued, for soon she seemed to drift off to sleep. When the train reached the next station, Jiang Xiuyan did not awaken. A young man, holding a ticket, glanced at the number and then at the seat number above Ruo Yang's head, about to speak. Ruo Yang raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, then stood and pulled the young man to the back, softly inquiring, "How much did your ticket cost?" The young man eyed him warily and replied, 86. "Why?" Ruo Yang retrieved his phone, asking, "Would you sell me your seat for 2,000 yuan? It's only a 2-hour ride to Jianghan, and there are plenty of vacant seats elsewhere. You can easily find another." He pointed at the still sleeping Jiang Xiuyan, saying, "That's my girlfriend. We couldn't get seats together." The young man paused, then asked, "How much are you offering?" 2,000. "Yes," Luo Yang affirmed earnestly. "All right," the young man said without hesitation, pulling out his phone to set up a 2,000 yuan payment on WeChat. Luo Yang swiftly scanned the QR code for payment. The notification chiming as the transaction was successful. "Thank you." The young man grinned, having earned 2,000 yuan merely for swapping seats. With plenty of empty seats in the carriage, Luo Yang returned to his seat, silencing his phone, and sent a short message to Song Ziqing. He realized that he still had the 20 yuan Jiang Xiuyan had charged him, so he quickly recharged his phone to avoid any inconvenience. The maximum recharge amount was 500, and Luo Yang recharged 10 times, adding 5,000 yuan to his balance for peace of mind. The train arrived in Jianghan at 12:10 in the afternoon, the sudden jolt waking Jiang Xiuyan, who blinked in confusion before finally realizing, "Are we in Jianghan?" "Yes," Luo Yang confirmed, glancing outside at the buildings. He secretly wished they could linger for another 10 hours at Jianghan. Jiang Xiuyan stood, adjusting her shoulder bag, and said, "Follow me. There's a small restaurant outside that's quite good. I've eaten there several times. I'll treat you to a meal before you leave." Luo Yang agreed, retrieving Song Ziqing's suitcase and trailing behind her. Many bystanders were stealing glances at Jiang Xiuyan. Her beauty was undeniable, making her the center of attention wherever she went. Familiar with Jianghan Station, Jiang Xiuyan led Luo Yang through the bustling crowd until they reached a quaint little restaurant called Suji Old Taste. The establishment was not large, about 40 square meters, but it was impeccably clean. Jiang Xiuyan handed the menu to Luo Yang, saying, "Take a look. What do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine," he replied casually, flipping through the menu before adding, "I'll just have some noodles. I'm not very hungry." Jiang Xiuyan could not help but laugh. "I was joking. Don't be too frugal. I won't mind spending a few dozen yuan." Her smile lit up the restaurant, and Luo Yang was momentarily mesmerized, exclaiming, "You are truly beautiful." Jiang Xiuyan frowned at his compliment, irritated. "I know I'm beautiful, but I despise people who are obsessed with appearances. Beauty is a gift from our parents. It's not something we choose. If I weren't beautiful, would that mean I deserve to be discriminated against?" Her words seemed to provoke her. As she ceased conversing with Luo Yang, after he finished eating, she fixed him with a stare, saying, "You need to book your return ticket immediately. I'll accompany you to the station, but do not engage in such absurd actions again." "All right, understood," Luo Yang replied, pulling out his phone to book a ticket back to Chuan City right in front of her. Jiang Xiuyan watched as he retrieved the ticket before urging him to enter the station. "Let us go in." Luo Yang tilted his head, pondering. "Can I take a photo with you?" Jiang Xiuyan graciously agreed. "Sure." She stood beside Luo Yang, allowing him to take a photo of them with their heads together. He cherished this moment, knowing that they would likely never meet again in this lifetime. After watching him pass through security at the entrance, Jiang Xiuyan shook her head with a bittersweet smile before turning to leave. This taxi driver appeared somewhat foolish, abandoning his job to follow her to Jianghan. It was both pitiable and amusing. Chapter 76, The Transaction. After Jiang Xiuyan turned away, Luo Yang exited from another side of the station. The square was bustling, with no one paying attention to anyone else. Dragging his suitcase, he felt a twinge of disappointment as he walked out of the square. Spotting a Western restaurant, he entered, ordered a cup of coffee, and waited for Song Ziqing. About half an hour later, when her train arrived, Luo Yang sent her the address. As she arrived, panting, he instructed her to order. Song Ziqing pouted, displeased. "Boss, you can't be serious. I just stepped out to buy water for a few minutes, and you actually left me for another train." Luo Yang waved his hand, not wishing to engage in conversation. Song Ziqing unapologetically ordered several expensive dishes, having realized that no matter how lavish the meal, it wouldn't diminish the boss's worth. The entrepreneurs' exchange meeting was scheduled for the entire day at the Jianghan Hilton Hotel. Luo Yang wore a sullen expression, prompting Song Ziqing to comment, "Boss, I've noticed you're acting a bit odd today. During stock trading, you seemed like a genius. You usually carry an air of authority, but right now, you seem a bit daft." Luo Yang coldly retorted, "Has Luo Qinya ever mentioned how long the probation period is?" Song Ziqing quickly relented, "Boss, I take back what I just said. The boss exudes an aura of authority and charisma, loved by all, and even makes cars blow tires upon passing." Luo Yang disregarded her, humming as he noted, "Make sure to jot that down." After finishing their meal and settling the bill, they took a car to the hotel. The Jianghan Hilton was a 5-star establishment, hosting the wealthiest entrepreneurs from the province. A subpar experience in dining and accommodation was simply unacceptable. Song Ziqing had never stayed in a 5-star hotel before, having only frequented budget hotels costing around 200 yuan. Upon entering the Hilton, she was enveloped in an ambience of opulence. The expansive lobby featured a tea cafe to the left of the reception, while opposite the front desk was a lavish seating area for relaxation. To the left of the entrance, an advertisement board announced the Jiangnan Province Entrepreneurs Exchange Conference, with 7 or 8 staff members managing the registration. Luo Yang signed in and received a casual bag containing the schedule and agenda for the conference. Without glancing at it, he proceeded to the front desk and inquired whether they could provide 2 additional rooms, as he had an assistant with him. The front desk attendant, after entering Luo Yang's identification into the system, informed him that only 1 room could be allocated for conference attendees. Then do not bother with the room designated for the conference group. Instead, book me 2 business suites, and I will cover the expenses myself. Luo Yang decided against using the conference group's room, which offered only the hotel's most basic accommodations, deeming it unnecessary to skimp on comfort. The front desk attendant, delighted, recognized that the occupancy rate for the luxurious business suites was low due to their high cost. Standard rooms started at over 1,000 yuan, business suites at 5,000, and the luxurious business suites at 12,800 yuan. This unassuming young man was requesting 2, just as Luo Yang was about to swipe his card for payment. A man in his 30s, approximately 1.75 meters tall and possessing an air of sophistication, approached from the tea cafe. You must be General Manager Luo Yang? And you are? Luo Yang scrutinized him, unable to place him, noting that his attire did not align with that of conference staff. I am Chen Jin. The man smiled gently, shaking Luo Yang's hand before instructing the front desk attendant, charge the 2 rooms to my account. The attendant, evidently familiar with Chen Jin, nodded respectfully. Certainly. Chen Jin then turned to Luo Yang and said, the rooms are ready. Your assistant can take a break for now. A guest from the capital wishes to meet with you. A guest from the capital? Luo Yang's heart stirred, suspecting it might be Director Su Dongfeng from the national team. He promptly instructed Song Ziqing, Ziqing, you can rest for now. If you are hungry, feel free to dine at the hotel. Dining out is also permissible, and all expenses will be covered. Just as Song Ziqing was about to agree with a smile, Chen Jin interjected, all expenses for these 2 rooms will be charged directly. There is no need for payment. Luo Yang contemplated this and readily acquiesced. Since Chen Jin was associated with Su Dongfeng, it was acceptable to take advantage of this situation, knowing Su Dongfeng would likely seek his own benefits as well. Upon exiting, a black Mercedes S350 awaited them at the hotel's revolving door, substantial yet understated. For someone like Luo Yang, a Mercedes S-Class, valued at over $1 million, was hardly more than a mere grocery getter. Chen Jin opened the car door for him before entering himself. Inside the vehicle, there was no sign of Su Dongfeng, only a driver behind the wheel. Chen Jin remained silent, and the driver set off. After approximately 40 minutes, the car left the urban area and ventured into the outskirts, arriving at a location resembling a rural guest house after another 10 minutes. Once they arrived, Chen Jin cheerfully invited Luo Yang inside. They navigated several corridors before entering a private room. Inside was a man in his 40s, fair-skinned and beardless, exuding an air of refinement. Upon seeing Luo Yang and Chen Jin, he rose with a smile to greet them. Xiao Luo, General Manager Luo, it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. You look even younger than in your photos, truly a promising young talent. After a firm handshake and a brief introduction, he continued, I am Su Dongfeng. Indeed. It was Director Su from the national team. After pouring tea, Su Dongfeng remarked, let us enjoy some tea. Luo Yang smiled as he sipped, refraining from questioning. What was meant to come would eventually arrive, and Director Su would not have summoned him merely for tea. As anticipated, Su Dongfeng glanced at Luo Yang and remarked with a chuckle, you may be young, but you possess the cunning of those old foxes. However, it is understandable. Without some acumen, how could you carve a piece from the jaws of those capital giants? He continued, I will be straightforward. You have 2 options to choose from. Noticing Luo Yang's composed demeanor, Su Dongfeng decided to be forthright, stating, first, you can join Longting Fund as my deputy, managing the fund's operations. Luo Yang remained silent. Su Dongfeng observed him and added, second, you can relinquish a portion of your company's shares to us. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yang replied, Director Su, the domestic market is limited in scope, and operations cannot be extensive. I have considered an alternative approach. Su Dongfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Do share. Luo Yang proposed, establishing an offshore company to operate in the U.S. stock market and foreign exchange, allowing us to engage with those international capital titans. After a brief moment of consideration, Su Dongfeng nodded, smiling, I suspected you might pursue this route. Very well. How much do you intend to allocate? I am prepared to set aside $2 billion as a foundation, offering 20%. How does that sound? Luo Yang estimated that Su Dongfeng might not agree and was prepared to negotiate. Much to his surprise, Su Dongfeng readily accepted, saying agreed. He then gestured toward Chen Jin, saying, Xiao Luo, allow me to introduce Chen Jin, the son of a former superior of mine. His father is the top figure in Jiangnan province. Ruo Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unassuming Chen Jin was so influential. Su Dongfeng continued. As the saying goes, many strands make a rope, and grains of sand build a tower. As your wealth increases, it is beneficial to have friends supporting you. Therefore, let Chen Jin take the lead in bringing in a few investors. This will only serve your interests. Without a moment's hesitation, Ruo Yang agreed. Certainly. I will allocate an additional 10% for Chen Ge to distribute as he sees fit. Su Dongfeng laughed heartily, clapping his hands. Xiao Luo is a straightforward person. Chen Jin is quite prudent. Should you need assistance in the future, feel free to reach out to him. After a moment of contemplation, Ruo Yang turned to Chen Jin earnestly, stating, Chen Ge, I actually have a favor to ask of you. Chen Jin, sensing Ruo Yang's seriousness, adopted a solemn demeanor and nodded. Go ahead. Ruo Yang suddenly felt a bit shy, chuckling awkwardly before stating, I would like to ask you to look into a person. A girl named Jiang Xiuyan. Chapter 77. Ranking. Chen Jin was taken aback, exclaiming, You're looking for just one girl? Ruo Yang smiled, albeit with a hint of reticence. Su Dongfeng seemed to grasp the situation, laughing heartily. Xiao Luo is a top-notch trader in stocks and futures, yet even experts are human. As the saying goes, heroes cannot overcome the allure of beauty. Chen Jin, please investigate this for him. Understanding Ruo Yang's lack of denial, Chen Jin smiled and nodded. Though he was puzzled, what kind of woman could a wealthy individual like Ruo Yang possibly struggle to pursue? Nonetheless, since it was Ruo Yang's request, he felt obliged to assist without prying into the reasons behind it. General Manager Luo, please provide me with the details about this girl. Ruo Yang retrieved his phone, pulling up the photo he had taken with Jiang Xiuyan, saying, Chen Ge, this is the only picture I have. I encountered her in Chuan City and then ran into her again at the train station. After arriving in Jianghan, she treated me to a bowl of noodles, and we took this photo before she left. After a brief hesitation, Ruo Yang added earnestly, if I hadn't seen her name on the train ticket, I wouldn't have even known her name. Chen Jin, somewhat perplexed, inquired, haven't you ever revealed your vast fortune amounting to hundreds of billions? Ruo Yang responded with a wry smile. She thinks I'm merely a taxi driver at the high-speed rail station. She assumed I was a lunatic who abandoned his job to pursue her. Chen Jin could not help but burst into laughter, finding it utterly amusing that a billionaire would masquerade as a humble taxi driver. However, to be fair, the girl in the photograph was indeed exceptionally beautiful. No wonder Xiao Luo had such discerning taste. Yet, his approach to courting women left much to be desired. Xiao Luo had a knack for making money, but his prowess in romantic pursuits was abysmal. Su Dongfeng, uninterested in matters of the heart, discussed financial matters instead, inquiring if Ruo Yang required assistance from his end. Ruo Yang needed to transfer $1 billion to an offshore company's foreign exchange account, a significant sum that was not easily handled. Ruo Yang politely declined, as it might be challenging for others, but with the connections behind Tiger Securities, transferring a few billion should not pose a problem. Su Dongfeng, busy with his affairs, hastily left after finalizing the offshore company's matters without even having a meal. Chen Jin accompanied Ruo Yang for dinner, which consisted of rather modest homestyle dishes. Initially, he intended to enjoy a lavish meal with Ruo Yang, but it seemed that the latter was not in the mood. After dinner, he escorted Chen Jin back to the hotel and proceeded to investigate matters concerning Jiang Xiuyan. By the time he returned to the hotel, twilight had nearly fallen. Ruo Yang sent a text message to Song Ziqing, inquiring if she had eaten. A moment later, she replied, Yes, is there something you need, boss? Please prepare the computer for a connection with Qianya and Song Shuhai at 9 o'clock. All right, I'll be there shortly. Song Ziqing's shortly was approximately 20 minutes. When the doorbell rang, Ruo Yang opened the door and was greeted by a delightful fragrance. After glancing at her, he furrowed his brow and remarked, It's dark already. Are you all dolled up like a fairy to go out? Song Ziqing nearly stumbled, having put effort into her appearance to impress her boss, only to be likened to a fairy. I'm going to the restroom. Stung by his words, she stormed off to the restroom to wash off her makeup, returning with a frown as she opened her laptop and connected to the wireless network, linking up with Luo Qianya. Ruo Yang sniffed the air and felt much better, nodding as he said, This is much better. He had a slight aversion to strong perfumes and garish makeup. At that moment, Song Ziqing categorized her boss as a blind brute, completely oblivious to the stunning beauty before him, lacking any gentleness, treating her merely as a laborer. This was due to Song Ziqing's lack of communication with Luo Qianya regarding the experiences of the executive assistant. Had she inquired, she would have learned that Ruo Yang did not treat Qianya as a mere worker, but rather as a resource to be utilized. Thankfully, despite the workload, the boss was quite generous with rewards. In her mind, Song Ziqing pondered whether her boss was inherently uninterested in women. She planned to seek an opportunity to ask Luo Qinya about it later. Meanwhile, Luo Yang remained oblivious to the musings of his beautiful assistant, as his thoughts were consumed by Jiang Shuyan. Once Song Ziqing established the connection with Luo Qinya, she tested the audiovisual quality of the call, finding it satisfactory. At 9:30, Luo Yang instructed Luo Qinya to initiate the purchase of the selected U.S. stocks, with the leverage amount restored to $500 million. The futures market showed little fluctuation that evening, and Luo Yang, lost in thought, exhibited little enthusiasm for trading. He directed Song Shuhai and others in their operations. And around midnight, after observing minimal changes, instructed Song Shuhai to finalize the trades. The combined profit from U.S. stocks and futures amounted to just under 290 million. Nearly 300 million. Converted into soft currency, this was roughly 2 billion. Luo Yang instructed his sister-in-law, Zhu Yingying, to record a bonus of 100,000 for each person, with Luo Qinya and Song Shuhai receiving 200,000 each. After yawning, he told Song Ziqing, "Wrap things up, you can head back to rest." Despite her boss's apparent blindness, Song Ziqing felt elated. Another bonus of 100,000. Initially, she had feared her boss might be a lecher, taking precautions. But to her surprise, he was not only disinterested in women but appeared entirely oblivious to their existence. That evening, she sensed her boss was not in high spirits. Perhaps he felt the earnings of 2 billion were too paltry, as he previously made at least 500 million in profits. The disparity between people can be infuriating. Previously, at companies she worked for, the owners would swell with pride over mere tens of millions, while Luo Yang, young and capable, boasted a fortune that dwarfed them all. Luo Yang found himself restless that night, unable to sleep as Jiang Shuyan's face lingered in his mind. He was not certain when he finally drifted off, only to be awakened by the doorbell the following morning. It was Song Ziqing, calling him for breakfast, as a meeting was set to commence shortly. Luo Yang washed his face, feeling the discomfort of sleep deprivation in his eyes. He made his way to the hotel restaurant for breakfast, where Song Ziqing attentively attended to his needs. However, Luo Yang lacked an appetite, opting for a bowl of plain rice porridge and a plate of fruit slices. After breakfast, he proceeded to the third-floor conference hall, where many attendees had already gathered, all impeccably dressed and exchanging greetings, indicating the presence of industry magnates. Only Luo Yang found himself without acquaintances, feeling solitary, though Song Ziqing's tall and striking figure drew attention. The conference hall accommodated around 300 to 400 seats, each adorned with nameplates. After searching for a while, Luo Yang could not locate his, but Song Ziqing, with her keen eyesight, pointed to a seat in the back corner, exclaiming, "It's over there." Luo Yang sauntered over and took a seat, sipping from a bottle of mineral water. With a furrowed brow, Song Ziqing whispered, "I heard these seats are arranged according to wealth. I can't believe these people are richer than the boss." The richest person in Jiangnan province, Hu Dao, made his fortune in real estate, reportedly possessing assets exceeding 200 billion. The attendees were all entrepreneurs from Jiangnan province, and even the wealthiest among them, Hu Dao, only boasted over 200 billion, yet Luo Yang, with at least 800 billion in cash, was relegated to the last row. Song Ziqing clearly noticed that the seat in the first row near the aisle belonged to Hu Dao, setting aside the notion of positioning by wealth. Many seats were assigned based on contributions to social causes. However, no company in Jiangnan had donated as much as 500 million, she inwardly scoffed. The rows to the right were primarily filled with media reporters, armed with cameras, including many female journalists, who typically had above-average looks. Today, they were all eager to cover the wealthiest individuals in the province, and their enthusiasm was palpable. As the entrepreneurs entered, each sought their assigned seats, the majority of them possessing corpulent appearances indicative of affluent lifestyles. As they passed by, their gazes shamelessly roamed over the female reporters, particularly lingering on Song Ziqing, whose beauty stood out distinctly. She found their lecherous stares distasteful, and Luo Yang shared her sentiments, contemplating sending her back to her room. Just then, a young man in his late 20s dragged a chair over and sat next to Song Ziqing, beaming as he handed her a business card. "Hello, I'm Song Jia, assistant to Hu Lu, the vice president of Dajing Group." Song Ziqing delicately picked up the card with her fair fingers and replied nonchalantly, "What is it?" With a smile, Song Jia responded, "I was wondering which company you represent." "Oh, I forgot to mention that our vice president, whose father is Mr. Hu Dao, the chairman of the Dakin Group and the wealthiest man in Jiangnan. Surely you have heard of him?" He assumed that by revealing this background, the beauty would become more enthusiastic and engaging. To his surprise, the lady displayed no signs of excitement and remained fixated on her phone, nonchalantly responding, "So what?" Song Jia forced a smile that barely concealed his embarrassment and continued, Our vice president, who holds you in high regard and wishes to extend an invitation for you to join us at Dakin Group. As for the salary, well, as long as our vice president is pleased, that is a trivial matter. Wealth and prosperity will naturally follow. Without lifting her gaze, Song Zicheng retorted, I'm not interested. Song Jie's expression faltered, feeling as though he had been slapped in the face. He quickly added, Dakin Group is a well-known enterprise throughout Jiangnan. Suddenly, a voice interjected from beside her, a young man who was sitting next to Song Zicheng. It was, of course, Ruo Yang, whose languid tone bore an edge. She is my assistant. Do you think I am invisible while you attempt to poach her in my presence? Taken aback, Song Jie stammered. Who are you? Which company do you represent? Ruo Yang smiled with a veneer of politeness that did not reach his eyes. What does it matter which company I represent? To poach in my presence is akin to slapping me in the face. How can I respond with civility? Feeling insulted by Ruo Yang's tone, Song Jie retorted angrily. Mind your tone. Dakin Group is a primary sponsor of this entrepreneur conference. What right do you have to act so self-important from your position at the bottom of the seating arrangement? So what if someone wishes to recruit her? Dakin Group is not lacking in funds. People aspire to ascend, just as water flows downhill. Who wouldn't he want a better salary? Ruo Yang chuckled mockingly. You dare discuss money with me? You can talk about anything else, ethics, rules, but not money. Speaking of money in my presence is quite the faux pas. Everyone here is beneath my notice. Song Jie was incensed, bewildered by the audacity of this individual. Who in Jiangnan would dare to demean the illustrious Dakin Group, helmed by the affluent Hu Dao? Moreover, he was not merely disparaging Hu Dao, he was belittling everyone present. Fuming, Song Jie stood up to leave, taking a moment to note Ruo Yang's nameplate, Future Finance. What kind of company is that? I've never even heard of it. Ruo Yang found the whole affair tedious. Had it been a genuine discussion about corporate experiences or developmental conditions, he might have pretended to engage, but instead, he was surrounded by such lecherous individuals, leaving him utterly disheartened. His phone buzzed. It was a call from Chen Jin. Ruo Yang answered, and Chen Jin directly stated, I've added you on WeChat. Please accept so I can send you something. Ruo Yang opened WeChat to find a friend request from someone with the username Frog in a Well, and he couldn't help but chuckle at Chen Jin's understated approach. After accepting the request, Chen Jin soon sent a lengthy message. Jiang Xiuyan, 24 years old, from Jianghan, a graduate of Jianghan University. Currently a team leader in the housekeeping department at the newly constructed New Port Plaza Hotel, funded by Hong Kong Investment. Her father, Jiang Wangyuan, is a teacher at the 33rd Middle School in Jianghan, and her mother, Wei Fengling, from Chuan City, works as a regular employee at Hongxing Supermarket on 2nd Horizontal Road in Jianghan's Liberation District. Jiang Xiuyan has a twin sister named Jiang Shiyan, who graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music and is currently signed with a Korean FC company as a trainee, yet to debut. Wei Fengling also has a sister, Wei Fengshan, a teacher at Chuan City No. 1 High School, who is divorced and has a daughter. Damn, Ruo Yang's appreciation for Chen Jin's capabilities skyrocketed. The information about Jiang Xiuyan was so detailed that it almost traced back 3 generations, each profile accompanied by a clear photograph. The reason for Jiang Xiuyan's visit to Chuan City was uncovered. Her aunt Wei Fengshan was ill, and her cousin was out of town, prompting her visit. It turned out she was so close to him. What a pity he and T found her sooner. Had it not been for this entrepreneur exchange conference in Jianghan, he might have never crossed paths with Jiang Xiuyan. Ruo Yang felt a sense of foreboding, for while he despised these so-called entrepreneurs, he had to express gratitude for this meeting. It seemed fate had a hand in it. Without attending this conference, he wouldn't have gone to the train station. And had he not gone to the train station, he would never have met Jiang Xiuyan. With Jiang Xiuyan's information in hand, he knew what to do next. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. He promptly decided to visit the supermarket where Jiang Xiuyan's mother, Wei Fengling, worked to gather intelligence and undermine her family's support. For the moment, he would refrain from confronting Jiang Xiuyan, as she currently held an unfavorable view of him, and he wished to avoid exacerbating the situation. Zicheng, let us go. I need to take you somewhere, Ruo Yang declared, demonstrating his decisive nature. All right, Song Zicheng replied, eager to leave the unsavory atmosphere behind. She carelessly flicked Song Jie's business card to the ground as they departed. Once outside the hotel, Song Zicheng exhaled deeply. Boss, where are we headed? Ruo Yang glanced at his phone and replied, call for a car. The address is Hongxing Supermarket on 2nd Horizontal Road in the Liberation District. Oh, Song Zicheng typed in the address while asking, are we going to buy something at the supermarket? There are plenty of larger supermarkets around here. Why go so far? Ruo Yang chastised her. Mind your own business. I'm going to visit my future mother-in-law. Despite Ruo Yang's immense wealth, he felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Chapter 79. the indignant assistant. Song Ziqing found Luo Yang to be rather peculiar, but as the boss, his decisions were beyond her purview. Alas, she was merely a beautiful face destined to be at his beck and call. The hired car arrived swiftly, a black Honda, not brand new, but impeccably maintained. A stark contrast to their dilapidated taxi. The provincial capital was indeed far more expansive than Chuan City. It took nearly half an hour to reach 2nd Horizontal Road in the Liberation District, which was still relatively bustling despite being on the outskirts. As they approached 2nd Horizontal Road, the driver slowed down, scanning for the supermarket. It wasn't well known, likely a small establishment. There, the driver suddenly pointed out, pulling over. Luo Yang spotted the building with a prominent electronic billboard, Hongxing Supermarket. They had indeed arrived. After Song Ziqing paid the fare, she looked up and asked, "Boss, what are we here to buy? Is this the only supermarket that has what you need?" Luo Yang felt a pang of nervousness, wiping the sweat from his brow as he glanced toward the supermarket entrance. "Let us go inside and take a look," he suggested. Song Ziqing observed him closely. "Boss, are you feeling unwell? You seem to be sweating profusely." "No, I'm not sick," Luo Yang replied, wiping his forehead again as he stepped into the supermarket. Descending to the basement level. Once inside, he sighed in relief, surprised to find that despite its modest exterior, the supermarket was expansive, easily spanning 1,500 to 2,000 square feet, with no fewer than 50 employees. With so many staff members and customers around, he needn't worry about being recognized. Song Ziqing pushed a shopping cart beside him, while Luo Yang kept a watchful eye on the employees. She found it odd that he seemed more interested in the staff than the merchandise and suddenly had a startling thought. Oh dear. Could it be that the boss prefers older women in their 40s or 50s over the young and beautiful? Song Ziqing stepped back a pace, quietly gazing at Luo Yang, as she observed him flitting his attention from one end to the other. To her dismay, she realized that Luo Yang was wholly focused on the female employees, casting not a single glance at the merchandise. The supermarket was predominantly staffed by women aged between 30 and 50, with only a row of young cashiers in their 20s. Oh dear. A chill coursed through Song Ziqing's heart, discomfort gnawing at her. Oh, boss, how can you be so young and affluent, yet completely overlook these beautiful young women before you? These Annies could very well be your mothers. The world of the wealthy was indeed perplexing, with such peculiar tastes. Luo Yang had already surveyed more than 20 female employees, but had yet to spot Wei Fengling, Jiang Xiuyan's mother. Chen Jin had sent him a photo of Wei Fengling, and in it, she bore a striking resemblance to her daughter, albeit with the added depth of life as hardships etched upon her features. As they approached the fruit section, Song Ziqing's eyes were drawn to the fresh and tantalizing fruits, yet Luo Yang barely glanced at them, his attention still fixated on those middle-aged women. Pouting and furrowing her brow, Song Ziqing was about to inquire what Luo Yang intended to purchase when he suddenly halted, a look of tension etched upon his face. His gaze fixated ahead. Following his line of sight, Song Ziqing gasped involuntarily, unable to suppress an expletive. The object of Luo Yang's unwavering stare was a woman weighing fruits for a customer at the electronic scale. She appeared to be in her 40s. Although time had left its marks upon her visage, her beauty was undeniable. Her face, eyebrows, eyes, and lips were all features that even Song Ziqing envied. If this woman were 20 years younger, her beauty would surely surpass Song Ziqing's own. Frustrated and irked, Song Ziqing thought, is the boss truly attracted to this middle-aged woman? Nevertheless, she was indeed a motherly figure. Luo Yang recognized her immediately as Wei Fengling, Jiang Xiuyan's mother. Their faces bore a resemblance, with Wei Fengling's countenance reflecting maturity and hardship, while Jiang Xiuyan was the epitome of youthful exuberance. "Mother-in-law," she was addressed, though she was too busy to lift her gaze. "Wei Fengling, come here," called another woman from across the way. Wei Fengling replied, "I'm busy here, just a moment." The other woman, suddenly irate, snapped, "When I call you over, you come immediately. Don't think your looks give you any special privilege." The latter part of her comment was left unspoken, but its meaning was crystal clear. With a wry smile, Wei Fengling asked the customer to hold on for a moment and walked over to assist the woman, who insisted on having her move several boxes of fruit, demanding she remove the bad ones and place the good ones on display. The burly woman refused to lift a finger herself, insisting that Wei Fengling do it. An inexplicable surge of anger welled up within Luo Yang. After a moment of contemplation, he beckoned to Song Ziqing. "Ziqing, come here." "What is it?" she inquired. "To the supermarket office," he declared, striding ahead. It seemed that wherever there were people, there existed a realm of conflicts. This world was fraught with strife, with individuals who reveled in oppression. At the service desk, they inquired about the manager or owner, and the receptionist informed them that they were on the 4th floor. Luo Yang maintained a composed demeanor as he ascended the elevator, and Song Ziqing remained silent, pondering whether the boss meant to confront the supermarket leadership on behalf of that woman. Upon reaching the fourth floor, they turned right and spotted the sign for the manager's office of Red Star Supermarket. Luo Yang knocked on the door. Although he felt a twinge of nervousness at the prospect of meeting Wei Fengling, he felt no pressure in front of others. His confidence surged as he entered. "Come in," he declared, pushing the door open, with Song Ziqing trailing closely behind. Inside the office sat a man in his 50s, slightly overweight. After glancing at Luo Yang, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Without hesitation, Luo Yang sank into the sofa beside the coffee table and gestured to Song Ziqing, saying, "This is Ms. Song, our future financial investment company's executive. We wish to purchase your supermarket. Name your price." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Is this some kind of madness? Who is this lunatic? Song Ziqing too was stunned, thinking, has the boss truly lost his mind? To purchase a supermarket for a woman who could be his mother? Regaining his composure, the man queried, "What exactly do you mean?" Luo Yang reiterated, "We want to acquire your supermarket." The man glanced at Song Ziqing, noting her youth and beauty, sensing a hint of affluence about her. He pondered for a moment before stating, "We have 4 shareholders, with a total investment of 12 million. After deducting various labor and tax expenses, we yield a net profit of around 300,000 per month. What do you think?" 30 million, Luo Yang replied, holding up 3 fingers. "Will you sell?" The man was taken aback once more. 30 million? The supermarket's pure profit had only reached 300,000 at its peak. This year, they barely managed to break even, with profits under 50,000. Of course, they would sell for 30 million. Only a fool would refuse. Given the current circumstances, the maximum they could hope for in a sale would be 15 million, and this young man was offering 30 million without jest. Chapter 80, A Windfall from the Heavens. Luo Yang could see the disbelief etched on the man's face and added, "You should promptly inform all your shareholders. If they agree, we can draft an agreement immediately and proceed with the necessary documentation for the transfer." Additionally, Luo Yang nodded and continued, "You will not lose your jobs. Everyone will be retained, and your salary will increase by 1/3. The man was momentarily stunned, then asked, "Is this for real?" Luo Yang pointed to Song Ziqing. "Ms. Song will oversee the entire process. She will be the legal entity for the transfer. Once the agreement is drafted, the funds can be transferred to your account, and then we can handle the formalities. Of course, even a draft agreement will require approval and signatures from all shareholders." The middle-aged man, now understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly nodded and bowed. "Yes, yes. What else do you require?" Luo Yang replied, "I have but one request. There is an employee named Wei Fengling. Promote her to vice president. Her capabilities are irrelevant. Your primary responsibility will be to assist her." The man paused for a moment before realization dawned upon him. "Oh, so you're acquiring the supermarket for her?" Luo Yang asserted gravely. "This must remain confidential. Nobody, not even Wei Fengling, should know. If you perform well, I will reward you generously at the year's end. If not, well, you know the consequences." The middle-aged man felt a surge of relief. Managing the supermarket had always been his domain, and this young man was not demanding a high standard of performance, merely that he assist Wei Fengling. Surely, anyone could manage that. Luo Yang then instructed Song Ziqing, "Ms. Song, you continue your work. I will return to the hotel and coordinate with the finance department to ensure the funds are transferred here shortly." Song Ziqing, with a displeased expression, felt abandoned to handle the workload alone. She couldn't comprehend why the boss would go to such lengths for a woman she had never met. What a source of embarrassment it would be if word got out. But what could she do? He was the boss, after all, and his wealth seemed boundless. Pulling 30 million from his accounts would likely be insignificant to him. "Oh," she replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved, planning to call Luo Qinya afterward to vent her frustrations and perhaps enlist her help in reporting to the boss's mother. After all, when no one else could manage him, his mother surely could. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, at Red Star Supermarket, General Manager Qin Baichuan instructed the supermarket to suspend operations for 3 hours and accompanied Song Ziqing to gather all employees. The staff, accustomed to such meetings, quickly organized themselves into neat rows. With a radiant expression, Qin Baichuan waved his hand and excitedly announced, "Everyone, please welcome our new sole controlling shareholder, Ms. Song Ziqing, to Red Star Supermarket." Upon hearing this, the lined-up employees were taken aback. How could a perfectly functioning supermarket change ownership? The prospect of changes to their jobs and salaries was the greatest concern for the staff. Song Ziqing cleared her throat and stepped forward, saying, "Hello everyone. My name is Song Ziqing. I have acquired the supermarket in its entirety, so there is no need for anyone to worry. All employment contracts will remain unchanged, though there will be some adjustments to promotion and salary reward systems, which will ultimately benefit everyone. Those who work diligently will be rewarded, while those who display negligence may have their contracts terminated. As long as you all commit to your work, there will be no issues. Additionally, I have received a directive from the headquarters. To celebrate the successful establishment of our new company, each employee will receive a bonus of 5,000 yuan, which can be collected from the finance department shortly. Well, that concludes my remarks. The allure of the substantial 5,000 yuan bonus overshadowed any developmental plans in the eyes of the ordinary employees. The new owner was indeed generous. A stark contrast to the previous shareholders who were notoriously stingy, with year-end bonuses barely amounting to a few hundred yuan. Applause erupted spontaneously, resonating throughout the supermarket. General Manager Qin Baichuan felt a hint of embarrassment. He had never received such a warm welcome from his employees, who had previously offered only scattered applause and perfunctory responses. Clearing his throat, Qin Baichuan raised his hand to quell the applause. Once the room quieted, he announced, "I would like to declare a personnel change. Wei Fengling from the Fresh Produce Department has been promoted to Vice General Manager of Red Star Supermarket." A collective gasp spread across the nearly 100 employees present, with even Wei Fengling herself rendered speechless. How could an ordinary employee, lacking a higher education and any notable background, suddenly ascend to the position of Vice General Manager? This was a secret only Qin Baichuan understood. He himself was merely a figurehead, while Wei Fengling's position was the true authority. However, he had been cautioned by Ruo Yang that this was to remain confidential, as revealing it could jeopardize his own promising career. Qin Baichuan called Wei Fengling to the front, urging her to say a few words. Her face flushed crimson, her fingers trembling as she struggled to find the right words, sweat beading on her forehead. Suddenly, a plump woman in the crowd erupted. "On what grounds does Wei Fengling deserve to be Vice General Manager? Qin, are you taken in by her looks? Shut your mouth, Qin Kaiwei," Qin Baichuan retorted, furious. His cousin had always taken advantage of their family ties, and if she had any education, she would have been clamoring for a managerial position instead of languishing among the regular staff. Unfazed by his anger, Qin Kaiwei shot back, "If you want me to be quiet, then don't let Wei Fengling be Vice General Manager. I would do a better job than her. What does she have going for her? Just a bit of charm, I spit." Unable to contain himself any longer, Qin Baichuan shouted, "Qin Kaiwei, you are fired. Go to finance and settle your accounts before leaving." With Song Ziqing watching, he had no patience for her insolence. Stunned, Qin Kaiwei pointed an accusatory finger at him. "Ah, Qin Baichuan, you've really lost your senses, haven't you? Fine, go ahead and fire me. I'll tell my sister-in-law." Qin Baichuan coldly replied, "Get out." He knew very well that if she spoke to his wife, she would not be as foolish as Qin Kaiwei. Moreover, he had done nothing improper with Wei Fengling, and he had no fear of public scrutiny. An hour later, as Wei Fengling made her way home, she remained in a daze. Her bag containing 20,000 yuan in cash. Her bonus, along with Qin Baichuan's, amounted to 4 times that of the ordinary employees. She could hardly fathom how such incredible fortune had come her way. Unsure of how to explain it to her husband and daughter, she marveled at the surreal nature of her sudden windfall, feeling as if she were living in a story far-fetched enough to defy belief. Chapter 81. Digging a pit for you to fall into. Upon returning home, her husband, Jiang Guangyuan, was already there. He taught physics at a junior high school and had no evening classes that day. Seeing her arrive, he quickly poured her a glass of water and ushered her to the sofa. "You must be tired. Shall I make you a bowl of noodles?" "I'm not tired," Wei Fengling replied, shaking her head. "Old Jiang, sit down. I have something to discuss with you." Though their family was not wealthy, they were content, with material comfort sufficient but not extravagant. The bond of affection within their family was undeniable. Jiang Guangyuan was renowned for his care for his wife, and noticing her serious demeanor, he promptly seated himself across from her, eager to hear what she had to say. Wei Fengling began, "Old Jiang, do you think the sky could rain dumplings?" Jiang Guangyuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No, if dumplings fell from the sky, it would surely not be a good thing. Such good fortune is simply not in the realm of possibility. We should be grateful to live our lives safely and simply." After reflecting on his words, Wei Fengling opened her bag and placed the 20,000 yuan in front of him. Jiang Guangyuan was taken aback. "Wife, what is this? Is this my allowance? I've already quit smoking." Wei Fengling shook her head, let out a sigh, and explained, "This is a bonus from the supermarket. We have a new owner, and she has given 5,000 to each employee, while I and General Qin received 20,000. Jiang Guangyuan was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "Wait, I must have misheard you. Did you say the new owner is giving each employee 5,000, and you and General Qin received 20,000? Why would you receive 20,000? Shouldn't it be 5,000? Furrowing her brow, Wei Fengling replied, "How would I know? The new owner was present, and General Qin announced my promotion to Vice General Manager in front of everyone. I've been in a daze ever since." "Promoted to Vice General Manager?" Jiang Guangyuan also frowned, suddenly realizing, could it be that General Qin has? Enough. Wei Fengling blushed and snapped. I knew you would think that. I discreetly asked General Qin. The promotion was at the request of the new owner, but I assure you, I do not know her personally. Jiang Guangyuan inquired further. Is the new owner male or female? Wei Fengling rolled her eyes. Female, about the same age as our daughter, and quite beautiful. Jiang Guangyuan scratched his head, perplexed. A young woman who was not related to them in any way had shown such favor to his wife. Wei Fengling added, my current salary is 200,000 a year. Old Jiang, do you think I am capable of being vice general manager? After contemplating, Jiang Guangyuan replied, I have a feeling there is a hidden agenda here. How about this, my dear? You continue with your job, and if you find it too overwhelming, you can always return to your previous position at the supermarket. If they give you a hard time, just refuse to comply. If it comes to it, we can resign. Our daughter is grown, and my salary is sufficient for our needs. There's no need to worry. All right. Wei Fengling nodded, realizing that this was the only course of action left. They would take it one step at a time, and if necessary, she could simply resign. Hilton Hotel. As Ruo Yang alighted from the vehicle and entered the lobby, a figure in the tea and coffee area pointed at him and exclaimed, Young Master Hu. It's him, he's back. Ruo Yang cast a sidelong glance and recognized the individual as Song Jie, who had attempted to poach Song Ziqing earlier that morning. At that moment, Song Jie stepped forward to obstruct his path, declaring, Our young master who wishes to speak with you, please. After a moment's contemplation, Ruo Yang approached and took a seat across from the so-called young master Hu. He regarded him with a cool demeanor and stated, Frankly, I had no desire to engage in conversation with you, but upon reflection, I feel compelled to utter a few words. First, anyone who attempts to poach from me is inherently my adversary. Thus, there is no need for pleasantries. I am not one for pretense. I do not like you. And that is that. Second, if you wish to entice my assistant, whether or not I consent is irrelevant. It ultimately rests with her. If you insist on my opinion, then let me be blunt. Scram. The young man known as Hu Lu, appearing to be in his late 20s, possessed a handsome visage, though his eyes bore a hint of mischief and arrogance. Indeed, as the son of the province's wealthiest individual, he had lived a life steeped in flattery and indulgence, fostering an air of superiority. Upon hearing Ruo Yang's unrefined and arrogant retort, Song Jie was incensed, his hands trembling as he pointed at Ruo Yang and stammered, Do you even realize who you are speaking to? Ruo Yang replied nonchalantly, Of course, I am speaking to Hu Lu, the son of Hu Daiyo, the wealthiest man in Jiangnan province. Song Jie, seething with anger, shot back, You know who I am and still dare to act so brazenly? Ruo Yang smiled and responded, What would you have me do? You have already mounted your steed upon my head. Do you expect me to kneel and call you father while presenting my assistant to you on a silver platter? Hu Lu had remained silent until now, his gaze fixed coldly on Ruo Yang. Finally, he spoke in a frigid tone, You are quite audacious. I wonder what gives you such confidence. Since you are aware of my identity, I shall not conceal my intentions. I have taken an interest in your assistant. Tell me, how much do you pay her? 10,000, 20,000, or perhaps 30. If you are wise, do not challenge me, or you will find no benefit in it. Ruo Yang chuckled softly. As for being wise, I have no concept of that. However, I suspect that enticing my assistant will not be an easy task. I have trained her well. Her base salary may not be substantial, around 10 to 20,000, but her bonuses are quite generous, at least 100,000 or more. At this revelation, both Hu Lu and Song Jie could not suppress their laughter. Song Jie mocked, Listen here, Luo, this is not your rural town of Chuan City. This is Jianghan Province City. If you wish to boast, you ought to consider your surroundings. Perhaps you should step outside and boast until you burst before re-entering. Ruo Yang regarded him with a smile, akin to observing a monkey at play. At that moment, a figure approached, casually stating, President Luo, what is there to discuss with such a sycophant? Come, let us retreat to my room and engage in some real dialogue. My room is spacious enough that no one will overhear our boasts. The newcomer was Qinjin. In fact, Ruo Yang had spotted him earlier at the railing on the second floor of the lobby, and Qinjin had noticed him as well. However, upon the arrival of Song Jie and Hu Lu, neither had greeted the other. Ruo Yang had no qualms about setting a trap for Song Jie and Hu Lu. Despite Hu Daio's reputation as the wealthiest man in Jiangnan province, he would never dare to confront someone of Qinjin's caliber. Even if given 10 lives, he would not possess the courage to do so. Initially, Hu Lu had intended to explode with rage, but upon Qinjin's sudden appearance, he hesitated, then stood with a forced smile, saying, Brother Jin has arrived. How do you know him? Within the social circles of Jiangnan province, Hu Lu was regarded as a prominent figure, yet there remained individuals he dared not provoke, and among them, Qinjin stood at the forefront. As Qinjin amiably draped an arm around Ruo Yang's shoulder and walked away, Hu Li's face turned ashen, and he spat at Song Jie. Did you not investigate this Luo fellow? How is he acquainted with Chen Jin? The mere fact that Chen Jin had emerged at such a crucial moment to defend Ruo Yang, even at the risk of severing ties with Hu Lu, indicated that this Luo was no ordinary individual. Chen Jin had an excellent reputation in their circles, calm and low-key, but his low profile was by no means a sign of weakness, particularly one that Hu Lu would dare to challenge. Song Jia, with a woeful expression, replied, I conducted thorough research. He hails from Chuan City, is involved in financial investments, and lacks connections, merely associating with a deputy mayor from Chuan City. I figured a minor deputy mayor would pose no threat. Who would have guessed he was acquainted with Chun? Useless, Hu Lu muttered under his breath, his face darkening as he hurriedly departed. Today had been a significant loss of face for him. In the elevator, Chen Jin remarked to Ruo Yang, that scoundrel has caused trouble for many girls over the years. Has he set his sights on your attractive assistant? Ruo Yang chuckled. It appears Brother Jin is quite familiar with him. Chen Jin scoffed. He will inevitably face his comeuppance. Chen Jin did not stay at the hotel, but instead went to the business suite he had arranged for Ruo Yang. The living room's refrigerator was stocked with beverages, and he took a bottle of Evian, asking, what would you like to drink? Just some mineral water, Ruo Yang replied, grabbing the remote to turn on the television. The news was currently broadcasting, and after putting down the remote, he accepted the mineral water Chen Jin offered, twisting it open and taking a sip. A news report featuring an attractive female anchor suddenly captured his attention. According to our station's latest reports, Mr. Li Donglai, the investor of Xian Gang Plaza, will sell the entirety of his ownership of the plaza, which includes the Xian Gang Grand Hotel and Victoria Commercial Building, for a total price exceeding 12 billion Hong Kong dollars. Currently, the well-known local enterprise, Dajin Group, has expressed interest in acquiring it. Upon hearing this news, Chen Jin was incensed. These businessmen from Hong Kong are truly shameless. They come to the mainland to profit, receiving numerous advantages while exploiting the local populace and the country, gorging themselves until they are bloated, only to flee at the first sign of adversity, devoid of any patriotic spirit or sense of responsibility as entrepreneurs. Ruo Yang chuckled. Do you really expect those profit-driven merchants to possess patriotism? Responsibility? Let us not kid ourselves. Wait, he intends to sell the Xian Gang Grand Hotel? Chen Jin nodded yes. In fact, I heard my father mention it earlier, advising Mr. Li that after earning so much money in the mainland and enjoying so many favorable policies, he should have faith in our country. Instead, he has thrown his conscience to the dogs and is making a hasty exit. He paused before adding, this year, due to the pandemic, Jiangnan province's economy has experienced a significant downturn. My father is furious. He has been suffering from a toothache and his face is swollen. Li Donglai's actions are akin to adding insult to injury. Ruo Yang pondered for a moment and suggested, Brother Jin, what do you think about me taking over Xian Gang Plaza? Chen Jin was taken aback. Are you serious? Ruo Yang nodded earnestly and said, there are two reasons. First, I find that Hu Lu irksome. If Dajin Group wishes to acquire Xian Gang Plaza, I would like to snatch it from under his nose and drive him up the wall. Second, you mentioned your father is overwhelmed by the economic crisis in Jiangnan province. You know me. I may not have much, but I certainly have funds. Once I acquire Xian Gang Plaza, I plan to secure additional land for a grand development project, intending to construct a world-class 7-star luxury hotel, along with other large commercial buildings and office spaces, a complete package. Furthermore, I aim to establish our future financial headquarters here, with an initial investment of 100 billion. If funds run short, I can always add more. After all, I am not short on money. Chen Jin was momentarily taken aback, his voice trembling as he asked, are you really serious about this? Ruo Yang chuckled as he patted his shoulder. Jingu, I regard you as a brother. Although your identity is unique, on one hand, I genuinely require someone with your background, and on the other, I feel an extraordinary affinity with you. You have been quite kind to me. Since we are now brothers, if your father faces a dilemma that I can resolve, what more is there to say? Chen Jin's cheeks flushed a rare crimson as he nodded vigorously, shaking Ruo Yang's hand with enthusiasm before turning to leave. However, upon reaching the door, he turned back and said to Ruo Yang, I will return to discuss this with my father immediately. It's hard to convey everything over the phone. Ruo Yang, thank you for considering me as a brother. From now on, you are my dear brother. With that, Chen Jin dashed away, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. Ruo Yang chuckled again, concealing another reason he had not mentioned. Jiang Shuyan works at the Newport Grand Hotel. If he intended to pursue the woman he secretly admired, he would devise an unparalleled and luxurious plan to woo her. After contemplating for a while, Ruo Yang picked up his phone to call Han Wenjun. President Han, please assign a competent deputy to oversee the business in Chuan City. Bring every available personnel to the provincial city immediately. I have a monumental plan worth 1 trillion, and I need you to orchestrate it. Additionally, instruct Qianya and the entire trading department, including Song Shuhai, to come over. Han Wenjun, sensing the gravity of the situation over the phone, took a moment to respond before repeatedly affirming, "Understood, boss. I will gather the team right away. The plans for Tianzong City are all set. I can delegate a deputy, and I'll promptly bring the rest to Zhanghan." By 5 in the afternoon, Song Ziqing returned, irate as she reported the details from the supermarket. After finishing her account, she indignantly asked Luo Yang, "Boss, do you have feelings for Wei Fengling? Don't you think she could be your mother?" Luo Yang nodded. "Indeed, I view her as a maternal figure." Song Ziqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Incredulous at her boss's eccentricity. Frustrated, she wanted to retort, but Luo Yang waved her off. "Focus less on the gossip of distant relatives and more on your primary duties." After this reprimand, Song Ziqing shrank back, realizing the tiger should not be underestimated, even if it appeared dormant. Han Wenjun departed at 2 o'clock on the high-speed train, which took 4 hours to reach Jianghan, arriving at 6. He then took a 40-minute drive to the Hilton Hotel. Thankfully, Luo Yang had booked a luxurious business suite capable of accommodating 20 people for a small meeting. The group comprised 37 individuals, predominantly from the real estate department with 29 members, while the remaining 8 included Luo Qianya, Song Shuhai, and Fu Xin from the trading department. Luo Yang's cousin, Luo Yang, and Zhu Yingying did not attend. Song Ziqing had already received Luo Yang's instructions and secured a room for each person at the hotel. Except for Han Wenjun, Luo Qianya, Song Ziqing, and Song Shuhai, the rest returned to their rooms to rest while Luo Yang convened a small meeting. Luo Yang discussed the matters concerning Newport Square and introduced the preliminary plan for a 1 trillion investment project, which required Han Wenjun to organize the necessary manpower to draft the initial proposal. Han Wenjun listened intently, taking notes, and then Luo Yang turned to Luo Qianya, saying, "Qianya, once we secure Newport Square, you will become the legal representative and chairperson of the board. The management team will remain unchanged, but we will need a professional manager." Luo Qianya, taken aback, replied, "Boss, I lack the capability and experience to manage a large enterprise." Luo Yang scoffed, "Lack of ambition. For now, you 1T need to manage the company directly. Just oversee the professional manager. Also, can you all enhance your personal qualifications? Our future financial group will diversify, creating a significant demand for talent. Qianya, delegate the U.S. stock trading to Shuhai, and you will also serve as the human resources director for our future financial group." The group was stirred by Luo Yang's words. Just then, his phone rang. It was Chen Jin. He answered promptly. "Are you in your room? My father has arrived and wishes to speak with you." Chapter 83. The moment of witnessing miracles approaches. "I'm here," Luo Yang responded, quickly summoning Luo Qianya and the others to prepare the computer equipment. Shortly after, the doorbell rang, and Luo Yang hurried to answer it. 3 individuals stood at the entrance. The leader being a man in his 50s with an imposing demeanor, flanked by Chen Jin and a sharp-eyed man in his 30s. Luo Yang recognized the leader from television. "Hello, please come in." Luo Yang smiled, inviting them into the room. Upon reaching the living area, he led Chen Jin's father to a quieter inner room, leaving Chen Jin and the security-looking man in the living room. The inner room was spacious and serene. After sitting down, Chen Jin's father scrutinized Luo Yang before nodding. "You resemble your photos quite closely, handsome and promising." He then introduced himself. "I am Chen Jiangwo, Chen Jin's father. You can call me Xiao Luo." "Xiao Luo sounds just fine." Luo Yang felt relieved, sensing the atmosphere lighten. Chen Jiangwo rubbed his right cheek. "I've been stressed lately. My tooth hurts and half my face is swollen. Quite unpleasant." Luo Yang replied, "It seems you are troubled by more than just physical discomfort. Regarding my relationship with Jinggu, I will speak plainly, Uncle Chen. Jinggu has likely informed you that I plan to seize Newport Group from Dejin Zue and prepare a large investment plan. My team is currently drafting the proposal, which should be delivered to you shortly, with a preliminary investment of 1 trillion, no less. On behalf of the people of Jiangnan, I thank you for your contributions," Chen Jiangwo responded, visibly moved. Despite his high position and extensive experience, he could not help but feel touched by such significant support. For him, Luo Yang was indeed a timely benefactor. However, Chen Jiangwo had some concerns. "Xiao Luo, allow me to be frank. How much cash can you currently mobilize? Can you ensure a steady flow of funds for the follow-up? I would hate for this to be a grandiose endeavor that ultimately leads to a disastrous outcome." Luo Yang smiled. "Uncle Chen, I can't guarantee much, but I can assure you that I have substantial financial backing. I currently have approximately 850 billion in cash. Since you are here, why not spend the evening with me and see how I operate?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jiangwo agreed, recognizing Luo Yang's intent. He then inquired, "Xiao Luo, do you still plan to establish your company headquarters in the provincial city?" Luo Yang nodded. Yes, Chuan City is a small place. My future financial transactions will yield at least 500 billion a year. The taxes involved are quite substantial, which isn't necessarily advantageous for Chuan City. The Tianzong City project is nearly complete, and the supportive environment in the provincial city is far more suitable. Of course, there are other locations that could be more fitting, such as the capital or Shanghai, but I owe nothing to those places. Chen Jiangwo felt a sense of gratitude, as Ruo Yang had clearly indicated that he was choosing to establish his headquarters in Jianghan not for any ulterior motive, but because of Chen Jin and their familial bond. As the clock approached 9:30, Ruo Yang accompanied Chen Jiangwo back to the living room, where Luo Qianya and the others had successfully connected the computer equipment and awaited his instructions. Luo Yang first instructed Song Ziqing, "Ziqing, please prepare some tea for everyone." Then, another discussion regarding the U.S. stock market ensued. Song Shuhai promptly instructed the designated U.S. stock trader to execute a full investment. Each of the two accounts was endowed with a leverage limit of $500 million. While the temporary allocation for Tiger Securities investors was withdrawn following the completion of that transaction. Naturally, they now wished to invest every time, but domestic restrictions were considerable, and the market size was limited. With Luo Yang's level of investment being rather intimidating, continuous substantial investments were not feasible. Consequently, Luo Yang contemplated establishing offshore company accounts abroad, as only that vast pool would serve as his battleground to showcase his prowess. The fluctuations in crude oil futures were frequent, yet never again reached the negative oil price scenario experienced previously. The opening price for crude oil was set at $371, which Luo Yang dismissed outright, instructing Song Shuhai, "Go long on crude oil, invest fully." Without hesitation, Song Shuhai excitedly gestured to several subordinates to execute the order. Although Chen Jiangwo lacked trading experience, he possessed a fundamental understanding of economic principles, while Chen Jin, unfamiliar with stocks and futures, watched with great interest from the sidelines. The long position was established and executed within a minute, as Luo Yang's predictions were remarkably accurate. Going long resulted in an immediate rise, and going short led to a swift decline, without a single misstep. Song Shuhai and others had long grown accustomed to being proven wrong in their predictions and had fully embraced their unwavering trust in Luo Yang's foresight. They often found their own predictions contradicted, yet Luo Yang was invariably correct. 5 minutes later, the price of crude oil had surged to $373, yielding an unrealized profit of $3,350,000 in their accounts. Observing Song Shuhai and the others wearing smiles, completely unfazed, Chen Jin pointed at the red line and inquired, "Did we make a profit?" Song Shuhai replied with a grin, "Yes. Currently we have an unrealized gain of $3,350,000. So we earned over $3 million? Chen Jin was astounded. In the time it took to finish a single cigarette, we made over $3 million? Surely, no one can earn that quickly. Song Shuhai, dismissive, remarked, "This is just the beginning. It's a small sum." The crude oil price inexplicably soared, breaking the $38 mark within 20 minutes. And it continued to ascend at its previous pace. Noticing Luo Yang's silence on the next orders, Song Shuhai paid no mind, savoring a few sips of the coffee brewed by Song Ziqing. Half an hour later, the price surpassed $39, yet Luo Yang remained unresponsive. Approaching 11 o'clock, the crude oil price had climbed to $39.75, prompting Luo Yang to finally speak. Place the order immediately, set the selling price at $39.08. Without needing further prompting from Song Shuhai, Fu Xian and several other traders swiftly executed the order, and within a minute, the crude oil price reached $39.82. With all long positions successfully executed, the account reflected a profit of $36,180,000. Observing the persistent red figures, Chen Jin recognized the profitability. Yet the lengthy string of numbers compelled him to lean closer and asked Song Shuhai, "How much have we earned?" Song Shuhai, beaming, responded, "We earned $36,180,000. He then added 2 words, dollars. Chen Jin's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Wow, we made $36 million in just over an hour? That's over 250 million yuan. Who can achieve such feats?" In Chen Jin's recollection, he couldn't conceive of anyone capable of such prowess. No wonder Su Dongfeng referred to Luo Yang as a prodigy. Indeed, he was a marvel. Chapter 84, A Bold Investment. Chen Jin stole a glance at his father, who was equally moved. To be honest, as the foremost figure in Jiangnan province, he had encountered numerous large enterprises and highly profitable companies. Yet, he had never witnessed anyone earn money as effortlessly and in such substantial amounts as Luo Yang did. After observing the screen for approximately 5 minutes, Luo Yang abruptly instructed Song Shuhai, "Shuhai, immediately place a short position on crude oil at $39.81. Invest fully." "Understood." Song Shuhai and his team executed the order with remarkable speed, completing the short position in mere seconds. Curiously, Chun Jin inquired, "What is a short position?" Song Shuhai chuckled and explained, "In futures trading, buying is referred to as going long, known as a bullish position, while selling is called going short, known as a bearish position. Our current order is to profit from the decline in crude oil futures." Chun Jin, astonished, remarked, "We just bought it to rise. And now we're buying it to fall." Song Shuhai nodded with a smile. "Indeed. This is the perilous nature of futures trading. It's not for the faint-hearted. However, our boss is no ordinary person. Haha, he's a deity. Only a god could play this game." Ruo Yang silently mused. "I'm not a god. I'm just audacious." Had it not been for Ruo Yang, none of Song Shuhai's team would have dared to engage in such audacious maneuvers. The volatility of futures and the stock market is something no one can predict with certainty, yet Ruo Yang somehow managed to navigate it adeptly. When asked about his experience, he merely attributed it to intuition. The ensuing operations truly opened Qin Jiangwo and Qin Jin's eyes. Ruo Yang oscillated between short and long positions, repeatedly trading the same futures back and forth, creating a whirlwind of activity until 3:30 in the morning. After checking the time and observing minimal fluctuations in the futures, Ruo Yang decided to wrap up for the night, promptly instructing Song Shuhai to liquidate all positions in the U.S. stock market and crude oil. The stock market had appreciated by 14%, yielding a profit of $70 million, while the futures trading that night had been particularly noteworthy, accumulating a staggering $552 million, exceeding a 101% profit margin. This was truly astonishing. Once Song Shuhai finished his calculations, he reported to Ruo Yang, "Boss, we earned $70 million from the stock market tonight and $552 million from futures, totaling $622 million. Converted to yuan, that amounts to 4,416,200,000. And after deducting fees and Tiger Securities cuts, the net profit stands at 4,370,000,000. Well, tonight was decent. Bonuses will be as usual, 300,000 for management and 150,000 for everyone else." Turning to Qin Jiangwo and Qin Jin, he remarked, "Uncle Chun, Brother Jin, we made a modest profit of 4,300,000,000 tonight. How about we find a place to celebrate? Let me treat you." Stunned, Qin Jin finally managed to exclaim, "You, Ruo Yang, are something else. Making 4,300,000,000 in a single night and calling it a modest profit? I feel like biting off a piece of you. So extravagant." Qin Jiangwo, however, waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. You all have stayed up all night and must be exhausted. Let us not push it. Get some rest, and you can resume your activities tomorrow. I'm heading home. My head is pounding, and I have over a dozen missed calls." Ruo Yang didn't insist, smiling as he saw him off. Qin Jin boldly told his father, "Dad, I won't be going back with you. I'll stay here with Ruo Yang." "All right." Qin Jiangwo waved his hand, pleased that his son was growing closer to Ruo Yang, who had indeed provided them with an enlightening lesson on making money. To be honest, Qin Jiangwo had harbored some concerns about Ruo Yang's ambitious plan to invest 100 billion. But after witnessing Ruo Yang's godlike operations and the effortless acquisition of 4,300,000,000, he cast his worries aside entirely. With Ruo Yang's capabilities, not only was 100 billion feasible, but even 500 billion no longer seemed daunting. If all went well, he might earn that amount in just 2 to 3 months. No wonder Ruo Yang confidently claimed that the only issue was having too much money. Upon returning to his room and observing the excited crowd in the living room, Ruo Yang felt a slight headache and said, "Let's not venture out tonight. It's already 4 in the morning. Get some sleep, and you can resume your activities during the day. The day after tomorrow is Friday. You can relax for a couple of days." Although Song Shuhai and his colleagues were left wanting more, they dared not defy their boss and cheerfully retreated to their respective rooms. With a bonus of 150,000, their excitement was palpable. How could they possibly sleep? After working all night, earning bonuses of 100,000 or 150,000, how could they find rest? Once everyone had departed, Chun Jin gritted his teeth and addressed Ruo Yang. "Is this how you conduct yourself every day?" Ruo Yang pondered for a moment before replying, "Pretty much. The U.S. stock market and futures operate 5 days a week, totaling about 20 days a month. On the best days, one can earn over $11 billion, while the minimum is still around 3 billion. Of course, such lucrative opportunities are rare. Generally, making 30 to 40 billion a day is quite feasible." Qin Jin couldn't help but tug at his hair in frustration. "Oh dear, I split that 10% with those fellows. Why didn't I keep an extra point for myself? It's as if I'm picking up money off the ground." He added with a sigh, "Not even picking it up would be this quick." Ruo Yang chuckled. "Don't be too disheartened. Even a single point is substantial. If we consider a yearly haul of $100 billion, your share alone would amount to 10 billion. Don't you think that is quite a sum?" Qin Jin was taken aback. "What? $10 billion a year? Luo Yang nodded firmly. That's the minimum. Suddenly, Chen Jin was no longer composed. He had initially thought that the chance to earn 100 billion in a single night was exceedingly rare. He would have been content with just a few $1,000,000 a year, yet Luo Yang assured him of a minimum of 1 billion, converted to renminbi. That was over 70 billion, enough to live lavishly for a lifetime. After a moment, Chen Jin took several large gulps of water to regain his composure, then asked Luo Yang, I've arranged for someone to talk to a senior executive at the Newport Hotel Group. Tomorrow, when they negotiate with the Dajin Group, they'll discreetly share Dajin's bid with us, and we can swoop in for a few billion. Luo Yang replied with a smile. Well, that goes without saying. Feeling more relaxed, Chen Jin propped his legs up and said, the Dajin Group is having a tough year. They're all in on acquiring Newport Square, reaching out to several consortiums and banks. I estimate their bid 1T exceed 12.5 billion. I was worried for you, but now I'm not concerned at all. Given your financial prowess, it's clear you have plenty of resources. That said, completing such an acquisition requires more than just ample funds. However, I believe my father will provide you with a significant push. While I can't guarantee 100%, I'm confident it's at least 99. Luo Yang laughed heartily, envisioning the audacious demeanor of Hu Lu and Song Jie, eager to strike decisively. This appetizer was sure to be delightful. Suddenly, Chen Jin interjected. Wait a minute, something feels off. Luo Yang looked puzzled. What's wrong? What feels off? Hold on. Let me think, Chen Jin said as he grasped his hair in contemplation. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh in realization. I got it. I got it. He pointed at Luo Yang and inquired. The information I provided to you. Jiang Shuyan works at the Newport Grand Hotel, right? Oh Luo, you're really going all out in your pursuits.